Something uncanny descended upon the world, and everything changed. Disaster struck again and again. Cities were no longer fit for human life. Forced by necessity, people set out on long migrations hoping to escape the assaults of these eerie beings. Lu Yao had been abandoned by his survival team, and by a twist of fate stepped onto the zombie sequence path. Beginning from Sequence 9 the Malefactor, he advanced step by step using his new power to pry into the hidden truth of this altered. The Dawn Convoy was also steadily growing stronger, its numbers increasing with each new member who joined their ranks. Within the convoy, people walked many different paths: the Prophet Sequence path, the Zombie Sequence path, the Ghost Rider Sequence path. Later, with the addition of the mysterious Reinforcement Sequence path, all manner of wondrous relics began to appear among them, and the Dawn Convoy was no longer lacking in strange and powerful artifacts. Together with the Dawn Convoy, Lu Yao grew stronger along the road of migration, cutting down one eerie creature after another. They held fast to a single belief: even a single spark could one day set the whole world ablaze, and the fire of humanity would endure until the end of this so-called apocalypse. In the fading light, a distant broadcast crackled through the static, declaring that the South Sea region had fallen and urging all who had planned to go there to turn back. They were told not to remain alone, but to migrate in groups whenever possible, clinging together for survival. The broadcast repeated its warning: the South Sea had fallen. Everyone was urged once more to stay away and not linger alone, but to move in groups. The message played on the fragile signal, straining against the ever louder static, as if trying to hold back an inevitable darkness. Suddenly, a raw, despairing scream tore through the broadcast. Then the transmission was cut off mid-sound, leaving only a harsh, restless hiss of static in its place. After that last scream, the broadcast fell completely silent, replaced only by the restless hiss of static. In a small town not far from the South Sea, a group of people sat together in utter despair. Listening to the sounds from the radio, they looked at one another, finding no trace of light left in each other's eyes. If even the South Sea had fallen, where else in this world could they possibly run to? In a corner, Lu Yao clutched a pack of instant noodles. He had just managed to snatch his gaze, wary as he watched the others around him, while also paying close attention to a few particular people nearby. A month earlier, with the first piercing scream, everyone had understood that the end had come. One after another, bizarre monsters appeared, and humanity fell from the top of the food chain. Hot weapons failed, and nuclear arms were even more dangerous to use. When a distant island nation tried to annihilate the eerie creatures with nuclear fire, they instead gave birth to something even more terrifying. After that, no nation dared to use nuclear weapons lightly, and ordinary firearms became little more than sticks for poking at a bonfire. Despair began to spread across the entire world. More and more eerie monsters appeared. The larger the gathering of people, the more easily they were attacked. In the end, people were forced to leave their homes and set off on the long road of migration. Among the crowd fleeing for their lives, sobs began to break out, as if they saw no hope at all. If even the South Sea had fallen, someone cried silently in their heart, where else could they possibly go? Her tears fell like broken pearls as she began to cry in earnest, as though all hope had been torn away. But a shrill, piercing scream suddenly rang out, shattering everyone's thoughts. They turned to look. A man drenched in blood came running from not far away, his neck torn so badly that large patches of flesh were missing, his clothes soaked in dark red. An instant later, a shadowy figure lunged after him. It was a gray-skinned human shape with lifeless pale eyes. It pounced on the man, and the moment they hit the ground, began to tear into him. Someone shouted that it was an eerie creature. At once the crowd dissolved into chaos. Everyone fled in blind panic, desperate to escape. Cars parked along the roadside suddenly became their last hope, and the crowd surged toward them. The next moment, more and more strange creatures poured out from within the town. Lu Yao had seen this kind of eerie being before. To be precise, they were level 1 eerie zombies. Even as mere level 1 eerie zombies, they were far beyond what ordinary people could handle. These were nothing like the zombies from movies where smashing the head meant safety. These eerie zombies could run with frightening speed, and a single bite would transmit the virus, turning their victims into zombies in the blink of an eye. Even if their heads were shattered, these eerie zombies would continue their pursuit, ripping their targets apart with their hands until they finished the kill. Worse still, more zombies were surging out from behind, rushing toward the terrified. Clutching his packet of instant noodles, Lu Yao bolted for the exit. Spotting the nearest car, he shouted toward it, hoping to secure a seat in exchange for what little food he had. The man in the passenger seat glanced coolly at Lu Yao and wordlessly raised the window. Inside the car, someone urged the driver to start moving, questioning whether they should really leave him behind. The driver's gaze lingered briefly on the packet of instant noodles in Lu Yao's hands, clear temptation in his eyes. But the man in the passenger seat replied, coldly asking whether instant noodles were worth more than their lives. With that single cold remark, the driver's mouth twitched, and he stepped on the accelerator. Lu Yao grabbed onto the door, and the women in the back seat shrank away in fright, using whatever they held to strike at his hand. One woman, in her panic, lashed out with a kick. With a heavy thud, Lu Yao was knocked away from the car and crashed to the ground as the doors slammed and the vehicle sped off into the distance. Lu Yao lay on the ground, cursing bitterly, furious that the fuel in the car's tank had been found by him in the first place. But the car was already speeding out of the town, heading into the distance, and several other vehicles followed suit. As disaster descended, everyone scattered, and Lu Yao was not the only one abandoned on that street. The next moment, zombies swarmed in. Lu Yao felt something heavy slam him to the ground, followed by a searing pain at his neck that made his whole body shudder. This cursed apocalypse, and those people who had abandoned him. His vision grew dim as the sensation of death closed in, and at last he collapsed unwilling onto the cold ground. He had not given up hope. In truth, he wanted desperately to live. But now, with more and more zombies piling onto him, he felt sharp pains spreading all over his body until everything blurred together into a numbing darkness. At last he closed his eyes. Zombies began to wander along the town streets in greater and greater numbers, drifting aimlessly as if searching for prey. Only one body lay face down, and unmoving, utterly unlike the zombies that shuffled around it. Before long, that body suddenly rolled over and lay flat on its back. It began to draw in great gulps of air, the dried blood on its clothes cracking as though the dead had returned to life. Gasping, Lu Yao glanced around and saw an eerie zombie shambling right beside him, startling him so badly his breath caught. But when he realized the zombie was not attacking him, he froze in confusion. What was going on? Had he not been bitten to death by the eerie zombies? Just as Lu Yao struggled to make sense of what had happened, a flood of unfamiliar information suddenly surged into his mind, as though someone were forcing strange knowledge into his head. He muttered to himself about sequence transcendence and the zombie sequence, clutching his head as he sat on the ground. Only after a long time did he finally adapt enough to accept what had happened. He truly had died, and to be precise, had become a zombie. Yet because of this, he had awakened as a sequence transcendent. He had heard of sequence transcendence before while traveling with other teams. Some groups had such beings among them, individuals whose power allowed them to strike directly at eerie creatures. Back then, Lu Yao had envied them. Now he had become a sequence transcendent himself, and not just any kind, but one belonging to a strange and rare zombie sequence. Though he did not yet fully understand this sequence, he realized he could no longer feel pain, hunger, thirst, or any similar needs. Instead, he felt a faint, unsettling craving directed toward the zombie. It felt as though something he needed lay hidden within their bodies. Was he still human now, or should he be called a sequence transcendent, or even an eerie being himself? Murmuring to himself, Lu Yao's gaze dropped to the ground not far away, where a machete caught his eye. He remembered that it had belonged to one of the men from his former team. That man now wandered the road as a zombie, a backpack still slung over his shoulders, his skin gray, and his eyes pale as he moved aimlessly along the street. Maybe I should try, he thought. Lu Yao walked calmly past several zombies and bent to pick up the machete from the ground. He gave the blade a testing swing, and his gaze turned cold. In the next instant, he brought the machete down on the back of the male zombie with the backpack. The sudden surge of strength behind his swing sent the zombie's head flying from its shoulders. The force nearly toppled Lu Yao himself, and he staggered, barely keeping his balance. At that moment, thin strands of blood-colored mist drifted up from the zombie's body, like hair floating underwater, all of them streaming straight into Lu Yao. As the blood-colored strands entered him, the gnawing hunger he had felt began to fade. At the same time, he sensed a growing strength within his body, as though all this energy had finally found a home. Not only that, his torn, bitten flesh was rapidly knitting itself back together. So this is the power of a sequence transcendent, he murmured, watching his own body mend. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the surrounding zombies, and in them he saw not predators, but prey. Then suddenly, he turned his eyes toward the outskirts of the town. That was the direction in which Li Chong and his companions had fled. It was understandable that they had abandoned him to save themselves. But inside that car was fuel he had found, and among them were the women who had kicked him away. Wait for me, he whispered in his heart. I will find you sooner or later. The small town teems with eerie zombies. For Lu Yao, these creatures serve as his food, a perfect remedy to satiate his hunger. Thus, Lu Yao's task is to continuously slay the zombies, while swiftly uncovering the mysteries of his own zombie sequence. From the visions that flood his mind, the zombie sequence is merely one chapter in a broader pathway. Many such sequences exist. As more individuals awaken, others bearing the same sequence emerge. Transcending begins with Sequence 9. Upon transcending, he gains insight into the abilities of Zombie Sequence Pathway 8. Yet Lu Yao remains uncertain of the true name of his Sequence 9. Sequence 9 of the Zombie Pathway endows its bearer primarily with a significant surge in physical strength, along with an uncanny ability to coexist with bizarre creatures. Beyond the physical boost, the ability to coexist with bizarre creatures is what Lu Yao values most, ensuring he remains unassailed in critical moments. In the eyes of these bizarre beings, he is seen as one of their own. One must admit this pathway is indeed rather unique. Lu Yao strides relentlessly among the zombies, cleaver in hand, as sanguine energy floods his body. As his vitality rebounds, his skin shifts from a grayish tone to a morbidly pallid whiteness. This transformation confirmed to Lu Yao that he had not become a zombie. Just as he disposed of the final foe and felt the changes within, the roar of engines echoed from beyond the town. The commotion was significant. One vehicle after another halted at the town's entrance. Leading the convoy was a compact RV. A squinting man with a smile emerged from the front passenger seat, now standing by the vehicle as he surveyed the small town. People began disembarking from the trailing vehicles one after the other, all eyes drawn to the small town where headless corpses lay scattered on the ground. How could there be so many corpses all without heads? They haven't lost their heads, rather the heads were chopped off. There must be a dreadful, eerie force at work here. Damn it, we've been on the run for a day. If we can't restock supplies in this town, the road ahead will be even tougher. This town is rife with eerie forces. If you have the nerve, venture and gather supplies and come out alive. Silence fell as dissent erupted among the group. The convoy leader Shin-Chi instead lay flat on the ground, pressing his ear to the floor before closing his eyes in silent concentration. Upon witnessing this, everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a word, not even a breath. In just a few seconds, Shin-Chi rose from the ground and brushed the dust from himself. Captain Shun, are there many eerie creatures in this town? A woman clutching her child hurried over to ask. Shin-Chi, smiling, replied, there are no eerie creatures in town now. They've likely left. Everyone prepare to gather. Glancing at his watch, he said, it's the usual, half an hour. When time's up, we leave. Anyone still inside, catch up on your own. With that, he turned and climbed back into his RV. Simultaneously, a man in a security uniform leapt from the vehicle, wielding a fire axe and carrying a large backpack, silently making his way into the town. Seeing this, others followed suit, though some remained outside to wait. Families among them, as not everyone could venture in to search for supplies. On the opposite side of the street, now acquainted with his zombie sequence pathway, Lu Yao hefted his cleaver and headed toward a nearby store. After changing into clean clothes and gathering additional supplies, he recalled his experiments during zombie slaying. Now, even though ordinary food lacked its former appeal, he could still bring himself to eat it. After all, he was not truly a zombie. In essence, he remained human, merely one who had embarked on a singular, extraordinary path. Thus, it was essential to carry extra supplies. After all, in this world, creatures far more formidable than eerie zombies abound, and every journey was fraught with uncertainty. Preparation was paramount. Just as he loaded a backpack full of supplies and readied himself to depart, distant footsteps approached, growing steadily nearer. Great, there's a store here. I told you we should head in. Let's loot it quickly and get out as soon as possible. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. Both equipped with backpacks entered the store in sequence, only to discover a pale-skinned man still standing inside. Instinctively, the woman spun to flee, but the man remained rooted in place, drawing a folding knife and holding it defensively at his chest. Recalling Captain Shun's words that no eerie creatures existed here, he deduced that the man was human. Only his skin was noticeably paler. Honey, why are you standing there? Come out quickly, the woman called after dashing away. The man paid no heed. Instead, in a deep tone, he asked, brother, I'm not here to rob you. There's so much here, could I take a bit as well? Lu Yao nodded, securing his backpack and cleaver as he said, help yourself. My supplies are ample. Then he approached from the other side of the shelf. In the sparse store with only a single shelf, the two exchanged a knowing glance before parting ways. Once Lu Yao exited, the man called, honey, come in. He's not one of the eerie ones. Hearing this, the woman glanced back at the departing Lu Yao with his backpack before quickly dashing back inside, exclaiming, honey, what's with that man? His skin is as white. Perhaps it's due to some ailment, the man remarked, frowning as he placed items into his backpack and continued, hurry up and gather supplies. We only have half an hour. We ran fast enough, yet somehow someone outpaced us, the woman muttered before joining in the brisk gathering of supplies. Meanwhile, while walking along the street, Lu Yao observed the group scavenging supplies. Noticing some arrived on bicycles and electric scooters, he decided to pick up an abandoned electric scooter by the roadside. With nowhere else to go, he decided that joining the group was a prudent choice. His appearance, aside from slightly paler skin, was essentially that of a normal man, no longer the visage of a zombie. Perhaps by following the convoy, he might even locate Li Chong and his group. Still holding the electric scooters, Lu Yao initially hesitated to ride out. Once the others began departing, he seamlessly merged with the crowd and set off. Leaving the small town, he realized the convoy was far larger than he had anticipated. 13 cars along with electric scooters, tricycles, and bicycles numbering 200 to 300 people. It was worth noting that Lu Yao's previous team had barely numbered over 70 souls. As the time approached, Shin-Chi opened the car window and shouted to the outside, we can set off now. With that, his RV started moving, first driving directly onto the highway. The following cars quickly followed suit. As each car set off, the convoy maintained a disciplined formation, and soon a long line of vehicles appeared on the highway. Leading the way was a white RV, followed by a stream of cars with tricycles, motorcycles, electric bikes, and bicycles trailing behind. Lu Yao followed the electric bike group, curiously looking around. To be honest, it was his first time seeing such a well-organized convoy. In previous convoys, everyone would have just run off on their own. The convoy continued driving, and by the afternoon the speed began to slow down. The cyclists were not slow either, but pedaling continuously was still quite exhausting. The leading RV came to a halt, and after Shin-Chi got out he knelt on the ground, closing his eyes to listen. The others also turned off their engines, quietly waiting behind. After a moment Shin-Chi stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and said with a smile, "All right, everyone can rest here. Just be mindful tonight, and don't wander off too far." With that he returned to the RV to rest. The man in security uniform who was driving got out, and started to set up a pot by the roadside, preparing instant noodles for dinner. Lu Yao sat beside the electric bike, curiously observing the people in the convoy. Next to him was a man in his 30s who smiled as he pulled out a cigarette, enjoying it, as he took a deep puff. It was as if that puff of smoke was his lifeline. "Hey young man, is that electric bike new to you?" The man stretched lazily and continued, "I know everyone riding electric bikes in this convoy. You and those guys over there just arrived, you're quite lucky." "Where are we headed?" Lu Yao asked. "I don't know, probably north," the man replied while smoking. "Our convoy is moving too slowly. If it weren't for Captain Shun's skills in avoiding so many dangers, we would have likely perished by now." Lu Yao frowned slightly at these words, recalling the man who had exited the RV earlier, seemingly listening to something on the ground. Could it be that he was also an extraordinary individual, using his ability to listen by kneeling on the ground? No wonder so many people were gathering together. A convoy with an extraordinary individual would indeed have a much better chance of survival. "I've heard the North is constructing gathering places, and there are many capable individuals like Captain Shun there. Following Captain Shun, we'll survive once we reach the North. Life won't be so hard then." Hearing this, Lu Yao nodded gently and chose not to say more. As he had just infiltrated this convoy, he didn't know the others very well, so saying too much wouldn't be beneficial. There was one extraordinary individual in this convoy, but he wasn't sure what kind of extraordinary abilities they had. So Lu Yao decided not to engage too much with the others. However, the man beside him glanced at Lu Yao and cheerfully asked, "Young man, your skin is so pale, are you unwell?" Not only was he curious, but several others around were also secretly observing Lu Yao. Everyone else was eating, yet Lu Yao with his pale complexion stood out too much. Lu Yao replied lightly, not wanting to explain much. "It's fine, it's better to be sick than to be eaten by those strange monsters these days." The man smiled reassuringly, saying staying alive is the most important thing. Who knows, if one day you get skills like Captain Shin, your illness may just disappear. At this point, there was a glint of envy in his eyes. A few people nearby gathered together laughing. "I heard that people like Captain Shun are called extraordinary individuals. They possess superpowers. Such individuals are 1 in a million. Not everyone can become one just by wanting to. I dream of becoming an extraordinary individual, but I have no idea how. It's probably about luck. With so many people in the convoy, we haven't seen another extraordinary individual appear." "Exactly, Lao Zhou, you should just give up. This sort of thing should happen to us young people." The group began chatting and laughing, completely devoid of the tension from fleeing. Based on their conversation, Lu Yao gleaned some context. This convoy was called the Dawn Convoy, led by Shin-Chi, an extraordinary individual accompanied by a retired soldier responsible for driving, whose abilities were akin to guiding fortune and avoiding misfortune. Moreover, the convoy had its own set of rules. First, self-sufficiency. Everyone must find ways to procure supplies, and the convoy would not share resources. Second, follow the captain's orders. If you want to survive, you must obey. Those who disobey will be kicked out. Third, no disturbances in the convoy. If any noise arises, both parties can leave immediately. These 3 rules placed Captain Shun's authority clearly in the open. Since everyone was trying to survive, they naturally had to listen to Shin-Chi. Lu Yao had a general understanding of the situation, but he was still curious about Shin-Chi, as they were both extraordinary individuals. However, he was not clear about Shin-Chi's abilities yet, so he did not plan to confront him at this time. Just as everyone had finished eating and gathered together to rest, several vehicles suddenly approached from the other side of the highway, followed by electric bikes and motorcycles. There were only a few dozen people moving at a slow pace, soon stopping at the opposite position. Upon seeing another convoy arrive, the members of the Dawn Convoy curiously stood up to see what was happening. Lu Yao stood up and glanced, grabbing the machete beside the electric bike. Li Chong. No doubt about it. He spotted Li Chong and his group, and the woman who had kicked him out of the car was also there, nestled in Li Chong's embrace. They approached, Shin-Chi now speaking to him. Lu Yao twisted his neck, then silently walked out while holding the machete. Those behind who noticed Lu Yao with a weapon immediately backed away, not daring to come close. Instead, Lu Yao squeezed through the crowd, stepping closer to Li Chong and the others. Revenge should not be delayed. Lu Yao did not care about the morality of killing. He had already died once and needed to make Li Chong and the others taste the bitterness of death. At this moment, Shin-Chi finished discussing with Li Chong and nodded, saying, "You can join our Dawn Convoy, but once you join, you must follow the rules. Someone will explain the convoy rules to you soon." Hearing this, Li Chong laughed heartily, saying, "No problem, we'll follow your orders, Captain Shun." Before he could finish, the man driving behind shouted in terror, "Lu Yao, you damn bastard, you're still alive." "Lu Yao, Immediately Li Chong and the others turned to look in shock. They had left Lu Yao behind in the town, and those who escaped later said that the ones left behind were bitten to death by zombies. In other words, Lu Yao should have died in that town. But now, the living Lu Yao was standing right here looking pale, as if he were sick and approaching with a machete in hand. This was clearly a quest for revenge. Damn! Li Chong turned and ran to the car, grabbing a large wrench from the vehicle. The others nervously stared at Lu Yao, completely unprepared to see him here. Shen Qi, the leader of the Dawn team, fixed his gaze on Lu Yao as if sensing something. He leaned against his RV with great interest, smiling as he watched Lu Yao. Lu Yao said nothing, charging forward with the machete raised, aiming it at the woman who had kicked him down. Thud, one slash. The woman seemed startled and froze in place. The machete struck her neck directly, blood splattering in a horrific scene. Everyone had been focused on escaping and had never witnessed a murder before. Seeing it now, how could they not be afraid? Even Li Chong couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively taking a step back. He never expected Lu Yao would actually dare to kill. Had this guy gone mad? Lu Yao, don't blame me. The car was full at the time, there was no room for you. I wanted to save you too, but you know the situation back then. When the zombies came, staying meant death. Facing Li Chong's explanation, Lu Yao stood there with the machete, wiping the blood from his face, staring expressionlessly at him. I know. Lu Yao nodded calmly, saying, at that time escaping was indeed necessary, but the gasoline in the car was found by me, and I even found instant neutral. Logically speaking, given the circumstances, he should have escaped too. But he would never have taken a few useless women with him. He would have chosen those with supplies, and who could be of help. But what about Li Chong? He would rather run with a few women than help him. He even allowed that woman to kick him down, and now she appeared right in front of him. Huh. I provided the gasoline, found the supplies, and when danger struck you tossed me aside. Truly righteous. You bastard, I did that to survive. Li Chong immediately began to argue. There were people in the car, you could have gone to another car, there was no need to get on mine. But Lu Yao did not respond. Instead, he walked closer with the machete in hand. Seeing that Lu Yao had no intention of letting him go, Li Chong gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, you really think I won't dare to move against you? You've already killed someone. Saying this, he raised the wrench in his hand and swung it directly at Lu Yao. But just as the wrench was about to strike, Lu Yao suddenly raised his arm and caught the wrench midair. The speed and strength of his reaction made Li Chong's eyes widen. How could this be? The previous Lu Yao had been timid. Oh, why was he so powerful, now able to block the wrench that was coming down with just one hand? What kind of drug did this guy take? Wait, no way. Are you a sequence extraordinary? Li Chong seemed to realize something, his eyes filled with terror. That's right, being able to survive an attack from zombies and possessing such terrifying reflexes and strength. This could only be a sequence extraordinary. But Lu Yao said nothing, lifting his hand and swinging the machete at Li Chong. Swish! With one slash, Li Chong's arm was severed. In pain, Li Chong let out a horrible scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling around wildly, repeatedly begging for mercy. Spare me, Lu Yao, please spare me. I didn't mean it. Ooh, I truly didn't mean it. As they watched Li Chong bleeding and rolling on the ground, the others dared not say a word, retreating in fear of suffering the same fate. In contrast, Lu Yao calmly looked at Li Chong and said, killing you is easier than killing a zombie. With that, he stepped forward, raising the machete to strike down at Li Chong again and again. The screams soon ceased. Everyone stared in horror at Lu Yao, now bloodied, unsure of what to do. At that moment, their gazes towards Lu Yao had changed. This seemingly weak, sickly person turned out to be a sequence extraordinary, and he had just killed 2 people right in front of them. The key was that their leader Shen Qi did not intervene. Instead, he squinted his eyes and smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Li Chong was dead. He was killed by Lu Yao right before their eyes. While everyone was in shock, Shen Qi smiled and said, naturally awakened. Or did you inject a serum to awaken? Hearing this, Lu Yao looked back at him in confusion. Could it be that the way to become a sequence extraordinary was through injecting a naturally awakened? Lu Yao wiped the blood off his face and asked, didn't your team's rules say that killing is not allowed? But this is causing a disturbance. Shen Qi smiled at Lu Yao, seemingly unconcerned about Lu Yao's killing. However, the rules are for ordinary people. Sequence extraordinaries naturally are not bound by them. The law of the jungle. This is the rule of the world today. Lu Yao nodded, saying, understood. Let me introduce myself, Shen Qi, Sequence Extraordinary Path of the Prophet, Sequence 9 listener. My ability is dangerous listening. Shen Qi stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand. Welcome to the Dawn team. The strange children captured people, the headless female ghost killed, and after death the head would turn into a human. Hearing this, Shen Qi wasn't angry at all. Instead, he maintained his smile, explaining, you may not be aware of the circumstances around the Prophet Sequence path. Besides being able to listen for danger, I have another advantage. He pointed at his head with one finger. I have a lot of knowledge stored in here, knowing many things you don't, including your sequence name and ability. You can think of me as a walking human encyclopedia. My ability can also greatly avoid bizarre attacks, making me the most suitable candidate for a team leader. I think in many large teams they choose people of the profit sequence path as leaders or vice leaders because our abilities are too special. You should be inclined towards a combat-oriented sequence path. Joining us would bring you many benefits such as, I can directly tell you about your sequence path knowledge. To be honest, Lu Yao was quite tempted. After all, he knew very little at the moment. He was only aware that he was on the path of the zombie sequence, but he did not know what the ninth sequence was called. He didn't even know the name of his ability, only its effect. So having someone to answer his questions was the best scenario. Faced with the hand extended by Shin-Chi, Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before actively reaching out to shake it. Welcome to the Dawn team. Shin-Chi nodded with a smile and said, you can handle your matters first. Come find me when you're done. They'll be waiting for you in the RV. All right, Lu Yao responded, and then turned to walk directly towards Li Chang's car. He needed a vehicle now. The night was very cold, and he certainly did not want to spend the night sleeping by the roadside. Seeing Lu Yao approach, the man driving quickly knelt down and trembled as he said, Brother Lu, I didn't mean it. It was all Li Chang who told me to drive. He had a weapon, and I didn't dare disobey him. Please, don't hold a grudge against me. Get lost. Lu Yao didn't even glance at him, letting out a cold snort before opening the car door to inspect the interior. The car keys were left inside, and Lu Yao directly took them. In the back seat sat two women who were already trembling in fear. They had attempted to attack Lu Yao before, but had not pushed him out. Now they were afraid of his retaliation. After all, both Li Chang and that woman were already dead. Lu Yao took a deep breath and coldly said, get out, this car is mine now. The two women dared not say anything more, quickly opening the car door and running towards the vehicles behind. Lu Yao then locked the car, casually wiped the blood from his face, and silently walked towards the door of the RV was open, and it was spacious inside. Moreover, thanks to the solar power battery, there was lighting inside, and even hot water could be provided. It must be said this RV was essentially a mobile sanctuary. Shin-Chi sat at the table like an elderly gentleman, happily holding a thermos cup. You're here? Sit down. Shin-Chi smiled and raised his hand, then poured a cup of water for Lu Yao. Forget the tea leaves, you probably don't like tea. The way he acted, it was as if he was reluctant to give Lu Yao even a little bit of tea leaves. Lu Yao said nothing more and instead sat across from him, glancing at the cup of water before frowning and saying, in this apocalypse not many can be as comfortable as you are. Aren't I entitled to this? Shin-Chi replied nonchalantly, completely unfazed by Lu Yao's words. Lu Yao shrugged and then spoke. I am on the zombie sequence path. You said you know my ninth sequence and the name of my ability. Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Lu Yao's revelation of this sequence path. He seriously examined Lu Yao from head to toe before nodding with a smile. You are really lucky. This sequence path is not something that can be awakened casually. Shin-Chi took a sip of tea, squinting his eyes as he looked at Lu Yao, and said, this sequence path can only be awakened by those bitten by zombies, and the probability of awakening is tragically low. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is 1 in millions. The ninth sequence of the zombie sequence path is called Evildoer. In addition to enhancing one's physical attributes, it also grants an enviable ability to walk alongside the anomalies. I believe you should understand this ability, which allows you to walk with certain anomalies without being attacked by them. I must say I am somewhat envious of your ability. Evildoer, walking alongside anomalies. The name of this ability was quite direct, but the title of the ninth sequence was somewhat unfriendly. After noting down these two names, Lu Yao continued to ask, don't the prophets know what is going on with this apocalypse? They do. Shin-Chi gently nodded and said, it is an invasion of the anomalous world, but humanity knows too little about that world. An invasion of the anomalous world was indeed a fitting and straightforward description. Lu Yao remained silent. Shin-Chi then continued to explain the current situation of this apocalypse. The invasion of the anomalous world even affected changes in the terrain. In some areas the climate and environment had changed, and it was no longer the world known to humanity. To survive in this world, the simplest method is to become an extraordinary sequence. But this is also the most difficult method. Not everyone can awaken. In fact, the higher-ups had long discovered the invasion of the anomalous world and had started preparations early on. They arranged for people to enter the anomalous world for exploration and brought back some items from the anomalous world, which also led to the development of awakening potions. Awakening potions can allow a person to awaken as an extraordinary sequence. However, this awakening potion does not guarantee 100% awakening. Some people are lucky enough to directly awaken as extraordinary beings, while others are unlucky, and even using the awakening potion is futile, equivalent to waste. As for the situation in the anomalous world, the outside world is currently unaware. The passages that allowed entry have been sealed off and humanity cannot enter, but the anomalous creatures from that world can come over. This is a disaster for humanity. Yet even so, everyone must find a way to survive. Shin-Chi finished what he needed to say and then resumed his relaxed demeanor with the thermos cup. Lu Yao processed the information he had and gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. It seemed that for humanity to survive migration was an inevitable path. As for the end of this path, it was likely without an endpoint. Or rather, to resolve all of this, one would have to venture into the anomalous world. However, currently the anomalous world is unilaterally sealed off, and even if one wanted to go over, there is no way to do so, so they could only wait. How did the information in my mind appear? Lu Yao was very curious about how the information that appeared in his mind came to be, as he could not comprehend the situation and felt a wave of trepidation. That is also a sequence path, but belongs to a mysterious system sequence. Shenxi explained leisurely while sipping tea. Mysterious system sequences are quite rare. The ones you can think of, like time-space data sublimation and so on, all fall under this category. Their abilities will awaken gradually, without the need for arduous efforts like we do to advance. According to what I know, the information that appeared in our minds is a form of data, and it is the assistance of the owner of the mysterious system sequence of data. As long as we advance, there will be a delivery of data. The other party is merely helping us understand ourselves and cannot take action against us. Upon exiting the RV, Lu Yao had begun to grasp a glimpse of this apocalyptic world. As Shenxi had mentioned, those who walk the prophet sequence truly possess the ability to lead many to survival. After all, their powers are of paramount importance. Even though Lu Yao did not genuinely wish to join the Dawn team, he understood the outcome of going solo. Having someone to collaborate with was undoubtedly a blessing. Back in the vehicle, Lu Yao lay down and fell asleep. The team was quite curious about the newcomers, particularly regarding Lu Yao. They began to privately inquire about this new group. Everyone had a rough idea of why Lu Yao resorted to violence. Being abandoned by the team surely harbored significant resentment. Lu Yao's revenge was Inside the RV, Shenxi sat with his legs crossed, smiling, while holding a thermos, glancing at the old television set placed atop the vehicle's fridge. He then picked up the remote and turned on the television. As he pressed the button, the screen flickered with activity. Unsurprisingly, the images displayed were of the members of the Dawn team. Some were sleeping inside the vehicle, others were curled up by the roadside, while some had run to a corner to relieve themselves. It could be said that the entire situation of the team was almost under his surveillance. Seeing Lu Yao asleep did not concern him much. Instead, he observed the others seemingly enjoying the feeling of spying. It wasn't until the screen focused on a woman that he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Oh. Shenxi straightened slightly, watching the woman on the screen with great interest. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. There are still people hiding. Ooh, I truly underestimated the team. Each one is concealing themselves, clearly unwilling to reveal their presence, and have no intention of collaborating. And so the night passed without further incident. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke, the team officially hit the road. Shenxi sat in the passenger seat, carefully examining a map. Old Zhang, driving, maintained a serious demeanor, diligently fulfilling his role as a driver, showing no interest in the others. Old Zhang, after another half hour, let's stop. Shenxi pointed to a location on the map and said, this place called Ani Town can serve as a temporary stop. The team also needs fuel replenishment. They hadn't refueled at the last town, only spending half an hour gathering supplies. This time they had to take the risk to search for fuel. Otherwise the road ahead would be treacherous. Old Zhang responded with an then frowned and asked, this time it's just for fuel. Don't worry with that guy Lu Yao around, just follow him. Shenxi leaned back in his seat after putting away the map, squinting his eyes with a hint of mischief. After all, he is part of the combat sequence. Even if danger arises, he will find a way to act. He was the one most familiar with the zombie sequence. If Lu Yao sought advancement, he would inevitably have to deal with bizarre creatures. Therefore, in his view, letting Old Zhang accompany Lu Yao to find fuel, although a bit of a power play, would ensure Old Zhang's safety. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang forced a smile and then said no more. Half an hour later, the team stopped outside Ani Town. The entire Ani Town was eerily silent. From the outside, it appeared that there was no danger within, but everyone understood that such places were the most likely to harbor the bizarre. Thus, the upcoming search needed to be approached with caution. After parking, Shenxi got out and surveyed the surroundings, then directly crouched on the ground, closing his eyes to listen for any signs of danger. His ability allowed him to sense surrounding dangers through the vibrations of the ground, especially the presence of bizarre creatures, which he could distinctly perceive. Lu Yao, carrying a backpack and holding a fuel can, approached. This fuel can was one he had found earlier, which Li Chang had used and left behind in the vehicle. Now he also needed to replenish fuel, otherwise this vehicle would truly become scrap metal. Shenxi slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said with a smile, there are bizarre creatures inside, but I can't tell how many. I haven't advanced, so I can only sense the aura of the bizarre. Got it. Lu Yao nodded as he felt the pangs of hunger as well. Ordinary food had little effect on him. Instead, the blood energy from bizarre creatures was what he needed most. Alright, the next step is up to you. Shenxi glanced at his watch and said, there are bizarre creatures pursuing us from behind. Ooh, I can only wait for you for 1 hour. Once the time is up, regardless of whether you come out or not, I will leave with Lu Yao responded then with one hand holding the fuel can and the other wielding a machete. He stepped forward into the town. Old Zhang closely followed carrying the fuel can. The other members of the team, seeing this, also followed suit, heading towards Ani Town. However, most of the elderly women and children remained outside, as they had no confidence in their ability to return once inside Ani Town. As soon as Lu Yao entered, he felt a chilling aura. It was as if something was watching him. He quickly quickened his pace, searching for a gas station along the road, hoping to obtain fuel, as a gas station would be the best option. If the gas station proved unfeasible, he would have to devise a way to extract fuel from other vehicles. Seeing Lu Yao speed up, Old Zhang immediately rushed forward. He certainly did not forget Shen Qi's instructions. The others began to search the nearby buildings for supplies, not daring to venture too deep, as bizarre creatures lurked within the town. Once Lu Yao and Old Zhang arrived at the gas station, they immediately began to search. Soon they found several large fuel drums in the storage area. It seems someone has been here before. Lu Yao observed the open fuel drums and quickly checked them. Fortunately, there was still some fuel left inside, and he and Old Zhang immediately began pouring it into the drums. But just then Old Zhang suddenly froze, standing motionless even as the fuel spilled out. Lu Yao noticed something was off, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye. He saw a pale little hand gripping Old Zhang's wrist, the arm belonging to a ghostly white child. This child was not clothed, but the eyes on its head were two bloody holes with blood continuously flowing down. Damn! Had he encountered the bizarre already? Lu Yao took a deep breath and immediately drew his knife, slashing towards the child. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the child, its body suddenly faded, and the blade passed right through the bizarre child's head. Even Lu Yao was taken aback by this scene. Not a physical entity. Damn, this was certainly not good news. Old Zhang clearly saw the scene before him. Taking advantage of the moment when the strange child faded, he quickly withdrew his hand and took a few steps back while holding the gas can. A series of clear laughter echoed in the warehouse, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Yao immediately retreated with the gas can, saying in a low voice, "Retreat, we can't stay here." He had experience in confronting the strange, but that was with solid corporeal zombies. The strange child before him was completely different from those zombies. Faced with this peculiarity, he felt utterly helpless. Old Zhang nodded and immediately rushed out of the warehouse, with Lu Yao the clear laughter still ringing in their ears. Looking back, the strange child clapped its hands, cheerfully walking out of the warehouse. Play with me." The strange child approached Lu Yao and Old Zhang with a smile. But Lu Yao and Old Zhang showed no hesitation, both running towards the town's entrance without any intention of stopping. They had just arrived and already encountered such troublesome strangeness. Who knew what else awaited them in Ani Town? The two rushed out, disregarding the others in the rooms. However, after running for a while, Old Zhang's expression turned grim once again. Something's not right. He shouted urgently, "How long have we been running? When we entered the town, I calculated that the gas station was right next to us, but now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's heart sank. Damn, are we running into a ghost wall? They've been running for a while now, and since they were retracing their steps, they hadn't seen the convoy at the town's entrance. All around were houses, meaning they were currently trapped inside the town. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of the strange child's clapping echoed behind them once more. Lu Yao turned to look back, seeing that the strange child had caught up, clapping its hands and laughing. Play with me." Old Zhang, a retired soldier, remained relatively calm. But those who emerged from the rooms upon seeing the strange child screamed in terror. "Strange, there's something strange here. Run, hurry, and leave here. I don't want to keep searching. I don't want to stay either. I found a small bag of rice, enough for my journey ahead. Help. There's something strange here too." A woman holding her head, "Someone come save me. My legs are weak, and I can't move." In an instant, the town was filled with screams and cries for help. Lu Yao watched the strange child chase after them, gritting his teeth. "Go into the town. If we can't get out this way, then let's move deeper." Old Zhang thought the same. Continuing to run randomly was a waste of energy. It was better to change their approach. Taking a risk was better than running around like headless chickens. Immediately, the two began to run deeper into the town, gas cans in hand, while the strange child followed behind, clapping and laughing. Others witnessing this also began to follow Lu Yao and Old Zhang, disregarding the situation. Though the supplies were good, one had to have their life to obtain them. Over 100 people surged into the town, and a layer of faint mist enveloped their surroundings. As they got closer to the town's center, they noticed the mist thickening. Something's not right. Lu Yao suddenly stopped, cautiously observing the area, sensing the peculiar fog. The fog seemed to be concentrated in the center of the town. If they ventured deeper, they might not be able to see their own hands. Old Zhang's expression also turned serious as he took a deep breath and said, "It must be some kind of strange creature. I just don't know what it is." Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed in agony. Immediately, everyone turned to look. They saw a man suddenly holding his head, screaming in pain, while behind him stood a woman in white silently. The woman in white had no head. One hand clutched her disheveled head, while the other held a balloon. No way. That wasn't a balloon. Lu Yao's gaze pierced through the fog, clearly seeing what the strange figure was holding. A rope was in one hand while the other end was connected to an inflated balloon, which bore a grotesque and twisted face contorted in pain. In the next moment, the man holding his head let out a scream. Then everyone saw his head float away as if it were an inflating balloon beginning to swell. His head expanded at a visible speed and floated toward the headless woman. The woman slowly extended her hand, and a rope appeared in her grasp. The other end of the rope connected to the floating head. Run! Lu Yao's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted, charging into the dense fog without hesitation. Old Zhang dared not stay behind, immediately following suit. Others, realizing the danger, also began to panic and run around. The strangeness here was far more terrifying than anything they had encountered before. If they stayed any longer, their heads might turn into balloons. The method of killing employed by this strangeness was truly terrifying. Lu Yao led the charge, hearing footsteps behind him, but unclear who was following. The fog thickened before him, completely shrouding everything in a pale white, visibility decreasing. But just as he gritted his teeth and charged forward, his steps suddenly halted. The once dense fog instantly dissipated. In its place was an empty open area resembling the town square, surrounded by fog that enveloped the entire square. Then the footsteps behind him approached, and old Zhang burst out holding the gas can. Seeing the situation before him, he didn't even bother greeting Lu Yao. In the square, countless head balloons floated in the center, more than 100 of them, each one bearing a twisted and agonized expression. It was as if this place was specifically for displaying head balloons. Brother Lu, this place. The storage area for head balloons. It seems we've stumbled into quite a dreadful location. Lu Yao tightened his grip on the machete, a look of terror emerging in his eyes. Compared to the previous strange zombies, the head balloons before him felt far more shocking and powerless. More and more people emerged from the mist, panting and gazing at the head balloons in the square. A sense of despair spread among the crowd. But those who broke through the mist were no longer as numerous as before. Out of the 100 who entered the town, only about 70 remained at the head square. What should we do next? Old Zhang's expression was grave, unwilling to approach the center of the square, standing only at its edge. The others were the same, each of them too afraid to venture close. Lu Yao took a deep breath, gripping his machete tightly, and said, "Help me hold the gasoline can. I will first check the situation with these head balloons." After saying that, he placed the gasoline can on the ground and stepped closer with his machete in hand. At this moment, a gray hue appeared on his skin, as if he were transforming towards the direction of the zombies. When he reached the nearest head balloon, its grotesque face suddenly trembled, and then turned to face Lu Yao directly. Immediately, the other head balloons also shifted their direction, all gazing at Lu Yao. Help me, I don't want to die. Wang Qi, it's all your fault. You brought this weirdness, and it's all your mistake. Where's my husband? Has anyone seen my husband? I want to find him. I don't want to die here. Daddy, where are you? I see mommy. Daddy, hurry. These head balloons began emitting shrill cries, as if lamenting to Lu Yao. Listening to the voices around him, Lu Yao's face turned ashen. Without hesitation, he swung his knife toward the nearest head balloon. Bang! The moment the blade made contact with the head balloon, it exploded, showering blood and debris that knocked Lu Yao to the ground. Lu Yao felt as if he had been hit by an explosive shockwave, a twinge of pain surfacing. Normally, his sensitivity to pain was quite low. But now, the explosion of the head balloon surprisingly caused him to feel a sharp sting. Yet along with the explosion, a wisp of crimson energy floated out and melded into Lu Yao's body. The initial hunger faded somewhat, and the pain vanished in an instant. Lu, are you okay? Old Zhang hurriedly asked from behind. I'm fine. Lu Yao shouted back, then said, everyone stay back and do not touch these head balloons, they will explode on contact. Everyone had witnessed the earlier scene, so it was clear without Lu Yao's warning that they shouldn't touch them. If even Lu Yao, a supernatural being, almost fell, they stood no chance. Once Lu Yao regained his composure, he continued towards the next head balloon with his machete. The crimson energy was what he needed. He didn't want to miss out. Even if he was knocked down by the explosion, it was within his tolerable limits. A tangible weirdness was far easier to deal with than that weird child. Explosions echoed throughout the square. Lu Yao was knocked down again and again, yet he continued to absorb the crimson energy. With the balance of loss and gain, he wasn't truly injured. The weirdness couldn't be killed, but the sequence of the extraordinary could. As Lu Yao finally slashed the last head balloon, everyone's tense hearts finally eased. Survived? No. They had merely survived temporarily. As the head balloons were destroyed, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, visibly thinning. Time passed second by second, and the mist continued to disperse at a visible pace. Once all the mist had cleared, the situation surrounding the square was revealed. Headless corpses stood motionless in place, some frozen in their last moments. Some were running, others were lying on the ground, while some seemed to be raising their arms in surrender. The corpses were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. It seemed as if everyone in Ani town had died, all the bodies gathered here. How could there be so many corpses? Did the entire town perish? What kind of weirdness did this town encounter? It must have been that headless woman's doing. Let's not forget that we had incidents before. And the laughter of children, that must also be weirdness. I heard it. The people around began to whisper among themselves. Lu Yao walked over to old Zhang and took the gasoline, saying we should be able to leave now. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the headless woman appearing again behind a woman not far away. It was so sudden, as if she had materialized in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the headless woman was holding dozens of ropes, each with a head floating above it. Before the woman could react, she suddenly let out a terrible scream, and then her head tore free from her neck, floating away with a grotesque and pained expression. Run! Lu Yao shouted, clutching the gasoline can and sprinting away. The others, realizing the danger, turned and ran without looking back. But then a series of giggles echoed around. From the surrounding rooms, strange children emerged, clapping their hands as they ran towards them. A man lagged behind, and one of the strange children grabbed his arm. The moment he was caught, his body seemed to freeze in place. Help me, I don't want to die. The man shouted in terror, I can't move, someone help me. He began to yell desperately. But everyone else was too focused on escaping to pay him any mind, all of them following Lu Yao as they ran forward. The man cried out hopelessly, behind his eyes filled with despair. But in the next moment, a girl with a ponytail suddenly dashed over, wielding a fruit knife without hesitation. In the next instant, a sharp blade of energy erupted from the fruit knife. Swish! The energy pierced straight through the strange child's head. The strange child instantly faded away, and the man felt his body loosen, hurriedly pulling his hand free and running ahead. The woman glanced back at the surrounding people and saw others still trapped by the strange children. She immediately rushed to help. But before she could get close, a white figure suddenly appeared behind the person she was trying to save. The headless woman emerged. In an instant, the woman stopped in her tracks, turned, and chased forward, not daring to linger for even a moment. A man who had been pushed down suddenly shouted, Wang, you beast, why did you push me? An elderly woman with graying hair was hastily chasing after the crowd, clutching a lot of supplies in her arms. The following cars quickly followed suit. As each car set off, the convoy maintained a disciplined formation, and soon a long line of vehicles. The strange children seemed to be specifically blocking them, continuously rushing forward to catch each person. Those who were caught would instantly stiffen, watching in despair as others escaped. Soon after, the headless female ghost appeared at their side. At the same time, their heads would be transformed into human-shaped balloons, floating into the hands of the other. The surviving people followed Lu Yao their steps, not daring to slow down in the slightest. For the sake of survival, everyone was expending almost all their strength. However, this path was too long for them. One after another, people were caught by the strange children, awaiting the headless female ghost to reap their lives. After Lu Yao and the others ran out, they immediately began searching for an escape route. The number of people behind them was continuously decreasing, yet even so, no one dared to stop. Lu Yao also noticed the girl's actions. During this time, she saved more than 10 people, and each time she swung her blade, it prevented the strange children from continuing to catch others. Yet even so, her speed in saving others was still not as fast as the strange children's speed in capturing. Watching her blade energy, Lu Yao's eyes were filled. It's incomparable. What kind of sequence path is this? Even blade energy has appeared. There's still no road ahead. Old Zhang looked at the familiar direction ahead and said solemnly, it's another ghost wall, we are trapped here. Don't stop. Lu Yao's face turned pale. It was also his first time encountering such a tricky situation. But there was no better way at the moment. Faced with the strange, it seemed they had no other option but to flee. He was not completely confident against the white-clothed female ghost, especially since she held so many human-shaped balloons. If he really made a move, he would probably be the one in trouble. Strange children. Old Zhang looked at the dozen or so clapping children blocking the way ahead, his expression dark as could be. With so many clapping children blocking the path, it was almost impossible for them to get out. Lu Yao and the others also stopped, glancing back at the pursuing strange children and the relentless headless female. Hundreds had entered, but now only 17 remained alive. And with so many strange children blocking the way, it seemed they were completely trapped. Give me the knife. The ponytailed girl rushed over quickly, throwing her already broken fruit knife to the ground. Clearly her fruit knife had reached its limit. Do you have a plan? Lu Yao tossed his machete over. The ponytailed girl grabbed the machete and swiftly rushed out, heading straight for the strange children ahead. In the next moment, the machete in her hand erupted with a fierce blade light. The blade light was swift, directly piercing through the strange children and sweeping toward the houses behind. Bang, bang, bang. The blade light struck the houses, and in an instant it stirred up and shattered the buildings. Immediately after the previously vanished town entrance, the ponytailed girl rushed forward, plunging into the group of strange children, her machete swinging continuously, with blade energy radiating out each time. Go! Seeing this, Lu Yao realized that she had found the exit and immediately ran out first, carrying a barrel of oil. The others didn't dare to linger, quickly following to escape. Outside of Ani town, Shin-Chi had lost his usual calm demeanor, now anxiously watching in the direction of the town. During this time he had checked his watch several times. An hour had passed, but no one had come out, not even a single person. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying this town was. After a moment of silence, he immediately crouched down to listen for strange noises, and in an instant he stood up. The strange creatures were already chasing after them. "Get in the car." Shin-Chi gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Everyone get in the car, the strange creatures are getting closer. If we stay any longer we'll all die here. We can't leave, my husband hasn't come back yet." Exactly, so many people went in, they must be trying to find a way out. Leaving now would be letting them down. "Captain Shin, just wait a little longer, please, my son went in and hasn't come out. Let them come out first before we leave." "Fool, didn't you hear Captain Shin say we need to leave? If the strange creatures come we'll all die here." Others in the convoy began to argue. Some wanted to leave while others were unwilling to go. But just then a figure rushed out from the town entrance, followed closely by others. Seeing this scene, Shin-Chi let out a long breath. It was good that they had come out, it was good. Lu Yao, carrying the oil barrel, ran toward his vehicle without looking back. Old Zhang was also the first to return, explaining, "We almost didn't make it out, but luckily a girl with extraordinary abilities helped us. Otherwise we would have truly died inside." Shin-Chi knew that there was a hidden female extraordinary in their team. He had noticed her through peeping last night. But he hadn't expected this time to be so dangerous that even Lu Yao almost didn't make it out. As the last one responsible for covering their retreat, the ponytailed girl rushed out, and Lu Yao's voice also came through. "Let's go, there's no one left, the others all died inside." Upon hearing this, everyone outside, including Shin-Chi, stared wide-eyed. Out of hundreds that entered, only a few had come out alive. Was the danger level of Ani town this high? "Get in the car, let's go." Shin-Chi, regardless of what others thought, directly ordered to drive away. But just as old Zhang started the car, several women ran over, blocking the front of the vehicle with their arms outstretched. "We can't leave, my boyfriend is still inside, we can't leave." "Exactly, Captain Shin, you need to go in and save them, they can definitely be rescued." "Please, Captain Shin, we can't survive without the protection of men, have pity on us." "If you want to leave, then run us over, you're extraordinary beings, you must go in to save people who otherwise we can't leave. There must still be people inside that can be saved." The women blocked the road, not allowing the convoy to leave. Many others also gathered their courage, wanting to stop the front and let Shin-Chi and the others go in to save people. But at that moment a black car sped over. It was the vehicle driven by Lu Yao. Without waiting for the women to react, Lu Yao pressed the accelerator and crashed into the people blocking the way. Following closely, another van drove up with the ponytailed girl behind the wheel. Seeing that both had escaped, Shin-Chi gritted his teeth and following closely, another van drove up with the ponytailed girl behind the wheel. Seeing that both had escaped, Shin-Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Drive." Those who disobeyed the captain's orders deserved to die. He had long established rules, and if they did not follow, they could not be considered part of the convoy. With that, they had no need to show mercy. Old Zhang pressed the accelerator, directly chasing after the two cars ahead. The cars behind wanted to wait a moment, but from the direction of Ani town's entrance came a round of applause accompanied by laughter. Those who remained turned to look back and saw the strange children emerging. Each strange child had blood holes for eyes, clapping and happily running over. The strange ones are out. The first person to react immediately drove out, not caring about others. The most important thing now was to survive. Who cared about going back to save people? If anyone wanted to save them, they could go, but they definitely wouldn't go back in. Especially those who had followed Lu Yao and survived knew just how terrifying the strangeness of Ani town was. The strange children captured people, the headless female ghost killed, and after death the head would turn into a human-shaped balloon. They didn't want to experience such a death. Moreover, those who couldn't escape were doomed to face death. They wouldn't take the risk to return to save anyone. Cars sped away in a frenzy. Even those riding bicycles were pedaling furiously, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Electric bikes and motorcycles were even less restrained, roaring with power. Those who had previously shouted to let people go back to save others were now fleeing with their heads down, not looking back. Saving people. They needed to be alive to save anyone. The speed of the convoy increased significantly, rushing away in haste, while behind them a thick, white mist poured out from Ani town, enveloping the strange children that had just escaped. In a moment, everything returned to its initial state. The entire Ani town fell into a deathly silence. In the convoy, they almost accelerated forward. Old Zhang quickly caught up with Lu Yao and returned to the leading vehicle position. On the vehicle, Shin-Chi furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, "What do you think of that girl? She hides deeper than Brother Lu, but now she's exposed, she'll probably come looking for you when we rest." Old Zhang sighed lightly and shook his head, saying, "If it weren't for her this time, we probably wouldn't have made it out. When we encountered the ghost wall, she seemed to see through it and broke the barrier to rush out." "See through? Interesting." Shin-Chi squinted and smiled. It seemed their Dawn Convoy's extraordinary members were not simple at all. One doesn't have to worry about strange attacks while another can see through ghost walls. This is good. The more extraordinary members, the safer the convoy. As for those who died this time, there was nothing that could be done. The convoy had to continue fleeing. It was normal for death to occur while searching for supplies. After the convoy had been driving for more than an hour, they finally slowed down. When they stopped at a toll station, Shin-Chi immediately got out of the car and crouched down to listen. Once he confirmed that there were no strange creatures nearby, and that the ones chasing them had not approached, he let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, everyone, take a break. The driver of the convoy was not too tired, but those riding bicycles were thoroughly exhausted. One by one they lay on the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. There was no helping it. This was not a leisurely ride, but rather a continuous sprint. It would be a miracle if an ordinary person could keep up for over an hour without being worn out. While everyone was taking a break, Shin-Chi approached Lu Yao to inquire about the situation. What kind of strange creatures are in Oni Town? A group of strange children. They can immobilize people they catch, but as long as they are attacked, one can break free. Lu Yao leaned against the car after getting out, drinking from a bottle of mineral water. There's also a headless female ghost that can appear behind you at any time. If touched, its head would pop out and turn into an inflated human head balloon. One is controlling, the other is killing. The coordination between the two strange beings is seamless. If it weren't for the ponytail girl seeing through the wall of ghosts, they likely would have been trapped in Oni Town. Hearing this, Shin-Chi frowned and sighed. As long as we survive, let's prepare. We need to set up stalls here to trade with each other. If you have supplies in your vehicle, you can trade them, or you can go look for others to trade. Trading supplies. That is a good idea. After all, not everyone's supplies are useful. Lu Yao had a barrel of gasoline to use, and with the supplies left behind by Li Chong and the others, he could indeed trade. While the two were talking, the ponytail girl walked up holding a machete. Your knife? She tugged at it and threw the knife directly to Lu Yao. Shin-Chi smiled and watched, saying, I thought you would continue to hold back. Did you already know I was an extraordinary in sequence? The ponytail girl watched Shin-Chi with a hint of wariness. Shin-Chi shrugged and smiled. There are no secrets in my convoy. You have a peculiar item, don't you? One that can see through illusions. His words made the ponytail girl frown, staring at Shin-Chi as if faced with a great enemy. Lu Yao, watching the two, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. A peculiar item. It seems Shin-Chi had not disclosed a lot. Noting Lu Yao's change in expression, Shin-Chi turned to explain, it's because I didn't say anything that you didn't ask. Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean you don't say. Lu Yao snorted, turning around to take out things from the vehicle. The ponytail girl was silent for a moment before speaking. My name is Zhu Cheng. You can call me Qingzi. Shouldn't you tell me about the extraordinary in sequence, Captain? By saying this, she was informing Shin-Chi that she was already considered an extraordinary in sequence of the Dawn Convoy. Shin-Chi nodded with a smile, pointing to his RV. Let's go up and have some water. I can tell you everything you want to know. After saying that, he walked towards the RV by himself. Zhu Cheng glanced at Lu Yao, then turned without a word and followed him to the RV. Lu Yao took out the items from his vehicle. Besides a few packs of instant noodles, there were a few bottles of mineral water, a pack of cigarettes, and 3 fire axes. All of these could be traded. Especially weapons, they would definitely be in high demand for ordinary people. Lu Yao placed the items at the front of the car, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. The others in the convoy also began to set up stalls while observing the supplies of others, hoping to trade for something they could use. Not long after, a woman walked straight over her figure, attracting quite a few people in the convoy. Lu Yao recognized her as Zhang Yaxin, one of the top singers in the country, who even won a Golden Melody Award. She could be considered a bona fide female star. Zhang Yaxin came to Lu Yao and glanced at his goods. After hesitating for a moment, she left. It seemed that Lu Yao did not have what she wanted. What do you want? Lu Yao asked. Zhang Yaxin, who was about to leave, paused, and after some hesitation said, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days and need sanitary pads, but it seems there are none in the convoy. Sanitary pads. That really put him in a difficult position. Lu Yao had some snacks in his backpack, but he truly did not have what Zhang Yaxin wanted. Originally, Lu Yao wanted to trade, but now it seemed impossible. Just wait a moment, Zhu Cheng will be down soon. She's also a woman and probably has what you need. Lu Yao said, leaning against the car while smoking. To be honest, Zhang Yaxin was very beautiful. Even though she was in her 30s, her temperament and appearance were exceptional. Compared to Zhu Cheng's lack of curves, Zhang Yaxin was practically voluptuous. But unfortunately, Lu Yao felt no interest in her at all. Ever since he became an extraordinary in sequence, it was as if he had lost all feelings for women. This was also why he could kill without hesitation before. One could only say that being an extraordinary in sequence came with a price. Not long after Zhu Cheng came down from the RV, her expression serious, evidently shocked by the news Shin-Chi had told her. Seeing Zhu Cheng come down, Zhang Yaxin took the initiative to approach her to ask about the situation. Lu Yao finished his smoke, tidied up his things, and then took the 3 fire axes to check on the situation at other people's vehicles. I must say the people in the convoy truly collected anything with medicines, bathing supplies, clothes, shoes, and everything in between. The sounds of trading filled the air. Clearly they had known about trading for a long time, and were now just waiting to trade with others. Lu Yao already had a machete, so the 3 fire axes were of little use. His plan was to trade the fire axes for clean drinking water, if possible. In this apocalyptic world, water was the most vital resource. "Lu, do you want to trade?" A man suddenly called out to Lu Yao. This was the guy who had driven for Li Chong before he and a few others had gathered at a car, now standing together to sell supplies. "I only want to trade for water." Lu Yao took out the 3 fire axes and explained 3 weapons for water. "How do you trade here?" Upon hearing that Lu Yao was only trading for water, the man hurriedly nodded, saying, "No problem, we have water here. How about 1 weapon for 1 bottle of water?" 1 for 1. To be honest, Lu Yao was not satisfied. But water was too special of a resource, especially clean water, which was hard to come by. Since the other party was willing to trade bottled water, Lu Yao pondered for a moment before agreeing, handing over the fire axes while taking 3 bottles of water in return. Just as he returned, he saw Shin-Chi sitting beside the car with a thermos cup, looking at him with a cheerful expression. "Aren't you going to eat something?" Shin-Chi's squinty eyes fell upon Lu Yao. Hearing this, Lu Yao paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and replied, "What do you mean?" The zombie sequence pathway, while advantageous in certain aspects, has significant flaws, one of which is the necessity to consume food. Shin-Chi, with a look of knowing, chuckled and said, "You can alleviate your hunger by hunting strange creatures, but you cannot succeed in every hunt, can you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's expression shifted. Indeed, as Shin-Chi had pointed out, he did need to hunt strange creatures to ease his hunger. However, for instance, during his time in Ani Town, without the head balloon, Lu Yao certainly wouldn't have had the stamina to endure. Faced with the bizarre child, his attacks had no effect whatsoever. Such a situation would lead to one result: he became the hunted. Even if some strange creatures wouldn't attack him, he could starve to death from hunger in Ani Town. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Yao frowned. "Don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm simply telling you that you need to eat, that's all." Shin-Chi cheerfully explained, "Your advantages are too obvious, and the same flaws apply. You require far more resources than we do. In other words, while we can be satisfied with a bowl of rice, you need to eat 2 or even 3 bowls to feel full. As the captain of a convoy, it's necessary for me to inform you of certain things you might not know, especially concerning your sequence situation. On the road ahead, we may not encounter strange creatures every time, so it's better to plan ahead." Hearing this, Lu Yao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Is this just telling him he's a burden? So the sequence extraordinary has its flaws, and this flaw is irreversible. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao glanced at the supplies in his vehicle and quickly estimated his upcoming situation. If what Shin-Chi said is true, he had to plan ahead, as he certainly didn't want to be the first sequence extraordinary to starve to death. "Thank you, I understand," Lu Yao said gratefully, then sat in the vehicle to start estimating his supplies. If Shin-Chi's words were accurate, the supplies he had might only, perhaps not even enough for a full day. These supplies could sustain an ordinary person for several days, but he was different. He was a sequence extraordinary and also a big eater. Relying solely on these supplies would not last long. Shin-Chi waved his hand and cheerfully returned to his RV. After the supplies transaction, the convoy set off again. According to Shin-Chi's plan, they were heading directly north. Staying in the south was not an option, and there were already human settlements being built in the north. Going north was undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Yao drove closely behind the convoy while observing the situation outside. They passed by several villages quickly. The convoy had no intention of stopping, so no one felt the need to linger. However, the convoy suddenly came to a halt, raising the tension among the group. After getting out of the vehicle, Shin-Chi glanced at the distant sky, then immediately crouched down, closed his eyes, and began to listen. This time, he listened while crouched for the longest duration. Lu Yao looked at the distant scene, where dark clouds loomed ominously and a serious expression crossed his face. The others in the convoy also got out to look into the distance. They saw that in the direction they were heading, the sky was pitch black, shrouded in dense clouds, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, from afar it was evident that it was starting to rain in that area. Even from a distance, they could see the heavy rain pouring down like a deluge. Entering this area clearly indicated that they were about to face serious trouble. At the very least, those riding electric bikes and bicycles would suffer. Driving in heavy rain could lead to accidents, let alone riding electric bikes and bicycles. Even if they managed to pass through that area, catching a cold would be unavoidable. In these times, no one would give you N4 or injections. If you caught a cold, you had to take medicine immediately, but cold medicine was not guaranteed to be available. How can there be such a large patch of black clouds and heavy rain visible from so far away? Perhaps the city over there has been flooded. Is this also due to strange creatures? It's probably extreme weather. Captain Shin mentioned before that the road ahead would become increasingly difficult, and extreme weather is quite normal in this situation. Normal? Do you call this normal? Voices began to arise in the crowd, discussing the situation in the distance. Zhu Cheng walked over from behind, chewing gum and blowing bubbles as she approached. She stopped on Lu Yao's other side and frowned, asking, "What does Captain Shin mean by this? Is he not planning to get up from the ground? The more this goes on, the bigger the troubles will likely become." Lu Yao looked in that direction and took a deep breath. I'm just afraid we won't be able to hold out for too long, especially since there are people in the convoy who aren't driving. Well, if they don't want to drive, whose fault is that? There were plenty of cars by the roadside on the way here, but no one tried to drive them. Many car keys were even left in the cars. This was indeed true. Everyone knew that driving would be faster, yet some people were unwilling to drive. Now they were facing extreme weather, which could be considered a natural disaster. In such circumstances, even driving might not be safe, let alone bicycles and electric bikes. Clearly the convoy was about to face significant trouble. At that moment, Shin Chi stood up from the ground. Normally cheerful, his face now bore a serious expression. Looking at Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, he quickly approached, speaking in a grave tone. A rain disaster is coming, and there are many strange entities in the area, possibly even secondary-level anomalies. Secondary-level anomalies. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng frowned. The two simultaneously thought of the headless female anomaly in Ani Town, which could indeed be categorized as a secondary-level anomaly. Shin Chi gazed at the people at the back of the convoy and pondered. Once we enter that area, we will likely need to keep moving, possibly even pushing through the rain for a long time. Bicycles and motorcycles can be completely abandoned. The people at the back exchanged glances, all aware of how dangerous the road ahead would be. Thus, the best course of action was to share a vehicle with others. This way, perhaps everyone would have a chance to survive, even if it meant being cramped in a single vehicle. But surviving was the most important thing. Panic rippled through the convoy as everyone scrambled to form alliances with occupants of other vehicles. The road ahead was clearly impassable for bicycles and electric scooters. Abandoning both was now inevitable. Next came the grim necessity of cramming multiple people into a single vehicle. Their only priority was to escape the torrential downpour zone. Logistics of transportation could be resolved afterward. Shin Chi instructed everyone to rest temporarily here and urged them to locate suitable transport as swiftly as possible. Several approached Lu Yao, pleading for shelter. But Lu Yao, scarred by Li Chang's betrayal, had grown deeply wary of so-called companions. He intended to drive alone, without compromise. How heartless can you possibly be? A woman pushed her way forward from the crowd and glared at Lu Yao. We're all members of this same convoy, and you're a sequence transcendent. Shouldn't you protect the vulnerable? Her outburst instantly inflamed the frustration of others. Lu Yao had already refused. Immediately murmurs erupted. Pointed fingers and hushed accusations filled the air. Exactly. We're all in this convoy together. Mutual aid is only natural. We're not asking for your supplies, just a ride, nothing more. Besides, this vehicle isn't even yours. It was seized from someone else. So why do you get to decide who rides? Does being a sequence transcendent make you untouched? Transcendents like you should protect us. We overlooked what happened in Ani Town, but now with this attitude, you're beyond redemption. Faced with their collective condemnation, Lu Yao offered no lengthy rebuttal. Only silence, followed by the cold gleam of his cleaver raised toward the woman who'd spoken first. Say one more word, and I'll split you open where you stand. Do you believe me? With those words, she fell utterly silent. Everyone knew Lu Yao killed without hesitation. 2 corpses already bore witness. In that moment, every voice stilled. No one dared provoke him. Survival was paramount. No one wished to tempt fate. Zhu Qing too held firm to her own resolve, refusing all appeals. Even when women knelt before her begging, she remained unmoved. Shin Chi likewise held fast. The motorhome belonged solely to him, and perhaps old Zhang the driver. Though whispers accused them of heartlessness, Lu Yao and the others dismissed such judgment entirely. In these times, self-preservation wasn't cruelty, it was wisdom. Shin Chi found Lu Yao's detachment unsurprising. He'd already shed blood without remorse, indifferent to others' lives. Such ruthlessness, after all, made survival far likelier. But Zhu Cheng, she looked no older than a university student. What horrors had forged such chilling apathy within her? After all, she'd once rescued people in Ani Town. What cataclysm had hollowed her compassion so completely? Had Lu Yao's coldness somehow infected her? All vehicles activate onboard broadcast systems and tune to my designated frequency. Follow my motorhome. Tight formation, no delays. Once preparations concluded, the convoy rolled forward. Over 200 souls crammed into vehicles, then plunged headlong into the storm-lashed expanse. As they advanced, temperatures plummeted. Gale-force winds howled, and icy rain whipped sideways by the gale began pelting the vehicles. Shin Chi's motorhome led the charge, swift but steady. Deeper they drove, until abruptly the entire convoy vanished into the tempest-shrouded heart. Torrential rain obliterated visibility. Windshield wipers thrashed frantically, yet still the world outside dissolved into opaque, gray chaos. Hazard lights blinked urgently across the fleet as each vehicle surged forward through the deluge. Lu Yao gripped the wheel, eyes sharp, scanning the storm's shifting veil. A disquieting sensation prickled his skin, as though something lurked within the rain itself, watching them with patient, unblinking intent. That gaze felt visceral, inescapable. It coiled around him like unseen eyes peering from the downpour's depths, stripping away all illusion of safety. Attention, All vehicles maintain speed at 100. Something unnatural dwells within this rain curtain. Stay vigilant. Shin Shi's voice crackled over the broadcast system. Lu Yao frowned. This transmission surprised him. To broadcast across frequencies required specialized emitter equipment rarely found outside dedicated radio stations. Shin Shi's motorhome certainly carried no such device, yet the signal was unmistakably real. Then it struck him Shin Shi's earlier mention of artifacts. Could this be the artifact's effect? Truly, artifacts were marvels beyond ordinary comprehension. Inside Shin Shi's motorhome, he sat beside the driver gripping an antiquated transceiver headset, clamped tight, a vocal amplifier held firmly in hand. This was an artifact, one of his two most treasured. The first, a voyeuristic television. The second, this synchronized broadcast amplifier. The television rested inside the cabin, used idly for distraction. But the amplifier, his second artifact, was purpose-built for Convoy's flawless unified communication. By locking onto a precise frequency band, it transmitted his voice directly to every receiver tuned to that channel, ensuring cohesion, preventing fragmentation. Yet the moment Shin Shi finished speaking, an alien voice sliced through the broadcast channel, unbidden, uninvited. Static. We are at Yunqing Expressway service area. Shelter available. Static. At those words, Shin Shi's hands trembled violently. Even old Zhang, the stoic driver, flinched, eyelids twitching. Preposterous. Utterly impossible. That frequency had been hand-selected, exclusively calibrated to his artifact. No external signal should penetrate it. It was a strictly one-way channel, designed only for outgoing transmissions. Yet now, something had forced its way in. Static. We are at Yunqing Expressway service area. Shelter available. Static. The voice repeated. Identical tone, identical cadence, identical frequency. Not a whisper altered. It's bad. Whatever's out there has fixated on us. Shin Shi's face tightened into granite. He had no idea what entity stalked them, but its reach was terrifying. Twice the intrusion confirmed their targeting, and worse, it corrupted their sole lifeline of communication. Or perhaps, this entity specialized in subverting broadcast frequencies. This time the transmission reached every vehicle in the convoy, faces lit with sudden desperate hope. People at Yunqing Expressway service area, offering sanctuary. A safe haven, however temporary. That was the ultimate destination. Lu Yao listened, expression darkening. Twice, identical audio, zero variation in timbre or modulation. Either a looped recording, or something far more sinister, manipulating the broadcast itself. Lu Yao listened, expression darkening. Twice, identical audio, zero variation in timbre or modulation. Either a looped recording. Inside a car at the back, 10 people were crammed together. Aside from the driver, who seemed relatively at ease, the others were almost pushing against each other. Suddenly a voice crackled through the radios. ZZZ. We are at the Yun City Expressway service area. Shelter is available. ZZZ. The unexpected announcement quieted the crowded occupants of the car. Everyone exchanged silent glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. The man behind the wheel stared intently ahead. The heavy rain had begun to obstruct his vision, yet he still gripped the steering wheel with all his might. The woman in the passenger seat held a child, tightly, nervously swallowing. Did the radio just interrupt us? As soon as she spoke, a young man with dyed blonde hair leaned forward. Isn't that obvious? Everyone heard it. It was a message from the people at the Yun City Expressway service area. The Yun City Expressway service area was the nearest one to them. In fact, their route would take them right past it. Now that there was suddenly a signal and shelter was offered, it meant that place was safe enough for them to seek refuge directly. At least there would be a place to escape the rain, right? This journey in the downpour is truly tormenting. A man in the back seat said with a cold face, I doubt Captain Shun will stop. We are facing significant trouble right now. In the torrential rain, if they stopped, no one could guarantee what they would face. Even if there were people at the Yun City Expressway service area, they wouldn't be able to go there. Before setting off, Shin Shi had stated that they wouldn't stop along the way, they would push straight through. The reason was simple, there were strange creatures in this area. The woman in the passenger seat held her child, her expression grim, and snorted, those extraordinary beings just don't want to save anyone. In their eyes, we are just dead weight. My husband could have made it out of Ani Town, but they refused to help. As soon as she said this, the car fell into a deep silence. They couldn't discuss the situation in Ani Town. After all, over 100 people had entered, but only a handful had escaped. The supplies they had brought out belonged to others, and even if they wanted them, no one would be willing to share. Now that someone was asking for help, they would pass by, but according to Shin Shi's temperament, he would never risk stopping. That Lu Yao is the real scoundrel. He even dared to kill. I bet he was never a good person before the apocalypse. The woman continued to mutter, in my opinion, the higher-ups of the convoy should include ordinary people. It would be best if they could represent us. We should at least fight for our basic rights, right? At this point, the young man with blonde hair became interested and grinned. That's a good point. We should fight for something. They were all people without much supplies and didn't dare to take risks to find resources. They were just waiting for someone in the convoy to assist them. But now no one was paying them any attention. Even the three extraordinary beings, Shin-Chi and the others, were completely while escaping for their lives. They dared to complain a little only because Shin-Chi and the others were unaware. But when it came to expressing their thoughts, everyone fell silent. The reason was simple: no one wanted to stir up trouble. Not to mention Shin-Chi and Zhu Cheng that Lu Yao was the biggest threat, as he didn't see them as people at all. Those who wanted to get on his vehicle had been threatened. "Lugo, why don't we go to the Yun City Expressway service area?" The woman suddenly turned to the driver. Lu Yu furrowed his brows, remaining silent as he listened to them. "There are people at the Yun City Expressway service area. Although it's a bit risky, uniting together is better than being treated like nothing, right?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone immediately echoed her. "I think that's okay. We should unite and force them to agree." Exactly, it would be best if they could tell us how to become extraordinary beings. If everyone becomes extraordinary, wouldn't we all be safe? Yes, that's a good plan. Let's go to the Yun City Expressway service area. Others will definitely agree to it too. There's strength in numbers. There are only 3 extraordinary beings. Does Lu Yao really think he can kill us all? A group of people began to talk, convinced that uniting was the safest option. Lu Yu stared intently ahead, completely unable to focus on conversing with them. He was the one who couldn't afford to be distracted right now. The downpour became increasingly heavy. He could barely see the vehicles ahead. How could he spare time to deal with others? When the woman saw Lu Yu ignoring her, "Lugo, what are you doing? We're all asking for your opinion. What does your silence mean?" The woman pressed on relentlessly. "The Yun City Expressway service area is right on our route. We can't just miss it. I don't want to be ignored by them any longer. No one has supplies right now. We have to think of ourselves. My son hasn't eaten properly in 2 days. Luga, think about it. Your supplies aren't plentiful either. If this continues, they might kick you out one day. We should unite together." As she spoke, Lu Yu remained unresponsive, solely focused on driving. It was as if he hadn't heard her words at all. The woman's frustration boiled over, and she immediately lashed out. "What do you mean, Lu Go? You should at least give a response, right?" Lu Yu didn't dare to let his mind wander, straining to keep his gaze fixed ahead. But the next moment, the woman made a bold move. She reached directly for the car's handbrake. Before Lu Yu could react, she yanked it up. With Lu Yu flooring the accelerator, he never expected such a reckless fool would seek death. The sudden brake caught him off guard, causing the vehicle to sway violently. Then Lu Yu immediately slammed on the brakes. The car's tires skidded as it veered wildly on the highway. In a dramatic spin, the vehicle slid directly into the highway barrier. Fortunately, Lu Yu reacted quickly, braking in advance and correcting the steering wheel to stabilize the direction. Otherwise the vehicle could have flipped over. "Damn it. If you want to die, get the hell out." Lu Yu yelled in frustration, slapping the woman across the face. "And you lot, if you want to die, get out of my car. Do you really think I want to take you along? Always whining about rights. Without Captain Shin leading, you would have been dead long ago. What leaders or presidents? You are nothing." He added fiercely, "If there's a next time, don't blame Lu Yao. I'll be the first to take you out." Lu Yu, with a dark expression, reprimanded the group in the car, then restarted the vehicle and began pursuing the cars ahead. The interior of the car fell into a dead silence. After all, the earlier scene had been too dangerous, and they had almost all perished on the road. Moreover, he had noticed the announcements on both sides. However different from what others heard, he discovered that the 2 announcement voices were identical, with not a single change in speed. What kind of person can speak without changing their speed? And both segments were exactly the same. There must be something wrong with the Yun City Highway service area. Going there now would be tantamount to seeking death. The young man with yellow hair swallowed hard and glared at the woman in the passenger seat, saying, "Damn it, don't disturb Lu Gu while he's driving. If you want to die, get out, but don't drag us with you." He agreed with the woman's viewpoint, but found her actions utterly infuriating. She was completely disregarding their lives. Meanwhile, the woman lowered her head in grievance, silent. She even believed she had done nothing wrong. She had only raised the issue to advocate for everyone's rights. Pulling the handbrake was merely to ensure Lu Yu could hear her. She was thinking of everyone, so why was she being blamed now? Similar events were happening in other vehicles. After all, with more people came more thoughts, and coupled with the announcement from the Yun City Highway service area, everyone was bound to be intrigued. While driving, Lu Yu snorted coldly, saying, "If you guys had even a bit of sense, you would think carefully about the announcement just now." As soon as he said this, the car fell into a dead silence. The man in the back seat widened his eyes and lowered his voice, saying both announcements were the same. So what if they are the same? The woman in the passenger seat still looked foolish. "They sent the location to tell us a safe place. Are we not going to go?" The man in the back seat clenched his fists and snorted coldly, "If you want to die, go ahead." That was the sound of an announcement, not a recording. Who do you think can speak so steadily and without fluctuation in such a storm? With those words, the car instantly fell silent. The woman seemed to realize something, her pupils filled with terror. An eerie creature. If this were true, then there must be not just people, but absolutely terrifying creatures in the Yun City Highway service area. They might even be luring them in. Lu Yu slammed the accelerator, snorting, "Everyone shut up, I'm going to chase the car ahead. If anyone affects me again, don't blame me for kicking you out." After saying that, he stopped speaking and focused intently on the faintly flickering headlights ahead through the rain curtain. The convoy continued moving forward, having now arrived at the Yun City Highway Service area. However, the leading white RV surged ahead, showing no intention of exiting the highway to enter the service area. The subsequent vehicles followed closely behind. The signboard of the Yun City Highway Service area was still illuminated, shining brightly in the dim weather, attracting the attention of everyone in the vehicles. Suddenly, two cars from behind turned into the intersection, heading directly towards the Yun City Highway Service area. Soon after, the vehicles following behind were also drawn in, completely disconnecting from the cars ahead. Seeing the vehicles suddenly turn, Lu Yao inwardly cursed and dared not follow them. Instead, he slammed the accelerator and sped away. There was no way they could go to the Yun City Highway Service area. Going there would mean certain death. Instinct told him not to enter. The woman peering through the car window saw the taillights of the vehicles ahead and anxiously shouted, "Lu Yao, what are you doing? Can't you see the cars have all gone down?" Screech. The car came to a sudden halt. Lu Yao, with a dark face, scolded, "Anyone who wants to get out can do so. Just walk to the service area from the road. I'm not risking it." "But they have all gone down," the woman mumbled, holding her child. "Then you go down." Lu Yao said coldly, "Even if Captain Shun leads the way down, I won't take the risk. I don't want to die." Seeing Lu Yao say this, everyone fell silent. "To get out or not? If not, I will continue driving." Lu Yao glanced back at the people in the car, not forcing them, but clearly giving them a choice. Seeing this, everyone hesitated, each one afraid to easily leave. What if the earlier suspicion was true? "Fine, if we're not getting out, then I will continue driving." Lu Yao continued driving into the rain curtain, disregarding whether there were cars ahead, directly charging into the downpour. Just as he passed through the entrance on the other side, a bus sped up from below, approaching the entrance of the Yun City Highway Service area at high speed. The bus suddenly closed in on Lu Yao's vehicle, closely tailing his car as if fleeing for its life. Then the bus suddenly accelerated, overtaking Lu Yao's car and charging ahead. The rear of the bus lit up with lights. Those were the flashlights of mobile phones, swaying as if signaling. It was as though they were leading the vehicles behind. Seeing this scene, Lu Yao also became anxious. He didn't understand the current situation and could only grit his teeth and push forward. Inside the bus, which could accommodate more than 30 people, surprisingly had over 100 seats inside, as if there were a special independent space within. Moreover, the entire bus was packed with people, with more than 100 crowded together. The driver was a burly man smoking a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Beside him, a woman leaned against the side, holding a cigarette box and lighter, ready to light a cigarette for the burly man at any moment. "Finally escaped. I told you someone would come, right?" The burly man laughed heartily, saying, "I've had enough of this damned place. Nearly 1,000 people trapped inside. That cursed, eerie broadcast tricked so many of us. Probably over 500 have died in the last few days." The woman beside him sighed, grateful they had escaped, while also lamenting the people who had just gone in. "Once you entered that place, you couldn't come out. To get out, someone had to go in, otherwise everyone would be trapped inside waiting to die. Only when someone entered could someone exit." The Yun City Highway Service area was merely a lure. The eerie broadcasts deceived people into entering, and then the eerie creatures began to hunt. For this group to survive was truly a miracle. "Qing Yue, why are you getting cocky? Don't act crazy while driving." The woman beside him shot him a glare, snorted, "There are still cars behind us. Not everyone in this convoy is an idiot. It's a miracle we survived, and you're getting sentimental. Come on, wife, I was just happy you give me some face." TCH, the woman rolled her eyes, then handed him another cigarette, lighting it before walking towards the back of the bus. Clearly a standard bus for 36 seats, yet now it housed over 100 people, with even people standing in the aisles. It was far from a normal bus. As the woman approached, the people in the bus dared not speak much, each one moving aside. Reaching the back, the woman looked at a few people signaling and said, "Take turns signaling. The flashlight on your phone is important, so don't waste battery. Our power banks don't have much juice left." Inside the RV, although Shen Qi's expression was not very pleasant, he was doing his best to suppress it. He knew that there were bound to be fools in the convoy who would take the opportunity to break away, but he didn't know exactly how many fools there were. He could only hope that the cars behind hadn't all lost their minds. "This is the lead vehicle of the Dawn Convoy. I am Captain Shen Qi. Vehicles that hear the broadcast, sound your horns in response. One by one, don't honk together. The Yun City Highway Service area has already been passed. Everyone can now follow my arrangements." As his voice fell, the sounds of vehicles began to echo from behind. Lu Yao was driving and following behind. He already knew there were no vehicles trailing him, as fools had gone to the Yun City Highway Service area from the moment he started. The car lights were no longer visible. The three vehicles ahead quickly honked their horns in succession, and then Lu Yao also pressed his horn. He thought there were no more cars following him, but a horn sound came from behind, seemingly a bit distant. However, the horn could still be faintly heard. 5 sounds. That means only 5 vehicles were following. Excluding his and Zhu Cheng's single vehicles, there were probably only 30 to 40 people left in the remaining 3 cars. A bizarre broadcast from a highway service area had caused the entire convoy to suffer heavy losses. A group of over 100 had instantly dwindled to 30 or 40. Lu Yao couldn't help but shake his head. The Dawn Convoy had gone from more than 300 members at the beginning to now less than 50, which was indeed a heavy loss. As for those who entered the Yun City Highway Service area, it was destined to be a dead end. Lu Yao Zhu Cheng, you should still be following right. Wait a moment, we will park on the roadside. I need to scout the road ahead again. Shin Chi's voice echoed in the broadcast. Lu Yao honked in response. Immediately a vehicle in front also followed suit, and honked. It was the car driven by Zhu Cheng. Gradually the speed slowed down, and the convoy quickly pulled over to the roadside. In the RV, Shin Chi got out under the umbrella and immediately looked back at the vehicles. Seeing only 4 vehicles following, his expression turned completely grim. The convoy's rule was to listen to the captain's orders, but what happened? They all rushed to find death. Seeing this, he felt helpless, then crouched down with the umbrella and closed his eyes to listen. Lu Yao and the others stayed inside the car, not getting out, but instead stopped with their lights on, waiting. Soon he saw a large bus driving up from the back and steadily stopping behind Lu Yao's car. Behind the bus was Lu Ye's vehicle, which honked and then stopped as well. Seeing an unfamiliar bus pull up, Lu Yao grabbed a machete from the passenger seat and directly opened the car door to get out. The heavy rain poured down, but Lu Yao didn't care at all. Instead, he vigilantly stared at the bus in front of him. Qin Yuekue on the bus saw Lu Yao getting out with the machete and immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, someone got out of the car ahead blocking the road with a weapon." Hearing this, the people inside the bus became tense. With such heavy rain outside, ordinary people wouldn't easily get out to get soaked. The other party got out with a weapon, clearly intending to stir things up. Lu Yao stood in place with the machete, while Lu Yu drove up from behind, rolled down the passenger window, and shouted at Lu Yao. "Lu Gu, this bus came from the Yun City Highway Service area." Lu Yu shouted loudly, worried that the rain would obscure his voice. "There are quite a few people inside, and they even flashed their lights to guide me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Chi suddenly ran over, glanced at the bus, and frowned. "Lu Yao, don't worry about them. Get in the car and prepare to set off." Shin Chi said with a dark face, "There's something bizarre coming from the Yun City Highway Service area, and it's coming fast." This made the corners of Lu Yao's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Coming fast? How fast? Just as Lu Yao was about to speak, Lu Ye's car suddenly lurched forward and was directly flipped over by a force. Bang! The vehicle flipped, and the people inside screamed in terror. This change came too abruptly, and everyone had almost no time to react. Then Lu Yao felt something coming towards him. Before he could prepare himself, it felt as if his body was struck by something, and he was instantly sent flying, crashing hard into Shin Chi. The terrifying force made Lu Yao and Shin Chi collide against the car. Puff! Lu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood off his face, he hurriedly asked, "This is troublesome. We can't see this thing. In the rain, this bizarre creature is hiding in the raindrops." Shin Chi felt like his body was about to fall apart from the impact. He quickly got up and shouted, "You hold on, I'll find Zhu Cheng for help. She has a magical item that can see through illusions. It should be able to help us." After saying that, Shin Chi didn't bother to pick up the umbrella and directly ran towards Zhu Cheng's car. Inside the bus, Qin Yuki's expression was grave as he put on sunglasses and then saw a creature with a grotesque bull head. This creature's body was made of raindrops, writhing like a python. Its head was entirely a decayed and rotten bull's head. "Damn, there's something bizarre blocking the road." Qin Yuekue immediately leaped from the driver's seat, grabbed a steel pipe standing by the door, and shouted, "Everyone stay in the vehicle, don't get out, I'll go help." The woman from earlier quickly ran over, followed by several other women who had good figures and qualities. "Why not just avoid it? Can't we just go around?" "We can't go around," Qin Yuekue said in a deep voice. "That brother must be an extraordinary being. If he dies, we'll be next." This is one of the bizarre creatures from the Yun City Highway Service area. They don't understand the situation. If I don't help, we'll all die here. After saying that, he opened the car door and jumped out. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Brother, that bizarre creature is right in front of you, less than 3 meters away." As he spoke, he charged towards the empty space where the rain was falling, but nothing was there. The steel pipe was clearly crafted. One end was sharp and hollow, designed to draw blood once inserted. He let out a roar, leaping up to stab into the air before him. Others couldn't see it, but he could with his sunglasses on. The steel pipe instantly pierced into the creature's body, and from the other end of the pipe, a large spray of water erupted, gushing out like a fountain. The pained, bizarre creature writhed, throwing Qin Yuekue aside, and he crashed into a corner. "Brother, it's up to you guys." Lu Yao could not perceive the presence of the strange creature. Yet as Qin Yuekue struck down with a steel pipe, the eerie being was thoroughly exposed. Gazing at the half-floating steel pipe suspended in midair, a sharp gleam flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. Grasping his machete, he charged toward the pipe's location. Invisibility was indeed troublesome, but now that it was revealed, Lu Yao would not let it slip away easily. Water gushed continuously from within the steel pipe, yet Lu Yao, wielding his machete, surged toward the concealed aberration. With a single slash, Lu Yao felt his blade strike something solid. The cut sliced cleanly through, confirming a tangible form, his prey. A feast awaited. Lu Yao showed no intention of retreating. Gripping his machete, he resolutely launched a ferocious assault on the invisible abomination. Meanwhile, Zhu Cheng arrived carrying a cleaver, leaping onto Lu Yao's vehicle. Her arm swung ceaselessly, releasing waves of blade energy that rained down upon the steel pipe's underside. The two struck from above and below, initiating a relentless counterattack against the stealthy aberration. Qin Yuekue watched with eyes brimming with delight. Impressive. This was the first time he had witnessed such a formidable transcendental. If such individuals were aboard his vehicle, he could face future, troublesome aberrations with peace of mind. Careful, it's charging again. Qin Yuekue, observing the aberration through his sunglasses, hastily called out a warning. Lu Yao quickly stepped back several paces and dodged in the nick of time. The aberration, seemingly enraged, crashed directly into Lu Yao's car. Zhu Cheng atop the car immediately flipped off and landed safely. However, Lu Yao's vehicle suffered grievous damage, slammed against the concrete edge of the highway, deforming instantly. The sheer force was plainly evident. Lu Yao withdrew and approached Qin Yuekue, wiping rainwater from his face as he asked, "Brother, how did you see it?" Sunglasses. Qin Yuekue smiled, pointing to his shades before quickly handing them to Lu Yao. "Here, I'm not skilled in combat. From here on, it's up to you all." Lu Yao's lips twitched slightly at this. With his robust and burly frame, he was essentially a tank in close combat. Yet he claimed to be unskilled in fighting. Cursing silently, Lu Yao took the sunglasses and immediately put them on. Instantly, a stream of data floated before his eyes, intriguingly suspended. Item revealing sunglasses. Quality rare artifact. Code 5627. Feature allows the wearer to see spiritual entities and invisible aberrations. Description: a rare artifact crafted by a certain sequence, transcendental, specifically designed to counter special aberrations. Such an artifact. This was Lu Yao's first encounter with a rare artifact. It was indeed remarkable. But there was no time for curiosity now. Through his vision, the water-like, bull-headed aberration turned its body, fixing its gaze upon Lu Yao. It seemed to bear a grudge against Lu Yao for his previous attack. Now visible, Lu Yao no longer hesitated, clutching his machete tightly as he charged forward. Shing! With a slash, the bull-headed aberration's body was severed, torrents of water spraying forth. Yet the severed parts rapidly regenerated. Within seconds, the bull-headed aberration's body rejoined seamlessly, though its size appeared slightly diminished. Moreover, with the steel pipe still pumping water into it, the aberration's form continued to shrink. At that moment, Shen Qi shouted from behind, "Lu Yao, what does the aberration look like?" "Its body is made of water, resembling a python with a decayed bull's head, and its charge is quite painful." While attacking, Lu Yao called out, "Zhu Cheng, assist me. Keep striking with your blade energy, the aberration's body is shrinking." Hearing this, Zhu Cheng charged forward, targeting directly beneath the steel pipe. Her blade energy sliced through the rain, leaving marks upon the aberration's body. Though severely injured, the aberration recovered swiftly. The two worked in tandem, unleashing a relentless torrent of attacks. Shen Qi furrowed his brow, then suddenly realized something and shouted, "This is a level 2 aberration known as a bull ghost, capable of absorbing water to regenerate. Aim directly for its head." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately changed direction, raising his machete high. Bang! The blade landed squarely upon the bull ghost's head. A deep scar appeared on the decayed head, and in pain the creature charged at Lu Yao. The bullhorn swept past, tearing Lu Yao's clothing and carving a bleeding wound on his abdomen. Dark red blood splattered outward. Yet Lu Yao did not relent. He raised his machete, continuing his furious assault. Each strike found the bull ghost's head. Meanwhile, Zhu Cheng's blade energy proved even more effective than Lu Yao's. Multiple streaks of blade energy left deep marks upon the bull ghost's head. Bang! 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 The duo relentlessly pressed the attack. The bull ghost appeared to weaken. A crack spread across its head under Zhu Cheng's blade energy. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao gripped his weapon with both hands and aimed. With a powerful chop, the machete shattered instantly, its blade flying away. Simultaneously, the bull ghost's head shattered completely. In an instant, the bull ghost's body collapsed, utterly dissolving into a vast pool of water, revealing the rotting head hidden within. Fragments of shattered bones littered the ground, emanating a pungent stench. At the same time, blood-red energy flowed out, surging into Lu Yao's body. A wave of satiety washed over Lu Yao, and he exhaled deeply. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for breath, rain falling upon his face, making it difficult to breathe. Zhu Cheng approached and glanced at him, her gaze resting on his abdominal wound as she frowned. "Your injury is severe, though I have no medicine to treat it." "I have some. I'll get it," Shen Qi exclaimed hurriedly before sprinting back toward his motorhome. Qin Yuekue, watching nearby, scratched his head and quickly returned to his vehicle. He carried a large sunshade and held it over Lu Yao. "Brother, you're tough, and this sister here is equally formidable." Qin Yuekue admired them both, giving a thumbs up. "I truly lack combat skills. If not for your intervention, we likely would have perished here. That aberration was no ordinary foe, and most of us in this vehicle nearly died back at the service area." Lu Yao's mouth twitched slightly as he rubbed his eyes attempting to rise, but finding the wounds pulling severely. To be honest, this was the first time he felt a deadly danger since becoming a sequence extraordinary. Even the headless female monster hadn't frightened him this much. Level 2 eerie creatures were indeed troublesome. Xin-Chi rushed over quickly carrying a medical kit, her expression tense as she crouched beside Lu Yao and opened the kit looking troubled. I can't stitch the wound. Zhu-Cheng, can you do it? Xin-Chi hurriedly explained. Lu Yao has a very low pain perception. He can be stitched without anesthesia. As long as the wound is stitched, we don't have to worry about him having issues. His recovery speed is faster than we think. Zhu-Cheng frowned and shook her head, saying I can't stitch either. After saying that, she looked up towards Qin Yukui. Qin Yukui was taken aback for a moment, then spoke up, I can't either, but I have a doctor in my car. He'll get someone to come help. After all, they were saved by the other party. He was not an ungrateful person and immediately returned to the car, shouting, Doctor, who the hell is the doctor here? A man wearing glasses weakly raised his hand. Brother Qin, I'm a doctor. I've been in the neurology department of the provincial hospital for 3 years, specializing in. Don't introduce yourself, get out of the car and stitch the wound. Qin Yukui was too lazy to listen to the man's self-introduction and shouted, that brother also saved us, so make sure you stitch the wound well. I'll give you an extra egg today. Upon hearing there would be an egg, the people in the car looked at the man with envy. Their eyes seemed to wish they were doctors too. Alright, my skills are definitely reliable. The man hurriedly got out and came under the sunshade. He relaxed upon seeing the medical kit, then knelt beside Lu Yao to prepare. There's no anesthesia. Bear with it, it's going to hurt. I have a very low pain perception, or just stitch it up. Lu Yao forced a smile, then closed his eyes and began to wait for the stitching, cursing the eerie things over there at the service area are so fierce. Luckily we didn't go over, or we'd have died there. Seeing Lu Yao in the mood to joke, Xin-Chi couldn't help but scold with a laugh. You've got your guts cut open, nearly died, and still have the time to joke. After saying this, he glanced at Zhu-Cheng's situation. Zhu-Cheng's kitchen knife had reached its limit, covered in cracks, probably could only unleash one more blade, aura. She nonchalantly said, I have another kitchen knife. Thank goodness for you too, otherwise we'd really be dead here. Xin-Chi didn't care about the rain on her body, she was already soaked. She sat down on the ground, wiped her face, and then lay back down to listen. Zhu-Cheng wisely kept her mouth shut, and Lu Yao didn't continue joking. Instead, Qin Yukui looked confused, scratching his head, and asking, Sister, what is he doing? Listening. Zhu-Cheng explained in a low voice, he is our captain, and his ability is to listen to the earth, sensing the aura of eerie creatures, which helps us avoid and prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yukui's eyes lit up. This ability was strong. With this ability, wouldn't it maximize the chances of avoiding eerie creature attacks? No wonder this sickly-looking guy got out of the car with a knife. He must have sensed the eerie creature's presence in advance and prepared. It's a pity that this level 2 eerie creature could use the rain to become invisible, who otherwise he wouldn't have been injured. Soon Xin-Chi sat up and said with a smile, Don't worry, the closest eerie creatures are at the service area. There are no other eerie creatures around us. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor had stitched up Lu Yao's wound and wrapped it with several layers of gauze. He even used his own clothes to wrap around Lu Yao's wound, reminding him, your wound shouldn't come into contact with water for now. Be as careful as possible to prevent infection. Don't worry, his situation is special. He's not afraid of infection. Xin-Chi explained while sitting beside him, at most by tonight his wound should heal, and by tomorrow it should be completely healed. The zombie physique is not that fragile. When these words were spoken, even the doctor was stunned. Zombie physique. What does that mean? Is this living person actually some kind of eerie zombie? Lu Yao also sat up, turned his neck, and said, it really hurts. I was almost disemboweled. If it weren't for these mystical glasses, I would have probably fallen too. As he spoke, he returned the glasses to Qin Yukui. Although they were good items, he preferred mystical weapons. This time he gained some understanding of mystical items and planned to ask Xin-Chi later about them to see if he could get a mystical weapon. No need to be polite. Without you we'd be dead here too. Qin Yukui explained with a smile, we were trapped in the service area before, and your people entering allowed us the chance to escape. In the end, we owe it to you. This immediately piqued everyone's interest. Xin-Chi squeezed under the large sunshade and asked, are you talking about the Yun City Expressway service area? Yes, we were trapped inside for 3 days. Qin Yukui spoke of the situation at the service area with a face full of anger. The eerie broadcasts their tricked people inside. There are many eerie creatures finding all sorts of ways to kill. If my bus wasn't also a mystical item, we'd have all died a long time ago. What the heck? A mystical bus? This time not just Xin-Chi, even the cold-faced Zhu-Cheng showed interest. They all knew about mystical items, but this was the first time they heard of mystical vehicles. With mystical vehicles, it could completely avoid a large portion of the dangers, as evidenced by Qin Yukui's bus full of people. As for the eerie broadcast, it was completely forgotten. Brother, what sequence path are you on? Xin-Chi curiously asked. I'm on the Prophet sequence path, the captain of the Dawn team. These two are Lu Yao and Zhu-Cheng on the zombie sequence path, and the Blade Master sequence path. Lu Yao lying on the ground and Zhu Cheng standing exchanged glances, both clearly surprised by each other's sequence paths. Lu Yao, no wonder you can unleash blade aura. Zhu Cheng, no wonder you're not afraid of pain or death. Qin Yukuei standing nearby chuckled awkwardly. He originally didn't want to reveal his background, but seeing Shen Qi take the initiative to disclose his, and considering they had saved them, he decided to share as well. My sequence path is called sublimation and my ability is to enhance items to achieve essential sublimation transformation. Qin Yukuei laughed as he explained the bust, the sunglasses, and that steel pipe are all manifestations of my ability. I can create mystical items. What is the sublimation sequence? Shen Qi's eyes widened. Oh, while others may not know this sequence, he was well aware of it. This is the sequence of the mysterious system. Moreover, it is a sequence capable of truly mass-producing extraordinary items. No wonder the other party possesses extraordinary vehicles. If it is indeed the sublimation sequence, everything, how should I address you, brother? Shen Qi hurriedly inquired. Would you like to join our Dawn team? Your sequence is quite special. Working alone is far less effective than collaborating together. Shen Qi continued. Captain Shen, you are too polite. I am Qin Yuekwai with you from King Yu, and Kwai meaning robust. Facing Shen Qi's invitation, Qin Yuekwai was not very inclined to agree. However, seeing that the other party seemed to understand his sequence very well piqued his interest. After all, most of the people he had encountered before were ordinary individuals. The only extraordinary being he had met was a mindless brute who had been killed by a strange entity in the service area. Now it appeared that Shen Qi, a person of the prophet sequence, seemed to understand his sequence. Brother Qin, I am not joking. Your sequence is indeed very special. Shen Qi briefly explained what he knew, stating earnestly. The sublimation sequence belongs to the mysterious system. You do not need to participate in promotions, nor do you need to worry about side effects. However, precisely because of this you will attract more attention from others. To put it bluntly, even if we successfully reach the north and find the gathering place of humanity, the people there will treat you as a tool for extraordinary production. You should be aware of the uniqueness and importance of extraordinary items. If possible, I hope you will join our Dawn team. You have seen the abilities of Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. As their sequences grow, they will undoubtedly be able to protect you. He had said everything he needed to say. To be honest, he genuinely wanted to recruit Qin Yuekwai into his team. With Qin Yuekwai, they could mass-produce extraordinary items, and Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng would no longer worry about weapons. Moreover, as Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's abilities improved, they could also help protect Qin Yuekwai. The bonds among teammates were indeed significant. Not only Shen Qi, but even Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng felt envious, wishing for Qin Yuekwai to join them immediately. Although they all seemed to be doing their own things on the surface, they would still actively cooperate in the face of danger. For example, this time against the second-level strange entity, the Bull Demon. If it weren't for their cooperation, it would have been impossible to defeat the second-level Bull Demon so easily. Qin Yuekwai did not agree immediately, but began to think seriously. Although he was large in stature, he was well aware of his sequence's situation. He was not adept at combat, so he needed to find someone who could protect him or create more extraordinary items that would provide him with a sense of security. Moreover, the materials for making extraordinary items needed to be obtained from strange creatures, which was impossible for him to do alone. Now he was being invited by the Dawn team, and had witnessed the abilities of Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. However, as it was their first meeting, he honestly couldn't gauge the personalities of these individuals. What if they were just trying to exploit him? Captain Shen, may I propose a condition? Qin Yuekwai asked seriously as he looked at Shen Qi. Sure, go ahead. Seeing hope, Shen Qi immediately replied. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my utmost. Besides, there are also Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. You can trust in their strength. We are all meeting for the first time, and to be honest, I don't fully trust you. Qin Yuekwai was straightforward, placing his words on the table. You shouldn't take it harshly. I can join you, but if I want to leave in the future, you cannot stop me. Even if this condition may seem unnecessary, I still choose to trust your character. The other party could easily use force to keep him. At that point, even if he wanted to leave, it would be impossible. Thus, the current situation was entirely unfavorable for him. All he could do was gamble on Shen Qi's integrity. Shen Qi did not expect the other party to say this. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Brother Qin, rest assured. If that day ever comes, we certainly will not stop you from leaving. Likewise, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng will also not stop you if you decide to leave. He continued, You are aware of the situation in the Dawn team. I just want to lead everyone to survive and find our gathering place in the north. If one day you all decide to leave, it would reflect my shortcomings as the captain. I will not hinder you in any way. Oh, feel free to do as you wish. Hearing this, Qin Yuekwai's eyes lit up. At least this Captain Shun was open and did not conceal anything, placing everything on the table. Because of this transparency, he felt he could follow this person. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng also nodded. They had been somewhat wary of the team, but now that Shen Qi had said this, they felt reassured and naturally developed a sense of belonging to the team. Refreshing. Qin Yuekwai gave a thumbs up and smiled. Captain Shun, let's cooperate more in the future. And brother Lu Yao and sister Zhu Cheng, you must protect me well from now on. Shen Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled, extending his hand. Welcome to the Dawn team. He added, by the way, I have over 100 people on my vehicle. Qin Yuequi hurriedly said, they will be part of the Dawn team from now on. Oh, after all, they rely on me for sustenance. How many? Over 100 people. Can this bus accommodate so many? Shen Qi pondered briefly but quickly realized that after all, the bus in front of him was an extraordinary vehicle, so it was quite normal to carry over. As they finished their conversation, Lu Yu and his group, drenched like drowned rats, approached. Captain Shun, our vehicle. Lu Yu awkwardly explained, including the kids, there are 11 people on the bus. What should we do now? Get on my vehicle. Qin Yuequi waved his hand, smiling. I have cold medicine on my vehicle. You can get on and take your medicine. No need to be polite in a team. Thank you, brother Qin, for your hospitality. Lu Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lu Yao then glanced back at his vehicle, which had turned to scrap, and sighed. I no longer have a vehicle. I'll probably have to hitch a ride on brother Qin's vehicle too. No need to be polite. Everyone come aboard. There's still room on the bus. It's fine to sit on the floor and rest. Qin Yuequi was genuinely a big shot, the most lavish person in the team. After all, his sequence was indeed that of a wealthy individual. Shen Qi looked at Lu Yu and his group, sighing. You all stay on brother Qin's vehicle for now. When you find a vehicle later, you can decide whether to drive or not. Okay, Captain Shen, don't worry. They'll find a vehicle later and won't occupy brother Qin's space. Lu Yu was a clever person. He knew whom to rely on now, so he would definitely not do anything foolish. Moreover, he had a few restless people in his vehicle, and he still needed to inform Shen Qi about them when the opportunity arose. If it weren't for that damned woman, his vehicle wouldn't have fallen behind. He still needed to be cautious of some restless individuals in the team. The built-in space of the extraordinary vehicle was indeed absurdly large, with hundreds of people gathered inside. Aside from those seated, many stood in the aisle. Even so, the aisle was wide enough for a person to pass through easily. Moreover, the vehicle was equipped with air conditioning, ensuring a comfortable temperature for everyone inside. After Lu Yu and the others boarded, they were astonished by this extraordinary vehicle. They never expected such a marvelous thing to exist in this world. Even Lu Yao was somewhat surprised. The bus looked ordinary from the outside, showing no peculiarities, but the interior space was indeed beyond imagination. After getting on, Qin Yuequi laughed heartily and said, Lu, what do you think of my vehicle? Pretty good, right? It's ridiculously good. This time it was Lu Yao who gave a thumbs up. To be honest, he felt envious. When the opportunity arose later, he had to get Qin Yuequi to arrange one for himself. Come on, dear, find Lu a set of clothes. Qin Yuequi called out, my brother Lu is injured, and we need to protect his wound first. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 women stood up together. After exchanging glances, 3 of them sat back down, while one began to rummage through the shelves in the bus. This scene left Lu Yao dumbfounded as he turned back to stare at Qin Yuequi in surprise. Don't look at me like that, bro. You know we're all extraordinary. It's normal for someone to want to get closer. Qin Yuequi was a talkative person, pulling Lu Yao in to introduce. This is my first wife. The one next to her is my second wife, and over here are my third and fourth wives. There may even be more in the future. This caught Lu Yao off guard, leaving him unsure of how to address them. Big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. It all felt a bit strange. He understood that in this world there were no laws left. After all, some people in the Dawn team had multiple women in their vehicles. Even before Li Chang had abandoned him to take on more women. But this, Qin Yuequi's approach was a bit too extreme, directly acquiring 4 wives, clearly aiming to experience the feeling of an emperor. Little Lu, can I call you that? The one handing Lu Yao his clothes was Qin Yuequi's first wife, a woman with an outstanding aura, clearly a type of powerhouse from before the apocalypse. Sure, Lu Yao, now also in their vehicle, naturally felt it inappropriate to say much more. My name is Lu Rui, or just call me Lu Jia. The woman candidly pointed to her seat and smiled. You can change clothes here at the entrance. Oh, later you can sit in my spot. I usually help old Qin by keeping an eye on the road. Then, sorry for the trouble, Lu Jia. After receiving the clothes, Lu Yao walked to the entrance where there was just enough room to change. He had no intention of being discreet. There was a partition nearby that could shield him. After changing his clothes and pants, he took out his belongings from his pockets and tossed them aside, then brushed the rainwater from his hair, standing at the entrance with a sigh. He still had some supplies in his own vehicle, but now it was as if he had truly returned to square one. Moreover, his machete was completely ruined. Want one? Qin Yuequi handed him a cigarette, smiling. Don't be polite here, that's just my nature. Us Northeasterners are all generous. Since we're all in the same team, of course I'll prioritize taking care of my own. If you need any weapons, just tell me, brother. Don't say just weapons, I can arrange extraordinary vehicles for you too. Facing Qin Yuequi's generous personality, Lu Yao genuinely liked it from the bottom of his heart. Finally, the team had welcomed a second normal person. Shen Qi, that squinty-eyed fellow, was filled with schemes, hiding his cards and never revealing them easily. And Ji Cheng. Not only was she a college student with a cold demeanor, but she also made it so that Lu Yao had no one to talk to on ordinary days. Now with Qin Yuequi around, Lu Yao had finally found someone normal like himself. The two gathered to smoke, cheerfully discussing the situation of the team. Qin Yukue also gained a general understanding of the Dawn team. The team was headed north to find the gathering place of the human race, but now they had encountered some changes resulting in a significant drop in number. If it weren't for the addition of Qin Yukue and his group, the team's numbers would have dwindled even further. Qin Yukue was curious about their experiences. After all, they hadn't encountered many bizarre attacks along the way, but had instead been deceived by the strange broadcast. Lu Yao happily chatted with him, casually recounting their experiences in Ani Town. Is Ani Town really that dangerous? Qin Yukue's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, goodness. Headless female ghost human head balloon, ooh brother, you guys are impressive. And that girl Ji-chung, both of you are tough characters. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yu, who was sitting on the floor of the back compartment, immediately chimed in, Qin Galu Xiaoga is quite remarkable. If it weren't for him leading us to escape, I reckon we would have died in Ani. Lu Yu was also one of the survivors from Ani Town, and he still felt a sense of dread about that place. This was also the main reason he fully committed to the team. Wow brother, you also escaped from Ani Town. Qin Yukue tossed a cigarette, over laughing. You've got good luck surviving in Ani Town. This time you survived the secondary bizarre attack. The goddess of luck must be protecting you. This surprised Lu Yao, who glanced at Lu Yu. Saying this, the guy indeed had some luck. He had survived 2 secondary bizarre attacks. Moreover, this fellow had been following the team from behind, which meant that the vehicles behind had gone to the service area, but he hadn't followed. Instead, he had set out with determination. One must admit he had some skills. Why didn't you follow the other vehicles? What happened? Lu Yao curiously asked. I was puzzled after hearing the broadcast. Both voices were identical, which felt illogical. Lu Yu lit a cigarette and began to explain with a smile. At that time, someone in the vehicle shouted to follow them. I stopped the car and let them go on their own, but they were unwilling to get off, so I toughened up and drove on. I didn't expect it to be the right gamble. Looking back now, he admired his own courage. If he hadn't insisted back, then he might have died in the Yun City Highway service area. Bro, you're impressive. Qin Yukue laughed heartily. When I heard the bizarre broadcast, I rushed in without thinking and almost got a whole bus killed. You guys are the real deal for noticing that. Lu Yao glanced at the interior of the bus and said, you must have a vehicle radio, right? Later tuned to a channel, Shenxi has an extraordinary item that can connect, making it easier for him to guide and notify us on the road. The torrential rain continued to pour as the convoy pressed on. Despite losing 2 vehicles, the addition of the bus kept the convoy's numbers around 200. The RV led the way, and Shenxi occasionally called out to alert the convoy members to watch for abandoned vehicles on the road to prevent any accidents. The deeper they went, the more abandoned vehicles they encountered. Strangely, there were no signs of people, as if this road was filled with the unknown and fear. Once they had passed through this area of heavy rain, the downpour lightened. It still rained heavily, but it was no longer as outrageous as before. At least visibility was much better than it had been in the heavy rain, and the convoy's speed slowed accordingly. To prevent a repeat of the previous eerie attack, the convoy would stop after traveling a certain distance. After Shenxi got out of the car and listened intently for a moment, they continued on their way. It was only when darkness fell that the convoy began looking for a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey. The heavy rain outside continued, but the people in the convoy had already adapted. Just as they were searching for a suitable spot, Shenxi's voice came through the car's speakers. Everyone be cautious, there's a convoy ahead. Stay alert and try not to get out of the vehicle. Shenxi's words made several people in the cars tense up. It wasn't for any other reason, as some people nowadays could be more dangerous than the eerie creatures. Just like what everyone was facing now. The road ahead was blocked by several vehicles, with many more parked along the roadside, and on the other side of the road there were several waterproof tents set up. Looking around, there were about a dozen tents, each with shadows moving inside. Behind the blocking vehicles, several figures wielding makeshift weapons were also visible. After Shenxi's RV stopped, Lu Yao borrowed an umbrella from Qin Yuekwai and got out alone, holding it over himself. Be careful, Lu. Qin Yuekwai reminded him from behind. Once out of the car, Lu Yao walked forward holding the umbrella. Zhu Cheng rolled down the window and whispered, you and Captain Shin be careful. I'm hiding in the back. If there's a problem, I'll intervene directly. Okay. Lu Yao understood the current situation. The other party was clearly planning to block their way, so it was better to stay hidden. If a fight broke out, Zhu Cheng's blade aura would help guard against the other party. At this moment, Shenxi had already exited the vehicle, holding an umbrella. As he approached the front, his face grim as he stared at the few people behind the blocking cars. Gentlemen, we are a passing convoy. Blocking the road is a bit excessive, don't you think? Shenxi noticed Lu Yao had arrived and felt bold enough to speak directly. The people behind the blocking vehicles were all wearing raincoats, clearly well prepared, and they were armed as well. Upon hearing Shenxi's words, they exchanged glances, and one of them immediately shouted back. If you want to pass, leave behind some supplies. The man wielding a hammer said coldly, this road is occupied by our wild beast convoy. If you want to get through, you must leave supplies, otherwise it won't matter who arrives. It was clear they intended to block the road and rob them. Lu Yao frowned and glanced at Shenxi, whispering, You're the captain, you decide how to handle this. Shin-Chi sighed and shook his head saying, I didn't expect there would still be people robbing others in these times. Everyone is struggling to survive, yet some are still looking for death. Should we fight? Lu Yao looked at the hammer in the man's hand, seemingly ready to charge out and seize it. Seeing Lu Yao's eagerness to act, Shin-Chi began to ponder. It was incredibly easy for extraordinary beings to kill ordinary people. With Lu Yao's strength, he could easily take on a few, but the fear was that the other side might also have extraordinary beings. Lu Yao had yet to advance. If the number of extraordinary beings on the other side outnumbered them, the advantage would not be on their side. Where is your captain? I want to talk to your captain. Shin-Chi planned to speak cautiously and assess the situation after some dialogue. But the man with the hammer sneered, saying, You aren't qualified to see our captain. Leave the supplies, and we'll let you pass. Don't push your luck. It was clear that there was no room for negotiation. Shin-Chi clenched his fists and after a moment of silence turned around. Lu Yao, it's up to you now. Shin-Chi said solemnly, Are your injuries fine? If the other party also has extraordinary beings, you need to retreat immediately. Don't worry, killing is my specialty. Lu Yao cracked his neck and then charged out, stepping onto the hood of the blocking vehicle before leaping into the air. Before the man could react, Lu Yao slammed his knee down. As he struck, he grabbed the hammer from the man's hand and instantly swung it at another person. Bang! With a single blow, the man let out a scream, but then fell silent. The person on the ground had their head caved in, evidently beyond saving. Lu Yao did not stop there. He charged toward the crowd like a specter, the hammer in his hand, smashing down incessantly. He was like a famished tiger plunging into a flock of lambs. As he swept through the crowd, several members of the wild beast convoy fell to the ground without a sound. Faced with the intimidation of the hammer's deadly strikes, the people in the back hesitated to charge forward. Just as Lu Yao was about to continue his slaughter, a gunshot suddenly shattered the surrounding silence. Bang! As the gun went off, the bullet grazed Lu Yao's shoulder. The sudden gunfire made Lu Yao halt his attack. He hadn't expected that this group would have guns. It was genuinely surprising, as those at Sequence 9 had yet to reach the point of disregarding bullets. From the tents, more than 100 people emerged. The 10 bald men at the forefront held handguns and walked over smoking. Behind him was a poised woman holding an umbrella over him. Lu Yao recognized this woman. To be precise, he had seen her in videos. She was a domestic actress named Zhang Xinyan who had starred in several well-received films. It appeared that she had become the captain of the wild beast convoy. The bald man approached with a cold expression, cursing, Damn it, making a scene on my wild beast convoy's territory at this late hour. You've got some nerve, pretty boy. Lu Yao frowned, but remained silent, instead looking towards Shin-Chi, who stepped forward and said, Friends, we from the Dawn Convoy need to pass. Blocking the road seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Excessive? Why don't you repeat what you just said? The bald man raised his gun, aiming it at Shin-Chi's head, coldly stating, The rain is too heavy, I didn't hear clearly. Come on, say it again. Faced with the dark muzzle of a gun, Shin-Chi's expression turned grim. He never expected that one day he would be threatened with a gun, but at this stage the Sequence of extraordinary powers truly had no way to deal with such firearms. Though he was unclear where the other party had obtained the gun, it must be said that the threat it posed was indeed immense. The bald man took a few steps forward and aimed the gun directly at Lu Yao's head. You little pretty boy sure are ruthless, huh? My brothers have all been shot in the head by you, you dog. The bald man cursed directly. According to our rules, if you want to pass, you can leave something behind, but now that you've killed my brother, this matter is not so simple anymore. Lu Yao frowned and remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the bald man. He was confident he could snatch the gun from him. However, he was worried that there were others among them holding guns, which was the most troublesome issue. Seeing Lu Yao being threatened, Shin-Chi quickly spoke up. Bro, we can discuss this, there's no need to make things too Once these words were spoken, the bald man burst into laughter. Make things too absolute. Since the apocalypse began, Li Guangtou had no idea how many people he had killed. Anyone causing trouble as he passed by had never been spared. Even extraordinary sequence practitioners dared not escape his clutches. It was simple, since Li Guangtou was also an extraordinary practitioner. In this world, strength meant having a voice, and with a weapon in hand who would listen to others. Even the police Li Guangtou had killed, or else where would he have gotten his gun? He could tell that Lu Yao was an extraordinary practitioner and one adept at combat at that. Coincidentally, so was Li Guangtou. With a gun in hand, and being an extraordinary practitioner, why should he listen to anyone? Trying to scare me. Li Guangtou aimed the gun at Lu Yao's head and sneered. Do you really think Li Guangtou wouldn't dare to kill someone? I've killed extraordinary practitioners before, and nowadays, who isn't an extraordinary practitioner? Why don't you try and see if my bullet is faster than your heads? This time Shin-Chi fell into a passive position. This Li Guangtou was completely unreasonable, making it clear that he intended to rob them. The heavy rain continued to pour, and they couldn't stay here forever, especially since there were indeed strange creatures in this area. With so many people gathered, it would inevitably attract some strange beings. Especially the strange creatures near the Yun City Highway service area. If a level 2 anomaly were to appear, it would not be a good thing. What do you want to do? Shen-Chi frowned as he stared at the other party. Leave all your supplies and the women. Li Guangtou pressed the gun against Lu Yao's head and coldly snorted, and this kid, having killed over a dozen of my brothers, must leave his life here too. This made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Not to mention Shen-Chi, others would not agree to such terms. Lu Yao smirked, looking at Li Guangtou, and said, if you want my life, you better have the ability to back it up. Oh, tough mouth, huh? Li Guangtou was about to pull the trigger to establish his authority by killing Lu Yao first. But the moment he moved, Lu Yao suddenly raised his hand, grasping Li Guangtou's wrist and lifting it sharply. Bang! A gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere. At the same time, a streak of blade energy sliced through the rain curtain, directly cutting across Li Guangtou's arm. The blade energy was incredibly sharp, cleanly severing Li Guangtou's arm. All of this happened almost in an instant. Li Guangtou had not anticipated that the opponent still had an extraordinary practitioner and one capable of severing his arm in an instant, leaving him no time to react. In pain, he let out a scream, and his body turned to stone at that moment, as if a thick layer of rock had coalesced around him. Damn it, sneak attacking me, you all will die. With his arm holding the gun severed, Li Guangtou immediately cursed and swung his fist towards Lu Yao. But Lu Yao was already prepared. The moment he turned to dodge, he raised his leg and kicked out. Bang! With that kick, Li Guangtou was sent stumbling back several steps. Immediately after, streaks of blade energy surged from behind, all landing on Li Guangtou's petrified body. The blade energy was fierce and dominant, erupting into fragments upon impact. It is known that Zhu Qing's blade energy could even shatter the heads of level 2 anomalies, let alone a sequence 9 extraordinary practitioner. Faced with the sudden attack, Li Guangtou's expression turned extremely grim, and he immediately covered his face with protection. Yet the blade energy continued to sweep over. Li Guangtou realized that killing Lu Yao was impossible now. Meanwhile, Lu Yao did not intend to stop. He raised his hammer and brought it crashing down towards. Bang! 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 The heavy strikes fell one after another, forcing Li Guangtou to retreat continuously. His coordination with Zhu Cheng became increasingly seamless. One was bright, the other dark, one in front, and one behind, completely leaving Li Guangtou defenseless. By now, no one in the opposing convoy had fired their guns, likely because they had run out. Moreover, no extraordinary practitioners had shown themselves, indicating that there were no surplus extraordinary practitioners in their convoy. With that, the advantage became very clear. Kill me. As Lu Yao brought down his hammer, he shattered the stone around Li Guangtou. Come, here's your chance, kill me. With one hammer after another falling, the stones on Li Guangtou could no longer hold. Coupled with Zhu Qing's blade energy assistance, Li Guangtou was utterly defeated. Stop, stop, I surrender, spare me. Li Guangtou was cornered in front of a car, protecting his head as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. They'll let you pass, spare me, please treat me as nothing, I beg you. He originally thought there was only Lu Yao as an extraordinary practitioner, since he had encountered convoys with only one extraordinary practitioner before. But now, the blade energy clearly indicated that there was a second extraordinary practitioner present. Without a gun, his petrification was no longer effective against the dual assault of the blade energy and the hammer. If he didn't plead for mercy soon, he would truly die. However, Lu Yao clearly had no intention of letting him go. The hammer descended repeatedly upon the opponent's head. When the stone protection was completely stripped away, exposing Li Guangtou's bald head, Lu Yao's gaze instantly turned vicious. Bang! A hammer struck down, and Li Guangtou's head was instantly caved in. With a scream, Li Guangtou collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes as he began to convulse. In just a moment, he completely lost all reaction. The members of the beastly horde convoy, upon seeing Li Guangtou dead, stood frozen in place, except for those holding controlled knives. Those underlings wanted to make a move, but Zhu Qing's blade energy swiftly sent their heads flying. One by one, heads rolled down, creating a horrifying scene. The rain washed away the bloodstains on the ground, plunging this place into a silent, deathly stillness. The members of the beastly car team looked on with expressionless faces, as if the death of Li Guangtou meant nothing to them. Lu Yao glanced at the people present, then dropped the hammer in his hand and turned to walk towards the car blocking the road. He looked at Shen-Chi, and then both of them grabbed the car's tire, exerting force with their arms. A car was forcibly lifted and pushed aside by him. The other vehicles were treated the same way, all pushed to one side of the highway. They'll leave the rest to you. Lu Yao shook the water from his hair and said, what a pity for this outfit. Getting wet means I have to borrow a set from Qinggu again. Is your injury okay? Shen-Chi was not concerned about Lu Yao's clothes. Instead, he inquired about his injuries. After all, Lu Yao had sustained serious injuries in the earlier encounter with the second-level anomaly. It's already healed. I should be fully recovered by tomorrow. Lu Yao lifted his shirt to reveal a gruesome wound on his abdomen. The wound had healed, but it was not completely healed, yet it still needed some time. Seeing this, Shen-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, you should go back and rest. I'll handle things here. With Zhu Cheng keeping watch, they won't dare to cause trouble. Tell Brother Qin that we will rest here for the night, and later everyone can go to the tent for food. If he wants to bring people over, just agree we are all on the same side, so no need to be so formal. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the beastly car team. Old Zhang had already picked up a knife expressionless and followed him under the umbrella. Although he was an ordinary person, Old Zhang was a retired soldier. If it came down to a fight, he was confident he could protect Shinchi. Lu Yao was no longer concerned about the remaining matters and went directly to the bus. He returned the umbrella and borrowed a change of clothes. Qin Yuequi, upon hearing that they would be resting here and going to the tent for food, immediately agreed. No need to bring any one of the people in my car, still have some supplies so they won't go hungry. Wife, send that doctor an egg. I promised I would, and one must keep their word. Got it, no need for you to say much, I just focus on your things. Lu Rue replied, and then handed Lu Yao a set of clothes, also preparing an umbrella for Qin Yuequi. People in the car gradually took out rain protection items to get off the vehicle conveniently. Now that it's the apocalypse, no one dared to run too far, so they simply started addressing their needs by the roadside. Though there were gender differences, everyone still ignored these rules, especially a few young girls who squatted by the roadside without hesitation. Although some joked about it, they only said things verbally and did not take any extraneous actions. After changing clothes, Lu Yao went to the tent with Qin Yuequi. Upon entering, he saw Shinchi excitedly sitting at the table scribbling in a notebook, while Old Zhang nodded at Lu Yao and Qin Yuequi. Where's Zhu Cheng? Didn't come. Lu Yao did not see Zhu Cheng's figure and asked. Shinchi excitedly lifted his head to explain. Zhu Cheng is in the tent next door. The beastly car team is truly generous. They left us all the supplies they seized along the way. Hearing this, Lu Yao became interested, as he now knew he was a big eater. If he didn't hunt anomalies, he would need to eat a lot to fill his stomach. Qin Yuequi was in a similar situation. He had 4 wives to support, so he needed more supplies. As for the people in his car, they were self-sufficient. He was merely providing them with a place to stay. He wasn't going to manage their food and drink, as his own supplies were limited. Qin Yuequi was in a similar situation. He had 4 wives to support, so he needed more supplies. As for the people in his car, Old Zhang nodded silently, then left the tent alone. Lu Yao and Qin Yuequi followed Shinchi to the next tent, where they found Zhu Cheng sitting on a pile of flour bags in the corner. The ground was covered with an oilcloth, so there was no need to worry about water flow issues. Seeing everyone come in, Zhu Cheng showed no intention of getting up. Instead, she was playing with a fruit knife. All the supplies from the beastly car team are here: 20 bags of flour, 50 bags of 10-pound rice, along with cooking oil, various seasonings, snacks, and drinks. They even have beer here. Li Guantou took the supplies, but didn't distribute them to his team, while we benefited. Everything is here. According to our Dawn team's rules, everyone gets a share. We 4 will divide it. If there's anything anyone wants, just say it beforehand, and we can trade. Of course, the most important thing is this. Saying this, he placed the backpack on the table, revealing several pieces of shattered bones inside. Lu Yao recognized this. It was the shattered skull of a second-level anomaly, the bull ghost. It seemed that Shinchi had collected all of it. Anomalous creatures dissipate after being killed. If something is left behind, it is a material for a peculiar item. Shinchi looked at the bag of shattered bones excitedly and said, "These are all materials for peculiar items, things that can be used to create unusual objects. I think Brother Qin understands the value of these materials best." Qin Yuequi nodded and said, "Indeed, with these materials I can create better and higher-ranked peculiar items." Can we really create peculiar items? Lu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. Even Zhu Cheng looked over, pausing her movements with the fruit knife. Seeing their reactions, Shinchi laughed and said, "Don't worry, although these are shattered bones, there are plenty of them. It should be more than enough to create weapons. I want a knife." Zhu Cheng looked at Qin Yuequi and said, "First, preferably a willow leaf knife, something light and thin, easy for me to wield." She expressed her needs first. After all, as a blade wielder, it was troublesome to be without a knife. Qin Yuequi, standing at the tent entrance, immediately agreed. This was not a difficult task for him. He stepped forward, grabbed a piece of the shattered bone, and took the fruit knife from Zhu Cheng's hand. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, his hands began to emit a dazzling glow, instantly enveloping the bone fragment and the fruit knife. Under his control, the 2 items fused together, transforming into a larger fruit knife, 2 fingers wide and the length of an arm. The blade was long with a gentle curve, and the handle was smooth, displaying several grayish-white cracks. My ability can create peculiar items, but the traits of the items made cannot be guaranteed to be useful. Qin Yuequi explained while holding the knife with a smile. The sublimated item will change according to the inherent characteristics of the item, but essentially, it will not change. Using a fruit knife means the sublimated item will not escape the essence of a fruit knife. A large fruit knife appeared before several people, and Zhu Cheng eagerly stepped forward to take it. Item: bone-piercing knife. Quality: extraordinary item. ID 5988. Features: 1. Sharp. 2. Bone-piercing damage, capable of inflicting multiplied damage directly to bones. Description: an extraordinary item crafted by a certain sequence of transcendent beings. It has additional effects on bones. Zhu Cheng was very satisfied, even unable to suppress a smile. To be honest, this cold and aloof female college student looked quite pretty when she smiled, though she was a bit lacking in figure. Lu Yao beside her was envious. He also wanted a knife, but his machete had already broken. Fortunately, the beastly vehicle team had plenty of regulated knives. He ran out directly to pick up a machete, and without a second thought handed it to Qin Yuequai. "Brother Qin, I'll rely on you," Lu Yao said eagerly. "As long as it's sharp and easy to handle, I have no other requests." Qin Yuequai took it and smiled. "Don't worry, little brother, it's a piece of cake." Saying that, he grabbed a shard and placed it together with the machete, then began to activate his ability to enhance it. Originally, Lu Yao thought that enhancement only changed the quality of the item to that of an extraordinary item, but it seemed he was mistaken. Enhancement was not so simple. After all, it belonged to a mysterious sequence and was simply absurdly powerful. Soon a machete appeared in his hand. The blade was covered in dense cracks, and its entire body had turned a grayish-white like bone, emanating a faint chill. Even Qin Yuequai couldn't help but smile, handing it over and saying, "Little brother, take a look. This knife is no ordinary item. Item: soul-devouring knife. Quality: extraordinary item. ID 5102. Features: 1. Sharp. 2. Soul-devouring. It devours the target's soul upon killing. 3. Soul protection. When facing fatal damage, it automatically triggers a protective state, consuming all devoured souls to shield itself. Description: an extraordinary item crafted by a certain sequence of transcendent beings. It devours souls after killing to protect itself. Lu Yao gasped when he received the soul-devouring knife. Good heavens, this knife was simply outrageously powerful. Moreover, its ID was much higher than Qin Yuequai's sunglasses, making it an absolute— "Brother Qin, thank you. I really love this knife." Lu Yao held it tightly, eager to find someone to try it out immediately. With this knife, he could truly confront others hidden in the future. It was essentially a chance to save his life. "We're all on the same side, no need to be polite as long as you—" Qin Yuequai laughed heartily, seemingly very pleased with his creation. Seeing that both of them had weapons, Shun Qi smiled and said, "They'll keep the remaining shards here for now. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng both have extraordinary items, so next it's my turn with Brother Qin to enjoy the extraordinary items. Is that all right with you?" Zhu Cheng shook her head, indicating no problem. Lu Yao also smiled and gave an okay sign. "All right, now let's deal with these supplies." Shin Qi looked at the supplies in the tent and explained, "Rice flour, oil, and other essentials can be kept together, and you, Brother Qin, will take care of them." Hearing this, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng could accept it. After all, Qin Yuequai's bus had a dedicated space for storing items, and being an extraordinary vehicle, it could easily accommodate all these supplies. However, Qin Yuequai directly refused. "No way." He shook his head and said, "I know Captain Shin trusts me, but I just joined the team. I can take care of it, but the items shouldn't count as my." Once he said this, regardless of whether he meant it sincerely, Shin Qi, Lu Yao, and Zhu Cheng all regarded Qin Yuequai with higher esteem. In this day and age, there aren't many people who can remain unmoved by supplies. Just based on this statement, the three accepted Qin Yuequai as one of them. "You joined the team first, and the collection of supplies came afterward. You should have your share." Shin Qi smiled and nodded, saying, "Brother Qin, don't feel troubled. As the team leader, I have the final say. You as a team member must listen to me. It's settled, then we four will share it equally." Qin Yuequai wanted to say something else, but Lu Yao patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to accept. Zhu Cheng also nodded, indicating him not to refuse any longer. Seeing this, Qin Yuequai's expression became serious, and he nodded. "All right, then let's do it as Captain Shin said. In the future, I'll try my best to craft more useful, extraordinary items." "That's more like it. We're all on the same side, no need to differentiate between you and me." Shin Qi continued, "Among the remaining items, see if there's anything you want. Just to clarify, if others want something too, it should go to the one who needs it first, and the rest need to give up part as compensation. Is that—" Lu Yao and the others found this distribution very reasonable and had no objections. The first to act was Zhu Cheng. She directly selected the women's items from the corner, including underwear, sanitary pads, and laundry. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuequai awkwardly spoke up, "Zhu Cheng, could you leave a bit for me? My 4 wives also need these things." Hearing that he had 4 wives, Shin Qi was not surprised, but Zhu Cheng was taken aback. However, considering the current situation, having 4 wives was nothing unusual. Even 10 would be normal. After she kept a portion, she collected the rest. Qin Yuequai chose some alcohol and cigarettes, and asked Lu Yao and the others if they wanted any. Lu Yao chose drinks and snacks along with a few sets of clothes. Everyone had no objections, and the remaining items fell into Shin Qi's hands. Of course, the gasoline was divided equally. There were exactly 4 barrels, 1 for each person. "All right, once divided, let's leave it at that for now," Shin Qi said with a beaming smile. "There are still many vehicles outside. Lu Yao, pick one for yourself, or we will rest here tonight, and set off again tomorrow morning." Currently, Lu Yao was the only one without a vehicle, as his had been scrapped, and the appearance of the beastly vehicle team was just in time. Lu Yao was not picky, he went out and chose a Hummer. This vehicle originally belonged to Li Guangtou, but now it was solely Lu Yao's. He threw the gasoline and supplies into the car, locked the doors, and then headed to the first tent to eat. He also discussed the situation of the other members of the beastly vehicle team. Shenxi planned to let these people choose for themselves. Those who wanted to follow along could join the Dawn team, while those who didn't could stay here. However, they would definitely take their supplies with them as their spoils of war. There was no way they would leave anything for the beastly vehicle team. However, they would definitely take their supplies with them as their spoils of war. There was no way they would leave anything for the— What do we do now? With Captain Li dead, they won't kill us anymore, right? Forget about Captain Li. That bald Li deserved to die for hoarding so many supplies without sharing with us. It's no wonder he got killed. Exactly, they didn't continue killing, which means they've let us go. Once they leave him out of here, I need to find a powerful team too. Why not follow their team? You should know that this team has extraordinary individuals who even killed Bald Li. That pretty boy kills without hesitation. He's more dangerous than Bald Li. I don't want to go with them. Some among them decided to stay while others chose to follow the Dawn team. In a tent at the back, the celebrity Zhang Xinyan gathered with several women, all of whom had been tainted by Bald Li. Now that Bald Li was dead, these women began to worry. In this world, the strong have the say. If you aren't an extraordinary individual, you are merely the refuse of society. Moreover, women have become burdens in such times. If they can't rely on the strong, they will face an even harsher reality. Sister Zhang, what should we do now? A short-haired girl curled up in the corner whispered. I heard them say they don't want to leave. Should we stay here too? This team feels incredibly dangerous. Yes, little Wang is right. That pretty boy kills without hesitation. He looks like another Bald Li. If we follow them, won't we just face another Bald Li? There was nothing to be done. Lu Yao was too ruthless when he killed. He smashed heads with a hammer. Even Bald Li begged for mercy, but he was not spared. Such ruthless people, even if they are extraordinary, do not see these beautiful women as human beings. In this day and age, one must think of themselves. I want to follow them, Zhang Xinyan said with a frown. I saw someone familiar as she's in this team. I think this team should be fine. The familiar figure she mentioned was none other than the diva Zhang Xinya. Both she and Zhang Xinya were in the entertainment industry, and their names were quite similar, so they had interacted before. Her name is actually a stage name. Her real name is Zhang Jing. However, Zhang Jing was too common, so her agency gave her a stage name, while Zhang Xinya's name was her real one that gained her fame. Now, she didn't want to use that name anymore. After all, she felt tainted, and so did her name. It would be better to return to her true name. Having noticed Zhang Xinya was here, Zhang Jing had long wanted to inquire about the situation. Seeing that several women like herself were hesitating, she immediately turned and walked out holding an umbrella toward a van. That van was closely following the RV with 13 people squeezed inside, and Zhang Xinya was in the passenger seat. After all, she had secured that vehicle, so sitting in the passenger seat was only fair. Seeing Zhang Jing arrive, Zhang Xinya was somewhat surprised and actively rolled down the window, smiling and nodding. You're here too. Are you with that team across? Sister, can I talk to you for a moment? Zhang Jing sighed softly and said, I want to know some things about your team. So the people in the car looked at these two big stars, one a second-tier actress, the other a diva, both navigating the entertainment industry. However, now they were all at the mercy of others. Migration was the inevitable path. Even big stars had to follow the team. Just say it, we're all from the Dawn team, nothing to hide. Zhang Xinya smiled at her. The people in the car fell silent, each looking out the passenger window at the big star. Zhang Jing took a deep breath and asked, does your team have people like Bald Li? She was direct, wanting to confirm this matter right away. After all, she was genuinely scared. The current situation left her with no choice. Yes. Zhang Xinya pointed to the back and said, I have several on my car. Although they haven't killed anyone, they aren't good people either. As soon as this was said, the people in the back couldn't sit still and immediately started to refute. Don't talk nonsense, we are good people. Exactly, it's a mutual agreement. I have supplies, and you need supplies. It's a transaction, you know. Other teams are the same. Captain Shen hasn't said anything, so Big Diva, please don't talk nonsense. This is the norm, a give and take. Big Diva, just because you're in our car doesn't mean you can start talking nonsense. A group of people began to defend themselves. But no one denied it. After all, it was the truth, and Zhang Xinya had long accepted it. If she could endure the chaos of the entertainment industry, could she not endure the greater chaos of the apocalypse? Everyone was just trying to survive. It's not bad to see reality clearly. If one day she needed supplies, she would inevitably take that step. Zhang Jing took a deep breath and asked, what about the extraordinary individuals in your team? Are they like that too? Why not ally with them? As soon as this was said, the people in the car burst into laughter. The man in the driver's seat chuckled while smoking, saying, Big Star, do you think everyone is a bad person? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing was left stunned. Our Captain Shen from the Dawn team is the epitome of integrity. Previously, a woman tried to seduce him, and he flatly rejected her. Do you know what he said at that time? The man glanced at him and said with a smile, Captain Shun said that as long as everyone follows his arrangements, he will do his utmost to ensure everyone's survival. The enjoyment can come after everyone is safe. See, that's what vision means. Our Captain Shun is all about ensuring everyone's survival. As for the newcomer Lu Yao, I won't even mention him. He's the fiercest in the team, prefers to be alone. As long as you don't provoke him, you're fine. As for Zhu Cheng, she prefers to be alone as well. She's a female extraordinary being. When the big diva asked her for sanitary napkins, she directly gave her a whole pack. Our Dawn team is genuinely moving toward the light, bringing hope to everyone. I am steadfastly following Captain Shun and the others. He didn't care what the others thought. He only knew that the Dawn team treated everyone well. The extraordinary individuals searched for supplies together and would help if danger arose. Such a team would be hard to find even with a lantern. Even if some in the team had grievances, there were those who genuinely recognized the Dawn team. When compared to other teams, especially the beastly vehicle team, the advantages of the Dawn team were laid out clearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing fell silent, standing there without saying a word, and no one knew what she was truly thinking. Lu Yao returned to the Hummer to rest for the night. It must be said that this vehicle gave Lu Yao a very good feeling. Although it had not yet been refined into a wondrous vehicle, Lu Yao was already quite satisfied. Even if the monstrous creature were to crash into it again, Lu Yao felt that the Hummer would not instantly turn into scrap metal. As for being refined into a wondrous vehicle, Lu Yao believed he could afford to wait a bit. The skull of the second-level bizarre creature was quite impressive, but comparatively Lu Yao thought it was worth waiting a little longer. If there were other wondrous materials available, he could directly utilize them, and ask Qin Yukue for help in refining them into a wondrous vehicle. Similarly, Zhu Cheng and Shen Qi thought the same. There were quite a few shattered skulls of the monstrous creature, but using them on the vehicle seemed somewhat unnecessary. It was better to wait a bit longer. They could see how things developed. Oh, what if they managed to obtain better materials? None of them sought Qin Yukue's help for refinement, but chose instead to set off in their own vehicles. That night it was destined that some would not sleep soundly. By morning the heavy rain outside continued to pour down, showing no signs of stopping. After Shen Qi got out of the car, he entered the tent and listened for a while on the ground before getting up to prepare everyone for departure. In addition, he gathered the members of the Wild Beast Convoy. Listen up, I am the captain of the Dawn Convoy. You should all be aware of what happened last night. Li Guangtou blocked the road and robbed us. He has no one to blame but himself for his death. Shen Qi stood atop a discarded car and shouted, Our Dawn Convoy will not make things difficult for you. Those who wish to leave with us can get ready. Oh, we will take you north to find the gathering place of humanity. If you are unwilling to leave, we will not force you. You can stay here and wait for the subsequent convoy to arrive. We are all human, and I hope everyone can survive in this apocalypse. The decision is yours. After saying that, he jumped down from the car roof and took the passenger seat of the RV. The members of the Wild Beast Convoy had hardly slept the previous night. Some were contemplating whether to leave, while others were too scared to sleep. After a night had passed, they had mostly come to a conclusion. Only a few were willing to leave, with the Dawn Convoy totaling just 37 people. These people all got into their respective vehicles. The Wild Beast Convoy had plenty of vehicles, enough to ease the pressure on the Dawn Convoy. After this division, there were about 5 or 6 people in each vehicle. The convoy also added over a dozen vehicles in one go. Even Qin Yukue's bus had seen a decrease in personnel. Who would want to stand in the vehicle if there was a place to sit? Check the fuel, the road ahead will be tougher, and the convoy will not stop for now. Everyone prepare yourselves. Shen Qi shouted at the vehicles of the Dawn Convoy. Listen carefully, everyone, adjust the frequency of your car radios. Follow my orders as the captain. The veteran members of the convoy, please explain the rules to the newcomers. Once everything was ready, the Dawn Convoy set out. The remaining members of the Wild Beast Convoy immediately went to check the tents where supplies were stored after the Dawn Convoy left. They thought they could take the opportunity to seize some supplies. However, upon seeing the empty tents, they were instantly dumbfounded. Last night the tents had been cleared out, and when Lu Yao and the others left, they had moved everything to the bus. So now the Wild Beast Convoy was nothing but an empty shell aside from people and vehicles. The convoy hit the road, still moving forward in the pouring rain, which continued to fall in this vast area, as the captain Shen Qi was deeply worried. After all, such continuous heavy rain would inevitably lead to landslides and mudslides. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it became. Therefore, all they could do was speed up their escape. Only by distancing themselves from this place could they minimize unnecessary troubles. The less one wishes to see something happen, the more likely it is to occur. As the members of the Dawn Convoy rushed into a mountainous road, Shen Qi's expression suddenly turned grim as he fixed his gaze on the trees that had begun to lean dangerously on both sides. This is bad. Shen Qi's face grew serious, and he squinted his eyes wider. Old Zhang, who was driving, slammed on the accelerator and said in a low voice, Hold on tight, I will try to speed through. If the landslide comes down, we might all be buried here. The highway ran through the mountains and had to pass through a long series of tunnels. This stretch would be the most difficult to navigate. Without Xinqi needing to explain anything, old Zhang already knew this and understood the troubles they were about to face. Immediately, old Zhang floored the accelerator and shot forward. The vehicles behind saw the leading car accelerate and dared not hesitate, each one pressing down on the accelerator to follow suit. At the same time, Xinqi began to communicate the current situation using the wondrous item. Everyone pay attention, we are about to enter an area prone to landslides. Please all vehicles increase speed and follow closely behind the lead car. Let me remind you once more. His voice echoed in every vehicle. Everyone anxiously looked at the towering mountains on both sides, their hearts filled with worry. Compared to bizarre attacks, such natural disasters are far more tormenting. A landslide is not something human strength can resist. Moreover, once a mudslide occurs, it will be a true torrent of mud and water, a terrifying scene that sweeps across an entire region. At that point, not only humans, but even vehicles might not be spared. At that moment, every vehicle floored the gas pedal and began to chase after the lead car, hoping that misfortune would not befall them. The convoy transformed into a long dragon heading towards the distant tunnel. Meanwhile, the mountains behind them seemed to have reached their limit, starting to slide and tumble downwards. The trees on the mountains were uprooted and instantly disappeared into the soil that was sliding down. The mountains on both sides seemed to come alive, directly pressing down towards the highway. Outside, the heavy rain continued, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the collapsing mountains. Lu Yao's expression turned grim. It was his first time truly experiencing a landslide and facing that terrifying scene of sliding earth, even this transcendent being felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they were moving fast enough, though otherwise they would have truly been buried on the road. Mudslide, all vehicles accelerate, do not follow the vehicles. I turn on all the lights and rush into the tunnel. At this moment, Xinqi's frantic voice came from the car radio. Ahead, a massive wave of mud and water surged down from a mountain depression, dragging the mud and water from both sides along with it. In an instant, this place had transformed into a scene of terrifying natural disaster. At this moment, all vehicles dared not stay in line, starting to find ways to overtake the cars in front, fearing they would be engulfed by the mudslide. At the tunnel entrance, a curtain of water began to form with mud cascading down continuously. Even the edges were showing signs of collapse. Lu Yao took a quick glance behind him, then activated the windshield wipers and charged inside, not daring to linger as he raced towards the other end of the tunnel. If they continued to delay, this tunnel would become their tomb. They had to speed up and rush out, otherwise everyone would die here. One vehicle after another rushed into the tunnel with the debris flow from behind, chasing after the last bus. Qin Yu cursed with a dark face, stepping on the gas. Everyone hold on tight, we're speeding up. As soon as he spoke, the bus charged into the tunnel. At that moment, the tunnel began to collapse, rocks and water mixing together, all crashing down onto the roof of the bus. The debris flow behind was crazily pursuing, blocking the entrance of the tunnel after the landslide. The entire tunnel was pitch black, and all the vehicles turned on their headlights, rushing madly towards the other end of the tunnel. Inside, the lead vehicle, Xinqi, looked towards the other side of the tunnel, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, the tunnel on this side wasn't affected. As the vehicles emerged from the tunnel, they began to line up behind the RV again, returning to normal speeds. What does it mean to have survived a disaster? This is it. Xinqi quickly used a strange device to contact the last bus in line. Old Qin, has your bus caught up? Honk wants to respond, and no one, after the command was given, the last bus responded with a long honk. All was well. Since there was a response from the bus at the back, it meant the convoy had survived. Compared to such natural disasters, Xinqi preferred to face strange creatures. The heavy rain continued outside as the convoy moved forward. Xinqi checked the map and immediately frowned. According to the route, they would next pass through Pingyuan County. The highway ran right along the edge of the county, meaning their movements would likely attract the attention of the strange creatures in Pingyuan County. Damn it! Which fool built the highway? Why didn't they extend it into the county? Old Zhang stopped as we approached Pingyuan County. Taking a deep breath, Xinqi said gravely, I need to get out and listen for a bit. I must understand the situation as soon as possible. Understood. After Old Zhang responded, he drove towards Pingyuan County. When they reached the highway exit, the entirety of Pingyuan County came into view. The lead vehicle came to a slow stop, followed closely by the other vehicles, all halting at the roadside. Everyone stared in astonishment at Pingyuan County. Some even got out in despair, standing still. After getting out, Lu Yao couldn't help but light a cigarette, taking a deep puff to calm his frayed nerves. Heavy rain. He no longer cared about that. The sight of Pingyuan County before him was what truly shocked him. In the distance, a towering tree rose from the ground, swaying gently in the rain. That tree was enormous, with a trunk as thick as a large building, and the crown above blocked out much of the sky, overshadowing half the county. From a distance, roots were sprawling everywhere throughout the county, with some even creeping onto the highway. Xinqi took a look through binoculars, and his face turned pale as he froze in place. Zhu Cheng approached with her bone blade, but before she could speak, Xinqi handed her the binoculars. Take a look, don't be too scared. What does that mean? Zhu Cheng took the binoculars with confusion, and after a glance, she shuddered, standing frozen like Shinchi. At that moment, Lu Yao also walked over and asked, "The strange creatures in this county can't possibly be that tree, right? You take a look for yourself." Zhu Cheng passed the binoculars to him. Lu Yao picked them up and scanned the tree in Pingyuan County where live people were hanging. Indeed, they were living people. Those individuals were still smiling and moving, some even maintaining walking poses. They hung on the tree like fruits, densely packed with at least 100,000 of them. As the rain fell, the wind swayed their bodies, making it look like the tree was swaying. What the hell? Lu Yao couldn't help but curse. What level of strange creature is this? What does it mean to hang people on a tree? Is it just hanging them out to dry like cured meat? Have you seen clearly? At that moment, Shinchi, who usually didn't smoke, even asked old Zhang for a cigarette. After lighting it, he took a deep puff and frowned. This is at least a level 5 strangeness, and the people on the tree are still alive, moving as if they don't even realize their situation. Zhu Cheng fell silent. Lu Yao clenched his fist and sighed. Are there any other strange creatures? Qin Yu walked over with an umbrella and asked. Shin Chi shook his head. He had just crouched down to listen, and throughout Pingyuan County there was only this one bizarre tree, but even just this one brought them unparalleled shock. Next, they needed to consider how to leave Pingyuan County. The highway was right on the edge of the county, and there were plenty of routes on the road. They would definitely encounter those routes when— What if that strange tree could sense an attack through its roots? That would be like lambs entering the tiger's den. What do we do now? We can't just get stuck here, right? Lu Yao's mouth twitched as he said in a low voice. We have no way back. The debris flow behind has certainly sealed off the road, and we can't return. We can only brave it. Shinchi tossed away the cigarette, but after finishing it. Now let's pray that the big tree has had enough to eat. Surely over 100,000 people would be enough to satisfy it. What if it hasn't had enough? Zhu Cheng's sudden remark caught Shinchi off guard. Lu Yao and Qin Yu looked at Zhu Cheng with strange expressions. Can't this girl say something encouraging? Even if we want to take a detour, we must reach the highway exit on the other side. This entrance leads directly into Pingyuan County. Looking at the route ahead, Shinchi took a deep breath and said, We won't enter Pingyuan County, we'll move along the edge of the highway. If we're lucky, we might pass through safely. What if we aren't lucky? Zhu Cheng didn't voice her thoughts, but she was still wondering in her heart. The group exchanged glances, and having come this far, they didn't hesitate any longer. They had no more choices. Immediately, everyone got back into their vehicles, with Shinchi's RV taking the lead, and Qin Yu's bus following behind, maintaining their previous formation. Looking at the terrifying tree in the distance, everyone felt uncertain, but could only grit their teeth, and set off hoping that the big tree wouldn't pay them any mind. On the highway, the tree roots twisted and tangled with one another. The convoy maintained a speed of 100, and a jolt was felt as they ran over the roots. Fortunately, these roots did not react. The expected attack from the roots did not occur, which relieved everyone. Lu Yao followed the car in front, driving while observing the large tree in Pingyuan County. The speed was not too fast as they feared startling the tree. They maintained a steady speed and soon had crossed over half of Pingyuan County. The strange tree remained completely unresponsive. However, Lu Yao did not dare to relax. He kept his eyes on the strange tree, ready to rush out at the slightest sign of movement. At that moment, the canopy of the tree suddenly began to shake violently. Damn! Lu Yao's heart trembled, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, preparing to charge out. Faced with such an eerie creature, numbers meant nothing. They had to escape however they could, as survival was the most important. The strange tree shook wildly, and then a small section of its canopy sprouted. Then, blood-red flowers bloomed from the canopy at a visible speed. These blood-red flowers did not last long before starting to wilt, dissipating, and falling with the rain. Soon after, small fruits began to emerge from the small canopy. From a distance, they resembled heads hanging from the tree, evoking a chilling feeling. These fruits changed from green to blood-red in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Even Lu Yao, who was driving, could smell the aroma of the fruits. The strange tree did not attack the Dawn Convoy, but instead stopped shaking after the fruits appeared. The convoy completely left Pingyuan County and arrived at the highway entrance on the other side of the town. Outside, the air was filled with the scent of the fruits, enticing everyone in the convoy. Shinchi took a look through binoculars and noticed that the people hanging from the canopy were completely withering away as the small tree bore fruit. Even their bones had disappeared, leaving only human skin hanging from the canopy. As the cold wind blew, the skin fluttered in the breeze. Shinchi seemed to recall relevant records in her mind. Her expression was grim, but her eyes were filled with desire. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the highway on the other side, and Shinchi got out, her expression showing a hint of reluctance. The others greedily inhaled the scent of the fruits, eager to rush over and taste them. Zhu Cheng frowned as he looked at the strange tree. After getting out of the car, he approached Shinchi and asked, "That tree has borne fruit. The nutrients can't possibly come from just tens of thousands of people, right?" Shinchi remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her guess was not wrong. The price of bearing fruit was the lives of those tens of thousands. These fruits are called eerie fruits, and they can only mature at the cost of flesh and blood. Moreover, consuming one will awaken a person, turning them into a true sequence extraordinary. Shenxi took a deep breath and explained, there's no need to worry about the success rate, it's 100%. This is also considered another path to awakening. However, compared to natural awakening and using awakening potions, this method is harmful to heaven and isn't so easily encountered. After all, what you are consuming is not merely fruit, but the flesh and blood of tens of thousands. He shared what he knew. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Eating a fruit could awaken one to become a true sequence extraordinary. Many people in the Dawn Convoy began to feel tempted. They did not care what they were eating. In their eyes, it was an opportunity handed to them. As long as they consumed it, they could become extraordinary. Who wouldn't want to take a risk and try? Is that true? Eating that fruit will lead to awakening. I'm so tired of living a subservient life. Oh, I want to be extraordinary too. I want to rise above others. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go pick the fruits. The strange tree seems like it won't attack us. We can just pick the fruits and eat them to become extraordinary. Are you crazy? Those are the flesh and blood of tens of thousands condensed into one. What you're eating is not fruit, but the flesh and blood of tens of thousands. Some couldn't resist the temptation, while others calmed down. This wasn't eating fruit, it was consuming people. They had not become that cold-hearted yet. Captain Shen, wait a moment, we'll enter Pingyuan County to pick the fruits. If we are successful, I will definitely come back immediately. A young man with yellow hair dashed over, saying, without caring whether Shenxi agreed, rushing towards the highway entrance. He was one of the people from Lu Yao's car, an unsettled guy. Seeing the yellow-haired one set off, the others followed suit, running out one by one. Lu Yao frowned and said solemnly, aren't you going to stop them, Captain? If they go, people will die. Can I stop them? Shenxi said expressionlessly, if they want to seek death, then let them die. A level 5 eerie creature, do you think it's something mundane? She didn't stop them because she knew it was futile and it might even lead to resentment later. Thus, she figured it was better not to intervene. After all, this group had effectively been dead since they entered Pingyuan County. The only reason they reached here alive was that the level 5 eerie tree had not actively attacked them at a critical moment. Is anyone else going? Shenxi turned and scanned the crowd, sneering. If not, everyone get in the car and depart. They are destined not to return, just a new batch of fertilizer. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Fertilizer. This was the first time they had heard it used in reference to people. Only about a dozen people rushed to their deaths, which was nothing serious for the convoy. The most urgent thing now was to leave this heavy rain area. Everyone get in the car and prepare to depart. Shenxi took a deep breath and shouted, don't waste everyone's time in fleeing, depart immediately. The convoy's members did not dare to linger. After all, with the level 5 eerie tree still there, what if they were attacked? Escaping as quickly as possible was the most important matter. With tens of thousands dead, those who remained would likely follow in their footsteps. The members of the Dawn Convoy set off, immediately fleeing from the location of Pingyuan County. The yellow-haired group also noticed the convoy leaving and began to curse. Damn, they just left without waiting for us. So what if they left? There are so many vehicles in the county, we can drive away ourselves. We can form our own convoy of extraordinary beings, and we will be the strongest in this world. Exactly, with so many fruits we can produce extraordinary beings in bulk. Ha, what are we waiting for? Let's rush up there. Just as they continued to approach the strange tree, the roots in the city, which had been still, began to move slightly at that moment. Inside the RV, old Zhang drove with a solemn expression, stating few can resist the opportunity of awakening. Shenxi sighed and said, I even found myself tempted. After all, eating that kind of fruit allows a sequence extraordinary to ascend directly. It's an opportunity presented before us. He did not inform Lu Yao about this matter for fear that Lu Yao might also be unable to resist. Zhu Cheng and Qin Yuequi perhaps still had some boundaries. But Lu Yao was different. Based on his understanding of Lu Yao, this guy appeared young, yet was filled with a desire to survive. This desire would make Lu Yao want to become stronger more than anyone else. That kind of fruit was the flesh and blood of over 100,000 people, and Lu Yao, being an extraordinary of the zombie sequence, was already ravenous for flesh energy. Once Lu Yao could not resist, and took that step, he would likely become a true bizarre zombie. If he took that step, he would truly be lost forever. Thus he dared not tell Lu Yao, and suppressed his own inner craving. Such temptation was too alluring. But it was also filled with danger. Only 5th-level bizarre trees would bear such fruit, and for their sequence 9 to rush over would be akin to sending themselves to death. Lu Xiaoga is not as weak as you think. Old Zhang chuckled, recalling the events in Ani Town, where Lu Yao's performance had left a deep impression on him. He knew the concerns of Shenxi, but also believed that Lu Yao would not take that step. Although Lu Yao appeared to have no boundaries, his true boundaries were right there with him. Inside the Hummer, Lu Yao felt a deep-seated hunger that he could no longer suppress, and his entire being began to grow agitated. Although he had eaten well last night after being tempted by the fragrance of the fruit, he felt as if his body was starting to spiral out of control. It was as if that fragrance was beckoning him to try again. Just one bite, and he could escape the hunger. He knew what that fruit was. As a human, he truly did not want to take that step. Even when the day came, he did not want to try. If he really did, so then he would no longer be human. Having died once, he was very clear about his boundaries. He needed to prove that he was still a person, not a bizarre zombie. With that thought, Lu Yao gripped the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed a bag of snacks from the passenger seat with the other. Due to the force he exerted, the snack bag burst open and the crushed snacks scattered everywhere. But Lu Yao paid no heed to anything else and began to gobble them down. One bag wasn't enough. He grabbed more food and stuffed it into his mouth. Even the boxed bread was consumed along with its packaging, and the snacks on the passenger seat diminished at a visible rate. Before long, the snacks in his hands were reduced by more than half. Yet this merely alleviated his hunger slightly. Hungry. So hungry. Beep, beep, beep. The horn blared continuously. Hearing the noise, Shen Qi's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly instructed old Zhang to stop the vehicle. Beep, beep, beep. The horn blared continuously. Hearing the noise, Shen Qi's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly instructed old Zhang to stop the vehicle. Instant noodles, quickly prepare them directly in the RV. After getting out of the car, Shen Qi instructed, make plenty of, don't be stingy. It's not easy for Lu Yao to last this long. The team still needs him. We can't let anything happen to him. The others in the convoy were unaware of what had happened, and after stopping they began to exit the vehicle to check the situation. Lu Yao opened the car door and fell out, staggering to open the back door of the Hummer, then grabbing whatever food was available in the back seat and stuffing it into his mouth. Some people noticed that Lu Yao was acting strangely and grew curious. Shen Qi approached with a dark expression, hurriedly opening the other side of the car door to help Lu Yao open the snack packaging. I asked old Zhang to prepare food. You just need to hold on a little longer. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically stuffed food into his mouth. The amount of snacks was still decreasing, but it evidently could not satisfy Lu Yao's appetite. Zhu Cheng and Qin Yuequi also approached and were taken aback by Lu Yao's state. What happened to Lu Laodi? Qin Yuequi asked nervously. He looks like a starving ghost possessed. How can he eat so much? Isn't he afraid of bursting? His situation is special. We normal sequence extraordinary have side effects accompanying us. Shen Qi explained while helping. He follows the zombie sequence path, and besides relying on flesh energy to replenish himself, he needs more food to satisfy himself. The previous fruit could allow us to ascend directly, but the essence of flesh within it is also a great temptation for Lu Yao. The fact that he could refrain from entering Pingyuan County City is already a testament to his extraordinary willpower. If he does not quickly satisfy that hunger, he might completely go insane and ultimately become a bizarre zombie that devours flesh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Cheng's expression darkened slightly. After all, her situation wasn't much better. Qin Yuequi, however, was utterly shocked, not expecting such a situation. His mysterious system sequence was unaffected and had no side effects at all. Then you and Zhu Cheng. I need to rely on listening to perceive the bizarre. I must do it at least 3 times a day, or I will directly become deaf. Shen Qi sighed. Zhu Cheng's situation is special with she. In short, her side effect will lead her to become blind, so becoming a sequence extraordinary is not necessarily a good thing. We are the most pitiful. He knew some things about Zhu Cheng and halted what he was going to say. Zhu Cheng remained silent, watching Lu Yao devour food like a hungry wolf. Qin Yuequi slapped his forehead and hurriedly said, I'll have my wife cook. I have a rice cooker and eggs with me. Captain Shun, is it okay if I borrow some electricity from your RV? Use whatever you need. Oh, let's first address Lu Yao's situation. Shen Qi frowned, observing Lu Yao's gluttonous manner. This time he will need a lot of food. It's just right to rest here. My family can also eat a bit. After saying that, he anxiously looked toward the RV, hoping old Zhang could hurry a little more. Qin Yuequi also returned to his RV, getting his 4 wives involved. Wives, hurry and go cook in Captain Shun's RV. Make more, or Lu Laodi will die. Qin Yuequi shouted urgently, there is rice in the car. Bring the rice cooker and eggs too. Don't be stingy. We can eat slowly later. Let's first ensure Lu Laodi is full before discussing anything. Others can also get off the car and rest, find something to eat themselves, and we can take our time on the road later. Wife, take out my best preserved meat and cook it. Lu Laodi's situation is special. This time, he absolutely must be fully satisfied. During this meal, Lu Yao could be said to be indulging himself, nearly consuming all the food meant for the entire convoy. Old Zhang prepared instant noodles in a metal basin, and when Lu Yao took it, he immediately began stuffing it into his mouth, leaving old Zhang momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Qin Yuki's wives were also busy. The freshly steamed rice was directly poured into Lu Yao's metal basin, along with scrambled eggs, stir-fried cured meat, and other dishes, all handed to Lu Yao in one go. In the end, it still wasn't enough, and they brought Lu Yao several bowls of noodles. The group was exhausted, and yet this only filled Lu Yao to about 60%. After catching his breath, Zhu Cheng couldn't help but glare at Lu Yao, coldly huffing glutton. Lu Yao awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. You can't blame me, the side effects of this sequence are too great, and coupled with the temptation of that fruit, I really felt like I was about to die. He wasn't joking. When that hunger hit him, he truly felt like he was worse than dead. Looking at Shenqi, he felt as if she was a walking piece of meat. At that moment, Shenqi was also concerned, afraid that Lu Yao might pounce on her and take a bite out of her. Fortunately, Lu Yao managed to restrain himself, and with old Zhang and the others serving quickly, they managed to somewhat suppress Lu Yao's hunger. Qin Yuekue stared at Lu Yao in disbelief and exclaimed, "Little brother, your appetite. Zhu Cheng is right, you really do have a talent for being a glutton. I don't want to either, but I can't really cross the line, can I?" Lu Yao took a deep breath, shaking his head as he explained, "Captain Shen also said my situation is too special, and all I can do is suppress it as much as possible. If it weren't for their ample supplies, it could have led to a serious problem. If Lu Yao went berserk, the entire convoy would be in jeopardy." Shenqi naturally understood this and nodded, saying, "I'll pay more attention to your situation in the future, and I'll also keep a close watch on supplies." With Lu Yao as a glutton in the convoy, their consumption of supplies would increase significantly. In the future, finding resources would become their top priority. If they encountered strange creatures they could handle, Lu Yao could absorb their essence to alleviate his hunger. But what if they couldn't find any? Shenqi was intentionally avoiding those strange creatures. Now, because of Lu Yao's presence, they would have to figure out how to actively seek them out. Resources are easy to come by, I still have plenty of flour on my side, and there's also rice and such, so holding on for a few meals is no problem. Qin Yuekue looked at Lu Yao and asked, "Little brother, can you give us a rough idea? Based on what you just ate, do you feel full?" "I'm 60% full." Lu Yao awkwardly glanced at them. Upon hearing this, not just Qin Yuekue and Shenqi, but even Zhu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. This really was a glutton. After eating so much, he was only 60% full. If he kept this up, the entire convoy would probably be eaten poor. Well, at least it's okay for now, so that's a good thing. Shenqi sighed and said, "It's also my fault for not paying attention as captain. Lu Yao, make sure to let me know in the future, and Zhu Qing, you too. If your vision ever gets blurry, you must tell me. The worst thing while driving is not seeing clearly." Got it. Zhu Qing's situation wasn't as severe as Lu Yao's, but if it ever flared up, it would definitely cause big trouble. After all, she was the only one driving. If she couldn't see clearly, it would be a real problem if an accident occurred. Among them, Qin Yuekue was the most reassuring, as his mysterious sequence had no side effect. "Alright everyone, take a break, we'll set off in half an hour." Shenqi noticed everyone's fatigue and decided to let them rest in the vehicle. Many in the convoy witnessed Lu Yao's condition, and soon they began discussing it privately. "Did you all see that? That killer nearly ate someone." His eyes turned red. It felt like he wanted to devour Captain Shen. "Who says otherwise? If it were up to me, such a person should be kicked out. What's the point of one person eating so much? With all that food, if divided among us, we could all be full, but he ate it all himself." I said there should be ordinary people in high positions in the convoy back, then Lu Yu didn't agree. "Now that we're running low on supplies, Lu Yao's eating so much is simply wasteful." The woman who had originally been in Lu Yao's vehicle held her son, looking at Lu Yao with disdain. With so many resources, if given to her and her son, they could eat well for several days. And what happened? Lu Yao finished it all in one meal. However, her words caught the attention of others this time. Although they were all self-reliant, the convoy should at least spare some resources for them, right? After all, many people didn't have the means to obtain resources, and with so many in the convoy, how could they always have supplies? Moreover, seeking resources would inevitably come with risks, and they could even lose. "Sister Zhao, why don't you go talk to Captain Shen?" A man whispered. "We're all new to the convoy, so it's not appropriate for us to approach Captain Shen. But you're a veteran of the Dawn Convoy. If you talk to her, she will surely agree." Hearing this, Zhao Wan's expression slightly changed, and her grip on her son tightened. What a joke, she only voiced it, but never said she would go find Shenqi. What if Lu Yao heard this? Would their lives still be safe? Among the entire convoy, she was most afraid of Lu Yao. He was someone who would kill without hesitation. However, the others shared the same sentiment, pushing for Zhao Wan to clarify the matter. The men could be disregarded, but they should at least care for the weak women and children. Now Zhao Wan felt somewhat trapped. Faced with the crowd's insistence, she had no choice but to agree to go with them to speak to Shenqi. Even if Lu Yao were to act with Shenqi and so many people around, he should be stopped right. They were out of options. With so many resources just sitting there, they could only watch and not eat, which was an unbearable feeling. After all, such matters could always be discussed right. The group headed straight toward the RV, while many others watched from behind, not rushing to join. If they made their situation clear, perhaps they could have a slightly easier time in the future without having to risk their lives daily to find resources. With the extraordinary individuals in the convoy searching for supplies, they could help with other tasks. After all, such matters could always be discussed right. The group headed straight toward the RV, while many others watched from behind, not rushing to join the commotion immediately. "Captain Shen." Zhao Wan awkwardly looked at Shenqi and forced a smile, saying, "Captain, shouldn't we have some matters we wish to discuss with you? Do you have some time?" She was a clever person, understanding that when seeking help one must put on a proper attitude. Shenqi glanced at Zhao Wan and her group, squinting his eyes with a smile, and asked, "What is it?" "We are all part of the same convoy. If you have needs, feel free to express them. As the captain, I will do my best to accommodate everyone." Hearing this, Zhao Wan knew there was hope. She immediately took the initiative to speak. "It's like this, our convoy has grown in numbers, and there are many elderly women and children among us, but we are somewhat helpless regarding supplies. You can see that most of us are too afraid to seek out supplies. Usually it's the men who go looking. It's not that we are unwilling, but we truly fear that if we go looking for supplies, the chance of us being killed by the strange creatures is much higher than that of the men. So we were wondering if the convoy could implement some policies to give us elderly women and children a chance to eat. What do you think?" Zhao Wan was smart. She didn't directly propose arranging for an ordinary person at a high level. This matter couldn't be rushed. It had to be approached slowly, and it had to be someone respected and admired by others. So she directly ignored that issue and instead inquired about the distribution of supplies. It was indeed not easy for the elderly women and children, especially some of the women in the convoy. Shenqi understood this as well, but the supplies were all brought out at great risk by everyone, so simply giving them away for free wouldn't be accepted by those who had braved danger to gather supplies. After a moment of silence, Shenqi nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I have also considered this matter." Ultimately, he was the captain of the convoy and had to think of the people in the convoy. The convoy will find a way to provide supplies for the elderly women and children, and in the future the convoy will arrange work based on a points system for distribution. Shenqi explained, "Unless there are special circumstances, the people in the convoy can accept work arranged by the convoy, and those who do well will receive supplies. Does that sound good?" Hearing this, Zhao Wan and her group were overjoyed. Earning supplies through work was far better than risking their lives to find them. They were already very satisfied with this arrangement. Thank you, Captain Shen. We will definitely work hard. From now on, any heavy or laborious tasks can be assigned to us. As long as it's a matter of the convoy, it is our responsibility." "Exactly. Captain Shen, you are truly a great person, 1,000 times better than that." Baldly. "Not even his ancestors can compare to your little toe." After this round of flattery, everyone followed Zhao Wan and left. They also praised Zhao Wan along the way, since it was she who had proposed this solution. At this moment, Zhao Wan was undoubtedly their pillar of support. Similarly, she enjoyed this feeling. With followers, she could also find ways to join the higher ranks of the convoy. Captain Shun was so easy to talk to, he couldn't possibly ignore the wishes of the crowd. After all, the convoy was still under Shenqi's command, and this time Zhao Wan realized that. Those extraordinary individuals like Lu Yao and the others were essentially just the convoy's enforcers. They had no problem taking the bulk of the supplies, but with so many members in the convoy, they couldn't possibly take all the benefits, could they? This situation could be maintained temporarily, but when Zhao Wan rose to power in the future, she would definitely strive for more rights. Ordinary women also have the right to fight for everyone's interests. As for the matters of the convoy, Lu Yao and the others were not concerned. After all, Shenqi was responsible for arranging everything, and they could completely rest easy. Regarding earning supplies through labor, Shenqi would oversee the arrangements, and their supplies would not be lacking. Once they had rested enough, the convoy would continue on their journey. The trip to Pinyuan County was relatively dangerous, but fortunately nothing major occurred. The convoy also did not encounter any dangers. For the next leg of the journey, they merely hoped it wouldn't be any more difficult. In the RV, Shenqi looked at the map in his hand and smiled, saying the road ahead is blocked by a mudslide. Other convoys wanting to head north will have to take a detour, and this long route is not safe. The routes he chose were relatively short, saving a considerable amount of time while ensuring the vehicles had fuel. As the convoy captain, he considered all possibilities. Not to mention the dangers encountered on detours, it would also waste a lot of fuel, which is why they had risked breaking through the tunnel. The heavy rain continued to fall, but as long as it wasn't a torrential downpour, they could accept it. Though the road ahead would not be very easy, Shenqi felt in control of it all. In about an hour, Shenqi would come down to listen to the situation. This also ensured that they would not encounter any trouble. The dark clouds in the sky gradually began to lighten, evidently signaling that they would soon leave this rain-drenched area. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the climate and environment had changed dramatically. Natural disasters could occur at any time, so the dangers they needed to watch out for had increased. After leaving this area, they were uncertain what kind of climate and environment awaited them. After all, the prophet sequence level 9 was still too weak. Once promoted to level 8, he would be able to connect with other prophets. Everyone would be able to share resources and interact with more convoys. Let's stop and rest at that village ahead. Shenqi looked at the quiet village not far from the roadside and frowned, saying, "We've been on the road all day and everyone is probably tired. It's just right to rest here and also search for some supplies in the village." Good. After old Zhang drove to the village, he stopped the vehicle. Shenqi got out holding an umbrella, knelt on the ground to listen for a while, then turned around and signaled the vehicles behind him. This gesture was to inform the convoy members that they could rest here tonight. Everyone got out of the vehicle to address their personal issues, while Xinqi also called over Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, reminding them about searching for supplies in the village. There is a strange aura in this village, be careful when you go in. I'll keep an eye on the convoy here. Xinqi explained there is no time limit this time. We don't sense any strange auras around, but I still suggest you withdraw within an hour. Everyone can rest outside the village tonight. The convoy halted outside Changshu village where Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng stood at the village entrance holding umbrellas. Behind them, over 60 individuals were prepared to follow in search of supplies. Zhu Cheng stared at Changshu village for a long time before she darkly remarked, "Something is off. This Changshu village doesn't seem right." Lu Yao curiously fixed his gaze on her eyes. According to Xinqi, those who follow the path of the blade would become blind and their vision would deteriorate increasingly. But Zhu Cheng certainly didn't seem like that at all. She nodded and explained, "I possess a peculiar object that can perceive illusions, and what I just saw was not an empty village." Not an empty village. This meant there were people inside Changshu village. No way. Xinqi mentioned that the village was infused with the essence of strange creatures, so how could there still be living people? Indeed, this was a problematic village. Lu Yao took a deep breath, brandished the soul-devouring blade, and stepped forward into the village, followed closely by Zhu Cheng wielding the bone-piercing blade. The other 60 or so individuals followed closely behind, unwilling to stray too far from Lu Yao and the others. Once they entered, the heavy rain continued to pour, but all of them, including Lu Yao, were completely stunned in place. For good reason. As far as the eye could see, every household had their doors wide open, and some people were even sitting outside chatting. It should be noted that throughout their journey, whether in villages or towns, it had been nearly deserted with barely a soul in sight, let alone the corpses of the dead. In Pingyuan County, tens of thousands had perished. Yet here in Changshu village there were so many people, and from their demeanor it seemed they were completely unaware of the strange existence outside. The more this was the case, the more vigilant they needed to be. Lu Yao took a deep breath and walked towards the nearest household. Inside Changshu village were ordinary bungalows, many retaining an old architectural style, with each household inhabited by elderly residents. For example, at the entrance an elderly man was sitting smoking a dry pipe, his hair gray, and wearing an old faded coat. Upon seeing outsiders, the old man's gaze shifted from murky to bright. The change made Lu Yao feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Old man, it's nearly dark. Why haven't you rested yet?" Lu Yao asked with a smile as he approached. The old man glanced at the knife in Lu Yao's hand, showing no fear. Instead, he smiled warmly and screwed, "I'm old and my sleep is shallow. Moreover, it's been raining these past few days and the village has lost power, so I can't watch TV." The old man chuckled, adding, "You must be from out of town, right? Are you here to interview us villagers? People like you have come here quite often in recent years." Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle at this. He and Zhu Cheng weren't hiding anything, their knives were clearly visible. This old man casually mentioned that such visitors came frequently, which suggested that Changshu village truly had issues. "Old man, how old are you?" Lu Yao continued with a smile. 93. The old man chuckled, saying, Getting old means I can't do much anymore. At least my appetite is still good, and I can eat and sleep." He seemed like an ordinary old man engaging in casual conversation with Lu Yao. At that moment, someone rushed over from behind looking pale and whispered something to Zhu. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Cheng's expression changed slightly, and she immediately turned back toward the direction they had come from. In no time, Zhu Cheng returned, her face equally grim. Seeing this, Lu Yao ceased his conversation with the old man and walked over to Zhu Cheng holding the umbrella. "What happened?" "We're in trouble. Oh, it seems we can't leave," Zhu Cheng explained in a low voice. "I just confirmed that we can enter the village normally, but the convoy outside is gone, and my peculiar object seems to have malfunctioned." This truly was a troublesome situation. It seemed that once they entered Changshu village they couldn't leave, or if they did it would not be the familiar place they once knew. To exit they would probably need to find another way. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao glanced at the old man, smoking the pipe, feeling that the way he looked at them was unusual. He then gestured to Zhu Cheng, saying, "Tell the others not to scatter, everyone should stick together as much as possible. It seems that entering Changshu village is easy, but leaving is difficult." The group decided to follow Lu Yao as they began to wander around the village, no longer seeking supplies. With people in every household, they could not simply rush in to seize supplies. Without understanding the situation here, if they acted rashly and attempted to seize supplies, the consequences could be dire. As they ventured deeper, people in the houses on both sides, whether through open doors or windows, looked at them with expressions of delight. Their gazes mirrored that of the old man they had encountered at first, as if they were prey that had wandered into the village. "Oh, look, so many outsiders have come." Suddenly a hoarse voice called out. An old man leaning on a cane trembled as he stood at the door of a self-built house, his face filled with wrinkles, staring intently at Lu Yao and the others. "With such heavy rain, you young ones don't know to find a place to take shelter?" The old man raised his hand with a smile, saying, "Come to my house and take shelter. Today's youth really don't know how to take care of themselves. Getting a cold won't be good." Lu Yao and the others exchanged glances, then nodded before approaching the entrance of the self-built house. The old man welcomed them warmly into his home. However, Lu Yao remained cautious and did not rush inside. Instead, he asked, "Old man, do you know what's happening outside? What chaos? Aren't we in an apocalypse?" The old man seemed to know the situation outside, chuckling, "Child, don't worry, you just treat this place like your own home. We're just a bunch of old bones, we can't run far, so it's better to stay in the village." This implied that Changsho village was aware of the apocalypse outside, yet they were old and had no intention of leaving. The group exchanged glances, then turned their focus to Lu Yao, waiting for him to give orders. "Old man, we came to your village to find some supplies. What do you suggest?" Lu Yao intended to secure supplies first. If they could converse directly, that would be ideal. If not, they would have to find another way. Once they had supplies, they could think about leaving here. After all, some matters had to be confirmed personally. Zhu Cheng's peculiar object had malfunctioned, indicating that the village's problems were serious. With the current uncertainty, they would have to proceed step by step. "Come on in. My courtyard is the largest in the village, and it can easily accommodate you youngsters." The old man leaned on his cane and turned to walk toward the courtyard. "You need supplies. I have some at home. Potatoes and radishes grown in our own field, stored in the cellar. Dried, cured meat hangs in the rear of the house." As he walked, the old man continued, "We won't use much of it ourselves. If you need it, feel free to take what you require. Staying alive matters more than anything else." There was no response, not even a murmur from within. Lu Yao had initially hesitated to enter, but upon hearing that this family there was no response, not even a murmur from within. Lu Yao had initially hesitated to enter, but upon hearing that this family offered provisions, potatoes, radishes, others immediately stepped inside. Zhu Cheng glanced back toward the village entrance and noticed elders peering out from their homes, their gazes unerringly fixed upon the newcomers. Could every villager be an anomaly? Yet that seemed implausible. They had encountered countless anomalies before, yet never one capable of flawlessly mimicking human form. "Let's go inside first. If supplies are real, we'll take them." Lu Yao lowered his voice. "Our sole purpose in entering was to secure supplies. If escape proves impossible, we'll have no choice but to turn back and eliminate them all." He raised his hand and slashed it across his throat. Changsho village harbored anomalies, but how many Shinchi could not say. Faced with such uncanny circumstances, they had no choice but to prepare for the worst. Yet the elderly man who led them into the courtyard willingly guided them to the rear cellar, and personally pulled aside the rain tarp covering its entrance. "The potatoes and radishes are down there. Help yourselves." He smiled faintly as he explained, "Age catches up with us all. I can no longer climb up and down as I once did. In my youth, I'd have felled trees and tilled fields without hesitation." Someone approached, lifted the cellar lid, and instantly spotted heaps of potatoes and radishes within, alongside 2 large earthen jars filled with pickled vegetables tucked in the corner. That sight broke their restraint. One by one, they rushed inside, stuffing backpacks and pockets alike with provisions. Lu Yao and Zhu Qing each filled 2 sacks, then stood aside under umbrellas, watching silently. The old man said nothing more, only urged them to take generously, insisting they needn't leave much behind. His demeanor appeared genuinely benevolent, until the moment he led them toward the cured meat. Lu Yao's nostrils twitched sharply, and his face darkened instantly. Beneath the eaves hung strips of cured meat, but Lu Yao's expression twisted into grim horror. "Take the meat too. We and my wife no longer need so much." Beaming, the old man pointed toward a wooden ladder in the corner. "There's the ladder. You may climb up yourselves. Don't stand on ceremony, these are hard times for everyone." Hearing this, the group burst into heartfelt thanks. Their journey thus far had been grueling. Encountering such kindness felt like salvation itself. As for the rumored anomalies, so long as none revealed themselves, there was no cause for alarm. Besides, weren't Lu Yao and Zhu Qing present? "Young Master Lu, let me fetch one for you too," the man climbing the ladder called back with a smile. "Since they've offered it freely, it belongs to all of us. You mustn't refuse." Lu Yao shook his head firmly, and in one swift motion pressed his blade against the old man's throat. The crowd froze, bewildered stares fixed upon him. "That's human flesh." Lu Yao stared coldly at the elder, voice low and unyielding. "Potatoes and carrots are fine, but that meat is unmistakably human. I cannot be mistaken." Indeed, the reason his face had paled was precisely because he recognized it human flesh. As a practitioner of the zombie sequence pathway, he possessed an acute visceral sensitivity to human flesh, and those strips hanging beneath the eaves were undeniably human. The anomaly of Changsho village lay most likely within these elders themselves. At Lu Yao's words, those clutching cured meat recoiled in terror, dropping their burdens onto the ground. "Everyone outside now." Lu Yao sneered. "Zhu Cheng, lead them out. This old man is wrong, and whoever's inside that house is certainly compromised too." Zhu Cheng turned wordlessly, yet took only a single step before halting abruptly. At the main gate, elders stood drenched in rain, eyes burning crimson as they locked gazes upon the intruders, hungry, fervent, as though staring at platters of delicacies freshly served. This was no longevity village. It was a cannibal hamlet. Some elders even brandished bowls and chopsticks, ravenous and impatient. The elder Lu Yao, held at knife point, suddenly erupted into manic laughter, shouting, "Neighbors, fresh delicacies have arrived. Feast freely. With so much meat, we'll live longer yet." At his cry, the elders surged inward, advancing relentlessly, jaws agape, hunger blazing in their eyes as if desperate to devour them whole. Lu Yao wasted no time. He brought his spirit-devouring blade down squarely upon the elder's exposed neck. The head severed cleanly, and crimson energy streamed into Lu Yao's body, accompanied by the elder's spirit essence forcibly absorbed by the spirit-devouring. Crimson energy confirmed the elder was no human. "Break through now," Lu Yao snarled, gripping his spirit-devouring blade and charging toward the gate. Zhu Qing followed without hesitation. Her bone-piercing blade unleashed its true fury for the first time. Razor-sharp arcs of killing intent lanced toward the gate. Yet the elders showed no pain. Even when limbs were severed, they lurched forward, eyes blazing scarlet. The others scrambled after Lu Yao and Zhu Qing toward the exit, but elders choked the gate. One youth was overwhelmed, pinned beneath several elders' weight. A scream tore through the air. The elders descended like starved wraiths, jaws snapping, open teeth sinking deep into the youth's flesh. "Save me, quickly save me." The youth shrieked in abject terror, feeling his own flesh torn away. But the others fled blindly, too terrified to help, fearing capture themselves. Survival, not salvation, consumed every mind. Zhu Qing tried to intervene, but dozens of elders swarmed from outside, mouths gaping wide, lunging to bite into their flesh. Even as she cleaved one or two apart with blood energy, more surged forward. "Eat, eat quickly, I'm starving mad." "Don't run, let me devour you, and I'll set you free once sated." "Old man Zhao, slow down, that one's mine. Her face is so lovely, her flavor must be exquisite. Don't let them escape. Devour them, and we'll live longer still." Chase them down. Faced with the villagers, uncanny, fearless, and undeterred by death, the crowd scattered in panic, abandoning their umbrellas as they fled in all directions. Some dashed toward the village gate, but no sooner had they reached it than several ancient dogs lunged from the shadows and tore into them. Amid blood-curdling screams, the dogs ripped flesh from the man's body. Within moments, his cries ceased entirely. He lay motionless on the ground, his corpse devoured relentlessly. Witnessing this, the others abandoned all thought of fleeing through the gate, and instead bolted deeper into the village. Though small in size, the settlement teemed with elderly residents. Even though Lu Yao and Zhu Qing had already slain, many more elders continued emerging from their homes. Some brandished kitchen knives, others clutched chopsticks and bowls, possessed, ravenous, hurling themselves forward without regard for their own lives. Lu Yao cut down foe after foe along the way, absorbing untold quantities of blood energy and soul essence. Yet still hordes of elders pursued the survivors. In that moment, they bore no trace of frailty, leaping, bounding, sprinting with the vigor of youths, faster even than most young adults. Zhu Qing wiped blood from his bone-piercing blade and spoke grimly, "We cannot kill them all. These villagers seem to resurrect. Already I've slain 3 identical elders." Resurrect after death. Lu Yao glanced back at the corpses and swiftly spotted 2 identical bodies lying side by side. Even at the courtyard entrance from which they'd emerged, the very elder he'd slain earlier now stood leaning on his cane, smiling faintly as he gazed upon Lu Yao. His expression betrayed utter confidence, as if Lu Yao were already doomed. "Damn you, Shinshi, this longevity village isn't a village at all. It's a nest of uncanny horrors." The more unperturbed the elder appeared, the darker Lu Yao's expression grew. Indeed, the longevity village proved far more perilous than Ani Town, where even the headless female specter and the child. The more unperturbed the elder appeared, the darker Lu Yao's expression grew. Indeed, the longevity village proved far more perilous than Ani Town, where even the headless female specter and the child ghost paled in comparison. After slaying the elder, Lu Yao did not depart. Instead, he remained at the main gate, intent on observing how, or whether, the elder would resurrect. The youth first fell at the gate, lay dead, his flesh torn away in jagged chunks. One elder knelt atop him, jaws agape, devouring greedily, his face slick with crimson. His rapturous expression, like that of a gourmand savoring the finest delicacy, sent chills down the spine. At that moment, the elder Lu Yao had just killed emerged once more from the house, leaning on his cane, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement as he appraised Lu Yao, as if weighing which part of Lu Yao to devour first. Lu Yao glanced between the corpse on the ground and the elder at the gate, his gaze sharpening into cold, lethal resolve. "Resurrection? Then let us see whose speed prevails, yours in returning or mine in cutting you down." Lu Yao raised his blade and surged forward, cleaving the elder down instantly, then seized the door curtain, striding into the house with icy composure. According to the elder's earlier words, his wife should have been inside. Yet now the room stood utterly empty, not a single soul, not even a shadow. A rustling stirred from the direction of the bedroom. Lu Yao strode swiftly to its threshold, and threw open the door to find the elder he'd slain crawling forth from a pulsating flesh mass. The fleshy orb rested upon the bed, writhing rhythmically. From a gaping fissure within it the elder emerged, fully clothed as if stepping out of ordinary life. He cast one glance at Lu Yao, then lunged, jaws wide, dripping gore. Lu Yao struck without hesitation. A single stroke severed his life. Yet the orb continued to writhe, something stirring deep within its core. Lu Yao frowned, advanced, and brought his blade down with brutal force upon the mass. Puffed! A gush of scarlet erupted. The orb convulsed violently in agony, but Lu Yao did not relent. He raised his sword and hacked again and again, relentless, unyielding. Stroke after stroke, until the orb split entirely, revealing a grotesque expanse of raw, glistening viscera, resembling at first glance the exposed innards of a human being. Crimson energy spiraled upward, coiling into Lu Yao's body. Instantly he felt satiated, 5/10 full. Remarkable. This is no mere abomination, it is sustenance. If such flesh orbs truly lie at the heart of every household in this village, then this is indeed my feast. Lu Yao waited until the orb lay utterly still, and the elder showed no sign of revival, then sheathed his blade and rushed to the next courtyard. Emerging outside, he found Zhu Cheng besieged by a ring of elders. Zhu Cheng, go to their homes. The true horror dwells their flesh orbs. Lu Yao shouted, then drew his sword and stormed into the neighboring room. True to expectation, a pulsing flesh orb lay within, breathing like a living thing. Without pause, Lu Yao raised his blade and hacked furiously, until the crimson energy flowed into him, and only then did he cease. Outside, Zhu Cheng had broken free from the elders' encirclement, and now raced into houses to strike at the orbs. Hearing Lu Yao's cry, the others grasped the truth. Survival demanded destroying the. Beyond sheer numbers, the elders possessed no advantage. Others seized blades from kitchens and turned their assault upon the orbs within each dwelling. When elders gave chase, the survivors armed themselves and fought back. So long as they avoided being tackled and bitten, victory was assured. How could withered limbs and brittle bones contend with the vigor of youth? In an instant the tide of battle reversed. The survivors launched a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng swept through house after house, severing the source of resurrection, the flesh orbs, eradicating the cycle at its root. After cleaving through 7 or 8 orbs, Lu Yao paused at a doorway and belched. Was he full? A surge of boundless vitality flooded his limbs. Yet pressing onward risked fatal overconsumption, like stuffing oneself past satiety, inviting ruin rather than nourishment. So it was with Lu Yao now. He had reached satiety, and continuing would push him towards self-destruction. The crimson energy brooked no refusal. Each time he slew it flooded his body, unbidden, unstoppable, granting him no reprieve. If he persisted, he might well burst from excess, and perish right here, bloated and broken. However, there are still many houses in this village, and the others are too slow. The number of elders remains significant. Even if they are killed, they would be resurrected by the strange flesh balls, making it seem like the numbers never truly diminish. Damn it, I'm going for broke. Lu Yao gritted his teeth and said, it's better to burst than to be eaten. If everyone else died, he would still have to face so many elders, and being killed would only lead to his own demise. Now he had no way out. There was no way to charge out from the village entrance. Even if he did, it wouldn't be along a familiar path. It was better to fight his way through here. Without hesitation, Lu Yao charged into another room. Looking at the writhing flesh ball on the bed, he raised his knife and struck. The crimson energy surged into his body, nearly causing him to vomit, but no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, he couldn't hold it back. He stood at the door, immediately beginning to gag. No matter how he retched, he couldn't bring anything up. That crimson energy wasn't food at all. He couldn't expel even a trace of it. At this moment, he had reached his limit. He could barely hold onto the devouring blade. Damn it, here we go again. Lu Yao gritted his teeth and headed to the second house, charging straight at the flesh ball on the bed. This time, after the crimson energy surged into his body, he didn't immediately vomit. Instead, his body suddenly tensed up. Then it felt as though some chain within his body had snapped. A cracking sound echoed. The previous feeling of bloating instantly vanished, replaced by a faint sense of hunger. Simultaneously, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. After a brief understanding, he realized what was happening. According to Shinshi, he had leveled up. He had advanced from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8. So that's how it is. The method of advancement through the zombie sequence is quite simple. It requires completely filling yourself up, eating until you can't eat anymore, yet still needing to eat. Only by doing this can one truly break through their limits and push through with vigor. Lu Yao took a deep breath, feeling the power that Sequence 8 brought and the new abilities within. He didn't know what Sequence 8 in the zombie sequence was called. However, its abilities were quite unique. Some of his muscle fibers would carry the zombie virus, and the hardness of all his bones had increased, allowing for faster recovery from injuries. Moreover, the most important aspect was that he could control a portion of the zombies. He could freely manipulate his muscle fibers to condense the zombie virus, and then use the condensed virus as a weapon for spreading. In other words, as long as he wished, he could completely infect others with the zombie virus, turning more people into zombies. Control zombies, spread the virus. This was the ability of his Sequence 8. Strong, right? Yes. Lu Yao viewed this as an added means of survival. Whenever he encountered trouble, he could use the zombie virus to attack. Then once the opponent was infected and turned into a zombie, he could control them. This was truly a zombie king. Now it's time to continue. Once again, Lu Yao felt the pangs of hunger and immediately rushed into the next room with his knife drawn. The strange flesh ball writhed on the bed, and Lu Yao eagerly began the slaughter, absorbing all the crimson energy that flowed out. Compared to absorbing a single strange flesh ball, before, he now felt quite hungry after the absorption. It wasn't that his appetite had increased, but rather that he needed more crimson energy to replenish himself. To advance to Sequence 7, he believed he would need at least twice the amount of crimson energy. It would take several situations like this longevity village. Lu Yao showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he frantically began to attack, killing those strange flesh balls. In this entire longevity village, there were so many rooms, and each room contained a strange flesh ball. Even after killing them all, Lu Yao wouldn't feel satisfied. However, now that he had leveled up, he needed to go out and ask Shin-Chi about Sequence 8. So what he needed to do now was to leave longevity village. Lu Yao killed faster and faster, and the Elder's resurrection speed slowed down, gradually being cleared out by everyone. The entire longevity village was littered with the corpses of elders, many of whom looked identical. Zhu Cheng didn't even know how many she had killed, but seeing Lu Yao so tirelessly engaged, she gritted her teeth and joined in. The others had long since tired of killing, gathering together to rest among the piles of corpses. They watched Lu Yao kill the villagers with a sense of numbness. This guy is truly a madman. After killing for so long, doesn't he feel tired at all? By the end, Zhu Cheng was so exhausted that she leaned against the door of her room, gasping for breath. When she looked at Lu Yao, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Beast." As soon as Lu Yao dealt with the last flesh ball, a sound of shattering glass echoed through longevity village. The heavy rain continued, and everyone remained silent as they looked at the corpses scattered across the ground. All were too tired to speak, and the entire longevity village was engulfed in darkness, the pungent smell of blood stimulating everyone. Lu Yao, covered in blood, wielded his knife and walked alone towards the village entrance. Even those old dogs did not escape his blade. Only after completely killing off everyone did he begin to step towards the outer part of the village. At the entrance of the village, Shin-Chi and the others had long been waiting. It had been over an hour since they entered the village, and seeing no one emerge, everyone naturally became worried. Could it be that this longevity village is even more dangerous than Ani Town? Lu Yao, Zhu Cheng, you must come out alive. Just as everyone was worried, a figure emerged at the entrance of the village. Someone's coming out. A person watching the village entrance suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone surged forward, and upon seeing Lu Yao covered in blood, they were all taken aback and instinctively took a few steps back. What on earth happened in longevity village to make Lu Yao look like this? Moreover, why was only Lu Yao coming out? What about Zhu Cheng and the other 60 or so people? Did they all die inside longevity village? Shin-Chi was the first to rush over. Seeing Lu Yao's terrifying appearance, he gasped and asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation inside? Has Zhu Cheng encountered any trouble? She's still alive." Lu Yao plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath as he said, "This is a damn longevity village. It's full of a bunch of old things looking to eat us. We almost perished inside." Hearing this, Shin-Chi let out a long sigh of relief and felt reassured when he looked towards the village entrance. It's good that he came out. Qin Yukue stepped forward to assess Lu Yao's condition, frowning as he said, "Brother Lu, your condition doesn't look optimistic. This blood isn't from you, right?" "No, it's all strange blood." Lu Yao shook his head, raising his head to let the rainwater pour down over him. This longevity village is a place that requires sheer courage to escape from. Those who can survive will no longer fear the strange in the future. Subsequently, others emerged as well. Everyone stumbled out bloodied and supporting each other, each carrying supplies. More than 60 people entered and 53 came out. This can be considered one of the least costly excursions. Outside, people were curious about what had transpired in Changsho village, gathering to inquire. The people inside could not be killed off completely. For every one that was slain, another identical one would soon appear. Indeed, if it weren't for Brother Lu discovering the bizarre meatballs, we might have perished inside. The strange old men in the village were cannibals, even drying human flesh, as if it were cured meat. This is really exhilarating. You from now on, I won't have to fear the Bazaar as much. The Bazaar aren't that formidable after all. Haha, I killed 3 of them this time. Listening to everyone's remarks, those who hadn't entered began to piece things together. The Changsho village was filled with man-eating bizarre beings, all appearing human, but they were merely a group of elderly figures. Additionally, there are those strange meatballs. As long as we kill the bizarre meatballs, the bizarre old men will not appear again. Simply put, if we clear out the entire village, we can ensure our safety. With so many people having seen blood this time, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the convoy, and perhaps even be given special care by Shin-Chi in the future. The convoy needed such individuals. Lu Yao took off his blood-stained clothes and leaned against the vehicle, using rainwater to wash off the blood. Shin-Chi stood nearby with an umbrella furrowing her brow as she stared at Lu Yao, saying, "You seem to have undergone some changes. I can't quite understand it." "Of course, I have been promoted." Lu Yao grinned and said, "I should now be at Sequence 8, the first extraordinary person in the convoy to reach Sequence 8, right?" Hearing this, Shin-Chi's eyes widened. This promotion happened so quickly. The zombie sequence pathway is indeed outrageous. It has only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and Lu Yao has become a sequence extraordinary not long ago. Sequence 8 in the zombie pathway is known as the virus spreader, also referred to as the zombie king. Shin-Chi stared at Lu Yao with a strange expression, saying, "You should know your abilities by now, right? You really are quite lucky. After all, only those in the zombie sequence pathway can absorb energy and promote by killing the bizarre." To be honest, at that moment, he felt envious. He didn't even know how long it would take him to promote, and for Zhu Cheng it seemed even more distant. On the contrary, Lu Yao, having feasted well, took a gamble and unexpectedly promoted to Sequence 8. This was undoubtedly a great boon for the convoy. With the Sequence 8 established in the convoy, the journeys ahead would certainly be easier. Even if they encountered level 2 bizarre creatures, Lu Yao at Sequence 8 could easily handle them. As long as they weren't level 3 or above, the convoy need not worry. Good news, good news. Shin-Chi shouted with laughter. "Old Zhang, brother Qin, quickly prepare a meal. Today, we're celebrating in the convoy." "Huh? Celebrating what?" Qin Yukue, who was inquiring about the situation in Changshu village from Zhucheng, was also taken aback. Though Lu Yao and the others brought back supplies, was there really a need for celebration? Lu Yao has been promoted to Sequence 8. Shin-Chi explained with a smile, "He is the first in our convoy to reach Sequence 8, and it is in the combat direction. From now on, we won't need to worry when facing level 2 bizarres. Doesn't that deserve a celebration?" Once this was said, the convoy fell silent for a moment before erupting in joyous voices. Everyone was congratulating Lu Yao on his promotion. The stronger the extraordinary people in the convoy, the more secure they felt. Isn't this something worth celebrating? Congratulations, brother Lu. You are already at Sequence 8. Our convoy now has someone to counter level 2 bizarres. Exactly, if it weren't for brother Lu discovering the bizarre meatballs, we might have perished in Changshu village. If you ever need anything, just let us know. Now that brother Lu has been promoted, is it time for Zhucheng to follow suit? Captain, when will you promote? And brother Qin, you too, don't get too far ahead of brother Lu. The atmosphere in the convoy grew increasingly cheerful, which was exactly what Shin-Chi hoped to see. Although there were some restless individuals in the convoy, it was entirely manageable for him. As the number of people increased, so did the thoughts of many. As long as no major disturbances arose, the captain could easily overlook some minor issues. Everyone go help brother Qin over there. The women should prepare meals, and the men should assist with carrying things. We'll make do here. Just be careful not to get too wet in the rain. Catching a cold would be... In a great mood, Shin-Chi even took out his treasured tea leaves and called out, "Brother Qin, bring out your eggs. Let's make some tea eggs for everyone to enjoy. They'll compensate you with eggs later when I find some." There's no need to be polite among ourselves. Qin Yukue generously took out his treasured eggs and had his 4 wives boil tea eggs. The radishes and potatoes that Lu Yao brought back could also be used. Having a big pot meal would be completely fine. Moreover, this would promote unity within the convoy. So many people survived this time, all of whom had seen blood. They would be the backbone of the convoy moving forward. Shin-Chi noted down the names of these individuals, intending to take better care of them in the future. After all, if any among them awakened to become extraordinary, it would be beneficial for the convoy. The convoy's members began preparing on the vehicles. Although there were no tents to shield them from the rain, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Lu Yao had washed off most of the blood and went to change, and becoming Sequence 8 naturally made him happy. Taking this step gave him more hope for survival. To say he wasn't happy would be a lie. When Zhucheng looked at Lu Yao, a hint of envy crossed her face. Then she got up to find Shin-Chi, intending to ask about the conditions needed for her promotion. With someone in the convoy being promoted, she naturally didn't want to fall behind. However, when Shin-Chi informed her of the promotion requirements, her expression turned somewhat grim. Each sequence pathway has its oppositions, and for you as a blade bearer, the only way to promote is to kill a level 9 from the criminal sequence. Shin-Chi explained to Zhucheng, "Don't rush, or we will keep an eye out for you. This method is a bit difficult, but with everyone's help it shouldn't be a problem. To be honest, I envy you guys. After all, your promotion difficulties aren't that great, unlike those of us in the seer sequence. I want to promote, but it requires me to listen while lying on the ground repeatedly. Only by becoming more skilled can I have hopes for promotion. Otherwise, I might never be able to promote in my life. This is a true test of my patience." That night, everyone in the convoy was very happy. Who would dare to say they were unhappy when they could enjoy a hearty meal? It should be known that Lu Yao had now been promoted to Sequence 8, which meant the convoy's confidence had grown stronger and everyone's hope of survival increased. Although Lu Yao still ate a lot, everyone accepted it. After all, he exerted the most effort, so what was wrong with him eating more? Especially those who had followed Lu Yao out of Changsha village, each of them felt overwhelming gratitude toward him and had already recognized him as their leader. Only those who have truly experienced life and death crises understand how dangerous it is to face the unknown. Lu Yao's ability to bring them to safety made him their savior. From now on, anyone in the convoy who opposed Lu Yao would be opposing this group. Even Lu Yao himself hadn't expected that after this incident his standing would surpass that of Captain Shinchi. While everyone was celebrating, Zhao Wan nestled in a man's embrace, smiling as she looked at the crowd outside. She had entrusted her son to others for help as she also needed to vent her suppressed feelings. But now watching the crowd outside, her expression was not very pleasant and her smile was forced. Brother Zhang, how exactly can one become a sequence extraordinary? Zhao Wan gently raised her head to look at the strong man. This man was one of those who had fought his way out of Changsha village with Lu Yao, and he was genuinely grateful to Lu Yao. To be honest, everyone in the convoy was eager to know how to become a sequence extraordinary. Back in Pingyuan County, Zhao Wan had that thought too. The fruits were right before her eyes, and it would be a lie if she didn't. If she hadn't worried about the convoy abandoning her, she would have run off with Huang Mao and the others to pick the fruits. But fortunately she didn't go. Otherwise she would likely have died in Pingyuan County. Now that Lu Yao had become Sequence 8, her desire to become a sequence extraordinary could no longer be suppressed. She was very clear that even if she had supporters, and even if Shun Qi promised her a position, she still had some distance from being a sequence extraordinary. So only by becoming a sequence extraordinary could she possibly change all of this. And Zhang Jun, as someone who had fought his way out of Changsha village, would inevitably be valued by the convoy. Zhao Wan, unwilling to be left behind, worried that her plan would fall apart, immediately sought to seduce Zhang Jun, this ordinary man. Didn't Captain Shun already say this? Zhang Jun scratched his head and smiled. Although Captain Shun mentioned the fruits, that method is impossible, so we can only rely on natural awakening, and that awakening. Natural awakening is certainly very difficult, and it probably depends on luck, otherwise there wouldn't be only 4 extraordinary in our convoy. As for that awakening potion, I've never even seen it, so I know even less about it. Who wouldn't want to be a sequence extraordinary? But the chances are just too small. Previously Shin Qi had shared related information with them, and it seemed that there were no other methods besides these 3. The fruits were definitely off limits. Moreover, they had already come this far. Going back to look for the fruits would be seeking death. So it was better to wait for a natural awakening based on luck. Brother Zhang, I'm not saying I must become an extraordinary. It's just that the higher-ups in the convoy are all extraordinary, and we ordinary people have no standing. You almost didn't make it out this time, and I was worried. Zhao Wan nestled in Zhang Jun's arms, her voice soft and sticky. I still have a child to take care of, and life will definitely get tougher. I want to fight for some rights in the future. If that day comes, will you support me? After all, I am entirely yours. Seeing Zhao Wan's delicate demeanor, Zhang Jun, who came from a working-class background, could hardly resist. Let alone just 1 child, he could handle 10. After all, in the convoy, he could only enviously watch as others continuously changed partners, and no woman would take the initiative to approach him. Now that Zhao Wan had expressed her intentions, he immediately felt a sense of responsibility. Don't worry, you are my woman, and I will definitely support you. Zhang Jun hugged Zhao Wan and smiled. I've killed quite a few of those strange old men this time. Captain Shun and the others will take better care of me in the future, and when there's food, I will definitely prioritize you and your child. From now on, your son will be my son. Hearing this, Zhao Wan's face was filled with joy, and she immediately leaned in to kiss him. When emotions run deep, even acting can turn real. It was easy to imagine that the other party had a place to escape the heat, and had also regarded Lu family town as a supply point. Regardless of which guess was correct, Lu Yao's intention was to leave Zhao Wan. Did she really think others were unaware of her background? Shin Qi had often watched short videos and knew that Zhao Wan was an internet celebrity and a fierce fighter online. She claimed to advocate for women's rights and boasted about being an independent single woman, yet behind the scenes she married and had kids, cooking and serving her husband every day, not to mention picking up and dropping off children daily. Using the title of protecting women's rights, she had scammed quite a bit of money online. Such a person wouldn't change her nature even in the apocalypse, and was now targeting someone the convoy valued, clearly planning to form a small group. Bring it on. Let's see how an ordinary person like her can rally a group to contend with the extraordinary. She was not the only one of her kind in the convoy. It was just that Zhao Wan's behavior was the most conspicuous. Lu Yu had also mentioned that during their escape, this foolish Zhao Wan had almost endangered everyone. Such a person may seem stable now, but once she explodes, it would be a grand spectacle. He was curious to see how far Zhao Wan could go. If she truly had the capability, he wouldn't mind letting her manage the ordinary people in the convoy, because as more people joined, there would naturally need to be someone in charge. As the leader, he couldn't manage everyone forever. Just as he was focusing intently, Lu Yao walked in from outside, and as soon as he got on the vehicle, he heard a sultry call. This left Lu Yao a bit flustered. Goodness, Captain Shin, you sly ones secretly watching adult films behind everyone's back, huh? Shin-Chi awkwardly glanced at Lu Yao and hurriedly took out the remote, intending to turn it off. With quick reflexes, Lu Yao intercepted the remote and chuckled, Captain Shin, you're a bit out of line here. It's not right to keep such good things hidden, is it? He then leaned over to watch the television. As he looked at the screen, his expression grew somewhat strange. This person looks familiar. They seem like someone from the convoy. No, this is definitely someone from the convoy. Lu Yao's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, watching Zhang Jun and Zhao on, his mouth twitching involuntarily. When was this recorded? Ahem, I can explain, Shin-Chi hurriedly said. I only used this strange object to keep an eye on the others in the convoy, but I never observed you and Zhu Cheng. You can trust me on that. Strange object. You were spying, right? Lu Yao chuckled, tossing the remote to Shin-Chi and sitting beside him. Shouldn't you explain, Captain Shun? Otherwise, should I call Zhu Cheng and Qin go over? What do you want from me? At that moment, Zhu Cheng's voice suddenly came from the door of the RV. Zhu Cheng walked over and seemed to have heard the sound coming from the old television, curiously leaning in for a glance. She didn't seem to care at all, nodding at the two people on the screen. It's just okay, the picture isn't very clear. Is it from a few years ago? Once she opened her mouth, Lu Yao and Shin-Chi were dumbfounded. Sister, do you want to hear what you're saying? Can you really watch this kind of picture? What are you looking at? Do you really think I'm a child? If it weren't for the apocalypse, I should be watching this in my dormitory now. Zhu Cheng glared at the two of them, appearing unfazed, and said, What era is this? You two are really old antiques. If you want to watch it, just watch it. Oh, what's the big deal? I must say, this girl usually doesn't speak, but when she does, it's anything but ordinary. Shin-Chi awkwardly scratched his head, wanting to grab the remote and turn off the TV to prevent further misunderstandings. But Lu Yao gave him no chance. Zhu Cheng, this television is a strange object. That bastard Shin-Chi is using it to spy on the people in the convoy. Lu Yao directly nailed Shin-Chi to the pillar of shame. He even spied on us. He's a pervert. He probably even watched you change clothes. Hearing this, Zhu Cheng's brows furrowed and her grip on the fruit knife tightened. This was the beginning of murderous intent. No, I swear I didn't. Shin-Chi immediately stood up to explain. I was just using it to watch the people in the convoy. I wasn't staring at you. Don't you trust who I am? Zhu Cheng let out a cold laugh, her disdain fully evident in her eyes. Lu Yao was also grinning as he stared at Shin-Chi. Faced with their scornful gazes, Shin-Chi felt helpless and said, Believe it or not, I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing his stubborn denial, Zhu Cheng snorted coldly and turned to leave as if she wanted to distance herself from some garbage. Lu Yao smiled and stood up, saying, Captain Shin, you've been caught red-handed. Be careful from now on. After saying that, he exited the vehicle. Originally, they were supposed to have a chat with Shin-Chi, but now they had completely lost the mood. What else was there to talk about? A relaxed and content expression appeared on his face. You want to compete with me? I'm several years older than you, and do you really think I've been eating for nothing these years? A relaxed and content expression appeared on his face. You want to compete with me? I'm several years older than you, and do you really think I've been eating for nothing these years? The next morning, after the convoy finished packing up, they set off. Lu Yao initially thought about going back to Changshu village to search the cellar in the village to see if he could find anything. But Shin-Chi was eager to hit the road and felt it wasn't necessary to take risks, suggesting they could find supplies elsewhere later. The heavy rain continued, and the convoy hurriedly pressed on. After refueling the vehicle, Lu Yao set off with the convoy. He was now well fed and could hold out for a long time. Moreover, Shin-Chi had sent over a batch of snacks as a precaution, so Lu Yao didn't have to worry about anything. As everyone continued on their journey, the heavy rain outside was gradually decreasing, which was good news. They had finally escaped the area plagued by heavy rain. By the time the heavy rain had turned into a light drizzle, the drizzle had completely dissipated. The sky was clear, and after opening the window, warm winds blew and washing away the sticky feeling on their bodies, and everyone felt much lighter. However, as they continued their journey, the once familiar environment began to change. After passing through a mountainous area, they were met with vast stretches of yellow sand along with an unbearable heat wave. The convoy came to a stop, and everyone was shocked by the sight before them. They saw an endless expanse of yellow sand with the sun hanging high in the sky, crazily scorching the ground beneath. This was not a desert, but rather a normal mountainous terrain. However, yellow sand was spread all around, even covering the nearest mountain. Looking around, it was entirely a world of yellow sand. Even the road surface was covered with a layer of yellow sand, and due to the sun's scorching heat, the ground shimmered with heat waves. My God, is this still the world we know? Desert? No, this is not a desert. Has it undergone a baptism of yellow sand? According to our route, we should be nearing Suzhou and Hangzhou, right? Is this really the Suzhou and Hangzhou I know? I must be dreaming. Let me take another nap, and when I wake up, I can confirm what's real and what's not. Looking at the yellow sand-covered environment before him, Shin-Chi appeared calm, as he had long been aware of the climate changes. He just didn't expect that after passing through the heavy rain area, they would now step into a world of yellow sand. This endless yellow sand was far more terrifying than the heavy rain. After all, they would soon face the issue of water scarcity and the condition of the car tires. Traveling in such an environment would severely wear down the tires, and if they weren't careful, everyone's vehicles could break down halfway. While they could look for water if a car malfunctioned, finding a usable vehicle in this area would be impossible, as any remaining vehicle would likely have issues. What do we do now? Lu Yao stepped forward to look at Shenxi, frowning and saying, "This place is already unfamiliar to us, not to mention the tires will definitely not hold up." Looking at the ground radiating heat, Lu Yao couldn't help but grow worried. They had just felt warmth, but now they were about to be scorched. The damn apocalypse really doesn't give anyone a chance to breathe. Let's rest here for now. They'll have Brother Qin help reinforce the vehicles, and at least we need to ensure that Shenxi turned to look at the others in the convoy, frowning and saying, "Prioritize our vehicles. The others' vehicles don't need to be taken care of. We'll look for spare tires on the road." They originally didn't want to use the strange vehicles so soon, but now they had no choice. Facing this yellow sand area, the condition of the car tires was a must-consider issue. Without a vehicle, relying solely on foot would be seeking death. Who knows how vast this yellow sand area is? Just relying on foot would be utterly suicidal. Moreover, the strangeness in this area was likely even more dangerous, so they absolutely couldn't walk. Lu Yao sighed and nodded, saying, "Then let Brother Qin handle it. I was originally thinking of finding better materials, but it seems impossible now. We'll have to change vehicles or find other solutions later." The process of sublimation could only be done once. This was a limitation of Qin Yukui's ability. Once sublimated, he couldn't continue to sublimate, making it irreversible. They all knew this. The current environment forced them to choose to sublimate the vehicle, as it was the only way to go further in this area. To be safe, let's use those fragments on the vehicle. Shenxi furrowed his brows and said thoughtfully, "I can't guarantee the conditions for the upcoming journey either. I have no experience driving in such an environment. Well, just have to leave it up to fate." Lu Yao turned to look at the other vehicles and quietly said, "Why don't we have everyone backtrack? I saw quite a few abandoned vehicles on the way here. We can take the tires off those and prepare them. Once we step into this area, finding usable tires won't be simple. It's better to prepare in advance, just in case. We can also take this opportunity to have Brother Qin help us sublimate the vehicles, that way they won't be aware, and we can also have everyone find some water to prepare everything before stepping into the yellow sand area." It is not the scarcity that is troubling, but the inequality. Shenxi understands this principle as well. The few of them have reinforced their vehicles, and naturally others in the convoy will have similar thoughts. What will happen when everyone goes to find Qin Yuequi? Qin Yuequi appears to be a tall and strong man. However, after these days of interaction, everyone knows that he is not someone who can be ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be fleeing with over 100 people, even taking the initiative to provide some supplies to those in the vehicles. Therefore, if someone approaches him for help, especially a group of people, Qin Yuequi might just agree voluntarily. Once there is a first time, there will be a second and a third. Hence, it is best for Qin Yuequi's assistance to not be too overt. If someone notices it later, then let Lu Yao step in to suppress it. After all, the role of the villain in the convoy belongs to Lu Yao. Any grievances? Go tell it to Lu Yao's blade. After Shenxi arranged everything in his mind, he immediately instructed the convoy members to temporarily return, searching for spare tires and preparing ample water sources. The people in the convoy are not foolish. The endless yellow sand is just within reach, and once they step in, water sources will become essential. Therefore, it is wise to prepare as much as possible while there is still time. As for the tires, since Captain Shun has already suggested it, let's prepare together. The convoy members dispersed to search for water sources and abandoned vehicles nearby. Shenxi confirmed that there were no anomalies around, which made the convoy members breathe a sigh of relief. After everyone left, they let Qin Yuequi begin to enhance their vehicles, directly transforming them into extraordinary vehicles. Actually, you could just say it directly. There's no need to worry about my situation here. Qin Yuequi understood Shenxi's intention and explained with a smile, "I'm not exactly a good person, although I'm not as ruthless as Brother Lu. I also understand the truth that good people don't live long. You've seen over 100 people on my vehicle. In the past, I threatened them with my fists, and later, I would dangle food in front of them daily. This way, while they could eat, they wouldn't have the strength to resist. Even my wives could easily overpower them. Captain Shin, rest assured, I am not a soft-hearted person. There is no need to take care of me like this in the future." Hearing his explanation, Shenxi also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is not a soft-hearted person, it is fine. The concern was that Qin Yuequi might not be able to be ruthless. Now they can fully trust Qin Yuequi's character. "Alright, then I will use all the fragments on your vehicles. After enhancement, the exterior will remain unchanged, but the internal space should increase significantly." Qin Yuequi explained with a smile, "I'll start now. If you need anything in the future, just ask. We are all in the same convoy." After saying this, he began to enhance Shenxi's vehicle. With a flash of white light, Shenxi's RV still looked the same, showing no significant changes. However, Lu Yao and the others immediately stepped forward to check the situation. The internal space had increased more than double. At first glance, it was like stepping into a room with the windows serving as room windows, and even a washroom appearing in the corner. What delighted Shinshi most was the large bed, which was simply his dream bed. Originally a bed for one, it could now comfortably fit 2, or even 3 people. Goodness, this makes me want to get an RV myself, Lu Yao said enviously. Shinshi, how about we switch? You and old John can drive the Hummer, and he'll take the RV. Go away. This is my treasure that I brought over from the villa area. Shinshi immediately began to shoo them away, driving Lu Yao and Zhu Qing out, then eagerly lay down on the bed to experience it. So comfortable. This is just too comfortable. After all, it is a mysterious series. This ability is truly delightful. Lu Yao and Zhu Qing's vehicles were also enhanced, and they each went to check on their own vehicles. Qin Yuequi has been very generous to Lu Yao. Most of the extraordinary materials were used on Lu Yao's Hummer, completely devoted to enhancing Lu Yao's vehicle. Brother, don't say, I don't give you face. The number of bull ghost bones used on your vehicle is half. Qin Yuequi whispered to Lu Yao, patted his shoulder, and then happily walked towards his bus. Clearly these 3 extraordinary vehicles crafted by him were masterpieces he was very satisfied with. Once Qin Yuequi left, Lu Yao couldn't wait to reach out and touch his extraordinary vehicle. Item: Crazy Bull Hummer. Quality: Extraordinary. ID: 5411. Characteristics: 1. Super strong impact resistance, able to withstand most attacks from level 2 anomalies. 2. Durable and resilient. The overall durability of the vehicle has improved, allowing it to drive safely in many harsh environments. 3. Crazy Bull Charge. The vehicle's speed is drastically enhanced, and when the speed breaks 150 miles, it will gain the impact effect of a level 2 anomaly bull ghost. Description: an extraordinary vehicle made by a certain series of transcendence, a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought. Goodness. These 3 characteristics truly made Lu Yao's heart race. 3 characteristics, just like the devouring blade. Most importantly, the 3rd characteristic allows a vehicle to have an impact comparable to a level 2 anomaly, which adds another trump card. Opening the car door, Lu Yao looked inside. Just as Qin Yuequi had said, the interior of the car indeed doubled in size. The seats are still the original seats, but the back half is connected to the trunk, making it easy to place a mattress and other items. No longer needing to sleep on the car seats, he could directly lie back and sleep leisurely in the back. He still had some supplies in hand, especially drinks. The drinks collected by the Crazy Beast Convoy were mostly in his hands. Although there weren't many snacks, drinks are definitely a precious commodity in the Yellow Sand area. In addition, there were 2 packs of mineral water, 1 pack containing 24 bottles, enough for Lu Yao to last a while. Overall, the 3 of them were very satisfied with their vehicles. Now in their convoy, there are a total of 4 extraordinary vehicles, which are probably unique in the entire world. The convoy members returned one after another, each seemingly having gained quite a bit. Zhang Jun and Zhao Wan huddled together. Privately, Shinshi was watching them, especially Zhao Wan, who was clearly a restless character. This time when the 2 returned with their finds, Zhang Jun was carrying a bucket of water and pushing a usable tire. Zhao Wan was holding a child, mumbling something next to him. Zhang Jun was also a good-tempered person, scratching his head and smiling, seemingly a good man who loves his woman and child. Set off. With Shinshi's command, the convoy officially embarked on this desolate sandy area. As soon as he crossed that boundary, Lu Yao felt a wave of hot air rushing towards him, and the temperature inside the vehicle was rapidly rising. This was just the beginning. Lu Yao swallowed hard, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while starting to take off his clothes with the other. Yet even so, he still felt the temperature continuously rising. Even with the windows down, the wind blowing in while driving was warm, making everyone feel as if they were sitting in a steamer. Some vehicles simply rolled up their windows and turned on the air conditioning, which was effective but increased the wear on the vehicles. Moreover, the ground temperature was also high. As the convoy continued to advance, the tire's temperature was rising as well, and no one knew how long they could endure. In the end, everyone underestimated the terrifying nature of this sandy region. Just at the outset, the heat was already becoming unbearable, let alone delving deeper. Lu Yao did not turn on the air conditioning, but allowed the warm wind to blow and enduring the high temperature while driving. After getting used to it, he felt his body was not so uncomfortable. At first it was hard to adapt, but after driving a while he felt that this temperature was not entirely unacceptable. The convoy moved forward, and what met their eyes was an overwhelming expanse of yellow sand. Apart from the yellow sand, there was no other color to be seen. Even the trees on both sides had long since withered and turned yellow from the intense heat. Coupled with the falling yellow sand, a layer of it covered the trees. After driving for nearly an hour, the convoy's speed slowed down as there was nowhere around to stop and rest. The sun shone fiercely overhead, and the yellow sand seemed to grin at them. Shinshi, gritting his teeth, got out of the car and crouched down to tentatively touch the ground. After just one touch, he immediately withdrew his hand. The ground temperature was too high. Moreover, it seemed that due to the excessive temperature, the asphalt surface had softened. It was likely that the road would melt further ahead. He went back to the car to grab a bottle of water, took off his clothes to shield his head, and poured the water onto the ground. In an instant, the water evaporated at an incredible speed. At the same time, Shen-Chi hurriedly spread his clothes on the ground and lay down on them. Closing his eyes and enduring the scorching heat of the ground, he began his first moment of listening here. Not long after, he quickly got up, grabbed his clothes, and turned to look at the vehicles following the convoy. What's going on? Lu Yao with his upper body bare leaned out and shouted, "There's no strange aura, but this temperature is quite tricky." After responding, Shen-Chi opened the RV door and squeezed inside, soon coming out with a troubled expression. His vehicle had a temperature gauge. Outside, the temperature had already surpassed 48.5 degrees, and this wasn't even the highest yet. If they continued deeper, the temperature would surely rise further. No strange creatures was indeed good news, but this temperature was quite concerning as it was already hard to bear. They had to quickly find a place to rest and cool down, preferably a place to reduce the car's temperature. Shen-Chi returned to the passenger seat, took the strange item broadcast, and began to speak. "Attention everyone, the surface temperature has surpassed 48 degrees Celsius. The convoy needs to speed up and find a place to rest quickly." This message echoed through the vehicle's broadcast system. Surpassing 48 degrees. Was this going to be deadly hot? If the temperature continues to rise, would it surpass 50 degrees? It might not even stop at 50. Although some in the convoy had been to the desert and could accept the current 48 degrees, they had to consider that this temperature was continuously increasing. As they went deeper, the temperature would likely continue to rise. Not to mention what situation they would face, then the first thing was that the vehicles couldn't hold out. Suddenly the convoy began to speed up, rushing forward. Now Shen-Chi no longer cared about strange creatures. He desperately hoped a village or town would appear soon so they could find a place to rest. In such temperatures and conditions, some of their supplies would likely spoil. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Yao drove the powerful Hummer while continuously unscrewing water bottles, drinking one after another. Hunger wasn't the issue. For him, thirst was the most tormenting. He had only 2 bundles of water left, but he had already drunk quite a bit. By evening, he would be the first in the convoy to run out of water. The convoy sped along the ground, and at this moment the surface temperature had already surpassed 50 degrees. The asphalt surface had begun to melt, and many vehicles had tires stuck with asphalt, yet even so the convoy dared not stop. Shen-Chi glanced at the map in his hand, feeling a sense of despair. The map was utterly useless. Though the route ahead seemed fine, the villages and towns that should have existed along this path had vanished. In other words, the map was now completely useless. What bad luck. Shen-Chi removed his clothes, now wearing only his underwear. Old Zhang beside him was sweating profusely, having only his pants left on, as sitting in the seat was becoming increasingly driving in this weather was simply torture. Old Zhang even missed the rainy weather. At least the heavy rain didn't torment people like this. Buildings. There are buildings ahead. Old Zhang stared intently at the road, and when he saw the houses appear, he excitedly shouted, "Should we stop and have you get out to sense it?" "No need, just drive in." Shen-Chi replied with a dark face. "Stopping outside would likely make us faint from the heat. It's better to rush in and fight with the strange." Ahead was a town. Without even discussing gathering supplies, finding a garage to provide temporary shelter for the vehicles would suffice. In this area, traveling during the day was absolutely not an option. Traveling at night was the most rational choice. Moving during the day was purely asking for trouble. "Attention! Ahead is Lu Family Town. We will drive directly into the town. Everyone should find a place to park." Shen-Chi's voice, tinged with relief, came through the vehicle's broadcast. A town. Finally, a glimmer of hope. Everyone in each vehicle was a bit anxious, and most of the cars turned on the air conditioning, but even so, the vehicles still needed to stop in a shaded area to take. After several hours of driving without seeing a place to rest, the appearance of Lu Family Town was undoubtedly the best. Strange creatures. They would deal with that when the time came. They couldn't let fear make them choose to die of heat outside, could they? Lu Family Town. The roar of the Dawn Caravan's vehicles echoed. One vehicle after another rushed in, beginning to search aimlessly for places to avoid the scorching sunlight. The roads of this town had not yet melted under the sun, and as the vehicles rushed in, they dispersed towards the houses in all directions. Some cars crashed straight into the tightly closed gates, seeking refuge in the shaded areas. Lu Yao also drove quickly, scanning the surrounding houses, finally fixing his gaze on an open roll-up door. This was a 2-story self-built house with the ground-level roll-up door leading to a dedicated garage, but the cars inside were already gone. Lu Yao drove in directly and parked the car steadily inside this self-built garage. Although hot winds still approached in the shaded environment, it was already much better than staying outside. The other vehicles also found places to park, those that could not park directly in someone else's yard, leaving their cars at the entrance. The blazing sun hung high, and the temperature continued to rise. However, the members of the Dawn Caravan breathed a sigh of relief as they had managed to hide. After getting out of the car, Lu Yao ignored the hot winds rushing toward him, moved forward to pull down the roll-up door halfway, and then stood under the cool eaves to observe his surroundings. At that moment the sun was just behind the house, shielding the sunlight and creating a shaded area. Zhu Cheng also parked his car here, opening the door and pouring a bottle of water over his head. Is everyone okay? Shinchi's RV was parked not far away. After getting out, he first found a place to listen before hurriedly coming over. The temperature is a bit high, but it's not too torturous yet. Lu Yao frowned and said, Brother Qin's bus might have trouble finding a place to park. There aren't many tall buildings in this village, and his bus can only stop out. Other vehicles seemed to have found places to hide, but the bus was the most concerning. However, Shinchi seemed to know where Qin Yukue had taken the vehicle. He went to the gas station where there is a roof for shade, and he can also find some gasoline to bring back. Just relax. Shinchi's words relieved Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, and then he added, there is no eerie presence in Lu family town. Under these circumstances, it's unlikely any anomalies will emerge, so we can feel more at ease. Hearing this, Lu Yao retracted his observing gaze and said, should we take the opportunity to search for supplies here? This town isn't small. There should be supermarkets or grain stations around. He had very few supplies left in his hands, to be precise, just a little, especially in terms of water. If possible, he did not want to miss out on the resources in this place. We definitely need to search. Shinchi nodded and said, what I'm worried about now is whether there are other people hiding in the town. Although the town appeared fine, the absence of issues was the biggest problem. The streets of the town were scattered with numerous items, and there were even some desiccated corpses that had obviously been sun-dried, clearly once belonging to the townspeople. At first glance, it seemed the town had not been searched, but upon closer inspection of the sandy traces on the street, one could find many marks left by vehicles. This meant that someone had entered the town. However, whether those who entered had left was another matter altogether. Let's search first. Even if there are people, our caravan doesn't need to be afraid. Lu Yao pondered with his knife in hand. We can't be overpowered by someone like me, ranked 8. When it's time to act, we must act. Indeed. Currently, the greatest reliance of the Dawn caravan is Lu Yao, the rank 8 corpse king. If there really were others in the town, they need not worry too much with Lu Yao around unless the other party had a rank 7 extraordinary being. But is that even possible? If someone could advance to rank 7 in just over a month, they would have no choice but to accept it. Alright, let's look for supplies first. Shinchi nodded and said, I'll notify the others. You two should look for supermarkets and stores as well as pharmacies. We should find as many fever-reducing patches as possible. After giving the instructions, he went to inform the other members of the caravan to search for supplies. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng then walked together along the shaded area, each holding their knives, beginning to explore step by step. Along the way, they encountered a pharmacy. Unfortunately, the pharmacy had already been ransacked, and it was clear that the other party was also looking for fever-reducing patches. Not even alcohol was left behind. The ground was littered with disheveled medicines and some open-used fever-reducing patch wrappers. Seeing this, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng could only leave to search elsewhere. To improve efficiency, the two chose to search for supplies separately, with Lu Yao heading deeper into the town. Just as he arrived at the town's representative Panlong statue, he noticed the cars parked at the edges of the houses behind him. He counted briefly and found a total of 7 vehicles, all neatly parked in the shade. Lu family town indeed had others hiding. Moreover, next to where these vehicles were parked, there was a large supermarket. It was evident that these people had found the supermarket first before parking their cars. It seemed they had already occupied this supermarket. After observing for a while, Lu Yao turned around and walked back a distance, just in time to meet Zhu Cheng, who emerged from a store with a backpack. Zhu Cheng was momentarily stunned at the sight of him, frowning and asking, Why are you back? Is there a situation inside? There's another caravan hiding with a total of 7 vehicles. They've occupied a supermarket in the town. Lu Yao briefly explained the situation, saying, You should go back and inform the others. They'll wait for you over by the statue ahead. They likely have plenty of supplies. This was clearly a simple message. They were going to seize the supplies. An entire supermarket's supplies had been occupied. While some fruits and vegetables inside were certainly useless, there was plenty of other stuff. Rice flour, cooking oil, snacks, and drinks were definitely in stock. Most importantly, there was water. Since there was a supermarket here, it should also have its own warehouse to store some supplies. Bottled water would certainly not be in short supply. This supermarket had to be taken down, and it would be best to occupy all the bottled water inside. As for the people with those 7 vehicles, let's assess the situation first. With 7 vehicles, Lu Yao had not seen any signs of people. Perhaps they were inside the supermarket. If this was a small caravan, they could easily take it down. Lu Yao was worried that those 7 vehicles belonged to another caravan sent out to search for supplies. If that were the case, it would indicate that there was a larger caravan nearby, and they had already scouted the situation in Lu family town. It was easy to imagine that the other party had a place to escape the heat, and had also regarded Lu family town as a supply point. Regardless of which guess was correct, Lu Yao's intention was to leave these people behind and question them clearly. Shinchi rushed over as soon as he received the news, and saw Lu Yao standing in the corner watching the performance. He then slowed his pace and approached. Did you see anyone? No. Lu Yao stared in the direction of the 7 vehicles, shaking his head as he said, The person should still be inside the supermarket. The trunks of the two vehicles in front are open, indicating that the people inside are likely putting supplies in. Hearing this, Shin-Chi silently nodded. Since the trunks were open, it indicated there were people. In that case, let's head over directly. He patted Lu Yao's shoulder and whispered, "You and Zhu Cheng sneak over while old Zhang and I keep an eye here. Brother Qin will bring people over shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng exchanged glances and immediately rushed toward the supermarket. However, before they could get close, the supermarket door suddenly opened from the inside. Then a man carrying a bag of flour walked out, a proud smile on his face as he spoke to someone inside. But just as he turned around, he immediately saw Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng rushing towards him with knives. "Not good, someone is coming." The man directly dropped the bag of flour he was carrying and turned to run back inside the supermarket. Before he could enter, Zhu Cheng kicked out, landing a heavy blow to the man's chest. The force was significant. The man, having taken the hit, crashed into the supermarket, his face pale, curling up on the ground, trembling, cold sweat rolling down. Seeing this, the person responsible for opening the door inside the supermarket immediately shouted, "Stop searching, someone is here." There were rustling sounds coming from inside the supermarket. Soon 7 or 8 people emerged with flashlights, each holding weapons, their faces solemn. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng stood at the entrance, opening the door to look inside. They saw several flashlights shining in their direction, all pointed at them. Lu Yao said nothing, glanced around, and immediately rushed in, knocking over the person at the entrance with a kick. Zhu Cheng followed closely, delivering a knee strike to a man holding a flashlight. The two of them struck hard, and the men immediately began to scream. The others were startled by the speed of the attack and quickly shouted, "Don't attack. We are also humans, not strange creatures." Hearing this, Lu Yao slightly raised his head, gripping the ghost-devouring blade, and frowned, saying, "If you are not humans, you would have used your knives when we attacked just now." One of the men placed his flashlight on a shelf and raised his hand, saying, "Brothers, we are from the Hope Team. We are only here to gather supplies and mean no harm. Please don't misunderstand." The Hope Team. Lu Yao squinted slightly, as it seemed his guess was correct. There indeed were other teams nearby. Moreover, it appeared that only 8 people had come here, presumably specifically to gather supplies. Zhu Cheng stood at the edge of the shelf with her knife, expressionless, staring at the others. Should they show any signs of hostility, her blade aura would strike out immediately. Lu Yao surveyed the situation and questioned, "How many people are in your Hope Team?" "There are a total of 112 people in our team, with 3 extraordinary individuals. All of us are staying in an underground garage in Xianghe County." One of the men immediately spoke, saying, "Brother, please don't take action. We are all humans, and we are here for supplies. We can't take much, so you can keep the remaining supplies for yourselves." He knew that the two in front of him were not to be trifled with, fearing they could be extraordinary beings. There was no need for them, ordinary people, to seek death. In these times, everyone was just trying to survive. There was really no need to risk their lives for a bit of supplies. "How far is Xianghe County from here? Why don't you look for supplies in Xianghe County?" Lu Yao continued to press for answers. The man quickly explained, "It's not far, just a half-hour drive. There are strange creatures in the county, and we dare not search for supplies there, so we secretly left the team to come to Lujiaten to look for supply." Knowing they were outmatched, they naturally had no intention of hiding any information. The Hope Team was indeed in Xianghe County, and if they didn't believe them, they could go check for themselves. If it weren't for the strange creatures, they wouldn't have quietly left the team. At that moment, Shin-Chi walked in from outside, having heard everything from earlier. Xianghe County, the Hope Team, strange creatures. It seemed that the strange creatures in Xianghe County were not simple, otherwise they wouldn't have completely trapped the team in the county. These few people had sneaked out, likely because their team's supplies had dwindled, indicating that the team was encountering significant troubles trapped in the county. Shin-Chi spoke up, saying, "When did you all arrive? What is the situation with the strange creatures in the county?" One of the men nearby explained, "We arrived less than an hour ago, and we didn't expect there would be other people here." An injured extraordinary being. This indicated that the supplies of the Hope Team were indeed insufficient, and the remaining 2 extraordinary beings might not necessarily be their match. To muster the courage to sneak out. An injured extraordinary being. This indicated that the supplies of the Hope Team were indeed insufficient, and the remaining 2 extraordinary beings might not necessarily be their match. To muster the courage. After all, they still had Lu Yao, who was a Sequence 8. Shin-Chi stood at the entrance, silent for a moment before saying, "Come out, all of you. Let's talk. Don't have any other thoughts. These 2 are extraordinary beings and could easily take you out." Yes, we definitely won't have any other thoughts." Several people moved toward the entrance, while Lu Yao threw the 3 men they had knocked down outside. The other 5 also trembled as they came out, standing at the supermarket entrance and looking at the people before them. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng stood on either side, their knives making people shudder. Shin-Chi smiled at the entrance of the supermarket, saying, "Don't worry, we are from the Dawn Team. We've just entered Lujiaten, and we are all humans. We won't harm you." "Won't harm you?" The 5 looked at the 3 on the ground who were wailing and couldn't help but shudder. The people from this team were too violent, They had acted without hesitation, nearly killing someone, yet they said they wouldn't harm them. Yes, 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 we are all humans, we definitely believe you. The leader, a scruffy man, hurriedly smiled and said, well, we don't want the supplies anymore. How about you let us go? We didn't bring much stuff with us. Shenxi had no intention of troubling these few individuals. He was, however, genuinely curious about the Hope Convoy from Xianghe County, and equally intrigued that while the convoy remained trapped within the county, these people had somehow managed to escape. The man leading the group, a young man with a neatly trimmed mustache named Lu Yao, fixed his small watchful eyes upon Shenxi, silently awaiting his permission to depart. It was evident he was the convoy's captain. At this moment, they cared little for supplies, all they desired was safe passage. After all, in these times humans proved far more perilous than even the anomalies themselves. First tell me how you escaped, Shenxi asked with a faint knowing smile, his gaze steady on Lu Yao. If the entire convoy was immobilized, then each of you driving separate vehicles would surely have drawn the anomaly's attention. At this question, Lu Yao and his companions exchanged uneasy glances, none eager to speak first. Yet when their eyes fell upon Lu Yao's and Zhu Cheng's blades, they instinctively swallowed hard. Originally there were 17 of us. Only 8 made it out, Lu Yao said, drawing a deep breath before recounting their ordeal. The anomalies in Xianghe County were unlike any other, lurking beneath the yellow sands unseen until the Hope Convoy entered the county to scavenge supplies and discovered too late that people were vanishing without. With no alternative, they were forced into hiding inside an underground parking garage, venturing out only at great risk. As their provisions dwindled, desperation mounted, until finally Lu Yao led a desperate breakout toward the outskirts of town. That was when the sand-dwelling anomalies took notice, attacking their vehicles with frenzied, relentless force. The evidence remained etched clearly upon the car's battered hulls. Dents and craters pockmarked every vehicle, clearly inflicted by something powerful and unseen. Each of the 8 had driven a separate car, hoping to gather more supplies in Lujia town and return, but none anticipated the sheer terror of those anomalies. They watched frozen in horror as the yellow sands seemed to awaken, rippling, surging, trembling, as though some ancient entity stirred beneath the earth. One by one their vehicles were halted, tires engulfed by shifting dunes, then entire chassis smothered under cascading waves of sand. Only through sheer fortune did these 8 manage to flee Xianghe County alive. The remaining 9, along with their vehicles, were swallowed whole by the sands. Yes, swallowed. Lu Yao witnessed it himself in his rearview mirror. He saw the trailing cars vanish in an instant, buried, then dragged downward beneath the surface one after another, as if pulled by invisible hands. Then just as suddenly the ground stilled. The sands settled into perfect stillness, no ripple, no trace, leaving behind only silence, as though nothing had ever occurred. Yet 9 people and their vehicles had simply ceased to exist. No bodies, no wreckage, not even tire marks remained. Terrified beyond reason, they fled without looking back. Their current mission, to scavenge supplies, was merely to sustain themselves long enough to depart under cover of night when the heat relented. What are the transcendent paths followed by your convoy's awakened individuals? Shenxi regarded them with a serene, faintly amused smile, as if already anticipating their answer. Our captain follows the Frost Mage path. He conjures ice to strike down foes. 2 others follow the criminal path and the fortune teller path. One possesses terrifying physical prowess, while the other divines auspiciousness and peril. Lu Yao offered every detail he knew, and at the words criminal path, Shenxi's gaze instinctively shifted toward Zhu Cheng. Simultaneously, Zhu Cheng tightened her grip on her blade. The criminal path, wasn't that precisely the key to her own advancement as a blade wielder? Only by slaying such a practitioner could she ascend to Sequence 8. She had assumed it would be months, or longer, before encountering one. Yet here unexpectedly lay confirmed knowledge of a criminal path transcendent. Zhu Cheng, do you wish to go? Shenxi knew this matter weighed heavily upon her. Yet the nature of the anomaly in Xianghe County remained unknown. That a full convoy had been pinned down suggested either a horde of level 1 anomalies, or a single formidable level 2. A level 3 anomaly would have left no survivors. Not even luck could defy such odds. Still, Shenxi commanded the Dawn Convoy, and bore responsibility for every soul under his charge. To enter Xianghe County would likely mean repeating the Hope Convoy's grim fate. Moreover, the Hope Convoy had been stranded for weeks, supplies nearly exhausted. The arrival of the Dawn Convoy would almost certainly ignite fierce competition over scarce resources. Shenxi harbored no illusions the Hope Convoy would not greet them with diplomacy. Starved of essentials, they stood at the precipice of desperation, where civility dissolved into survival instinct. A violent struggle for supplies seemed inevitable. No, I'll pass, Zhu Cheng replied after a moment's hesitation. The enemy is concealed, we are exposed. If the anomaly is level 2, and numerous, the risk becomes untenable. She refused to place Lu Yao in mortal danger for her own ambition. It was too uncertain, and too costly. Should they attempt it, she would owe him a debt beyond repayment. Very well, Shinshi nodded. We depart tonight, bypassing Xianghe County entirely. As for your ascension, we'll find another way. Zhu Cheng accepted without protest. After all, the convoy comprised many lives, not hers alone. Lu Yao had briefly considered confronting a level 2 anomaly in Xianghe County, but swiftly abandoned the notion upon realizing that numbers could easily turn the tide against him. You're free to leave now, or join our convoy, Shinshi declared, smiling warmly at Lu Wei and his companions. The Dawn Convoy hails from the southern coast, and numbers many. The choice is yours. With that, he turned toward the supermarket. Though looted, it still held remnants worth salvaging. Let's clear this store first. Zhu Cheng informed Brother Qin. Lu Yao and I will retrieve everything usable. Shinshi added with quiet confidence. These supplies will ease our journey ahead. From now on, we rest by day and travel by night. Otherwise, rising temperatures will render progress increasingly perilous. Qin Yuequi rushed over as soon as he received the news. After a brief understanding of the situation, he laughed heartily, saying, as long as there's a supermarket, the supplies will increase. I've managed to gather quite a bit of gasoline on my end, so if anyone needs it later. Lu Yao and Shinshi had already begun moving things. They took whatever they fancied and could carry, packing everything they thought might be useful. Moreover, Lu Wei and a few others had also joined in. They had no other options now, it was best to be taken in by a convoy. The Dawn Convoy looked quite formidable. Joining them would be a good thing, at least they could survive. As for their hopes regarding the convoy, even if they returned, the supplies would likely be divided, not to mention they were too afraid to go back now. A group of people began to continuously move items. With Lu Wei's vehicle parked at the entrance, everyone agreed to pile the supplies they brought out onto their vehicle. They would switch to their own vehicles later in the evening for storage. The supermarket still had plenty of rice flour and oil, which were the preferred supplies for the Dawn Convoy. There were also plenty of bottled water in the back room, enough to last them a while. Although there was a county town not far from them, they didn't know much about the situation there, and since they chose to travel at night, entering the county town was not their first option. Traveling at night would allow them to find a place to rest before dawn, thus everyone could have a good rest. Once most of the group had finished moving, they began to rest at the supermarket entrance. Lu Yao drank several bottles of water and said, the road ahead is likely to be even harder. Level 2 anomalous creatures have appeared, and I think the danger level in this area will not be low either. So when traveling at night, we should stop every half hour, and I will scout ahead. Shinshi had already planned the next steps, saying, just follow me. If there's a problem, I will inform you through the radio. Time passed by slowly. The sky gradually darkened. With the onset of night, the temperature in this sandy area began to drop. But it didn't drop by much. If the temperature during the day was 48.5 degrees Celsius, it was still around 40 degrees at night. It remained unbearably hot. The good news was that the ground was not melted from the scorching heat, which made it easier for the convoy to move forward. Although the outside temperature was around 40 degrees, it was much better than during the day. Everyone get ready. The convoy had gathered at the entrance of Lu Family Town. Leading the charge were Shinshi and her group, while the others stood in their previous positions with Lu Wei and the new additions gathering at the back. Large trucks remained responsible for the rear guard. Check the people in each vehicle, and we depart in 5 minutes. Shinshi listened for a moment while crouched by the road before getting up and taking her place in the passenger seat of the RV. Although the wilderness in the sandy area was hot, visibility was not greatly affected, which was much better than in areas with heavy rain. Lu Yao and his group remained in their vehicles, and after 5 minutes had passed, the convoy officially set off. Fortunately, they did not encounter any attacks from anomalous creatures along the way, which was good news. However, when they reached Xianghe County, the convoy's speed noticeably increased. According to the current route, they needed to pass by the edge of Xianghe County. The anomalous creatures Lu Wei mentioned were likely hidden in the nearby sands, and their movements might attract them. Shinshi did not take the risk of getting out to eavesdrop, but instead urged old Zhang to speed up. Just as the convoy arrived, near Xianghe County, the sand on the ground began to ripple, as if the surface of the sea was being stirred by the wind. In the next moment, all the vehicles felt something knocking against their doors. Bang, bang, bang. One vehicle after another was struck by something not like a normal knock, but more akin to a direct attack. Lu Wei was well aware of the situation, gripping the steering wheel tightly, without a hint of carelessness. The others were the same. Everyone stayed in their cars, fearing unexpected events. But an unexpected event still occurred. Some vehicles failed to raise their windows as instructed, and the attacking entities outside swiftly entered through the open windows. The driver saw that they were fist-sized sandballs, and for a moment, he stared wide-eyed in confusion. The next moment, these sandballs suddenly expanded, revealing a series of menacing jaws beneath the sand, which lunged directly at the nearest person. The sound of biting immediately filled the vehicle, accompanied by screams. Help, we have anomalous creatures in our car. I've been bitten. Captain Shin, please save us. We don't want to die here. Don't leave, please don't abandon us. Damn it, I don't want to die here. We've come this far, I really don't want to die. Screams erupted from one vehicle after another, and some vehicles even crashed into the roadside barriers, stopping precariously at the edge. This attracted even more ferocious attacks from the sandballs. In the end, the car windows could no longer withstand it, shattering one after another. Some people in the vehicles panicked and ran out, trying to seek refuge in other cars. But the sand beneath their feet began to surge more terrifyingly, followed by a mass of sandballs lunging out, knocking one person after another down on the road. Vehicles passing by dared not stop, merely driving away coldly. In just this short stretch of road, the convoy lost nearly 10 vehicles, and approximately 40 to 50 people were left behind forever. All these vehicles had one thing in common: they had failed to raise their windows. Before departure, Shin-Chi had specifically instructed all vehicles to keep their windows closed, but some still thought it didn't matter. The result was that an entire vehicle's occupants met a tragic end there. Lu Yao glanced at the situation in the rearview mirror, and listening to the sounds of chaos outside, his brow furrowed. It seemed that the anomalies on this stretch of road were more ferocious than he had imagined, and he vaguely saw dark figures emerging from the sands, the number of which was frightening. Fortunately, they had ultimately given up on the idea of entering Shanghai County, otherwise once inside they would likely be trapped. Everyone check the windows. Shin-Chi's voice came through the vehicle's radio, clearly filled with anger. For any damaged windows, immediately find a way to seal them and prevent those anomalous creatures from— I'll say it again, check the windows and find a way to seal the broken areas, and do not let the anomalous creatures enter the vehicle. The strange sand clusters hidden beneath the yellow sands seemed to only attack people within the vicinity of Shanghai County. Accompanied by the resentment of the Dawn caravan, the eerie sand clusters completely vanished beneath the yellow sands. The convoy stopped after traveling about a kilometer. The losses sustained this time can be considered quite severe, with 10 vehicles left behind permanently. Fortunately, the people had been dispersed earlier, so the casualties weren't too severe. At least Shin-Chi thought it was acceptable. The remaining vehicles that made it here all suffered some damage as their windows were shattered. Even for those vehicles that were not damaged, it still posed some danger. What if they encountered those strange sand clusters again? After assessing the damage to the convoy's vehicles, Shin-Chi gained a rough understanding and quickly reassured everyone. Although the glass was broken, they still had to continue on their journey. They could change vehicles when they came across others that were abandoned. The people who managed to survive and reach this point were mostly uninjured, which was relatively good news. After confirming the situation, the convoy set off again. Lu Yao drove while gazing outside, a strange feeling rising from the depths of his heart. It felt as if something was watching him, but he couldn't describe it clearly. In the night of the yellow sand world, something was observing him. This was Lu Yao's most intuitive feeling. But what exactly it was he couldn't discern. That feeling of being watched was hard to articulate. The convoy continued on as if everything was fine. Lu Yao followed along, fully aware of the challenges they were about to face. Before dawn, they had to find a place to rest. In such an environment, they could only rest during the day and travel at night, their circadian rhythm forced to reverse. At the same time, they had to be vigilant against any strange creatures that might appear. The pressure was immense. Under the cover of night, the convoy was not moving quickly. They would stop every half hour, and Shin-Chi would get out to listen to the surrounding conditions. Once confirmed that there were no issues, the convoy would maintain its speed. If there were problems, they would accelerate. Along the way, they encountered several villages and towns, but the convoy showed no intention of stopping and continued on their way. "There's someone in the village ahead." Old Zhang, who was driving, suddenly called out. Shin-Chi, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened them wide and stared intently at the village not far ahead. The headlights illuminated the entrance of the village, where an old man with graying hair stood leaning on a cane, calmly watching the convoy pass by. The old man stood there quietly expressionless, showing no other signs of movement. The people in the convoy also noticed this, marking their first direct encounter with a strange creature. Standing there at night, motionless and leaning on a cane, isn't that strange? Lu Yao stole a glance at the old man and noticed that he was also looking back at him, seemingly surprised and puzzled, slowly turning his head away from Lu Yao's vehicle. That eerie old man kept staring at Lu Yao, his gaze filled with confusion directed at Lu Yao's vehicle. Shin-Chi, watching the situation in the rearview mirror, seemed to realize something and smiled. "Now I understand why I have felt so watched on this journey, yet I couldn't see the eerie presence approaching." "What?" Old Zhang looked at him in confusion. Shin-Chi replied with a smile, "It's because of Lu Yao. Little Lu. What's wrong with him? Being watched by the eerie isn't a good thing, right?" Old Zhang completely didn't understand Shin-Chi's meaning. Shin-Chi, however, patiently explained, "It's simple. Lu Yao is part of the zombie sequence, so in the eyes of the eerie, he is just a zombie." In that moment, Old Zhang immediately understood. Exactly. The eerie sees Lu Yao as a zombie, and zombies are a type of eerie creature. If that's the case, the eerie creatures they encounter on the road must be curious about why there's an eerie creature driving in a human convoy. It's like, from a human perspective, suddenly seeing a person mixed in with a group of eerie creatures, and this person blends in with the eerie's. Is it shocking? Absolutely. Not to mention the Eries, even old Zhang, who understood the situation, felt a bit shocked. One can only imagine what a peculiar existence their convoy must appear to the Erie. So should we thank little Lu? Old Zhang joked. If it weren't for little Lu, we would have probably been attacked by hidden Erie creatures by now, right? Pretty much. Shin-Chi looked at the convoy in the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "You could say we're lucky. I hope our luck continues on this journey." The convoy continued until just before dawn, and they happened upon a village right at the edge of the road. Though called a village, it was essentially 2 rows of houses built against the mountains, totaling about a dozen. Moreover, the houses were well constructed, featuring red-painted doors typical of self-built homes in well-off families. Shin-Chi used the vehicle's radio to announce, "Attention, attention, the convoy will rest in the village ahead. Do everyone prepare to drive into the doors of these houses." The doors were wide open, and the traces indicated that vehicles had rested here before. Clearly a convoy had come here earlier, likely following the practice of resting during the day and traveling at night. Old Zhang parked the vehicle, got out, lit a cigarette, and began to relieve himself in a corner at the entrance while observing the surroundings. Shin-Chi got up from the ground, dusted off his hands, and said, "There are no signs of eerie creatures around. Oh, everyone can rest easy. Brother Qin, come over later for a meal. He'll have the convoy prepare some food. Oh, let's eat well, and then sleep. Zhu Qingyu and Lu Yao should do the same. Don't rest yet. Let's aim to finish eating before the temperature rises. Attention to the women in the convoy. Those with good cooking skills, conditions are limited, so let's make do. There will be material rewards once we're done." Immediately a group of women eagerly rushed forward, practically begging to be included. This was a great opportunity, why would they refuse? In contrast, the men looked on enviously, each taking out their cherished emergency rations and quietly chewing at the entrance. Captain Shun specifically called for the women, or it would be pointless for them to step up. While the convoy was preparing to cook, a convoy of about 10 vehicles was seen approaching from a distance, fleeing towards their direction. The leading vehicle bore 2 large words painted in white, "Hope." The Hope Convoy. Upon seeing the 2 characters Hope, Shin-Chi immediately thought of this convoy and turned to look in the direction where Lu Wei and the others were. At this moment, Lu Wei and the others were equally shocked, as if they had never expected to encounter the Hope Convoy here. It seemed that the Hope Convoy did not intend to continue their journey, but instead turned sharply and charged towards the side road, heading straight for the houses behind. They were completely poised to occupy the rear convoy. Qin Yuequai had just set up a sunshade which he had found while dismantling in Lu Family Town. After all, under such conditions, a large vehicle, like a bus, desperately needed a shelter. He thought about creating a sunshade himself and utilizing his ability to set it up when the time came. It turned out to be quite a good solution, at least it was successful for now. The bus parked at the roadside was perfectly covered by the sunshade. It looked just like a large garage. The temperature inside was bound to be higher, but fortunately the bus cooling system was quite effective, keeping the interior relatively cool. Little brother, this group seems to have ill intentions. Qin Yuequai walked to Lu Yao's side and whispered, "When they passed by earlier, I saw the way those people in the vehicle looked at us. Are they hunters eyeing their prey?" Lu Yao countered. Qin Yuequai nodded silently. He came over to remind Lu Yao, hoping that if things escalated, Lu Yao could take care of their side. After all, he was quite large, but lacked any combat power. Let's see how it goes. If they dare to act, we'll take them all down. Lu Yao narrowed his eyes, gripping the soul-biting blade with murderous intent. Zhu Cheng was the same, standing on the other side with his bone-piercing blade expressionless as he gazed towards the row of houses. As the team leader, Shin-Chi stepped forward to look at the members of the convoy, saying, "Just you few start preparing the food. We'll keep an eye on them. Oh, everyone can rest assured." With Shin-Chi's command, the selected women began to move things over to cook for everyone. After all, once done, they would receive material rewards which they couldn't miss. Shin-Chi called Lu Wei and the others over again. "Lu Wei, are you sure the Hope Convoy only has 3 transcendents, right?" "Yes." Lu Wei, seeing his loyalty questioned, hurriedly asserted. "When we left, there were only 3, and one of them was definitely severely injured." He was also somewhat surprised to see the Hope Convoy here. Hadn't they been trapped in Xianghe County? Moreover, when they left, there were still quite a few people in the convoy, but now in less than a day, nearly half of them were gone. Could it be that? Suddenly a thought popped into his mind. Captain Shin, they might have heard the commotion from our convoy and seized the opportunity to escape from Xianghe County. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk coming here to look for trouble. Moreover, I noticed that the convoy seemed to have nearly half of its people and vehicles missing. They must have been left behind in Xianghe County. That is a possibility. If the Hope Convoy heard the commotion, they would definitely choose to take the risk. After all, our Dawn Convoy is here to draw the fire from those strange creatures, isn't it? However, given the current situation, it seemed that the Hope Convoy had suffered significant losses, likely due to underestimating the situation on our Dawn Convoy's side. Shin-Chi fell silent, then nodded, saying, "All right, you all eat with us later, and don't rush back to the vehicle just yet." After saying that, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng wisely turned to head back to her vehicle, clearly opting to hide. If a fight really broke out, Lu Yao would be in the open while she remained hidden, ensuring a surprise attack on the Hope Convoy. The most crucial point was that one of the transcendents in the opposing convoy was from the criminal sequence. This was what Zhu Qing truly cared about. If she killed this person, she would be able to advance. And this was also Shen Qi's intention. After all, the opposing side had delivered themselves right to their door, so he had to prepare accordingly. The second transcendent of the convoy was about to appear. This was an exhilarating moment. In the upper area of the houses, the members of the Hope Convoy also got out of their vehicles, secretly standing behind and watching the crowd below, occasionally pointing and commenting. Seeing that the Dawn Convoy was eating and even women were cooking, the members of the Hope Convoy were filled with envy. They could hardly resist rushing over to seize the other party's supplies. The convoy leader Bai Chun walked to the side, hands in his pockets, looking down at the members of the Dawn Convoy, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Yao. Just a single glance, and he was on high alert, seemingly tense. This guy was definitely a transcendent. Moreover, he was a particularly powerful transcendent. He feared that he wouldn't easily be able to take down the opponent alone. Don't act recklessly. That guy with the knife below isn't easy to handle. If you all want to court death, go ahead and try it yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, I might not even be a match for that person. You ordinary people should think twice. Besides, that person has murderous intent, clearly having killed before. If you don't believe it, go and test your luck. Upon hearing this, the members of the Hope Convoy calmed down considerably. However, seeing that the Dawn Convoy had so many supplies, it would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Now that they had run out of supplies, what would they do if they didn't seize them? Would the other party kindly offer them supplies? In this day and age, those who brought supplies were mostly fools looking for death, having long been cleaned out. Behind Bai Chun, a middle-aged man with a mustache squatted on the ground, holding 6 copper coins in his hand and mumbling for a while before tossing them up. As the copper coins fell to the ground, the middle-aged man carefully squatted down to study them, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Cold blade arrests the killer, death without burial. Great calamity. Bai Chun turned back to glance at the fortune teller and asked, "Isn't that a bit too obvious? Are we all going to die here? Is it because of the people from the convoy below? Well, it seems we might not die here, but..." The middle-aged man lowered his voice, instinctively glancing at a certain vehicle behind. Inside the vehicle was an injured woman, the third transcendent of their convoy. Bai Chun seemed to understand his implication, fell silent for a moment, and asked, "Do they have a grudge against Lu Erji? Had they held a grudge since before the apocalypse? Wouldn't it mean Lu Erji shouldn't show herself? It's useless." The middle-aged fortune teller sighed and shook his head, saying, "This is aimed at Lu Yan. It's not a personal grudge, but feels more like a grudge from the world. I can't precisely interpret the details. This divination is genuinely hard to decipher. In short, the people below are not to be trifled with, especially that one with the knife. If you think you're not a match, we shouldn't say more. What to do next is up to you as the captain. Lu Yan is definitely not going to survive. That's her fate." The Hope team in the upper housing area watched the Dawn team below. The Dawn team also fixed their gaze on them. However, Shen Qi ordered everyone to eat first while they kept an eye on the other side, allowing the team members to breathe. Lu Yao stood by with a knife, glancing at the group above, then holding a bowl of rice began to eat while standing still. He was now very curious about the strength of the opposing team. It wasn't arrogance, he simply wanted to see how strong the extraordinary members of the Hope team were. Someone also brought food to Zhu Cheng, who sat alone by the vehicle eating quietly without saying a word. The two teams confronted each other in silence until the morning sun fully descended and the surrounding temperature began to rise. Both sides tacitly returned to their vehicles to rest. Some lay directly under the vehicle or in the cool shade of the room to sleep. After a night of travel, stopping and going, they were utterly exhausted, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Seeing that the members of the Hope team showed no reaction, Shen Qi walked over to Lu Yao and asked, "Aren't you going to rest? Why don't you take a break first? We'll keep an eye on them." There were also people from the opposing team watching them, clearly not at ease. For the Dawn team, there was a person among the opposing team linked to a criminal sequence, and Zhu Cheng absolutely could not let them go if she wanted to advance. Thus the two teams had become opposing sides. Similarly, the members of the Hope team were on guard, knowing someone on their side could be in trouble. Captain Bai Chun did not wish for any of his team members to encounter trouble. "Can you manage alone?" Lu Yao retorted, saying, "We'll set off at night, and you need to be ready to listen. You are the guide for the team. Old Zhang is driving you. I can manage for a bit. You need to rest more since you're driving too." Shen Qi patted Lu Yao on the shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Seeing this, Lu Yao no longer hesitated. After driving all night, he was naturally feeling a bit fatigued. This was far more exhausting than fighting zombies, and considering they might have to clash with the Hope team later, it was necessary to rest. "Alright, I'll rest in the car. The trunk is open. If there's any movement, just shout," Lu Yao said, then directly returned to the car to rest, keeping the trunk open for ventilation while listening for any sounds outside. The shining blade was by his side. As soon as there was any movement, he could act immediately. At the same time, Zhu Cheng was in her own vehicle, showing no signs of rushing to take action. Shen Qi glanced at the situation above, then returned alone to the RV, activating the peculiar device to spy on the television screen, and started observing the images displayed. The screen was aimed directly at the Hope team, particularly at the leading vehicles. As the images switched constantly, he saw someone sitting inside a vehicle resting with a hexagonal ice crystal in hand. The ice crystal emitted strands of cold air, forcefully lowering the temperature inside the vehicle. Seeing this scene, Shen Qi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Goodness, this ability is indeed suitable for this environment. At that moment, Shen Qi couldn't help but feel envious, staring at the spy television screen without blinking. Then the screen switched to another vehicle where a wounded woman lay in the passenger seat, wrapped in numerous bandages, with some bloodstains remaining. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man with a mustache, dressed in a Taoist robe, muttering while holding several copper coins. Seeing this scene, Shen Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed the fortune teller had also found them, and this injured woman should be the extraordinary individual linked to the criminal sequence. He checked the other members of the opposing team. After confirming there were no other extraordinary individuals, he used the spy television to keep a constant watch on the Hope team. Time passed second by second. Shen Qi began to struggle, so he decided to get out of the car stretch and lit a cigarette to observe. The sun had completely risen and the temperature had returned to 48 degrees. This was just in the morning. By noon, it was likely to surpass 50 degrees. Indeed, daytime was not suitable for traveling. If they traveled at night, they needed to quicken their pace, or they would waste a lot of time in this area. Of course, the most troublesome aspects right now were the water supply and gasoline. After traveling continuously last night, the gasoline consumption of the team was quite severe, and everyone's gasoline supplies were likely low. During the day, it was impossible to gather supplies, and gathering supplies at night could easily lead to encounters with strange creatures. This was a dilemma. For now, there was no need to worry about the water supply. If everyone conserved a little, they should be able to last for a while. After finishing his cigarette, Shen Qi threw away the butt and returned to the car, his gaze once again falling on the spy television. Just as he had been observing for over half an hour, a figure appeared on the television screen. Upon seeing the person, Shen Qi was slightly surprised, and then narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of coldness. Zhao Wan sneaked over to the Hope team's side. Moreover, she had found a hat from somewhere, and was wearing it as she hurried towards the vehicle, where Bai Chun was immediately knocking on the window. In the vehicle next door, the fortune-telling middle-aged man noticed Zhao Wan, and with a grim expression got out to follow her. Bai Chun frowned at the woman outside the window, and said in a deep voice after rolling down the window, "You're not with our Hope team, are you?" Zhao Wan noticed the ice crystal in Bai Chun's hand, and felt a refreshing sensation wash over her, immediately feeling a bit more at ease. This was much more comfortable than the cold air in the car. "I'm from the Dawn team below," Zhao Wan explained in a lowered voice. "I want to make a deal with you. I have supplies." As she spoke, she opened her backpack, revealing a batch of snacks and instant noodles. These were supplies found by Zhang Jun. However, Zhao Wan had brought quite a bit with her, and Zhang Jun was still resting in the car, while her son was sleeping beside him. Seeing these items, Bai Chun was not overly moved, but instead focused on Zhao Wan, asking, "Making a deal with me is interesting. What do you want?" "Lu Wei said you can create ice blocks. I want ice blocks." Zhao Wan said eagerly, "As long as you're willing to give me enough ice blocks, preferably the kind you have, I can offer you supplies, and also tell you some information about the Dawn team. You're on guard against us, and likewise we're on guard against you. I don't care about your extraordinary individuals. I just want to get the ice blocks and survive better. Now it depends on whether you're willing to trade. If you're not, I'll immediately tell you about the Dawn team's situation." "You must not agree to her." The middle-aged fortune teller, upon hearing Zhao Wan's words, immediately rushed over with a grim expression, glaring at her with seething resentment. Zhao Wan recoiled in shock, hastily stepping backward several paces. Before Bai Chun could speak, the middle-aged fortune teller interjected urgently, "We remain on relatively peaceful terms with them precisely because neither side has yet crossed the line, and because this accursed environment still exerts its influence. Once you strike a deal with her, that line will be irrevocably crossed. They'll then have every justification to move against us. Why, Captain, you understand our precarious position, don't you? This woman seeks a transaction solely for her own selfish gain. Her character speaks volumes. To deal with her would plunge Hope Convoy into irreversible ruin." At these words, Bai Chun fell silent. As captain of Hope Convoy, he bore ultimate responsibility for every decision affecting its members. The middle-aged fortune teller served as the convoy's analyst, constantly alerting others to latent dangers along their journey. Lu Yin was the convoy's primary enforcer, currently injured and convalescing. Bai Chun knew he had no choice but to decide. The lives of dozens depended on his judgment. After a long pause, Bai Chun seemed to reach a resolution, murmuring thoughtfully, "Old Wang, you once said we were destined to be adversaries with them, didn't you?" "I meant Lu Yin." The middle-aged fortune teller froze, then stared wide-eyed. "Have you lost your mind? We know nothing about them. Do you intend to lead the entire convoy to its death?" "Lu Yin is one of us. I won't stand by while she dies." Bai Chun drew a slow, deep breath, then fixed his gaze steadily upon Zhao Wan. "Don't know them. No, knowledge would come instantly. Who could possibly know Dawn Convoy better than one of its own? You're truly mad. To risk everything for just one Lu Yen, is it worth it? The middle-aged fortune-teller scoffed coldly. Every soul here walked this far for survival alone. Would you sacrifice them all for a single life? He fully understood the meaning of his own divination. Lu Yan's fate was sealed, inevitable death. Yet if they intervened, annihilation would follow without burial or remembrance. He'd withheld full disclosure precisely because his own Sequence 9 ability carried dire consequences. The more he revealed, the greater the celestial retribution. Thus he dared not speak too plainly, only hoping Bai Chun would heed his veiled warning. Now, however, this traitorous woman from Dawn Convoy had inadvertently hardened Bai Chun's resolve to save Lu Yan. I'll make the deal, but leave the supplies here. In return, I demand precise intelligence on your convoy's transcendent beings. Every detail matters. Bai Chun conjured a shard of glacial crystal and extended it. Forged by my ability, it endures so long as I live, and even after my death it persists for 7 days. At those words, Zhao Wan's eyes gleamed with sudden fervor. A treasure. An unparalleled treasure. With this, her path ahead would be secured, and she could even use it to recruit allies onto her. Very well. I'll tell you everything. Zhao Wan hurriedly continued. Our captain Xin Shi follows the precognition path. He senses the presence of anomalous entities through auditory resonance. He's guided us safely thus far, avoiding countless perils. What? Such a path truly exists. This was the ideal path for a leader, unquestionably. Bai Chen's expression hardened instantly. Standing in opposition to Dawn Convoy, such a figure would be nearly impossible to sway, or even approach. Lu Yao, the fair-faced youth, is on the zombie path. Though he appears delicate, he has shed blood, and stands as Dawn Convoy's most dangerous member. Zhao Wan explained further, I'm unaware of his specific abilities, but recently he ascended to Sequence 8. He is now a transcendent being of that tier. Hearing this, Bai Chen's face darkened. A Sequence 8, especially one oriented toward combat, could obliterate their entire convoy single-handedly. Bai Chun had previously held some confidence, but the mention of Sequence 8 shattered any illusion of advantage. Zhao Wan pressed on. There's also a female university student named Zhu Cheng. Her path remains unknown, yet she can generate blade energy capable of slaying anomalies. Blade energy. Remarkable. Another combat-oriented transcendent. And evidently concealed too. Bai Chun now regretted his decision, his gaze sharpening with icy intensity upon Zhao Wan, as he weighed whether to seize her and surrender her outright. Perhaps that might still preserve the convoy. The last is Qin Yuekue. His path is uniquely specialized. He modifies arcane artifacts. That massive bus, entirely his creation, capable of carrying over 100 souls. Upon delivering this final revelation, Zhao Wan watched Bai Chen's face descend into utter gloom, while outside the middle-aged fortune-teller collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by dread. It's over, utterly over. Had they acted before this last disclosure, surrendering Zhao Wan might still have left room for negotiation. But with this final secret exposed, their doom was sealed. A transcendent who crafts artifacts. Once word spreads, predators will descend, not merely to bargain, but to seize by force. And given their pre-existing enmity with Dawn Convoy, fueled by Lu Yan's fated affliction, this revelation only deepened their peril beyond recovery. Foolish, utterly foolish. Sacrificing an entire convoy for a woman already claimed by another transcendent. Bai Chun, you've doomed us all. The middle-aged fortune-teller sat motionless on the floor, his face ashen with despair. Inside the vehicle, Bai Chun too was gripped by remorse. Yet regret changed nothing. Having learned the truth, and bound by Lu Yan's destiny to oppose Dawn Convoy, they stood at a point of no return. Even surrendering both Zhao Wan and Lu Yan would avail them nothing. Qin Yuekue's secret was too vast, too volatile, for Hope Convoy to bear. Inside the motorhome below, Shun Qi's expression turned thunderous as he watched Zhao Wan divulge every secret on screen, his resolve crystallizing into cold, lethal intent. A traitor who feasts upon her own kin. She was poison pure and simple. He'd kept her alive for fleeting amusement, only to watch her turn that amusement into self-destruction. Hope Convoy, since you now know everything, you cannot be allowed to leave. Xin Shi leapt from the vehicle and sprinted toward the neighboring courtyard, shouting, Lu Yao, alert Zhu Cheng. Our trump cards have been sold. Act now. Inside the Wild Bull Hummer, Lu Yao suddenly sat up, grabbing the soul-biting blade and jumping out of the vehicle. The outside temperature had already begun to rise. They needed to hurry. Xin Shi coldly stated, you deal with it. Don't spare Zhao Wan. Keeping someone like her will only bring trouble to the team. Lu Yao replied, understood, then turned to Zhu Cheng, smiling. You must have been promoted today, right? Zhu Cheng silently nodded and walked towards the back of the house without saying a word. The houses in this village were built on the hillside, allowing easy passage up and down the slope. Currently both teams were resting, and the surroundings were quiet enough that any significant noise could be heard. Naturally, the sound from earlier had also been heard by some members of the Hope team occupying the upper houses. Bai Chen's expression darkened as he pulled out a crowbar and got out of the vehicle. Seeing the middle-aged fortune teller who was already scared stiff, he knew he could only rely on himself now. Zhao Wan also looked utterly hopeless. She hadn't expected Shin-Chi to be vigilant and watching the outside situation. Now she was secretly trading with the Hope team and had sold out the Dawn team. This was undoubtedly a betrayal. If it were Lu Yao, he definitely wouldn't let her live. It's over. I don't want to die. I haven't even become a senior member of the team yet. She was utterly terrified. At this moment, Lu Yao walked up from the slope, with Zhu Cheng following closely behind. The moment they appeared, Bai Chen's expression turned serious. One was capable of wielding blade energy, and the other was a Sequence 8 extraordinary being. For Bai Chen facing, even one of them was challenging, let alone dealing with both together. If Lu Yin was fine. No. Even if Lu Yin was fine, she would still die here. For the Hope team, this was a deadlock. Are you all here? Lu Yao twisted his neck, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing directly on Zhao Wan. He smiled. I remember you. You're from our team, right? It seems you betrayed us. No. I'm not. I just wanted to exchange for some ice cubes. I didn't really intend to sell everyone out. If anyone in the entire Dawn team frightened Zhao Wan, it was definitely Lu Yao standing before her. Compared to Zhu Cheng's indifference, Lu Yao was genuinely capable of killing. Watching Lu Yao approach, Zhao Wan stepped back a few paces until her back hit the wall. Don't kill me. I really didn't mean it. It was all. Zhao Wan's expression suddenly changed, hastily pointing at Bai Chen. It was him who forced me. He made me reveal everything I knew. Lu Yao, don't kill me. I have a child to take care of. I don't want to die. Bai Chen's face turned ugly as he realized he was being made the scapegoat. Damn it, you shameless woman. Bai Chen coldly cursed, and then a layer of visible ice formed around the crowbar in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yao also fixed his gaze on Bai Chen. After all the other party had already activated their ability, it was clear they were prepared to strike. But just as Lu Yao was about to take action, Bai Chen suddenly raised the crowbar high and smashed it down towards Zhao Wan repeatedly, not giving her a chance to react. Bang! 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 The icy crowbar fell repeatedly, shattering Zhao Wan's skull, and she was utterly lifeless. Damn it, no one can make me take the blame. After killing Zhao Wan, Bai Chen coldly glared at Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. He knew that saying anything now was useless. After all, he was aware of things he shouldn't have known, and fundamentally, they were on opposing sides. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, Old Wang calculated that we have a grudge stemming from Lu Yin, but I still don't understand why. He knew he couldn't escape, so he might as well die with clarity. Lu Yao was taken aback for a moment, his gaze lingering on the middle-aged fortune teller. Then he smiled and looked at Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng stepped forward calmly and said, I am an extraordinary being of the Blade Bearer sequence pathway, but my promotion conditions are rather strict. I must kill a criminal from the same sequence pathway. Similarly, their promotion requires killing us Blade Bearers. This is the fate of the two sequences. Hearing this explanation, the middle-aged fortune teller's pupils contracted. He finally understood the grudges involved. His earlier speculations were correct. It indeed related to the criminal pathway. So that's how it is. Bai Chen took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the crowbar, and said solemnly, Lu Yin is my woman. If you want to kill her, you must consider my opinion. I can give up on the Hope team, but she saved my life, and she is tied to me. I can't just watch her get killed. Since I can't be a good captain, then I will do what a man should do. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Cheng, ready to fight. Zhu Cheng merely frowned slightly, showing no intention of attacking. Lu Yao stepped forward with a smile and said, Hey, your opponent is me. Zhu Cheng is just here to look for that criminal. The real one who wants to kill you is me. As he spoke, blood vessels began to emerge on his skin, resembling a tangled web spreading around his body. Currently, he was only wearing shorts, making the blood vessels quite conspicuous. Moreover, he raised his hand, concentrating a drop of zombie ice poison clear as water floating in his palm. Bai Chen's ability was impressive. Lu Yao wanted to see if he could infect him with the zombie virus and control him while retaining his abilities. If that were possible, he would have ice cubes along his journey. This is the zombie virus. After I kill you, I will turn you into a zombie under my control. Lu Yao looked at Bai Chen with a slight smile and said, utilizing what is available, if you die and cannot exert your abilities, then you can just be a live target. With these words, Bai Chen's face turned completely dark. He wouldn't even be spared in death. At that moment, he recalled the fortune that old Wang had calculated. No burial place for the dead. This was truly the outcome. Damn, what's so great about Sequence 8? I can still. Bai Chen shouted and was about to charge forward, but Lu Yao had already rushed up with incredible speed, causing the ground beneath to crack. In the next moment, the soul-biting blade in his hand chopped down from above. Swish. With one strike, a large patch of blood erupted from Bai Chen's chest. Simultaneously, Lu Yao flung the drop of zombie virus towards Bai Chen's wound. During battle, why so much nonsense? If you don't die, who will? The moment Lu Yao's words fell, Bai Chen had already stepped back in terror. Looking at the wound on his chest, he could only feel a searing pain. Damn it. Is Sequence 8 really this strong? Instinctively, he wanted to summon Frost to heal the wound on his chest, but puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed out as waves of unbearable pain surged through his body, as if something within him was rampaging recklessly. Even his blood began to churn wildly, crashing against various parts of his body. Is this the horror of the zombie virus? He never expected that after all this he would end up becoming an emotionless zombie. You madman. Bai Chun half knelt on the ground, glaring fiercely at Lu Yao, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. The feeling of being alive yet forced to experience becoming a zombie was too torturous. Why? Why does such a sinister sequence exist in this world? Soon his skin began to turn grayish-white, and his will was suppressed with bloodthirsty thoughts continually erupting. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but his will was continuously being suppressed. Is this how it ends? In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, his body starting to convulse uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, the fortune-teller old Wang crawled back in fear. They had seen bizarre zombies before, but this was the first time he witnessed a situation where even Sequence extraordinary beings were turned into zombies. Terrifying. The people from the Dawn Squad are simply too terrifying. In less than a minute, Bai Chun, who had been convulsing on the ground, finally stopped. His body had completely turned grayish-white, his skin shriveled, lying motionless on the ground, as if he were dead. Lu Yao also felt a different sensation. It was as if he had formed a special connection with the zombie Bai Chun, allowing him to give commands through this connection. Get up. Lu Yao attempted to issue the command. The zombie Bai Chun slowly crawled up from the ground, his once stern face now shriveled and gray with blood-red eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Roar! He shouted at Lu Yao, but seemingly due to the suppression of bloodline, he quickly calmed down. Jump! The zombie Bai Chun jumped in place. Release your cold energy to create ice blocks. Lu Yao wanted to see if Bai Chun, after becoming a zombie, would retain the original Sequence abilities of a frost mage. If he could, it would mean he had gained a powerful ally. As Lu Yao's command was issued, the zombie Bai Chun stood still for a moment, seemingly trying to comprehend Lu Yao's command. Moments later, he raised his hand and began to slowly extend it. Waves of cold energy surged forth, continuously condensing in his hands. Soon 2 ice crystals appeared in his palms. Seeing the ice crystals emitting cold energy, Lu Yao could barely suppress a smile. It worked. I have indeed succeeded. A Sequence extraordinary zombie. He retained his abilities from life. Zhu Cheng looked at the zombie Bai Chun in astonishment, completely not expecting that Lu Yao could control an utterly obedient extraordinary being. Zombies inherently feel no pain, and now possessing the abilities of an extraordinary being, this was essentially an extraordinary being that didn't know fatigue. The most important thing is that he absolutely obeyed Lu Yao, the zombie king. If Lu Yao continued to control him, he could easily create a powerful zombie army. This is probably the truly terrifying aspect of the zombie sequence path. It seems I wasn't mistaken, our squad has gained another powerful force. Lu Yao smiled as he approached, patting the zombie Bai Chun on the shoulder, saying, Alright, from now on, just follow me. Once back on the vehicle, get me some more ice blocks. This ghastly weather is truly unbearable. After speaking, he glanced over at the fortune-teller old Wang. Without combat capability, he seemed useless to keep around. Seemingly sensing Lu Yao's murderous intent, old Wang hurriedly knelt on the ground, pleading, Don't kill me. I have value. I can do fortune-telling and predicting good and bad omens, and I can also help out. Having witnessed Bai Chen's fate, he certainly did not want to meet the same end. Originally, he thought that dying would end everything since he could not continue living. But seeing Bai Chun die and turn into a zombie only to be manipulated by others, he suddenly did not want to die anymore. This is not death. It is truly a fate worse than death. You are useless, and besides you could still predict fortunes even after you die. Lu Yao smiled as he walked over the soul-devouring blade resting against old Wang's neck, saying, Besides, even if I don't turn you into a zombie, my blade still needs to absorb souls. Hearing this, old Wang almost collapsed. So if he died, he would also have his soul exploited by Lu Yao. This is the true meaning of dying without a burial place. Lu Yao. At that moment, Shin Shi's voice came from below. Keep this fortune teller, he might be useful later. Let him come to me first. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao frowned and said solemnly, he can still predict fortunes even if he dies. Shin Shi was instantly speechless. If you turn him into a zombie, he will just shout. How will he explain the hexagrams to us? Big brother, you're just a zombie sequence. You're not a real zombie. Use your brain a little. No, are you insulting me? Lu Yao twitched his mouth, and after a huff retracted his blade. The surviving old Wang let out a long breath, collapsing onto the ground as he hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. I will absolutely fortune-tell well in the future. I will not have any second thoughts. Get lost, get lost. Old Shun is looking for you, go find him yourself. Lu Yao glared at old Wang coldly, saying, Don't cause trouble for me, or I really will turn you into a zombie to attract the strange firepower. Hearing this, old Wang scrambled down the slope in fear, afraid that Lu Yao, the king of hell, would kill him. Once he left, Lu Yao turned to Zhu Cheng. Zhu Qing nodded and silently walked toward the vehicle next door. The one named Lu Yan was in the passenger seat of this vehicle, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. This is great news. A non-resistant prey is of course the best kind of prey. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Qing stood outside and directly swung a knife at Lu Yan in the passenger seat, the sharp blade energy instantly being released. Bang! The blade energy shattered the car window, instantly decapitating the unconscious Lu Yan. With Lu Yan's death, Zhu Qing suddenly let out a muffled groan and then crouched down in pain, covering her eyes tightly with her hands. Her eyes began to bleed profusely, her pupils starting to disintegrate, and in the blink of an eye they became completely soulless. At the same time, the things she could originally see began to visibly dissipate at an alarming rate until she was completely engulfed by darkness. Seeing Zhu Qing's reaction to her promotion, Lu Yao hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Zhu Qing also lifted her head, her delicate face marred with 2 streaks of blood. Although her eyes seemed fine, it was clear that they had entirely lost their spark. She was blind, completely blind. Yet Zhu Qing smiled happily as if she had shed a heavy burden. I've become Sequence 8 and my new abilities are quite powerful. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said with a smile, the side effects are truly hard to accept, but even though I've become blind, I can still sense my surroundings through the sounds, which serves as a form of compensation for me. So what will you do about driving next? Lu Yao frowned and asked, don't tell me you plan to drive with your eyes closed. I don't want my unique vehicle to get into trouble because of you. Hearing Lu Yao's concern and teasing, Zhu Qing rolled her eyes and wiped the blood from her face. There are women in the convoy who can drive, I'll just have them help me. Zhu Qing said with a smile, if Captain Shun can find a driver, why can't a blind person like me? Well, that makes sense. Glancing around, Lu Yao decided to support Zhu Qing and walked step by step toward the Dawn Convoy, followed by the zombie Bai Chun. Shin-Chi learned what had happened through peeking at the television and had arranged for fortune teller old Wang. Seeing Lu Yao supporting Zhu Qing as they returned, Shin-Chi and Qin Yukui rushed over immediately. Zhu Qing, what happened to you? Qin Yukui asked with a worried expression. Your eyes. Have you completely lost your sight? Sequence 8 now? Zhu Qing replied briefly, then turned toward Shin-Chi, based on the surrounding breathing sounds, even though she could no longer see. Understanding her meaning, Shin-Chi nodded and said, Sequence 8 in the path of the blade bearer is the constable. You should be aware of the abilities to adapt quickly. By the way, Brother Qin, Zhu Qing's situation is special. She might need an item that can sense unique objects, preferably something like a bamboo stick. Can you integrate her knife into it and create a suitable unique item for her? No problem, leave it to me. Qin Yukui assured, patting his chest. This is a small matter, I can handle it. Zhu Qing, you can rest assured that I will get it done for you. Thank you. Zhu Qing knew Qin Yukui was serious and nodded in gratitude. Then she spoke again. I can't drive right now, so I need someone to help me. I'd like Zhang Xinyao to drive for me. Could you help me talk to her? This was a small matter, and Shin-Chi immediately went to find Zhang Xinyao. He briefly explained Zhu Qing's situation. Hearing that she was to drive for Zhu Qing, Zhang Xinyao was naturally delighted and immediately agreed. Driving for a Sequence extraordinary and a female extraordinary at that, especially one with Sequence 8, was a great opportunity for Zhang Xinyao. After agreeing, Zhang Xinyao looked at Zhang Jing, took a deep breath, and said, Captain Shun, can I bring Zhang Jing with me? She can help take care of Zhu Qing while I drive. Zhang Jing had felt a bit down earlier, as if Zhang Xinyao left she would have to drive alone. Many people in the convoy would likely set their sights on her. Wasn't this just going back to the days in the beastly convoy? However, Zhang Xinya's sudden suggestion brightened Zhang Jing's eyes, and she felt a deep gratitude toward Zhang Xinyao. No matter what, Zhang Xinyao mentioning it at this moment was akin to saving her life. Sure. Shin-Chi also believed Zhang Xinya's suggestion was valid. Zhu Qing needed someone to care for her, especially since she had not fully adapted to being blind. He knew both women were prominent figures. However, he would pay more attention privately, using the television to keep an eye on the two. You two pack up and come with me directly to Zhu Qing's vehicle. From now on, you two will be on her vehicle. In the future, you will also eat with us. Make sure to do your part. Your supplies will be necessary for both of you. Thank you, Captain Shun. The two women immediately expressed their gratitude. Being able to travel with an extraordinary was much better than staying with others. If it weren't for the recent days spent fleeing, those men in the convoy would have likely taken advantage of them. After all, the allure of female stars was not small these days. After arranging the situation here, Shin-Chi looked for Lu Yao, since Lu Yao had acquired a Sequence 9 zombie subordinate, which added to the convoy's combat power. At this moment, Lu Yao was lying in his bull Hummer, having Bai Chun sit in the passenger seat, while he placed 2 ice crystals in the vehicle. The temperature inside the vehicle instantly became refreshing, a feeling akin to clarity. Even without opening the windows, it was no longer stifling inside. Even Shin-Chi felt envious after coming over. Although his vehicle had air conditioning, that was also a burden for the vehicle. Even though his RV had solar panels for power. I say, are you hogging it all for yourself? Shin-Chi said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This ability is simply brilliant in this environment. Shouldn't you consider arranging a few of us as well? Wanted. Lu Yao saw through his intention to freeload and grinned. Trade me some gasoline. 1 barrel of gasoline for 1 ice crystal. What the heck? Why don't you go rob someone? Shen-Chi was well aware of the importance of gasoline. In this environment, the consumption of gasoline was substantial. They had traveled all night, and the car's gasoline consumption was significant. If Qin Yukue hadn't procured gasoline in Lu family town beforehand, they wouldn't have known if they could make it here. Now Lu Yao was directly asking for 1 barrel of gasoline for 1 ice crystal, which was undeniably a painful deal for Shen-Chi. Don't rush to scold me. You should think about how far this road is, and whether the temperature will continue to rise. Besides, ice crystals can not only cool, but also serve as water resources once melted. You know better than me what that means in a desert environment. That makes sense. The emergence of ice crystals is indeed strategic material. However, a barrel of gasoline is also a strategic resource. Damn, how did I not notice this guy Lu Yao is so cunning before? Fine, I'll make the trade. Shen-Chi gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Cheng's share counts as mine, and the same goes for Brother Qin. He'll bring you 3 barrels of gasoline shortly. Hey, what you said, Zhu Cheng and Brother Qin are exempted. Lu Yao waved his hand and smiled. We are all in the same convoy and not that hard to deal with. Shen-Chi. So I'm an outsider as the captain. They are exempt from gasoline, and you just want to take mine, huh? As the sun sets in the west, the temperature in the sandy region begins to drop from its peak. I hope the members of the Hope Convoy are aware that their captain has died and has been turned into a zombie minion, with 2 extraordinary individuals remaining, 1 dead and the other having betrayed them. At this moment, the entire Hope Convoy is filled with anxiety, completely unsure of what to do next. They have many people, and without the protection of extraordinary beings, they are sure to become fodder. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shen-Chi swallowed the entire Hope Convoy, integrating them into the Dawn Convoy. It can be said that the Dawn Convoy gained over 100 people in one go. Even during lunch, Shen-Chi specially brought out some supplies, allowing this batch of newcomers to experience the benefits of being part of the Dawn Convoy. Rest assured, joining our Dawn Convoy, you won't have to worry about going hungry. Shen-Chi appeared like a charlatan, accompanied by the fortune teller Old Wang, as they began to persuade the crowd. That's right, everyone joining the Dawn Convoy will be like family from now on, nothing to worry about. Haven't I joined as well? Indeed, Old Wang is right. I, Shen-Chi, am here to ensure more people survive. It's all for the future of humanity. Today, Captain Shun has prepared food and drinks for everyone, so feel free to eat and drink. Old Wang is correct. Today, everyone can eat to their heart's content. We have plenty of supplies. Although it was their first time cooperating, their synergy was remarkable. Lu Yao watched in astonishment. Holding his bowl, Lu Yao couldn't help but exclaim, these 2 shameless guys are really starting to spout nonsense with their eyes wide. Surprised too. Zhu Cheng, wearing sunglasses, leaned against the side, holding a portion of the food that had been served. Beside her, 2 big stars, Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing, also held their bowls fully integrated into the scene. Wasn't it agreed that this meal was to celebrate you? Old Shun is really inconsiderate. Lu Yao scoffed. To be generous with others, only he could achieve this. This guy is truly unscrupulous to recruit people. Now the number of people in the convoy had stabilized at 300. If they set out together, they would definitely attract attention from the bazaar along the way. Shen-Chi managed the convoy while leaving the dealings with the bazaar to them. Hearing this, Zhu Cheng lowered her head to eat, then asked, is it already dark? When do we set out? Lu Yao glanced at the sky. The sun had just set. Given the current situation, they would probably have to wait until everyone finished eating before setting off. Probably in about an hour. Lu Yao took a deep breath, eating as he spoke. That fortune teller Old Wang is a bit unreliable. He can only read 1 fortune a day. Today's fortune has already been calculated, and we'll have to wait until after midnight. Otherwise, if he could just predict where the human gathering spots are, we could go straight there. If we are talking about the places with the most supplies, it would definitely be the human gathering spots. However, I wonder if they have been established after more than a month. Zhu Cheng didn't continue speaking, but quietly began to eat. This time, as the convoy absorbed the Hope Convoy, the members of the Dawn Convoy had learned about the traitor Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan betrayed the convoy by selling their information, which made many in the convoy quite angry, especially those who had fought against the bazaar alongside Lu Yao. They had genuinely regarded the Dawn Convoy as family. Now their family had a traitor. How could they not be furious? Even Zhang Jun was extremely angry, completely unable to believe that the woman he had been with was actually a traitor, and to make matters worse, she had even left behind a son. Shen-Chi told Zhang Jun not to do anything rash, especially not to harm the child. If it weren't for his intervention, the others would likely have killed the child. Although it's said that misfortune does not affect family, if it weren't for the strength of the Dawn Convoy, they and those around them would likely have been killed. In the end, the child was taken in by the other members of the convoy, and Zhang Jun directly kicked the child off the vehicle. Among the new members of the convoy, a woman took the child onto the vehicle, choosing to carry. But whether the child could survive with them ultimately depends on fate. After everyone was full and satisfied, Shin-Chi looked at the time. It was already past 8. He simply instructed everyone to check their vehicles. Those with insufficient gasoline should find ways to share with others to combine their fuel. Listen up, we will continue on the road tonight at the same speed. Everyone just needs to follow the vehicle in front of them. Shin-Chi found a horn by Chen's vehicle, which felt quite comfortable to hold. We will officially set out in 1 minute. The newcomers should turn on the vehicle radio and adjust the frequency. If there are any issues, I will notify you through the radio. And remember the rules of the convoy, especially the most important one: follow the captain's arrangements. Those who disobey should get the hell out early. Our Dawn Convoy is here to lead everyone towards the dawn, not to let the bad apples extinguish it. And for those with ulterior motives, you better rein it in a bit. Once exposed, Lu Yao's side is still in need of zombies. I don't think you want to become zombies, do you? In the face of Shin-Chi's sweet words and stern warnings, even those restless in the convoy had to settle down at this moment. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Everyone knows what happened to Bai Chun, and no one wants to die only to become a zombie used by others. What does it mean to die without a burial place? This is it. Shin-Chi returned to his RV while letting the fortune teller Old Wong rest inside. He didn't let Old Wong drive separately, as Old Wong was merely a support type. His strength was even less than that of the burly Qin Yukui. It is better to keep him close. If there were any issues, he could communicate directly with Old Wong. This man was still fairly intelligent, as Shin-Chi had talked with him before and knew that he had some brains. Previously, he had served as the strategist for the Hope. Now with his addition, Shin-Chi wouldn't have to worry about some matters alone. Let's set off. Shin-Chi directly instructed Old Zhang to start the vehicles, and all the vehicles turned on their lights and slowly left the village, driving into the night across the sandy terrain. Outside, there was an eerie silence, as if the entire world had fallen into a deep slumber. In this silence, bizarre creatures began to stir under the cover of night. The convoy traveled for 3 to 4 hours, passing through 2 county towns along the way, yet Shin-Chi showed no intention of stopping the convoy. Even if they needed to gather supplies, villages and towns were prioritized. Cities were definitely not the optimal choice. Therefore, the convoy abandoned the thought of entering the city and continued onward. As the convoy passed the second county town, Lu Yao deliberately glanced at the town. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease emanating from within it. It was as if it reminded him of the strange tree he encountered before. If they entered this place, it might lead to another inescapable ending. As the convoy continued to move, Old Zhang from the lead vehicle suddenly reached out his hand to feel the air outside, and his expression changed slightly. There's a problem. Old Zhang stared intently into the dark ahead, his voice cold as he said, the wind outside has picked up. Isn't that good? With the weather being so hot, a breeze wouldn't be a bad thing, right? Old Wong was about to say something, but suddenly realized the issue. They were in a yellow sand area, and they had been traveling for 2 days without exiting. Even in a normal province, they would have driven out by now. This shows just how vast this yellow sand area is. Likewise, the sand coverage in this region is alarmingly high. In such circumstances, once the wind picks up, it will only grow stronger and could even form a sandstorm. Captain Shun, this wind might bring us some trouble. Old Wong glanced at the time, immediately took out 6 copper coins, began muttering incantations, and then threw the coins out under Shin-Chi's watchful gaze. The copper coins flipped in the air for a moment before landing on the ground. What do you see? Shin-Chi asked with a hint of concern. Old Wong looked at the divination results, his face darkening as he said, natural disasters and man-made calamities, it's all in our hands. Great misfortune awaits. A large sandstorm is likely to unfold. As he spoke, he turned to look outside at the environment. Under the desolate night sky, there were no towering mountains to block the view in this area. If the wind picks up, it would be akin to a black sandstorm sweeping through a desert environment. Shin-Chi's expression darkened as he continued. If the natural disaster is a sandstorm, then the man-made calamity is our own choices. Old Wong nodded, but did not finish his thought, which confirmed Shin-Chi's suspicion. The so-called man-made calamity depended on their choices moving forward. Or rather, their actions. Regardless of their decisions, they would encounter this calamity. It's all in our hands. It's all in our hands. We must fight. Shin-Chi gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, accelerate the vehicle, turn on the hazard lights, and we'll push through. No matter whether the next encounter is a village or a city, we must rush in and take shelter. We cannot continue traveling. Understood. Old Zhang nodded, immediately flooring the accelerator without hesitation. The lead vehicle sped up, and the vehicles behind quickly reacted, realizing that there might be some danger, and they all began to accelerate. At that moment, the entire Dawn Convoy started to speed up. Inside Zhu Cheng's vehicle, feeling the sudden acceleration, Zhu Cheng's expression also changed slightly. Why the sudden acceleration? Is the whole convoy speeding up? Yes. Zhang Xinya, who was driving, nodded and said, Captain Shun and the 2 vehicles in front have accelerated. It seems there's some danger approaching. I understand. Zhu Cheng grabbed the bone-piercing knife beside her, then opened the window and slapped the door heavily. A dull sound echoed, leaving Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing puzzled by her actions. In Zhu Cheng's mind, as the sound wave spread out, the surrounding environment became crystal clear. Even the movements of the cars behind were vividly displayed. Something is off. There were no strange creatures appearing, and the temperature hadn't changed significantly. The sudden acceleration. Could it be that something happened inside the RV? Just as she was about to pull her hand back, she suddenly felt that the wind blowing from outside seemed a bit unusual, different from the warm breeze. Before, this wind felt a little more intense. It was as if the wind had intensified, not due to the speed of the vehicle, but because the wind itself had strengthened. Can you guys feel it? Is there wind blowing outside? As soon as Zhu Cheng finished speaking, Zhang Jing immediately reached out to feel. I don't feel any change. Is it because of the increased speed that you felt it wrong, Zhu Cheng? She waved her hand to test it, but there wasn't much of a change. However, Zhu Cheng furrowed her brow. After all, the convoy wouldn't accelerate for no reason unless something dangerous truly occurred. With old Zhang in the lead vehicle, even if that Wang tried to act, he couldn't possibly outdo old Zhang, not to mention Shen Qi, who was filled with scheming thoughts. Thus, the acceleration of the lead vehicle must be due to an impending danger. I hope I'm wrong. On Lu Yao's vehicle, he was leisurely driving. When he felt that the temperature inside the car seemed a bit off, he opened the window and had placed some ice crystals for cooling. But now the cool air in the car seemed to be dissipating rapidly. It felt as if a current was continuously impacting inside the vehicle. Wind. Can it really be windy in the yellow sand area at night? He was puzzled when suddenly the vehicles in front began to accelerate and their speed had already exceeded 100 miles an hour, clearly a desperate. What's going on? Lu Yao turned to look at the ice crystals held by the zombie by Chen beside him. At this moment, the ice crystals were still emitting cold air, but the warm wind outside seemed to have changed. He could clearly feel that it was blowing in. He turned on the interior lights and immediately noticed some sand particles covering the ice crystals. Damn, it's really windy. A sandstorm at night in the yellow sand world. Is this really going to turn into a sandstorm? Damn it, Shen Qi, you should have at least given a heads up. Lu Yao cursed, immediately stepping on the gas to accelerate and overtook the front vehicles, pushing his car to 120 miles an hour. The mighty Hummer began to emit a deep, growling sound akin to a wild bull about to go berserk. Once the speed exceeded 150 miles an hour, the impact from the charge would be comparable to that of a Class 2 strange bull ghost. Seeing that Lu Yao's Hummer had accelerated, the vehicles behind, not understanding the situation, began to speed up frantically. At this moment, the convoy was truly beginning their escape. The wind outside began to intensify, and gradually people noticed that the wind was growing stronger, with a layer of yellow sand starting to accumulate on the car windows. Immediately, everyone realized something was off. It wasn't that they were running fast enough, but rather that the wind outside had picked up. Moreover, the wind blowing was not ordinary. It was the onset of a deadly sandstorm. The convoy pressed deeper into the storm as the wind and sand began to swirl violently. Under the glow of the headlights, the road was engulfed in flying yellow sand rushing towards them, prompting all vehicles in the Dawn Convoy to roll up their windows, tightly trailing behind the lead car. Shen Qi held a flashlight, illuminating the environment outside the car window, fearful of missing any potential places to take cover. Old Zhang, who was driving, stared intently at the situation outside, feeling the wind and sand intensifying. There's a city ahead. Through the beam of the headlights, old Zhang vaguely spotted a city emerging in front of them. Shen Qi, hearing this, did not respond immediately. Instead, he clenched his fists and remained silent in his seat. Beside him, the fortune-teller old Wang also began to feel anxious. After all, if they continued on, they would have to confront the sandstorm heat-in. Entering this city might allow them to avoid the storm, but they would also face unknown and natural disasters and man-made calamities. The choice lay in Shen Qi's hands as the team leader. Watching the sandstorm grow larger outside, old Wang whispered, "Captain Shen, we cannot hesitate any longer." Into the city. Shen Qi gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Immediately head to the buildings surrounding the city to take cover from this sandstorm before considering our next move." As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang jerked the steering wheel, driving off onto a side road adjacent to the highway. The following vehicles quickly followed suit. The convoy chose to enter the city for shelter, as there were no other options left. If they could find refuge from the sandstorm within, it would be the best outcome. As for the bizarre creatures in the city, they could only pray not to be discovered too soon. Soon the vehicles continually reached the outskirts of the city. Under the headlights, the convoy advanced further into the city. Shen Qi picked up the strange object radio and said, "All convoy members, pay attention. Immediately drive your vehicles close to the houses and buildings. Do not venture further in, and search for places to take cover as much as possible. I'll repeat, do not go deeper. Spread out around the lead car to take cover." All vehicles received the notification and began to look for places to hide from the terrifying sandstorm. The vehicles turned off their engines, and the howling wind outside surged with sand grains, pelting the entire body of the vehicles like rain. The sound of the sand hitting the vehicles mingled with the terrifying low rumble of the wind, causing several cars to begin swaying. For a moment, all vehicles seemed to be caught in a swirling vortex of terror. The sandstorm did not cease, instead it swept through the entire city, raging and howling in every direction. Lu Yao parked his vehicle between two trees with a utility pole standing in front of them. Even so, his wild Hummer shook violently with the trees above rustling ominously. Though the leaves had long since dried up, the trunks swayed violently until one tree was uprooted and fell. The top of the car was struck by the falling tree, producing. The sandstorm continued to rage outside, clearly showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. Within this sandstorm, figures began to emerge on the road, moving through the tempest as if unfazed by it. They started to approach the vehicles of the convoy. Lu Yao, eyes closed, listened to the commotion outside, only to be startled awake by a sharp, rhythmic knocking on the window. Turning his head, he saw a figure standing outside, expressionless, knocking on the car window. Thud, thud, thud. The figure maintained a rhythmic pattern in its knock. Strange. Lu Yao instinctively grabbed the nearby soul-biting blade, his gaze fixed sternly on the figure knocking on the window. This bizarre creature continued to knock on the window, seemingly just trying to get the occupants of the vehicle to open the door. The sound of the knocks even managed to rise above the roar of the sandstorm. Each rhythmic knock felt like a weight pressing down on his heart. Although he couldn't ascertain the strength of the creature outside with the sandstorm still raging, he couldn't just recklessly exit the vehicle to deal with it. After knocking for a while on the side of the car, the strange figure turned and walked away, heading towards the vehicles behind the utility pole. Lu Yao peered outside with the car's headlights and noticed another small sedan next to him. The sedan's headlights seemed to have malfunctioned, with both front lights completely unresponsive. Yet the interior lights were still on, and he could vaguely see four terrified individuals trying to hide inside. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 figures had gathered outside, all continuously knocking on the windows of the small sedan. So many. Just a glance made Lu Yao's expression instantly turn grave. This group of bizarre entities didn't seem intent on killing, rather they were numbly knocking on the car windows, leaving him wondering what they aimed to achieve. There are numerous strange ways to kill. Besides directly attacking, many approaches can catch people off guard. For instance, a second-tier entity like the bull demon can turn invisible and ram into people. The group of figures who were unafraid of the sandstorm and approached to knock on the windows surely had their own methods of killing, likely related to their knocking. Was it the sound, or the act of knocking, or would responding to their knocks lead to death? Lu Yao had no intention of getting out to help. Instead, he tightly gripped the soul-biting blade, while sitting inside the vehicle, using the headlights to quietly observe the strange figures outside. Inside the car, the 4 individuals were terrified, covering their heads and refusing to look at the figure standing by the car. They were acutely aware of how dangerous it was outside. Those appearing in the open were definitely not human. Moreover, who knocks on a window with such rhythm? Brother Lei, what should we do now? The strange entities outside seem to have set their sights on us. Why us? Lu Yao's car is right next to us. They're clearly picking on the weak. Shut up. The long-haired man in the driver's seat coldly scolded. Just let them knock. Block your ears, and we'll outlast them. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals in the back seat tightly covered their ears, lowering their heads in fear of looking outside. They had no idea what the situation was with the entities outside, or why they were knocking on the car windows. But as long as they ignored it and didn't look, they hoped nothing would happen. The entities outside, however, seemed intent on not letting them go, continuing their rhythmic knocking on the window, leaving everyone uncertain of. The sandstorm continued to linger, though it was no longer as violent as it had been at the start. Lu Yao seized on this moment and immediately sent the zombie Bai Chun out of the vehicle, directly approaching the figures knocking on the windows. In the midst of the sandstorm, the zombie Bai Chun immediately charged towards the small car at Lu Yao's command. The strange shadows surrounding the small car showed no reaction at all, as if they were completely unaware of the zombie Bai Chun. Driven by instinct, the zombie Bai Chun lunged forward and knocked one of the strange shadows to the ground. Then it began to gnaw furiously. In just a moment, the strange shadow was no longer human, and it dissipated along with the sandstorm. Bai Chun's mouth was filled with yellow sand, seemingly confused as to why this person was not made of. However, he dared not disobey Lu Yao's command and got up to continue tearing at the second strange shadow. Lu Yao sat quietly in the car, observing the situation outside. One must admit that the zombie Bai Chun was indeed a very good enforcer. Even without using abilities, he could blend in among the zombies as an unusual informant. Now these strange shadows seemed completely oblivious to the outsider, allowing the zombie Bai Chun to attack them unimpeded. Meanwhile, Lu Yao also noticed the entire process of the strange shadows turning into yellow sand and being carried away by the wind. Was this the strangeness brought by the sandstorm? So it wasn't the strange creatures within this city. Once the zombie Bai Chun cleared the strange shadows around the small car, he ran towards the next vehicle to continue attacking those strange shadows. The people inside the small car, hearing no noise, dared to lift their heads to look outside. Seeing that there were no more strange shadows, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Did they leave? The woman in the passenger seat frowned and whispered, "Brother Lei, what should we do next?" Shut up. Brother lay in the driver's seat scolded with a dark face. Can't you say something optimistic? Now that they have survived a great disaster, this woman still has to say such disheartening things, truly lacking any sense of the situation. After a moment of silence, the man in the driver's seat slowly spoke. Everyone keep quiet, let's observe the surroundings stealthily and speak less from now on. Then the four of them quietly began to observe the situation outside the car window. After about half an hour, the sandstorm completely passed, the wind outside had dissipated and the vehicles around could be seen more clearly. The zombie Bai Chen stood in place looking around in confusion as if searching for prey. Lu Yao got out of the car holding a knife and said coldly, come back. Upon hearing the command, the zombie Bai Chen immediately ran back and stood beside Lu Yao at the first opportunity. Lu Yao carefully observed the condition of the zombie Bai Chen, noticing that he still had a lot of yellow sand residue in his mouth, seemingly having consumed quite a bit of it. Moreover, his belly had become round. It seemed he had swallowed a lot of yellow sand, causing his stomach to bloat. The people in the convoy dared not get out of the car, each one quietly observing the situation outside. Lu Yao used the car's headlights to survey the surroundings, then led the zombie Bai Chen directly towards Shenqi's RV. Inside the car, Shenqi observed the outside through the window, and knew that it was Lu Yao who had given the command to the zombie Bai Chen, which is why Bai Chen appeared to deal with the strange shadows. Now that the sandstorm had passed, and looking at the situation outside, it should be relatively safe. Lu Yao arrived at the RV door, noticed Shenqi leaning against the window, and waved his hand signaling him. After opening the door, Shenqi hurriedly asked, what happened to the people in the convoy? I'm not sure, those strange beings seemed to just be tapping on the car windows, and I don't know if anyone in the convoy was harmed. Lu Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, do you recognize this type of strangeness? Do you have any related records in your mind? It would be troublesome if they were to return. Upon hearing this, Shenqi hurriedly began searching in his mind. Soon he raised his head and said, Level 1 strange being Sandman usually appears with sandstorms, their method of killing. His expression suddenly turned grim at this point. What method? Lu Yao immediately became curious. Knocking on windows, anyone who opens a window will be directly assimilated by the Sandman. After getting out of the car, Shenqi glanced around, noticing the vehicles with their lights on, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. The convoy was not lacking in fools such as Zhao, one who had already been killed. If someone had opened the window, then it could have resulted in the deaths of everyone in that vehicle. Lu Yao's heart sank as he took his knife and brought the zombie Bai Chen along, quickly moving towards the nearby vehicles. Meanwhile, Shenqi lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and began listening to prevent any strange beings from suddenly appearing around them. Just as he arrived next to a van, Lu Yao noticed that the passenger window was halfway down. Damn, there really are such idiots. He hurriedly walked over to check. The van's door was open, and it was filled with scattered yellow sand. Even the back seat had quite a bit. It seemed this vehicle had encountered the Sandman's attack, and the people inside were all dead. Then Lu Yao checked the other vehicles. Fortunately, there weren't many vehicles involved, only 3 in total. Most people had not opened their windows at that time. This was some good news. The losses were not serious. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao turned around and quickly walked towards Shenqi. At that moment, Shenqi also immediately got up from the ground and shouted, Lu Yao, get in the car. Strange beings are coming, don't stay outside. After saying that, he immediately dove into the RV, locked the door, and crouched by the door, his eyes wide open. The people in the other vehicles also locked their doors and cautiously observed the surroundings. Under the night sky, everything appeared quiet and desolate. The headlights of the vehicles on the street illuminated this small area, while everyone kept their eyes on the surroundings. Lu Yao returned to the car and immediately ordered the zombie Bai Chen to guard outside. At the same time, he gripped the soul-devouring blade tightly. The urgency of Shenqi indicated that the strangeness was very close to them. But where? There was absolutely nothing visible. Not a single shadow appeared on the street, not even the strange beings in spirit form, which did not resemble any strange situation. No. If there's nothing on the street, then what about underground or above? Just as this thought crossed Lu Yao's mind, a car nearby suddenly blared its horn loudly. The horn was harsh and loud, completely breaking the silence of the street. It also attracted the attention of others in the convoy. A large pool of fresh blood began to splatter across the car windows, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. Suddenly, the rear door swung open, and a blood-drenched woman collapsed out of the vehicle. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the next moment a shadow surged from behind her and leapt onto her body. Under the light, it appeared to be a completely black entity, resembling a black cat. However, when this black cat turned around, the imagined image of a cat was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was a bizarre creature with a cat's body and a human head. A black cat with the head of a child. Moreover, the face of this head was smeared with blood, and it even extended its tongue to lick its own paws. The sight was strikingly similar to that of a real cat. Everyone was shocked, staring in terror at the human-headed black cat. After licking its paws, the human-headed black cat lowered itself onto the woman's corpse, digging its front paws into her back. Soon the woman's back was a bloody mess, but the human-headed black cat showed no signs of stopping. Rather, it continued its grim task. Only when the woman's heart was exposed did the human-headed black cat lower its head and begin to feast. Lu Yao narrowed his eyes and commanded the zombie by Chun outside the car go and kill that human-headed black cat. Upon receiving the order, the zombie by Chun moved towards the human-headed black cat, immediately pouncing on it as he got close. Meow. The child-headed black cat emitted a sharp cry. It darted away at an incredible speed, evading Bai Chen's attack. Upon a closer look, the human-headed black cat was now perched on top of the car, lowering its head to lick its paws, while curiously observing the zombie Bai Chun. It looked as if it were puzzled as to why this strange zombie would attack it. The human-headed black cat tilted its head, sizing up Bai Chun as if it regarded him with utter. After getting up from the ground, Bai Chun glanced around, and noticing the human-headed black cat on the roof, reached out again to grab it. This time the human-headed black cat easily dodged again, but it was clear it had been provoked. It arched its back for bristling while the child head let out a fierce cry. Meow. This cry was filled with anger, as if it had truly been irritated. Meanwhile, the zombie Bai Chun, unfazed, reached out once more to grab the human-headed black cat, even condensing cold energy in his hand to form an ice sword. Meow. The human-headed black cat sensed the threat and instantly lunged forward, its sharp claws slashing towards Bai Chen's chest. The strike was powerful enough to tear through Bai Chen's clothing, cutting into his shriveled skin. The wound extended from his chest down to his abdomen. It even cut through his abdomen, causing the yellow sand he had previously consumed to spill out. At first glance, it appeared as if Bai Chun had been eviscerated, with his insides flowing out. This enraged Bai Chun, who swung the ice sword in his hand, relentlessly chopping at the human-headed black cat. However, the human-headed black cat was swift, easily dodging Bai Chun's attacks with a light leap. At the same time, it darted into the car, crouching over a corpse to feast on its heart and liver, seemingly disregarding the zombie Bai Chun outside. Lu Yao frowned at this scene. This is going to be troublesome. This bizarre human-headed black cat is too fast, and I have no idea how it got into that car. The zombie's reaction speed is simply too slow. They can't keep up with the human-headed black cat at all, and are gaining no advantage. He kept observing the situation, trying to find any weaknesses in the human-headed black cat, but it was clear that its advantages outweighed its shortcomings. Just as Lu Yao was intently watching a chilling cat, cries suddenly echoed in his ears. Meow. This sound made Lu Yao's body tense up instantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a human-headed black cat perched on the hood of the powerful vehicle, staring intently at him. Unlike the other human-headed black cat, this one had the head of a middle-aged man. Lu Yao swallowed hard, gripping the spirit-devouring knife in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. While he remained vigilant, a ghostly green chain suddenly emerged from the hood of the powerful vehicle, about the thickness of a thumb, silently shooting out. The human-headed black cat had no time to react before being ensnared by the slender chain. Go. Outside, Zhu Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yao immediately understood that it was Zhu Cheng who had made her move. This must be her ability from Sequence 8. The human-headed black cat was fast, but once controlled it would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Without hesitation, Lu Yao jumped out of the car, raising his knife and aiming for the neck of the human-headed black cat on the hood. Slash. With one stroke, the man's head detached from the black cat's body. At the same time, a surge of blood energy flowed into Lu Yao's body. Meow. Suddenly, a piercing and furious cat cry came from the direction of the car where the zombie Bai Chun was. Turning to look, he saw that the child-headed human-headed black cat had somehow jumped onto the roof of the car, glaring hatefully in Lu Yao's direction. Clearly, it had witnessed Lu Yao kill the human-headed black cat just moments ago. Accompanying its cry, shadows surged forth from all directions, all resembling human-headed black cats, nearly 100 of them. These human-headed black cats had heads of all kinds, men, women, children, and the elderly. Lu Yao even spotted a cat-human with 2 heads larger than the average human-headed black cat. Damn, did I just poke a hornet's nest? Lu Yao shouted, Zhu Cheng, don't get out of the car, just support me. After saying that, he quickly aimed his knife at a leaping bizarre, human-headed black cat and struck down. He also called for the zombie Bai Chun to come over. Come back and help protect me. The zombie Bai Chun shouted and hurried over, immediately standing in front of Lu Yao, wildly swinging the ice sword. At this moment, the surrounding human-headed black cats had also surrounded them, seemingly uninterested in the other vehicles, focusing solely on Lu Yao. It was clear that they held a grudge and were determined to kill Lu Yao. Zhu Cheng's ability from Sequence 8 is to summon chains from the void to bind her target, but she can only summon one chain at a time. Even if she wanted to help Lu Yao, she couldn't deal with so many black cats. Just by listening to the sounds of cats around her, she could roughly estimate how many there were. Based on the commotion caused by Lu Yao outside, simple outlines formed in her mind and images of human-headed black cats appeared. Not to mention the level of strangeness of these human-headed black cats, just the sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Surrounding the vehicles of the Dawn Squad and on the rooftops were almost all human-headed black cats. These human-headed black cats were jumping around crazily, either attacking or tearing at Lu Yao, displaying an unrelenting ferocity. Lu Yao swung the devouring spirit blade continuously, each strike perfectly dodging, while simultaneously slashing back. In a short time, he had already killed several bizarre, human-headed. However, he also bore several wounds from the claws of the human-headed black cats, bleeding profusely. The zombie by Chun was no better off. He had even more wounds than Lu Yao. Fortunately, his resilience combined with the physical enhancement of becoming a zombie allowed him to endure. Even so, there were too many bizarre, human-headed black cats here. With such a quantity, even Lu Yao felt it was a bit hard to manage. Moreover, Zhu Qing's assistance was minimal. If this continued, he would surely be in trouble. Damn it, he never expected things would turn out this way. He thought it was just one bizarre creature, but it turned out to be a whole group. The strangeness in this city was indeed terrifying. Little brother, I'm coming to help you. Suddenly Qin Yuequi's voice came from behind. Following that, the window of the bus opened, and Qin Yuequi threw a bundle of something black out. That thing rolled on the ground a few times before landing not far from Lu Yao. Several nearby human-headed black cats seemed attracted to that object, and immediately ran over to encircle it, starting to examine it. In an instant, those few human-headed black cats suddenly fell to the ground dizzy and began to meow incessantly. The surrounding human-headed black cats were drawn to this, ceasing their attacks on Lu Yao. Instead, they all rushed towards that bundle of black. Without exception, no matter how many approached, the moment these human-headed black cats got close, they started to sway and then fell to the ground, twisting their necks. One by one, they looked as if they were intoxicated, barely able to stand. Lu Yao was drawn in, curiously moving closer, and then saw a fist-sized object lying on the ground. The human-headed black cats seemed to be irresistibly lured by this object, all moving closer to sniff at some, even attempting to lick it. Then, without exception, all the human-headed black cats collapsed to the ground. Qin Yuequi, standing behind, laughed. Little brother, now's the time. Kill them. Lu Yao nodded, raised his blade, and charged in. The human-headed black cats now seemed as if they were poisoned entirely at his mercy, making it easy for Lu Yao. One slash for each human-headed black cat, all lying on the ground waiting to be killed. Streams of blood-red energy were absorbed by Lu Yao. This satisfied him, who felt a hint of hunger. The sensation was simply exhilarating. It was his first time experiencing how easily bizarre creatures could be killed. It was almost effortless. At one moment, Lu Yao even started to doubt if he was truly killing bizarre beings. After the last human-headed black cat was slain, Lu Yao leaned against the bus and lit a cigarette, smiling. Damn, killing such easy bizarre creatures actually exhausted me. Indeed, he was tired. Initially excited, he slowly calmed down, and by the end he felt a bit weary and bored. These bizarre creatures were simply too easy to kill. If anyone from the squad had come, they could have easily slain the human-headed black cats. Qin Yuequi confirmed that there were no remaining human-headed black cats alive, and hurriedly got off the bus, carefully gathering the small bundle on the ground among the corpses of the human-headed black cats. Thanks, Qin Gu, Lu Yao said, fully aware that if it weren't for Qin Yuequi, he might have truly died here. Qin Yuequi waved his hand and smiled. Ah, this is thanks to your sister-in-law. She used to raise cats, and during the escape, she happened to have a catnip ball in her backpack. I just enhanced it a bit and threw it out to test my luck. I didn't expect it to work so well. The enhanced super catnip ball was undoubtedly a strange object. Such a thing was already a fatal temptation for cats, and enhanced, it would probably be irresistible even to bizarre felines. It really was a professional tool used in a professional way. Shenqi also got off the bus and sighed. Is everyone alright? Lu Yao, your wounds. It's fine, my physique is excellent. Ooh, I won't die from this. Lu Yao waved dismissively. After killing for so long, his wounds had already begun to scab over, and his low pain sensitivity made him unconcerned. As for whether there were viruses on the claws of the human-headed black cats, Lu Yao was the king of zombies, and the zombie virus in him was already formidable enough. He completely disregarded other viruses. If it could overcome the zombie virus, then these human-headed black cats would probably be classified as level 3 bizarre creatures. He'll go notify the others to avoid acting rashly. For now, this city might not be as simple as it seems. Shenqi narrowed her eyes and spoke solemnly. We can't continue traveling tonight. What I mean is for everyone to rest first, and during the day, we'll find a way to... Too many changes could occur at night. If they drove out, they might encounter all sorts of bizarre creatures. So it's best to refrain from acting rashly for now. They should wait until daytime to escape, hiding at the edge of the city until the temperature was confirmed to be low before leaving, which was not urgent. At present, they needed to be most wary of bizarre creatures within the city. After finishing his cigarette, Lu Yao returned to the bus and closed his eyes to rest. After all, killing unresisting bizarre creatures was tiring work. In the darkness far from the city, a figure stood atop a building looking down at the position of the Dawn squad. Once everyone from the squad returned to the bus, the figure slowly raised his hand. He stood there with arms outstretched on the rooftop, motionless, gazing down. With the breeze blowing, his body quickly vanished, turning into a cloud of dust that floated away, heading directly towards the position of the Dawn Squad. The night was eerily quiet, as if the strange creatures had vanished completely. As dawn began to break, Shun-Chi suddenly awoke, frowning as he glanced at the fortune-teller Old Wang, who was still asleep beside him. Not just Old Wang, but even Old Zhang, who was responsible for driving, had leaned back in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to sleep. Were they both asleep? This shouldn't be happening. They had clearly agreed to take turns keeping watch, allowing Old Zhang to rest as much as possible. But, Old Zhang, wake up. Shun-Chi shouted from inside the car, and saw the two groggily getting up, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were just asleep and not in the kind of unconscious state he feared. That was a good sleep. Old Wang rubbed his eyes and stretched cheerfully, saying, "To be honest, I thought I would sleep fitfully last night, but I ended up sleeping so." At this point, the smile on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by an indescribable heaviness. Similarly, Old Zhang in the driver's seat also wore a serious expression. They had agreed to take turns keeping watch, yet neither of them knew when they had fallen asleep. Shun-Chi said nothing and hurriedly opened the car door to check the surroundings. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the temperature was still somewhat stifling, around 40 degrees. However, it seemed everyone was asleep, as no one in the convoy was awake. Shun-Chi's squinting eyes were now filled with shock. Taking a deep breath, he headed straight for Lu Yao's car. Outside Lu Yao's vehicle was the zombie Bai Chun, who appeared to have been left behind last night to keep watch. Upon seeing Shun-Chi approach, the zombie Bai Chun let out a loud shout. This sound startled Lu Yao awake inside the car. Inside the car, Lu Yao rubbed his eyes and looked around. Then suddenly realizing something, he grabbed the nearby spirit-eating knife, his expression heavy as he scanned. Did he really sleep so deeply? If it weren't for Bai Chen's shout, he might have slept into a coma. Taking a deep breath, he opened the car door and looked at Shun-Chi. Shun-Chi nodded at Lu Yao, frowning and asking, "Did you also fall into a deep sleep?" Also, Lu Yao tightened his grip on the spirit-eating knife, his expression turning grim. It seems there's something troublesome. As he spoke, he began to be wary of his surroundings. Bai Chun the zombie showed no significant movement, still maintaining the posture of a loyal subordinate to Lu Yao. Judging by Bai Chen's behavior, it seemed that apart from the black cat with a human head, nothing else had appeared last night. As for why they had fallen, judging by Bai Chen's behavior, it seemed that apart from the black cat with a human head, nothing else had appeared last night. As for why they had fallen into a deep sleep, that remained a mystery. "I'll go check on Zhu Cheng and Brother Qin. You keep an ear out for any issues." After saying this, Lu Yao headed straight for Zhu Cheng's car. Shun-Chi lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to listen. There were no unusual energies surrounding them, and the nearest one was located in the center of the city. It seemed that their fainting was not closely related to any anomalies. Zhu Cheng seemed to have already woken up. After hearing footsteps, he rolled down the car window, carefully identifying the sound, and when he confirmed it was Lu Yao's footsteps, he raised his head. "What are you doing here? Has something strange appeared again?" "No." Lu Yao looked at Zhu Cheng, who was wearing sunglasses, and asked in confusion, "Did you not sleep last night?" "I did sleep, but I just woke up." Zhu Cheng frowned and said, "Weren't you all supposed to be keeping watch outside? And your zombie was keeping an eye on things. I would have heard if I also fell asleep. Not just me, Old Shun is the same. Plus, when I came over, everyone else in the convoy was still asleep, which means almost everyone fell asleep last night." As soon as he said this, Zhu Cheng's expression turned grave. An entire convoy of people had fallen asleep. Such a thing clearly should not happen, because Shun-Chi would not make such a mistake. Even if rest was needed, he would ensure that the driver Old Zhang and the fortune-teller Old Wang took turns keeping watch. Even with the zombies arranged by Lu Yao, they couldn't just be left unattended. If something truly strange appeared, the entire convoy could be wiped out. Not something strange. Zhu Cheng seemed to understand Lu Yao's meaning and asked quietly, "Did your zombie companion not react?" "No. This is the most troublesome issue." Bai Chun the zombie didn't make a sound and didn't leave any signs of a struggle, which means that everyone was indeed safe while asleep last night. Safe. The city is the most dangerous place right now, yet they all slept with their eyes closed all night. Even the entire convoy fell asleep. This was far from safety. Upon reflection, it was nothing less than a deadly terror. "Hey, you guys are awake." Qin Yukue came over from the bus and, seeing Lu Yao and the others present, smiled and said, come on, I asked your sister-in-law to make breakfast for you all. Let's go eat breakfast at my place." "Brother Qin, did you sleep last night?" Lu Yao took a deep breath, his expression serious, as he asked Qin Yukue. "Of course I did. You all were keeping watch, so I felt free to sleep soundly. My sister-in-law and the others also slept. To be honest, it seems everyone in my vehicle fell asleep last night, and they're still asleep now. By the way, why do you all look like that? Did you not sleep last night? You should eat something first, and then rest a bit. After all, no one is in a hurry to leave. Especially you, brother. You fought last night, so you need to recharge your spirits." Upon hearing Qin Yukue's words, Lu Yao tightened his grip on the spirit-eating knife again. Meanwhile, Zhu Cheng got out of the car and began lightly tapping the bone-piercing knife on the ground using the sound waves to sense the surrounding situation. Everything around her was appearing vividly in her mind. There were no anomalies aside from the few of them who were awake. It seemed the others were all resting. What's wrong? Why do you all look so pale? Didn't sleep last night. Shin Yukoi still had not grasped the situation. Lu Yao almost gritted his teeth as he replied, "We all fell asleep last night. Falling asleep is normal. Oh, everyone is tired." Wait, what? Shin Yukoi's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Lu Yao and the others, his burly figure shivering at that moment. The Dawn Brigade did not leave the city immediately, but remained at the edge. As the sun rose, the temperature in the sandy region began to rise, continuously higher than yesterday's 50 degrees. Shen Shi checked the surface thermometer on his vehicle. Inside, it's already 60 degrees. If we keep going, the temperature will surely rise further. Nearby, the fortune teller Lao Wang scratched his head, wanting to ask a question. Is this sandy area truly the world they once knew? According to their understanding, they had traveled for several days, yet still had not left the sandy region. It was easy to imagine just how vast this sandy area was. Furthermore, after this morning's search, they discovered what city they were currently in. Hang City. Indeed, they had arrived in Hang City, a place once bustling, but now shrouded in silence. The ground was covered in sand, and no one knew where it had come from, but the area around Hang City was already littered with sand. In addition to the hidden eerie aspects, there was also the deadly high temperature. 60 degrees. No one knew just how vast this region was, but if they continued, the temperature would only rise further. They even began to doubt whether there would be any intact cities ahead. This path of migration for humanity was becoming increasingly difficult. Lu Yao sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and frowning. Right now we can't move. Traveling during the day puts too much burden on the vehicle. We can't travel during the day, that's a common understanding. Shin Shi frowned and asked, "Are you suggesting we discuss what happened last night, when we fell asleep?" Having been together for so long, they had long set aside their guard, and had completely recognized the Dawn Brigade as their hope. In the morning, they decided to conduct a brief search of the area, not delving deeply into Hang City, just searching the small section of buildings on the outskirts. Since they weren't going anywhere for now, they pondered what caused their sleep. It shouldn't be due to something eerie. Suddenly, the usually quiet Zhu Cheng spoke up. "If it were truly something eerie, we would have already died last night. If it's not eerie, then it must be something strange, or a person." The fortune teller Lao Wang stroked his small mustache and muttered, "If it's something strange, that would be fine. If finding it would be good news for our brigade. But if it were a person, then things would be serious. The other party would definitely be a sequence extraordinary being, likely a high sequence 1, at least a sequence 7 existence." Given that even Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, both sequence 8, were affected, one could imagine how troublesome the situation was. If there truly is a powerful sequence extraordinary being here, we need to consider how to proceed on our path. Shin Shi took a deep breath and frowned. "You all go ask within the brigade if anyone has a dashcam. Let's see if there were any strange individuals after we fell unconscious." Though there had been the zombie Bai Chun stalking them last night, if this extraordinary being was powerful enough to intimidate even Bai Chun, then it made sense that Bai Chun remained silent. Moreover, since this entity had rendered them unconscious, such a method must be extremely formidable. The fact that the other party did not take action likely indicated they were considering humanity. This implies that communication is possible. If there is room for discussion, then everything can be negotiated. I have too much information in my head, and there are quite a few sequence abilities here. I need to sift through them one by one. Let's split into 2 teams. After finishing, Shun Chi sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began searching for relevant abilities in his mind. The others did not waste time and got out of the vehicle to find working dashcams. Indeed, several vehicles had functioning dashcams. However, they had the memory cards, but figuring out how to view them was another problem. Lu Yu ran out from behind, waving and shouting, "I found a mobile phone store. While searching this morning, they should have computers inside. Should we give it a try? Right? If we can find a usable computer, then we can access the dashcam footage. Shin Chi's RV has power. We can easily set up the computer and use the RV's electricity. As long as the computer works, that's all that matters." Immediately, the group hurried to the store Lu Yu mentioned and brought out a computer. Back at the RV, Shin Chi was still with his eyes closed, searching. At this moment, he appeared troubled and frowning. Lu Yao did not disturb him. He inquired about the location of the power strip in Old Zhang's RV, then set up the computer and plugged in the power cord. The computer quickly booted up, and as the familiar screen lit up, everyone's eyes sparkled with joy. Soon they gathered around the computer, connecting the card reader they found at the store. As the images on the computer displayed, everyone saw some events that occurred in the brigade area after they had fallen unconscious. The footage was eerily quiet with no significant issues. However, as the progress was fast-forwarded, a figure soon appeared in the corner of the screen. It was a woman's silhouette dressed in a black robe, moving around the brigade before finally standing in front of a BMW. "Wow, there's really someone." Shin Yukoi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pointed at the screen. "This woman looks quite beautiful. Why is she acting like a thief?" In the footage, the woman looked around like a thief before opening the car door to check the situation inside the BMW. It was as if she was searching for something. Eventually, she left the BMW and turned to walk in another direction. Next, Lu Yao quickly said change to another memory card and see where this woman went next. The group diligently checked the footage on the computer. Inside the vehicle, the ice crystals provided by Lu Yao kept the heat at bay. However, once the last memory card's video finished playing, the group looked at Qin Yu Kuei with strange expressions. Even Qin Yu Kuei's face darkened. The reason was simple. The last woman had boarded his peculiar bus and had not come down since until they woke up and began searching for supplies. In other words, that woman boarded Qin Yu Kuei's bus and never got off. Even now, she could still be inside the big bus. Oh damn it. How the hell did she end up in my vehicle? Qin Yu Kuei scowled and cursed. If we hadn't reviewed the surveillance footage, we'd never have known there was such a formidable being inside our car. He felt a surge of panic now. A transcendent far more powerful than Lu Yao or Zhu Cheng had boarded his vehicle and stood right beside him. To him, that was nothing short of fatal. After all, as a sequence transcendent, he possessed no actual combat capability. His bulging muscles might intimidate at first glance, but intimidation was all they could ever achieve. Your bus is lined with ice crystals, naturally cool inside, and well-stocked with supplies. With over 100 people aboard, she could easily blend in without detection. Lu Yao regarded Qin Yu Kuei with an odd expression and smiled. Shall we go check the situation now? If she didn't strike last night, and even chose to board our vehicle voluntarily, perhaps she intends to travel with us. Can we trust her? Zhu Cheng leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, her voice edged with quiet wariness. After all, this was the very individual capable of plunging their entire convoy into unconsciousness. What if they all rushed over and cornered her inside the bus, only for her to unleash her power and render them all insensible once more? The consequences would be catastrophic. At that, Lu Yao and the others fell silent. Indeed, they were leagues apart in strength. Cornering her would only guarantee their own ruin. We can trust her. Shinshi, who had been seated thoughtfully on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes wide and grinned. I believe I've deduced her sequence. Speak up, no riddles. Lu Yao frowned slightly at Shun Captain's theatrical pause. The others shared his impatience. Shinshi chuckled softly. She follows the Mindweaver path, and has attained sequence 6, the Eternal Slumber Master. We didn't merely fall asleep, we were passively induced into a state of eternal slumber. Yet she deliberately withheld full activation, granting us only ordinary sleep. Huh. Lu Yao blinked in disbelief. Sequence 6 already. I thought my rapid ascension along the Zombie Lord path was extraordinary. Barely half a month since I became a transcendent. And yet, within just 6 weeks, a sequence 6 transcendent had emerged. Don't worry, Shinshi added gently, her path is exceptionally potent. He sighed faintly. The Mindweaver path specializes in control, so each promotion yields dramatically amplified influence. In truth, if she so willed it, she could purge every anomaly across Hang City. Phew. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Yao. That's utterly absurd. This kind of advancement defies reason. Control, isn't that similar to my zombie sovereign ability? Yet this woman's power seemed even more staggering. Lu Yao required viral transmission to command his undead, whereas she needed only a single conscious intent. If she's this dangerous, why encourage us to approach her? Lu Yao's lips twitched involuntarily. What if she takes control of me, and I slaughter you all? Indeed, if Lu Yao were subjugated, every soul in the convoy would be imperiled. Even Zhu Cheng might prove powerless to restrain him. After all, Lu Yao commanded by Chun, a subordinate zombie. Should he fall under her sway? If she spared us last night, why would she act today? Shinshi smiled warmly and rose first, stepping down from the vehicle. Let's go, we'll speak with her directly. This distinguished guest likely holds vital intelligence. Right now, understanding Hang City's current state is paramount. The group exchanged glances, and then followed, walking toward the large coach bus. Other convoy members rested in shaded spots nearby. Seeing Lu Yao and the others head toward the bus, curiosity rippled through the crowd. What's happening? Why are all the transcendents gathering there? No idea, must be something major. Looks like they're headed for the bus. Could someone on the bus be causing trouble? No, that doesn't make sense. Boss Qin is fair-minded and his crew is disciplined. Why would anyone stir unrest? What if they're the ones whose minds are fractured? These days many people are unhinged. Lu Yao's group soon arrived at the bus. Inside the bus, cool air circulated gently. Passengers reclined comfortably, delighted by their present circumstances. To live without hunger or thirst, sheltered beneath the protection of transcendence, this was paradise. What more could one possibly desire? In these times, survival itself was the greatest blessing. As Shinshi's group entered, passengers rose respectfully, uncertain why the convoy's transcendents had gathered, yet smiling and greeting them warmly. Shinshi nodded graciously to each person before turning with a gentle smile and addressing the interior. Might the individual who boarded last night kindly step down to speak with me? We are all human. You spared us last night, so we respond in kind with goodwill. Do you agree? He still did not know the identity of this Sequence 6 woman, but her presence coupled with evident benevolence made open hostility unnecessary. A hush fell over the cabin. Passengers exchanged startled glances, then scanned those around them, comprehension dawning. They understood Shin-Chi's words perfectly. An outsider had infiltrated their ranks. Just as everyone strained to recall faces, a woman crouching near the bus's exit slowly rose and walked steadily toward Lu Yao's group. Passengers instinctively parted left and right, clearing a path. Lu Yao's gaze, and those of his companions, locked onto her. Shin-Chi smiled warmly and extended his hand. Greetings. I am Shin-Chi, captain of the Dawn Convoy. The woman paused slightly at the outstretched hand, her eyes flickering with fleeting curiosity, before matching the gesture with quiet grace. And Xiaoyu, she murmured, her voice light as mist. Then, as if sensing ambiguity, she clarified, An, meaning safety, Xiao, meaning small u, meaning rain. At this singular introduction, Shin-Chi's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, his smile faltering for a heartbeat before settling back into serene composure. She noticed none of it. Shall we continue our conversation in my motorhome? Shin-Chi spoke with easy charm. Since you chose to join the Dawn Convoy, we assume you intend to travel with us. There are matters we wish to understand, and we hope you'll share your insights freely. She stood motionless, brow furrowed in silence, until after a long moment, she gave a slight nod and followed Shin-Chi toward the motorhome. Lu Yao and the others remained sharply vigilant. This woman was likely a Sequence 6 transcendent. Should conflict erupt, their deaths would be swift and absolute. Moreover, judging by Shin-Chi's subtle reaction, she was far more enigmatic, and perhaps far more consequential, than they had imagined. A group of people returned to the RV, and Lu Yao and the others each found a place to sit down. The woman, named Xiaoyu, sat opposite Shin-Chi, her eyes clearly showing a hint of shock and disbelief. Compared to the spacious interior of the bus, the RV also had a considerable amount of space, even comparable to a mobile spacious house. Shin-Chi took a bottle of unopened water, chilled, and directly handed it to Xiaoyu. Looking at the mineral water still emanating a chill, Xiaoyu visibly swallowed hard. Please. Shin-Chi smiled and raised his hand, saying, There's no need to be nervous, this water is fine. We haven't reached a point where we would tamper with water resources. Hearing this, Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then immediately took the chilled mineral water. The cold sensation in her hand made it hard for her to suppress her rising tension, as she had almost forgotten how long it had been since she last drank such chilled water. Last night, she had sought supplies within the convoy, but these few vehicles she considered troublesome had not been searched. Now it seemed she had indeed missed out on quite a few. Twisting off the cap, she took a sip, the frostiness instantly dispelling the heat within her body, and her dry throat was instantly invigorated by a refreshing sensation. She even felt as if her throat was joyfully cheering. Just from one sip, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Thank you. I haven't had cold water in a long. Aren't you from our world? Shin-Chi suddenly changed the subject, looking at Xiaoyu with a confident smile. Lu Yao and the others in the car raised their eyebrows, slightly, looking surprised, yet unsurprised. Clearly some of them had guessed Xiaoyu's uniqueness. Lu Yao was the first to suspect based on her reaction on the bus and the heart-pounding Sequence 6. In a month and a half, he found it hard to believe that anyone from his world could advance to Sequence 6 so quickly under the catastrophic and strange lethal pressure. Moreover, if Xiaoyu were from their world, she shouldn't have shown confusion and curiosity, even in a simple handshake. It's merely a gesture to express goodwill. Her previous reaction clearly indicated a lack of understanding. Not understanding the handshake was the biggest issue. You? Xiaoyu stared at Shin-Chi like an agitated cat, nervously taken aback by his inquiry. Sorry, your earlier reaction was indeed quite obvious. I think my friends also noticed something amiss. If you were like us, you would understand our etiquette. Even the most vigilant person would choose to initiate a handshake to express goodwill. Yet you seemed puzzled by what it meant, hesitating before tentatively extending your hand to shake mine. You must have seen others, but have never encountered the handshake scene, which is why you don't understand it. Rest assured, we mean no harm, otherwise we wouldn't have invited you over. After all, we are not your opponents, are we? Hearing this, Xiaoyu seemed somewhat reassured, her wary gaze lessening, and she focused silently on the bottle of mineral water in her hands. This was her secret, but she didn't expect it to be revealed so quickly. She had to admit that this squinty-eyed guy was the smartest person she had ever met. In the past, she had interacted with others from different convoys, but none could match the intelligence of the man named Shin-Chi before her. We have no other intentions, we just want to know about the situation in Hang City, if that's okay. Shin-Chi spoke in a warm tone, casually saying, Of course, if you prefer not to share, that's fine too. We're just curious about the situation in this area, that's all. This remark made Xiaoyu fall silent as she glanced at the others around her, seemingly pondering whether to speak up. The atmosphere in the RV grew peculiar. After a long pause, Xiaoyu finally spoke. Actually, this place is a disaster zone similar to heavy rain, snow, fog, and so on. You will encounter these if you continue on your path. Shin-Chi smiled slightly. As long as she was willing to share, that was fine. He feared she might not be willing to say anything at all. They were well aware of the issues surrounding disaster zones. After all, besides the fortune teller, Lao Wang, they all came from the heavy rain area. I won't disclose my matters if you want to know. I won't disturb you further. And Xiao Yu pursed her lips, looking at the chilled water in her hand, pondering. As for the situation in this city, it's now divided into 5 parts. I occupy 1/5 of it, while the remaining southern, northern, eastern, and central positions are all occupied by strange entities, all of which are level 4 anomalies. Originally, I was planning to eliminate those troublesome entities last night, but unexpectedly you cleared them out. I figured you must be a strong convoy, so I chose to let you fall asleep, taking the opportunity to steal some supplies from you. However, after boarding that bus, I abandoned that thought. I felt that following you might provide me with better options. After all, you have a convoy with strange vehicles, and not just one. She looked at the interior of the RV, her eyes filled with envy. Strange vehicles were exceedingly rare. Encountering one was already considered a stroke of luck, let alone having 2 in one convoy. If she knew that Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's vehicles were also strange vehicles, she would likely be more determined to stay. After listening to her, Shin-Chi looked shocked. To be able to share Hang City with 4 anomalies, and even occupy a position in Xiaoyu, was indeed more outrageous than they had imagined. Are all 4 anomalies level 4? Shin-Chi asked with a serious expression. Are they currently all within Hang City? I'm sorry, I'm worried they might come out. And Xiaoyu replied. I made an agreement with them. Our territories won't interfere with each other. And Xiaoyu took another sip of water and slowly explained. Previously, one of the level 4 decayed meatballs wanted to kill me. After I controlled it, I killed another level 4 anomaly. They know I'm powerful, so they chose to seek peace with me. Sizzle, an anomaly actively seeking peace. Not just Shin-Chi, even Lu Yao was somewhat shocked. After all, he doubted he could manage such a feat. Is this the terrifying aspect of the Mind Master sequence? Controlling a level 4 anomaly at will, and killing another just as easily. Lu Yao and Shin-Chi exchanged glances, already understanding each other's thoughts. This woman must remain in their convoy. She was a walking shield. Within Xiaoyu, their convoy could feel more secure in finding supplies in this damned apocalypse. The mysterious in Xiaoyu revealed everything she thought she could say, while concealing all that was not to be spoken. Lu Yao and the others basically confirmed that Xiaoyu was not from their world. Although this speculation seemed somewhat absurd, the truth was likely just that. Her appearance also indirectly proved that their world had gained another layer of danger: strange creatures, natural disasters, and external extraordinary beings. The difficulty for humanity to survive in this world was increasing. Shin-Chi and the others felt there was nothing more to ask. Now that Hang City had been divided, the location they occupied was under Xiaoyu's responsibility. In other words, the resources here could be directly scavenged. According to Xiaoyu, the only remaining strange entity in this area was the black cat with a human head, which Lu Yao and the others had killed last night. So there were no more strange entities in this area, and the nearest one was in the city center. They just needed to avoid going there. In such a large city, you actually can't find any resources. Lu Yao leaned against the door and couldn't help but ask. And Xiaoyu awkwardly glanced at Lu Yao and explained, it's too hot, many things can't be stored. I found some unopened water, but due to the temperature, the water is no longer clean. I drank a bit and started having stomach pains. She knew there were plenty of resources here, but she had searched quite a bit, and she couldn't deal with flour and rice. She couldn't cook at all. Moreover, without a clean water source, she couldn't make do. This led her into a vicious cycle, starving while looking for resources, but unable to process them, so she had to continue starving. If it weren't for the appearance of the Dawn Squad, she would have been contemplating whether to perish along with the strange entities in Hang City. Fortunately, the Dawn Squad had plenty of supplies, and they had ice blocks to cool down, and even someone who could cook, which made Xiaoyu think about wanting to join them. Staying in Hang City, she suspected she would starve to death. Old Wang arranged for everyone in the squad to scavenge some supplies, prioritizing rice, flour, and oil. Shin-Chi turned and smiled, saying, search within this area, avoid the city center and other directions, and inform everyone about the general situation here, so they can search with peace of mind. All right. Old Wang chuckled and got out of the car. There were still 4 level 4 strange entities in Hang City, and they didn't want to provoke them. The squad's rule was that whoever caused trouble had to handle it. If they couldn't handle it, then they had to deal with the one who caused the trouble. Upon hearing that this area was free of strange entities and that they could search with confidence, the hundreds of members of the squad immediately stopped resting and eagerly began their actions. The heat was indeed a problem, but resources were the most important. Everyone searched for supplies inside the buildings. They weren't going out to stand under the scorching sun. Shin-Chi and the others did not search for resources. Instead, they stayed in the RV. And Xiaoyu looked at Shin-Chi and the others curiously, asking, you are from the Prophet Sequence pathway, right? What about the others? What sequence pathways do the other members of your squad belong to? Shi smiled, but did not answer. Instead, he picked up a thermos cup, adopting an air of an old leader, and took a light sip. Seeing this, Xiaoyu understood the meaning behind it, frowned, and said, "Since I have chosen to follow you, I will definitely act when necessary." Captain Shin, you can... Alright. This was exactly the outcome Shi wanted. Regardless of Xiaoyu's origins, as long as she joined their Dawn squad, and was willing to contribute, he could accept her. It's a joke. If he could accommodate Lu Yao, a freak from the zombie sequence pathway, what could an unknown person be considered? Moreover, she was a potential fighter that had come to them. Why not take advantage of it? This is Lu Yao, the squad's top fighter belonging to the zombie sequence pathway sequence 8. Shi pointed at Lu Yao and introduced him with a smile. Upon hearing about Lu Yao's sequence pathway, Xiaoyu immediately became alert, standing up with a serious expression as she stared at Lu Yao. Seeing her reaction, Shi was somewhat surprised and asked, "You're a sequence 6, and you're afraid of a sequence 8. He's not considered an extraordinary being. The zombie sequence pathway should be regarded as a strange entity." And Xiaoyu frowned at Lu Yao, opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed it back, then sat down again. Everyone could see she had something to say which piqued their curiosity. Could it be that the zombie sequence pathway has some special aspects? Shi seemed to know more, but did not explain. Instead, he waved his hand with a smile and said, "Rest assured, we all know Lu Yao's character. He is trustworthy." "I hope so." And Xiaoyu took a deep breath and pondered. "I once met someone from the zombie sequence pathway, and after he was promoted to sequence 5, he went insane and completely became a strange entity." At this point, everyone understood why she was so wary of Lu Yao. She had obviously encountered some troubling experiences. However, everyone believed in Lu Yao's character and knew he wouldn't do such things. The zombie sequence pathway requires blood energy to satisfy its hunger, and besides hunting strange entities, we humans also become targets. Shi explained nonchalantly. Previously, when Lu Yao was starving, he forcibly suppressed himself. Although he ate a bit more, we believe in his character. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Yao still had his bottom line. Although he was the first to kill in the squad, that was simply because the other party was seeking death. If Lu Yao really wanted to harm someone, everyone in the squad would have been dead long ago. I'm just giving you a reminder. And Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Yao and nodded, saying, "I hope you can really control yourself, and by the time you reach sequence 5 you can make the right choice." Sequence 5? Was there something special about this sequence 5? Lu Yao became curious, feeling a strong desire for promotion. "Alright, let me continue introducing you. The one next to Lu Yao wearing sunglasses is Zhu Cheng, belonging to the sequence 8 of the knife-wielding pathway." After introducing Zhu Cheng, Shi looked at Qin Yuekui and smiled, saying, "Brother Qin is from the mechanic sequence pathway. All our vehicles were modified and manufactured by him." He deliberately concealed information about Qin Yuekui, ultimately still not trusting in Xiaoyu. After all, they had traveled together for a long time, while Xiaoyu had joined suddenly. He had to keep a hand hidden. Even if Xiaoyu later learned that Qin Yuekui was from the mysterious system sequence pathway, he would find a way to keep her from revealing it, merely because everyone felt a bit uneasy. Lastly, this is Old Wang from the fortune teller sequence pathway. From now on, we are all part of the same squad, and Miss N is also welcome to join our Dawn squad. After a brief introduction among the group, Xiaoyu joined the convoy. However, to be on the safe side, Shi arranged for her to be in Lu Yao's vehicle. The reason was simple. He noticed that this woman was wary of Lu Yao and was clearly reluctant to engage with anyone associated with the zombie sequence. In this way, although the risk of Lu Yao encountering trouble increased, the convoy at least had a way to respond. Of course, Shi had also considered the possibility of Lu Yao being controlled. If such an event were to actually occur, the Dawn Convoy wouldn't even have the opportunity to communicate with the opposing side. The likelihood of such an event happening was almost negligible. Shi didn't give Xiaoyu a choice, leaving her with no option but to stay in Lu Yao's vehicle, where he would keep an eye on her. Lu Yao naturally understood Shi's intentions behind this arrangement. He said nothing more, merely nodding silently. Instead, Xiaoyu appeared somewhat unwilling upon hearing this arrangement, evidently not wanting to share a vehicle with Lu Yao. "Captain Shun, I would rather sit in the aisle of the bus than be in the same vehicle as this guy." And Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand, saying, "Even if I have to drive myself, it's fine, just don't make me get in his car." She was aware that Lu Yao was associated with the zombie sequence, and that there was someone infected with the zombie virus on the vehicle. Such a person was someone she would never want to be in close contact with. Noticing her intense reaction, Shi frowned and arranged for Lao Wang to provide Xiaoyu with a separate vehicle, ensuring it was filled with gasoline. There was a gas station nearby, which was good news. The convoy had already scavenged it during their search. After lunch, everyone found their own places to rest, planning to set off later in the evening. And Xiaoyu leaned against her vehicle, frowning as she said, "Once I leave here, those 4 anomalies will probably start fighting, since this is the most accessible place for humans, and they have long wanted to occupy it." "What are those 4 anomalies?" Shi, sitting across from her, asked curiously while drinking water. Lu Yao and the others also turned their gazes toward Xiaoyu, each of them staring intently. decaying fleshball, ghost general mourning woman, and vengeful bindweed. And Xiaoyu explained in a calm tone, the decaying fleshball can rot everything it touches. The ghost general commands 1,000 ghost soldiers. The mourning woman exists in a spiritual form nearly immortal, and the vengeful bindweed is a plant-type anomaly that occupies the center of Hang City. Goodness, none of those 4 anomalous beings are harmless. Lu Yao compared the situation and estimated that if they ventured into the territory of these anomalies, the likelihood of being killed was very high. Only Xiaoyu could control others and exert some deterrence against these 4 anomalies, otherwise this area would have been occupied long ago. They were also fortunate to have arrived in the area claimed by Xiaoyu. If they had accidentally wandered into another anomaly's territory, they would probably have no idea how they died. Shen-Chi frowned and pondered. It seems these cities cannot be entered lightly. This time we were lucky. Had we gone to another city, we might have perished long ago. That's not entirely accurate. We were forced by the sandstorm, otherwise we wouldn't have entered the city so easily. Lu Yao chuckled, saying, on our way here we didn't pass through any major city. Even county towns were approached from the outskirts, and when supplies ran low we prioritized villages and towns. This is the advantage of the Dawn Convoy. If one lacks strength, they shouldn't engage in reckless actions like knowingly heading into danger. When supplies are scarce, one should go to villages or towns. County towns were not even on their radar, let alone a large city like Hang City. There are 4 anomalies within Hang City, and they are all level 4 anomalies. Other cities are likely no different. It's possible there are level 5 or even level 6 anomalies as well. Therefore surviving is the best option. On this journey the Dawn Convoy had encountered quite a few troublesome matters, and now the people in the convoy were somewhat cautious, though they wouldn't express it openly. People must have self-awareness to live better. In the afternoon, as the sun set, the Dawn Convoy eagerly set out, having stayed too long in Hang City. They were heading north, and now that they had reached Hang City, they would continue heading north. It probably wouldn't take long to reach the northern region. Lu Yao thought the same, but felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was as if their journey northward wouldn't be so simple. Just as he suspected, the convoy set off under the night sky with the moon bright and stars sparse, and the temperature unusually high. However, having gathered plenty of supplies in Hang City, everyone was in high spirits as they hit the road, with some in the vehicles even singing. Lu Yao squinted at a road sign that appeared in the distance and followed the vehicle ahead, glancing at the sign. Baosher, is there such a city near Hang City? Not only Lu Yao but even Shen-Chi, who was leading the way, was taken aback upon seeing that sign. Just leaving one city and now encountering another. Wait a minute, Captain Shun, this doesn't add up. Old Wang the fortune teller exclaimed, quickly explaining, Baosher is a city in Shaanxi province. We just left Hang City not long ago, right? At most it was just an hour, right? Hiss. Yes, they had only left Hang City for an hour, and their driving speed was not fast. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible to encounter a second city. At most it should just be a county town. The critical point is that Baosher is in Shaanxi province while Hang City is in Zhejiang province. The distance between them is not just an hour's drive. It seems that the world we are familiar with has really changed dramatically, and the changes are severe. Shen-Chi took a deep breath, glanced at the map on the table, and then with a twitch of his mouth tossed it directly in. This map seems like a joke. The roads ahead could still be cross-referenced, but now, who's going to reference what? It's ridiculous. Suppressing his discomfort, Shen-Chi took a deep breath and said, Old Zhang, keep driving without stopping. We'll travel through the night. If you're tired, let me and Lao Wang take over. Okay. Lao Zhang responded, and then drove the vehicle attentively. The convoy continued on their way, but shortly after departing, lights began to appear on the distant roadway, and around the lights shadowy figures could be seen moving. There are figures up ahead and vehicle lights. I wonder if they are anomalies. On the road, the vehicles of the Dawn Convoy uniformly slowed down, one after another, pulling over to the side, preparing to continue their journey ahead. On the other side of the road, a line of vehicles was parked, clearly forming a convoy, and it seemed that there were quite a number of people. The members of the convoy stood around their vehicles, consisting of men, women, the elderly, and children, all waiting outside, watching the Dawn Convoy pass by. Shen-Chi squinted from inside the vehicle and said, Old Wang, can you tell my fortune? Now. Yes. Upon hearing Shen-Chi's words, Old Wang took out 6 coins used for fortune-telling, then sat down at the table and began to chant before tossing the coins into the air. In the next moment, the 6 coins flipped in midair for a moment before swiftly landing on the table. Old Wang leaned closer to take a careful look, then let out a long sigh and said, the divination shows great fortune. Do you need me to explain it? Great fortune? Then there's no need to explain. Shen-Chi chuckled, sitting up straight cheerfully, saying, it seems we've encountered a friendly convoy, which is indeed good news. The others in the convoy also looked out the windows at the people outside. The opposing convoy had quite a number of people, even more than their own, with 5 large buses alone, not to mention the smaller cars. Lu Yao drove with the window down, leaning back in his seat with a look of indifference. With so many people in this convoy, there were probably some extraordinary individuals among them, though he was uncertain how many and what their ranks were. However, Regardless of their ranks, with Xiaoyu a powerful weapon on their side, the Dawn Convoy had no need to worry. Soon the convoy stopped next to this group. The lead RV was blocked by a tall, burly man, whose imposing figure stood over 2 meters tall, with heavily muscled arms looking like a roadblock. After the convoy stopped, Lu Yao glanced over at the nearby vehicle where a red-haired young man was also looking back. It seemed he intended to provoke them. He lit a cigarette with a snap of his fingers. Instantly, a small flame flickered at his fingertips, successfully igniting the cigarette. Playing with fire. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, leaning back to reveal the zombie Bai Chun in the passenger seat. Bai Chun turned his head and let out a low growl toward the red-haired young man. Roar! Holy crap, a zombie! The red-haired young man looked as if he had seen a ghost, hastily reaching for the window controls to roll his window up. At that moment, Lu Yao noticed the color drain from the young man's face. He then stepped out of the vehicle, brandishing the soul-devouring blade, glancing at the people around before allowing Bai Chun to exit as well. The people around, upon seeing a zombie come out of Lu Yao's vehicle and obediently follow him, realized he was an extraordinary individual. Lu Yao led Bai Chun forward with large strides, causing those along the way to dare not approach or obstruct them. Inside the RV, Shin Chi peeked at the TV, saw Lu Yao get out of the car, and with a smiling face lifted his teacup, saying, "Look, playing tough requires an even tougher person to step in." Old Wang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this really playing tough? One wrong move, and you might end up as a zombie. Soon Lu Yao arrived in front of the RV, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the burly man blocking the way. The man also looked at Lu Yao, or rather at the zombie Bai Chun beside him. Almost immediately, he readied himself for a fight, his muscles tensing up, his figure appearing even more imposing, like a bulldozer blocking the road. What do you mean? Lu Yao frowned, holding the soul-devouring blade. You block our Dawn Convoy, what do you intend to do? The burly man remained silent, still in a defensive posture. At that moment, a woman dressed in a bikini stepped out of the lead vehicle, her long wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure undeniably eye-catching. But unfortunately, she held no appeal for Lu Yao. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The woman hurried over, smiling apologetically. Friends, don't misunderstand, we are not targeting you. We just stopped your convoy hoping to trade some supplies. Go on, go on. How can you show goodwill while blocking the road like a bulldozer? Quickly clear the way, she said, glaring at the burly man. Upon hearing this, the burly man grunted and silently stepped aside. Seeing this, the woman smiled and nodded. So we are from the New World Convoy and genuinely wish to trade with passing convoys. We are not here to cause trouble, friends, please don't misunderstand. Trading supplies. Lu Yao's group indeed had plenty of items having come from Hang City. However, whether to trade or not depended on Shun Chi's decision, as he was the captain. Listening to the conversation outside, Shun Chi got out of the vehicle, squinting his eyes with a mischievous smile, saying, "Old Lu, tone it down a bit. Since it's a trade, let's not make it unpleasant. Why didn't you get out of the car sooner?" Lu Yao shot him a glance, then stretched lazily, saying, "You're the captain, you talk to them. I can just watch the show, right?" His intention was to support Shun Chi, especially since that burly man was still watching them. Adding to that the red-haired fire starter that made 3 extraordinary individuals. The woman's gaze lingered on Shun Chi for a moment, smiling, as she said, "You must be the captain." "Hello, I'm Yi Wani, the captain of the New World Convoy. May I ask your name?" "Dawn Convoy Captain Shun Chi." Shun Chi smiled, extending his hand to shake hers. The two then stood together to discuss the details of the trade. It was evident that the other party genuinely wanted to trade supplies with passing vehicles, though their approach was somewhat difficult to accept. Yi Wan-yi and Shun Chi did not disclose the situation of their own convoy, clearly not trusting each other. Their conversation revolved solely around trading. Before long, the two reached an agreement. Yi Wan-yi turned to the side of the vehicle, taking a megaphone and shouting, "The New World Convoy is doing well. We want to trade with the Dawn Convoy. Hey, everyone, please bring your..." Then she looked over at Shun Chi, seemingly waiting for him to give the order. "Everyone from the Dawn Convoy, please bring out what you want to trade. Those who don't want to trade can come down. It's not easy to encounter a convoy willing to trade supplies. Everyone consider it. After the trading is done, we can prepare to continue our journey," Shun Chi said with a smile. After confirming that the other party genuinely wanted to trade supplies, Lu Yao returned to the vehicle and took out the drinks, placing them on the front of the car. Though it was nighttime, the headlights of the convoy illuminated the area, allowing them to see their respective items. However, what they were most concerned about was whether any strange creatures might emerge. It was important to note that over 800 of them had gathered together, which was a feast laid out for any strange creatures. Shun Chi walked back from the front, smiling, as she said, "Don't worry, there won't be any anomalies." "How can you be so sure?" Lu Yao raised an eyebrow, withdrawing his gaze. Shun Chi nodded with a smile, saying, "They have a peculiar object that can reduce the attraction to anomalies. Unless something comes up close to investigate, it's hard to detect what's happening in this area. With this treasure, as long as the convoy doesn't seek death, there won't be any problems. You should go take a look. They'll keep an eye on things here. The New World Convoy has plenty of goods." Shun Chi said with a smile, "If possible, try to find some snacks or instant noodles. Those might come in handy for you." In the convoy, only Lu Yao was affected the most by the side effects of his path. If it flared up, it would truly be torturous, so Shin-Chi hoped this wouldn't happen again. Lu Yao had to prepare more snacks as well. He understood that Shin-Chi was looking out for him, so he nodded and walked towards the New World convoy. Lu Yao had to prepare more snacks as well. He understood that Shin-Chi was looking out for him, so he nodded and Lu Yao took a quick glance. They were mostly items he recognized from their convoy, not particularly rare. As for the other items, Lu Yao didn't need to concern himself too much, he just needed to find some snacks, as Shin-Chi advised. Soon he stopped near a few girls gathered around the vehicle. The driver was a woman in her 30s with 3 girls who looked like high school students, all anxiously watching Lu Yao. Do you see anything you need? The woman stepped forward with a forced smile and said, I have some snacks that aren't expired yet. If you think it's not enough, I still have half a box of milk that's nearing its expiration date. Lu Yao glanced over and frowned, saying, pack it all up. How do you want to trade? Upon hearing that Lu Yao wanted to pack everything, the woman widened her eyes in surprise, and the 3 girls beside her looked equally thrilled. Though they had found these items themselves, according to the New World Convoy's rules, half of it would belong to the convoy. Even if they traded with others, they still had to hand over half of the traded supplies. For them, these snacks were nothing. The real valuables were rice and flour. That was the hard currency for the future. 10 pounds of rice. The woman gritted her teeth and said, as long as you give us 10 pounds of rice, all these things are yours. She considered this a significant request and cautiously glanced at Lu Yao as if afraid he would refuse. Lu Yao simply glanced at her and then nodded, saying, all right, you pack up. I'll go get the rice. Wait a moment. Suddenly a voice interrupted from the side. The red-haired troublemaker approached, holding a girl of similar age. The red-haired guy wore a short-sleeved shirt with tight pants and loafers. The girl beside him wore makeup that didn't quite suit her and had large tattoos, chewing gum and blowing bubbles as they walked. As soon as they approached, the woman selling goods shielded the 3 girls behind her and stepped back. The red-haired guy smiled and said, what are you selling here? 10 pounds of rice, the woman nervously replied. That's not enough. The red-haired guy with a cigarette in his mouth turned to Lu Yao and laughed, saying, bro, don't you think that's short? It should be at least 20 pounds of rice. As he spoke, he stepped in front of the woman's vehicle, clearly indicating he wasn't going to leave. Seeing his behavior, Lu Yao realized the other party wasn't just raising the price, they were looking for trouble. A spirited young man. Even in the apocalypse, he still wanted to play these games. Lu Yao turned his neck and smiled, saying, 20 pounds of rice could buy your life. Are you trying to scare me? The red-haired guy suddenly raised one hand, gathering a large mass of flames in his palm, sneering, you can control zombies, right? Your ability is quite special, but it's just a means to scare people. Once I understand it, your ability is nothing more than that. He had been frightened by the zombies in Lu Yao's vehicle earlier. But after calming down, he felt there was nothing to fear. They were just zombies after all. He came looking for trouble now, because at a critical moment his girlfriend had put her hair up. As a result, he had been scared stiff by Lu Yao's zombie. Now he had to find Lu Yao for trouble. This pretty boy came alone without bringing any zombies. What was there to be afraid of? You're really talking too much. Are you sure you don't want to trade for 10 pounds of rice? Lu Yao looked at the woman. She was about to speak, but the red-haired guy stepped in front of Lu Yao, arrogantly declaring no trade. Smack! Lu Yao raised his hand and slapped the red-haired guy so hard that he was thrown to the ground along with the girl in his arms. With a mouth so foul, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Lu Yao said coldly, I'm trading with her. What are you? You keep interrupting me. If I didn't see you weren't from our convoy, I would have cut you down just now. The red-haired guy, stunned by the slap, lay on the ground for a moment, his head buzzing. When he finally came to his senses, he saw that his girlfriend had scraped her arm, and a large area of her tattoo was scratched. Damn it, are you looking for death? The red-haired guy spat out the cigarette, but raised his hand and gathered a fireball the size of a basketball, the intense heat causing the already warm air to rise. He then threw the fireball directly at Lu Yao, intent on burning him alive. Lu Yao stood still, and just as the fireball was about to hit him, an ice shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! The moment the ice shield blocked the fireball, both exploded. The fireball dissipated, the ice shield shattered. Everyone turned towards the chilling aura on the ground and spotted the one who had unleashed the ice shield. No, it wasn't a person. It was a zombie dressed in clean clothes. The commotion here was significant enough to catch the attention of the New World convoy. Upon seeing Lu Yao and the red-haired man engage in a fight, 5 extraordinary presences suddenly locked onto Lu Yao. In the next moment, 5 people, including the burly man, surrounded them. 4 men and 1 woman, all of them being sequence extraordinary beings. Even Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing these 5 individuals. No wonder the New World convoy dared to conduct business on the road. They truly had some backing. Including the red-haired man and the team leader Yi Wan-E, this convoy had a total of 7 sequence extraordinary beings. It was no wonder that even Shin-Chi was intimidated. Clearly it was his first encounter with such a powerful convoy. The burly man stepped forward, coldly staring at Lu Yao, and said in a deep voice, "Friend, to attack someone on our territory? You truly underestimate our New World convoy, don't you?" The other four remained silent, but their expressions turned unfriendly. It seemed that the members of the New World Convoy were quite united, similar to the Dawn Convoy. However, Lu Yao chuckled lightly and said, "Why should I take a bunch of Sequence 9 seriously? You aren't even part of our Dawn Convoy." As his words fell, he directly displayed the aura of a Sequence 8. Coupled with the eerie aura unique to the zombie sequence, it appeared as though a second-tier anomaly stood before them. At that moment, the 5 Sequence extraordinary beings all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Sequence 8. Damn, this Dawn Convoy is truly extraordinary. In less than 2 months since the apocalypse began, how could their convoy have a Sequence 8? You? The burly man wanted to say something, but their team leader Yi stepped forward from behind, her face extremely grim. Enough. Yi, wearing a bikini, raised her hand and slapped the burly man on the head, coldly saying, "You fool, I told you to read more and eat less junk food, and yet you insist on indulging yourself." With that slap, not only did the burly man fall silent, but even the other Sequence extraordinary beings dared not look at Yi. Clearly Yi held a very high status in their eyes. At the very least, these Sequence extraordinary beings respected her from the bottom of their hearts. Yi glared at the few of them, then smiled at Lu Yao, saying, "Don't get me wrong, they don't know the situation. Ignorance is no crime, right? However, could you please clarify the situation here? After all, the noise is quite significant." She seemed completely unfazed by Lu Yao, as if a Sequence 8 meant nothing to her. This woman is problematic. Does she have some hidden card? Or is she also a Sequence 8 confident in her own strength? After a moment of silence, Lu Yao pointed to the red-haired man on the ground and said, "I was trading with your convoy member. The deal was set, but this guy came over to make things difficult for me. Shouldn't team leader Yi give me an explanation?" "Moi." Yi slightly turned her head to look at the red-haired man, her voice cold as she said, "Is that true? I hope you're not lying to me. You know the price for deceiving me." At that moment, the red-haired man was already panicking, knowing Yi's methods. He had hoped to take advantage of the situation, but now it seemed impossible. "Yes." The red-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "But it's all because..." Slap. Before he could finish, Yi raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. The force of that slap was not light, yet the red-haired man did not go down, looking as if Yao's slap was even harder. Was it intentional? Lu Yao squinted and scrutinized Yi. "I apologized, it's my lack of discipline, and this incident is our fault." Yi turned around and spoke. "Your trade with our convoy members can continue. We will handle this matter ourselves. Since we are all humans, it's better not to escalate things. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer." Her attitude was quite good. It seemed she genuinely did not wish to escalate the situation. Seeing this, Lu Yao felt it inappropriate to say anything further. The team leader had personally apologized, and continuing to press the issue would seem "All right." Lu Yao nodded and looked at the women, saying, "Let's go with the price of 10 jean of rice. Someone come with me to fetch the rice." The women nervously looked over at their side, finally settling their gaze on Yi. Yi sighed and waved her hand, saying, "You can continue trading. This time you won't have to hand over a share of the goods." Thank you, team leader Yi." The women and the other girls hurriedly nodded in gratitude. Then one of the women went with Lu Yao to fetch the rice. The red-haired man, however, was stared at by Yi with a pair of cold eyes. Team leader Wei-ge, take him to the back, let him learn a lesson." Yi waved her hand and said, "The reputation our convoy has painstakingly built almost got ruined by this guy. If it weren't for the fact that he still has some use, I would have truly wanted to get rid of him." Upon hearing this, the burly man twitched his mouth and coldly snorted, "Don't call me Wei-ge, my name is Zhang Wei." Understood. Yi sighed in resignation and then said, "You all too don't meddle. Just carry out your trades. Can't you all let me have some peace?" The several extraordinary beings exchanged awkward glances before leaving. On Lu Yao's side, the woman brought over the snacks and hurriedly left after exchanging for 10 jean of rice. She looked as if she were very afraid of Lu Yao. Zhu Cheng leaned over and casually said, "I thought you would go on a killing spree. Am I a murderer in your eyes?" Lu Yao twitched his mouth and shook his head, saying, "All right, my trade is done here. You all should hurry up. This New World convoy is not simple." With that, he leaned against the side of the vehicle and leisurely lit a cigarette. The others dispersed, returning to their vehicles to begin trading their goods. Captain Shen Qi raised an eyebrow at Lu Yao, grinning as he said, "It seems that this team leader Yi has quite the hidden card up her sleeve." "You know?" Lu Yao looked at him in surprise. "I guessed it." Shen Qi shrugged and said, "She, like me, is on the seer sequence path, but the difference is that she can suppress the extraordinary beings in her convoy, while I can only stand on equal footing with you all. I envy her a bit." "Are you envious of her figure, or that she can have children?" "Just be content. Every convoy has its own situation. At least our convoy is united now, and there's no oppression. You as the captain are doing better than her." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi thought seriously for a moment. Indeed, their Dawn Convoy was quite good in this aspect. At the very least, the atmosphere was much better than that of the New World Convoy. On the side of the New World convoy, Yuani returned to the car and leisurely closed her eyes to rest in the back seat. On her vehicle, an old man responsible for driving chuckled and said, "You really don't need to go personally. With our convoy strength, taking down a Sequence 8 is not a problem." "I know," Yuani replied as she touched the jade bracelet on her wrist, shaking her head. "But since we've mentioned a trade, we must follow the rules, and this convoy is not that simple." Hearing this, the old man fell silent for a moment, turning to look out the car window, seemingly pondering what issues there might be with the Dawn Convoy. For Yuani to say such a thing, the Dawn Convoy must have some hidden cards. However, they all knew Yuani's trump card. Logically, their convoy's strength should not be comparable to an ordinary one. Yuani gently shook her wrist, and a black-covered book floated out from the jade bracelet, the cover inscribed with 4 large characters, Book of Answers. This is a peculiar item, and it is also a high-ranking one. Ever since they discovered the Dawn Convoy, she had inquired about the comparison between the two convoys. The result was only one: their convoy would have 10 deaths and no survivors. She shook the Book of Answers and explained, "The book told me that there are ruthless individuals in their convoy who could kill us all." "What?" The old man seemed somewhat taken aback, his eyes widening as he turned to look at Yuani. "Otherwise, why do you think I had to punish Red Hair?" Yuani shook her head and said, "That was just another explanation for the other party. Otherwise everyone in the convoy would die. I don't want to die here and end up rotting and stinking." The old man believed that Yuani wouldn't joke about such matters. Originally, they thought their New World convoy was the most powerful one in this apocalypse, considering they had over 500 members and many extraordinary individuals, with Yuani even having several peculiar. But now it seemed they had underestimated the other convoys in this apocalypse. A suddenly appearing Dawn Convoy was this terrifying, and their numbers were only about 300. Such a convoy could actually annihilate their New World convoy. This shows that in this apocalypse, the other convoys are not simple at all. In the future, they should remain vigilant when encountering similar convoys. They cannot be blinded by the apparent strength they have. "So annoying, being a captain is really troublesome," Yuani said as she ran her hand through her big wave, sighing. "This cursed weather is also irritating. I've worn so little, yet it's still so hot. When will this end?" The people from New World were also trading quite a bit with the Dawn Convoy. However, a portion of their supplies had to be submitted. This is the rule of the New World convoy. Upon learning of this rule, the members of the Dawn Convoy showed sympathetic expressions, as their convoy did not have such a rule. In comparison, the Dawn Convoy was simply too good. Captain Shen truly was like a savior. While Lu Yao was resting, an extraordinary individual from the New World convoy approached, standing outside the car and knocking on the window. Lu Yao opened the window, and a rush of cool air hit him, leaving the extraordinary individual standing outside momentarily stunned. "No way is it this cool. What's up?" Lu Yao frowned as he looked at the other person. The extraordinary individual hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I came to trade with you. I'd like to buy some ice blocks from you see." Buying ice blocks? Indeed, he could sell ice blocks. How could he forget his own advantage? In such an environment, ice blocks are the best way to cool down. After all, keeping the air conditioning running all the time is a big problem for the vehicle. And he had Zombie by Chun, whose ice crystals had unimaginably effective results. His ability remained intact unless Zombie by Chun was completely destroyed, so the ice crystals could last indefinitely. With that, the price of the ice crystals could soar. Lu Yao quickly sat up, smiling as he said, "That's fine, I have ice crystals that can last a long time, and their cooling effect is unimaginably good." As he spoke, he commanded Zombie by Chun to condense the cold air and create a piece of ice crystal. The other person's eyes lit up at the sight of the ice crystal emanating cold air. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. A zombie possessing extraordinary abilities, this zombie must not be simple. However, for their New World convoy, anything that could cool down was what they needed most, and moreover, this ice crystal could also turn into water after melting. "How do we trade for this ice crystal? What supplies do you need?" The other person rubbed his hands, eagerly wanting to complete the transaction right away. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment, thinking before saying, "Do you have any peculiar items? Or materials for peculiar items would do. If not, just bring food to..." He didn't want to put a price on it, but the ice crystal naturally has its own price in such an environment. This item is comparable to a peculiar item in a hot environment. And this extraordinary individual also understood the importance of the ice crystal. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I have a material for a peculiar item. I'll bring it over for you to see." After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards his vehicle. The others witnessing this scene became curious, but when they saw the ice crystal in Lu Yao's hand, they immediately understood. Lu Yao has something that can cool down. This is the most attractive thing for those staying in this yellow sand area. After all, the temperature here keeps rising. Shin-Chi looked at the ice crystal in Lu Yao's hand and clicked his tongue, saying, "This guy really plans to sell ice crystals. Captain Shin, are you envious?" Fortune teller Old Wong laughed from the side. "How can I not be envious? We have barely traded for any supplies, and he's doing a no-cost business." Shin-Chi said with envy and jealousy, "I'm really afraid he's doing better than I am." Damn it, it's the apocalypse, and I'm still worried about my brother's suffering, yet I'm also afraid he's driving a Land Rover. Hearing this, driver old Zhang and fortune teller old Wang exchanged glances, and both chuckled knowingly. Just then, Xiaoyu silently walked up from behind. Looking at the ice crystal in Lu Yao's hand, she said nothing. Lu Yao sensed her intention and smiled, saying, "Here's a piece for you. There are extraordinary individuals in the convoy." "Thank you." And Xiaoyu hesitated after receiving it, saying, "If you need help in the future, I can assist you as long as it's not a level 5 anomaly or a sequence 5 extraordinary individual I can hold." Hearing this, Lu Yao's heart leaped with joy. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. A sequence 6 helper is worth more than any supplies. It must be said that the appearance of ice crystals is truly a lifesaver for the New World convoy. Of course, the price for exchange is somewhat outrageous, and an average person cannot afford it. The few extraordinary individuals were somewhat tempted, but unfortunately, only the first among them had a piece of rare material. Although it was only a first-tier rare material, it was sufficient for Lu Yao. Upon hearing about the effects of the ice crystals, Yi Weiner's first instinct was to check it out. The ice crystals were traded by their convoy members, so it was normal for her to verify their authenticity. As she approached, she saw a crowd gathered around a large Mercedes, greedily feeling the cold air emanating from inside. "Oldly, you're not being fair. With such a large piece of ice crystal, why not share a bit with your brothers?" "Exactly, we're not trying to rob you. We're willing to offer some compensation, you know. Step aside, let me feel it a bit longer. This is far more effective than the cold air from the car." Oldly really struck gold here. "This first-tier rare material is of no use to us, and exchanging it for ice crystals is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately, we have none on hand." A few extraordinary individuals chattered away, surrounded by several of their trusted aides. Once Yi Weiner walked over, she immediately caught their attention, and they quickly moved aside, standing obediently and silent. The extraordinary individual inside the car saw Yi Weiner arrive, and hurriedly got out, smiling. "Captain, why are you here? If there's anything, you could just have someone notify me. I heard you exchanged for an ice crystal." Yi Weiner walked to the side of the car and glanced inside. Even as she approached, she could feel the chill emanating from within. It wasn't just the air conditioning, it was a genuine coolness. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a metal basin in the passenger seat containing a hexagonal ice crystal. Seeing Yi Weiner fixated on his treasure, the extraordinary individual quickly stepped forward, saying, "Captain, this is what I exchanged for with rare materials. You can't be unreasonable." "What did I say?" Yi Weiner turned around and glared at him, snorting. "I have rare materials too. I can just find them and exchange for some." Upon hearing this, the surrounding extraordinary individual's eyes lit up. Right, they were poor, but Yi Weiner was not, as she certainly had plenty of treasures and some rare materials as well. They could not utilize this item anyway, as it could not be directly crafted into a rare object and required specific sequence channels. Yi Weiner naturally understood this, which is why she had this thought. "Alright, I'll exchange for a bit more. All of you will get a share." As soon as these words were spoken, the extraordinary individuals immediately began to express their gratitude. Yi Weiner brought the materials to Lu Yao and directly laid out 7 pieces of rare materials on the ground, including rotten flesh, eyeballs, and bones. Without exception, they were all rare materials. "I want to exchange for 7 ice crystals." Yi Weiner wasted no time and directly stated her intention. Seeing the other party produce 7 pieces of rare materials in one go, Lu Yao immediately accepted them, smiling. "No problem, just wait a moment." He quickly turned around and instructed the zombie Bai Chun to start making the ice crystals. Not far away, Shin-Chi watched this scene, growing more envious, even beginning to feel jealous of Lu Yao. Those were rare materials, 7 pieces of them, which meant 7 rare items if handed to Qin Yuequai. Comparing himself to Lu Yao, he felt increasingly poorer. The fortune teller Wang was also dumbfounded, realizing for the first time how Bai Chen's abilities were utilized. If he had known it could be used this way, they wouldn't have been so desperate. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Bai Chen, you died unjustly. After the transaction concluded, Lu Yao placed everything in his own car, as these were his personal belongings. 7 pieces of rare materials equated to him gaining 7 rare items. It was another day of becoming stronger. Comfortable. It seemed that having extraordinary individuals as zombie subordinates would eventually prove useful. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the few extraordinary individuals from the New World convoy. Forget it, they had apologized and had taken care of his business. He realized he was too kind. Lu Yao abandoned the notion of taking advantage and lay quietly in the car waiting. This time the Dawn Convoy stayed for nearly 3 hours, meaning they had delayed their journey by 3 hours. Next, they needed to speed up and continue on their way, hoping to find a place to rest before dark. In this area, the temperature was rising, and they had to be more cautious when looking for a resting spot. The convoy drove as usual, stopping every half hour. Shin-Chi would get out to listen to the surroundings before continuing on. Although this took some time, it ensured the safety of the convoy. Even if Xiaoyu was a trump card in the convoy, Shin-Chi's intention was to avoid letting Xiaoyu take too much action. This woman was fundamentally different from them. Lu Ge. During a brief pause of the convoy, Lu Yao ran up from behind carrying 2 large backpacks and sweating profusely. Lu Ge, this is the supplies we could gather from the car. Can you get us an ice block? The temperature is getting higher, and there are people in my car who have fainted. Lu Yao wiped his forehead. The sweat was not from running, but from the heat. Lu Yao glanced at the 2 backpacks in his hands and knew they contained things he could use. After a moment of silence, he nodded, saying, "Put them in the back seat, and I'll give you an ice crystal." Lu Yao instructed Zombie Bai Chun to start condensing ice crystals. Although this batch would be smaller than what he usually gave away, it would still be effective. After handing the ice crystal to Lu Yao, many people from the vehicles behind also got out, each coming over with their supplies. Lu Xiaogu, we want to exchange supplies too. I only have some drinks left. Does that work for you, Lu Xiaogu? My bag is filled with chips and some compressed biscuits from my earlier trade with the New World Convoy. Consider it, Lu Ge. How about gasoline? I can trade half a barrel for it. It's really getting unbearable in the heat, and my car's cooling system is malfunctioning. Faced with everyone bringing supplies to exchange for ice crystals, Lu Yao naturally welcomed them all, accepting everything at once. There was no way around it. He was kind-hearted, and they were all part of the same convoy, which was not easy. Of course, at this moment, no one would dare to say that the ice crystals should be shared freely. Those with such thoughts wouldn't dare to speak out. For the convoy members, if such a person spoke up, the Dawn Convoy would directly kick them out. The hard-won unity they had achieved should not be ruined by those with a savior complex. Is everyone finished trading? Once you're done, get in the vehicle and prepare to depart. We need to find a place to rest before dawn, have a simple meal, and get some early rest. Shen Shi shouted into a loudspeaker at the front. Don't waste time. A 1 ice crystal per vehicle is enough. Are you planning to turn your vehicles into refrigerators with all this exchange? Every vehicle in the Dawn team is now equipped with ice crystals, making the journey much easier and refreshingly cool. The high temperature outside has little effect on the crew. The convoy continued to travel before dawn, encountering several villages along the way, but these stops were somewhat inconvenient for the team. After traveling for a while, they found no suitable resting places. Shen Shi looked at the sky outside, furrowing her brows, and said, "This is troublesome. We haven't found a proper resting spot, and when it gets fully bright, we won't be able to continue." Upon hearing this, the fortune teller Old Wang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, if they couldn't find a resting place within the next hour, they would have to rest on the road. They could only hope that the temperature wouldn't rise too drastically. As the convoy moved on, the sky began to brighten, and with it the outside temperature increased. It was 70 degrees. Even Shen Shi, who got out to listen, felt helpless as the surface temperature was becoming unbearable. Without the ability to lie on the ground to listen, they couldn't sense the dangers around them. All they could do now was do their best and leave the rest to fate. Lu Yao looked at the endless expanse of yellow sand outside, knowing that this road was far from over. They had not yet exited this sandy area. "There's a town up ahead," Old Zhang said gravely while driving. "Should we go in? I'm worried that if we continue, we might not find a place to rest." "Let's go in." Shen Shi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Once we're inside, I'll listen for the situation. If it's not safe, we'll withdraw." He had no other options but to enter the town first, then confirm if it was safe before figuring out how to retreat. Old Zhang slammed the accelerator, driving straight into the town ahead. As they approached, a stone archway with the inscription Rin Jie Min Feng stood prominently. Below it was a smaller line of text, Original Wind Town. The Dawn team continuously entered the town, quickly stopping next to the houses on the outskirts, seeking shade to relieve their vehicles. At 70 degrees, the high temperature was torture for the team. Shen Shi immediately got out of the car, lying on the ground with his eyes closed, starting to listen. Others also opened their car windows to look outside. The heat wave swept in, making everyone feel uncomfortable for a moment. After all, the ice crystals inside the car provided some relief. However, it was still better not to go outside in such heat. After a moment, Shen Shi immediately stood up, his face grim, and shouted, "Everyone stay in the car." He quickly ran over and said, "There's something strange in the town. Oh, everyone stay in the car and don't move." He then rushed to Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's vehicle, asking them to be more vigilant. At the same time, he spoke to Xiaoyu, hoping she would act if necessary. And Xiaoyu agreed, as she was now part of the team. The team remained in their vehicles, nervously watching outside, the fatigue instantly dissipating as they feared the strange occurrences in Yuanfeng town would suddenly manifest. At that moment, a clear sound of bells suddenly rang out, heard by almost everyone. It sounded as if the bells were ringing right next to their ears. The sudden noise startled those inside the vehicle, making them shudder, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, Lu Yao gripped his spirit-devouring blade, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the source of the bell sound. This cursed place really gives no one a chance to breathe. Inside the RV, Shen Qi clenched his fists, standing at the door, looking outside through the glass. Behind him, Old Wang crouched on the ground, calculating a divination. Looking at the hexagram he had drawn, he hurriedly said, "It's behind us. The anomaly is behind us." "What?" Shen Qi's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the strange item radio to alert the team. "Everyone be careful. The anomaly has appeared behind our convoy." In an instant, Lu Yao ordered the zombie by Chun to get out first and rush to the back of the convoy, while he himself went around from the other side with his blade. Zhu Cheng also got out immediately, holding a bamboo staff and lightly tapping it on the ground to confirm the surrounding environment. The clear tapping sounds echoed, and everything around her appeared in her mind. Just as she arrived, Lu Yao spotted a figure at the door. It was a clown-like anomaly with heavy makeup on its face, crimson eyes, and a large rattle drum in hand, the drum adorned with fist-sized bells. The bell sounds they had heard earlier came from this clown's rattle drum. The clown stood there grinning, its rattle drum swaying gently as its laughter had a mocking tone. Charge! Under Lu Yao's command, the zombie by Chun rushed out first, conjuring a large ice sword and leaping towards the clown to strike. The clown merely chuckled, showing no intention of dodging, allowing the ice sword to strike its body. Bang! The ice sword struck the clown, piercing through its head and crashing down heavily onto the ground, ice shards scattering everywhere. The clown's laughter continued, seemingly mocking Lu Yao and the others. Then it stepped forward, moving away from the ice sword as it raised its rattle drum high. The sound of bells rang incessantly, while that rattle drum swung like a heavy hammer, slamming towards the zombie by Chun. Bang! The zombie by Chun seemed to have suffered a severe blow, flying back directly and crashing heavily into the nearby building. In an instant, the building collapsed, and the zombie by Chun struggled for a while in the rubble before finally crawling out unsteadily. Lu Yao noticed that half of the zombie by Chun's body had caved in and half of its head was sunk into its chest. A normal person would have died long ago, but fortunately the zombie by Chun was a zombie. Damn, does this thing have immunity to damage? Lu Yao cursed under his breath, tightening his grip on the spirit-devouring blade, and shouted, Zhu Cheng, can you control it? I'll give it a try. Zhu Cheng raised her bone-piercing blade, pointing it at the clown holding the rattle drum. In the next moment, tiny chains began to materialize in the air, wrapping around the clown. Was it restrained? Just as Lu Yao was about to take action, the clown's form began to shimmer again, easily breaking free from the chains. Get in the car, this clown is a level 4 anomalous creature. And Xiao Yu sensed the clown's aura and hurriedly poked her head out, shouting, drive in circles around the town, then find a way to escape from here. He'll contain its movements, you all hurry up. A level 4 anomaly. How could such a thing emerge in this small town? Lu Yao's heart sank, and when he turned around, he saw Zhu Cheng already at her car, yanking the... A level 4 anomaly was beyond their capabilities. They would need Xiao Yu to deal with it. However, from what Xiao Yu, he also grabbed the crawling zombie by Chun and tossed him into the passenger seat. This was his first lackey, he couldn't just leave him behind. A level 4 anomaly was beyond their capabilities. They would need Xiao Yu to deal with it. However, from what Xiao Yu said, it seemed she wasn't confident against this peculiar... The convoy immediately started moving forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, with the car parked in place, opened the window and stared fiercely at the peculiar clown approaching with a rattle. In the next moment, her eyes began to emit a blue glow, as if a layer of brilliant blue starlight had enveloped her gaze, captivating anyone who looked. The peculiar clown had only taken a few steps when its body suddenly froze, as if it had encountered some restriction. The Dawn Convoy turned around within the town and then charged out from the other side. Although the outside temperature was high, a level 4 anomaly was enough to obliterate their convoy entirely. In comparison, the heat now seemed rather insignificant, and Xiao Yu seized the moment and quickly started her car to follow the Dawn Convoy, the blue glow in her eyes gradually fading. Once the convoy completely exited the town, the blue glow in her eyes also retracted. Inside the town, the peculiar clown took a step forward, and its smile instantly stiffened. Sensing the fleeing convoy, the peculiar clown shook its large rattle, laughing sinisterly as it walked out of the town, step by step pursuing the Dawn Convoy. The survivors took a deep breath, then each pressed the gas pedal to charge deeper into the sandy area. Shin-Chi closed his eyes against the couch, wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. A level 4 anomaly. None of them expected to encounter a level 4 anomaly here. The most terrifying part was that this level 4 anomaly could distort its body, and it hadn't directly attacked. For the convoy, this was a stroke of misfortune amidst their luck. The fortune teller Old Wang tightly grasped the copper coins in his hand, and after a moment of silence asked, Captain, Shin, my divination was wasted. If that level 4 anomaly comes after us, I fear I won't have another chance to predict our fate until at least midnight. No rush. Shin-Chi waved his hand and said gravely, with Xiao Yu helping in the convoy, we should be able to escape. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, a sequence 6 transcendent in our convoy, the entire Dawn Convoy would likely vanish from this world. A level 4 anomaly should only exist in large cities. How could they encounter one in a small town? Although they were unsure of the situation, it seemed their only option was to escape. If they could just get away from this area, they should be able to survive. Just as this thought crossed Shin-Chi's mind, a series of urgent horn blasts came from behind. He immediately looked out the window, and with just one glance his face turned ashen. Because behind the convoy a shadow was running swiftly like a hungry wolf, relentlessly pursuing their convoy. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the peculiar clown. Damn it, just when you're afraid of something it comes true. Is this level 4 anomaly out to finish them off? This is trouble. The peculiar clown has caught up. Shin-Chi rubbed his head and pondered, I haven't advanced yet. My understanding of anomalies is limited to level 1 and level 2, and I have no information on this. Stay calm, we must remain composed. The priority is to find a way to shake off this peculiar clown's attack. The fortune teller old Wong sat nervously on the sofa, tightly gripping the copper coins. This was definitely the most dangerous moment. Unless in Xiao you could control another level 4 anomaly, to fight the peculiar clown escaping would be very difficult. But if they encountered another level 4 anomaly, now whether their convoy could survive was in question. And Xiao Yu was the convoy's ultimate weapon, but she was primarily skilled. Meanwhile, Lu Yao also heard the honking and noticed the shadow pursuing them through the rearview mirror. The peculiar clown. Damn, this guy is quite the pest. The one honking must be in Xiao Yu. Is she alerting the convoy? The last vehicle was no longer Qin Yu Kuei's bus, but in Xiao Yu's car, which was flooring the gas pedal. She noticed the peculiar clown catching up and immediately honked to alert the convoy. This level 4 anomaly was far more terrifying than the 4 she encountered in Hang City. The fact that it could ignore damage alone was beyond her capabilities. Only she truly understood how horrifying this peculiar clown was. Previously her control hadn't fully mastered it, she only managed to affect it. Taking it a step further was utterly impossible. In other words, this peculiar clown was likely to become a level 5 anomaly. At that moment, and Xiao Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, and her face suddenly turned pale. The pursuing peculiar clown was gone. Where did it go? She anxiously checked the rearview mirror, and after confirming it wasn't in her car, she let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, she saw the peculiar clown sitting on the roof of the bus, gently shaking the large rattle in its hand. The peculiar clown's crimson eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu's face, wearing a mocking expression. How could this be? Was this guy toying with them all along? As Xiao Yu nervously pressed the horn, the peculiar clown flipped over with a grin, its body seeming to enter a marsh directly falling from the roof of the bus. It entered the bus. Beep, beep, beep. And Xiao Yu frantically honked, sticking her head out and waving at the bus ahead. Inside the bus, Qin Yu Kuei was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Yu's actions, but in the next moment the sound of bells rang in his ears. No, it should be ringing inside the bus. He immediately pressed the gas pedal, then turned around with a pale face. At the back of the bus there stood the peculiar clown holding a large rattle, grinning with its crimson eyes. The people in the back row were already dumbfounded, bleeding from their 7 orifices, evidently dead. Accompanied by the shaking of the rattle, these people's heads began to shake as well, as if they were human-shaped rattles. Run! Qin Yu Kuei shouted as he opened the car door. Wife, get out, and run with me, hurry. Even extraordinary vehicles could not stop it, and Qin Yu Kuei was already filled with despair. He feared that this time many lives would be lost on his bus. After getting off the bus, he hurriedly ran to the roadside while his 3 wives and others near the door also rushed down. Inside the bus, accompanied by the eerie clown shaking the rattle in his hand, more and more people lost consciousness, standing there like marionettes, their heads swaying along. And Xiao Yu knew that Qin Yu Kuei was an extraordinary person, so she immediately parked the vehicle nearby and shouted, get in the car, hurry. Qin Yu Kuei dared not linger and hurried into the vehicle. Seeing that there was a vehicle, everyone hurriedly started to scramble inside, fearing they would be left behind. On the side of the convoy, Lu Yu saw people getting off the bus behind him, and he immediately slammed on the brakes, turned around, and shouted, sit tight. I will go back to get a few more people. Some people in the vehicle frowned, but after considering it, they fell silent and did not persuade him. They understood that Lu Yu was trying to save lives, and if they were left behind, they would naturally hope someone would come to. Not just them, even several vehicles in front turned around to pick people up. The lead vehicle also immediately turned around and rushed back. Shin-Chi leaned out halfway, and seeing everyone rushing to save people, she felt happy. After all, the heart of the convoy was united. However, facing the level 4 anomaly, sending more people would be futile. Lu Yao, Zhu Cheng, you take the others and leave first. Shin-Chi immediately shouted, I will go get Brother Qin and the others. With Xiao Yu here, we won't run into trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's vehicle did not turn around, but continued to accelerate forward with the other vehicles. They knew the situation behind was tricky, even perilous. No one knew how many people they could save. After all, there were over 100 people on the bus, while those standing by the roadside were clearly not even half of that. This time the losses in the number of the convoy would likely be significant. After Shin-Chi rushed back, she shouted, everyone hurry. Every extra person we can take is a life saved, don't waste time. Since the eerie clown had not come down from the bus, they had to hurry. Every second counted now. Even Shin-Chi's RV had taken 5 or 6 people, and after confirming no one was left on the road, she glanced back at the bus. No one had come down. This meant at least half of the people on the bus had not gotten off. How could this level 4 anomaly kill so many people so quickly? And Qin Yu Kuei's bus was now quite regrettable. It was an extraordinary vehicle and had loaded a lot of supplies. Now it was left abandoned on the road. However, living was the most important thing. Being alive meant there was still hope. and Xiaoyu drove up next to the RV and shouted through the window, "Captain Shin, stop for a moment and let everyone get on your vehicle. Our target is too large, and continuing on will attract that eerie clown." Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi no longer hesitated and immediately asked old Zhang to stop the vehicle. The moment the vehicle stopped, the door of the RV opened, and the subsequent vehicles also came to a halt. One by one, the people disregarded their supplies and hurried into the RV, fearing that if they were a moment late, they would be targeted by the eerie clown. The interior space of the RV was quite large, accommodating dozens of them was not a problem. The ordinary people in the convoy were entering Shin-Chi's RV for the first time, but considering Qin Yukui's large bus, everyone could understand. After all, that bus could hold over 100 people, and as the captain, Shin-Chi could easily accommodate that many. "Let's go." And Xiaoyu looked back at the bus and frowned, saying, "It hasn't come down to chase us yet, we need to escape quickly." Immediately, old Zhang did not hesitate any longer and stepped on the accelerator. The RV roared and sped off into the distance. Lu Qi furrowed his brow and signaled for the people in the vehicle to find a place to sit and rest, then asked Brother Qin, "Did you see how that eerie clown killed?" "I heard the sound of bells, then parked and ran down. Oh, I don't know the details." Qin Yuequi was also sweating profusely, not having expected it to be so dangerous. The eerie clown could actually enter the extraordinary bus to kill, and no one would have thought of that. In the crowd, a woman weakly raised her hand and trembled, saying, Captain, I saw it. I was the last to escape. Before I got down, I looked back." Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle turned their attention to her. Brave. This woman looked thin and weak, yet her courage was extraordinary. "Tell us what you saw." Shin-Chi hurriedly walked over to comfort her, saying, "Don't be afraid, tell us clearly, so we can have a better response." They were all motionless. The people in the vehicle were like puppets, their heads swaying along with the rattle in the eerie clown's hand. The woman began to cry in fear, saying, "When I got off the bus, I saw the people in the back row laughing and clapping their heads, and then the eerie clown opened its mouth and bit down on someone's head. Its mouth was very large, like a big black pot." As she spoke, she trembled uncontrollably. For her, this might be the most terrifying thing she had ever seen in her life. A group of people sat in their seats, laughing and clapping, swaying their heads rhythmically with the rattle. They looked like delicious food placed on a platter, allowing the eerie clown to bite their heads off one by one. And Xiaoyu heard this and furrowed her brow, saying, "It seems the eerie clown is feeding, so it hasn't continued to chase us. We are somewhat lucky." Indeed. Wasn't this just luck? If the eerie clown had continued to chase, they would all have become food for this level 4 anomaly. You have more experience. Do you have any suggestions? The advantages of the Dawn team are evident, particularly their peculiar vehicles. And Xiaoyu, a veteran of this world, understands precisely what these extraordinary vehicles represent in this apocalypse. Most importantly, the Dawn team possesses more than one peculiar vehicle, indicating that they are capable of venturing farther in this dire world. The larger the number of people in the team, the more vehicles are required, and naturally the targets become increasingly ambitious. This also applies to the strange allure. Given this situation, it would be better to consolidate the scattered teams into a unified front, allowing the advantages of the Dawn team to be fully realized. This way, the Dawn team can endure longer and become even more united. Shin-Chi had considered such actions. He had privately observed the situation with Qin Yukui, especially since there were over 100 people on his bus. His concern was that these 100 people might one day become restless, forcing him to make a ruthless decision. Now, with the emergence of the strange clown, the team was compelled to take this path out of fear. Integrating everyone and centering around the current 3 peculiar vehicles might indeed be a wise choice. After a moment of silence, Shin-Chi nodded and solemnly said, "All right, let's proceed with this. My RV will serve as the base, and from now on, everyone in the team will reside here." And Xiaoyu glanced at Shin-Chi, admiring his decision. After all, few could accommodate so many people by their side, as any mishap could lead to real danger. The peculiar vehicles can continue to be expanded, allowing individuals like mechanics and architects to assist. In that case, this peculiar vehicle will become a mobile fortress. And Xiaoyu added from the side, "This is precisely the advantage of our Dawn team. And fortunately, we have members from the mechanic sequence. We just need to find the peculiar materials and continue expanding." Her words effectively outlined the path forward for the Dawn team. However, Shin-Chi glanced at Qin Yukui and sighed. Brother Qin is not from the mechanic sequence, so. Upon hearing this, and Xiaoyu's expression changed abruptly, but she soon realized it was due to the other party's distrust of her, hence the deliberate concealment of this fact. It was understandable. After all, she was a newcomer and had previously used her abilities against the members of the Dawn team. As the captain, Shin-Chi's caution was not unwarranted. Then a decision must be made. And Xiaoyu fixed her gaze on Shin-Chi and said solemnly, "The team needs a change. This vehicle must have a powerful individual at the helm, otherwise we might face both internal and external troubles." Her words nearly outright told Shin-Chi that they could not trust everyone inside the vehicle. Moreover, as they lacked combat power, it was essential to have one person as the captain, supported by the rest. This way the team could build a reputation to intimidate other teams while suppressing the ambitions of any disloyal members within. This individual must be ruthless and decisive, preferably one who could act against those around them without favoritism. Achieving balance would ensure the team's compliance and enhance their renown, allowing them to traverse this apocalypse more effectively. And Xiao Yu had experienced the destruction of a team. She was sharing her own insights, but whether they would be heeded depended on Shenqi's thoughts. Shenqi, being an astute person, naturally understood the implications of Xiao Yu's words. It was as clear as directly suggesting a change of captain. To be honest, he didn't mind. After all, the current scale of the Dawn team was not solely due to his efforts. If it were just him, he would probably struggle to escape the stormy area. As for changing the captain to gain everyone's support, they had to select between Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. Who would it be? Shenqi remained silent for a moment, hesitating over who should take on the role of captain. Similarly, Qin Yu Kuei and the fortune-teller Old Wang also stayed quiet, as this was indeed a significant matter. For the team, I can play the role of a strategist, but who do you think should be the captain? Shenqi did not conceal his thoughts, but spoke directly. None of us are adept at combat, and Xiao Yu can be considered one of us, but her strength is limited to the advantages of her sequence. Following in Xiao Yu's advice, this seems to be our best choice, so let's decide on one of Lu Yao or Zhu Cheng to be the captain. They aren't here yet, so let's put it to a vote. Saying that, he looked towards the other members of the team. The team was a collective, and this decision required input from the others. You all too voice your thoughts on who should be the captain between Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. Shenqi squinted and smiled. Everyone need not be tense. Oh, we're all in this together, sharing life and death. This experience has shown that the team has not abandoned anyone. If it weren't for the inability to save, we wouldn't want to forsake those on the... The members inside the vehicle fell silent, having witnessed several team situations throughout this journey. The Mad Beast team does not regard people as human. The Too Arrogant team is overly self-assured, and the New World team exploits its members deeply. In comparison, the Dawn team is genuinely unprecedented in its kindness. Now that a change of captain is imminent, they naturally hope for a better future. Zhu Cheng is from the Blade Bearer sequence, her eyes determined that she cannot participate in too many matters so. And Xiao Yu glanced at the team members and took the initiative to speak. I choose Lu Yao as the captain. He is ruthless, willing to take decisive actions, and has even harbored murderous intent towards me, hasn't he? I believe such a person will make for a good captain. Her statement immediately opened the floodgates for discussion, especially among Lu Yu and others who had previously survived alongside Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. They held deep admiration for Lu Yao to the point of complete trust, with Zhang Jun being the best example. I also cast my vote for Brother Lu. Me too. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Brother Lu may appear ruthless, but we all know he acts for the team. While he has his selfishness, no one is perfect. A bit of selfishness is not a bad thing in this world. Many who had survived from Changshu village unanimously chose to support Lu Yao. Support for Shenqi came from several women, as they felt it necessary for women to hold a voice in the team, not out of selfishness, but to prevent women from being treated like commodities. Their concern was that Lu Yao might one day treat women as goods to be traded. Such worries were not unfounded, as even with Shenqi as captain, they were fearful of such occurrences. Qin Yu Kuei, sitting on the sofa, chuckled. I trust Brother Lu's character. I will definitely support him as captain. Of course, Captain Shin, you are also formidable, and we respect you as captain, so you all can decide this matter. As for Zhu Cheng, to be honest, she can't even see. I think it's better not to put her in a difficult position. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't agree. Zhu Cheng is a reserved person who dislikes interacting with others. If she were captain, everyone would probably be uncomfortable, right? I think Brother Lu is quite good. He is righteous, generous, and genuinely invests in the team. If a choice must be made, I believe Brother Lu is the one. The motorhome caught up with Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's convoy. To wait for it, Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng's group of over a dozen vehicles deliberately slowed their pace, advancing while holding position. Once assured the motorhome had arrived, Lu Yao relaxed, then honked once and deliberately steered his vehicle rearward, signaling he would assume rearguard duty. With the anomalous bus gone, securing the rear now required at least one anomalous vehicle. Zhu Cheng's team was driven by Zhang Jing, who knew nothing of such. Thus, for the convoy's safety, Lu Yao chose to fall back. After all, he still had the zombie Bai Chun under his command. Should the eerie clown pursue them again, Bai Chun would serve as a decoy. Losing one enforcer was far preferable to sacrificing the entire group on the road. Lu Yao, stop ahead. The eerie clown has not yet resumed pursuit. Shenqi's voice crackled over the vehicle intercom. For the convoy's survival, we'll consolidate all members into 3 core vehicles. We'll halt ahead to discuss the details. Consolidate, everyone. Lu Yao's expression twisted. Was this sheer madness? Gathering so many people in one place practically invited the eerie clown back. Yet seeing the motorhome already parked roadside, and every other vehicle halting in turn, Lu Yao reluctantly pulled over behind them. He stepped out, blade in hand, scanning the rear. Though the eerie clown had not appeared, vigilance remained imperative. He instructed Zombie Bai Chun to remain stationed there ready to alert him instantly at the first sign of danger. Then one by one the others disembarked and converged toward the motorhome. Though spacious, the motorhome could scarcely accommodate such numbers. After stepping down, Shen Qi glanced at Lu Yao approaching and laughed heartily. This is pivotal for the convoy. Best decided swiftly and departed promptly. It's sweltering here after all. Then speak quickly. If that eerie clown catches us, we're all dead. Lu Yao scowled fiercely. I'm already holding the rear. Do you grasp the risk I bear? From now on I demand an extra-large bowl at every meal. At Lu Yao's words a sharp glint flashed in Shen Qi's eyes, and his smile widened radiant with approval. That alone proved Lu Yao was precisely the man. Here's the situation, Shen Qi began. During our escape we assessed our predicament, and Xiao Yu, having endured similar trials before, offered valuable counsel. I found it profoundly insightful. He then outlined the convoy's dire straits and its proposed course forward. He'd known Shen Qi harbored no good intentions. This was simply because he seemed idle, so Shen Qi deliberately burdened him with responsibility. You want me to be captain? Lu Yao glared darkly, hunting anomalies and scavenging supplies. Fine. Leading. You'd rather bury me under exhaustion. He'd known Shen Qi harbored no good intentions. This was simply because he seemed idle, so Shen Qi deliberately burdened him with responsibility. Over 200 souls now depended on the convoy. Managing them would cripple him. It's the collective will. And I concur, Shen Qi stretched lazily, grinning. Reducing vehicle count is essential. We possess 3 anomalous vehicles. More than enough to carry 200. There's a problem. Lu Yao exploded. I'm a frontline combatant, not some commander leading people to slaughter against anomalies. I fear no death, but what of the others? His words drew soft laughter from the crowd. All eyes turned to him, not with doubt, but with quiet, unshaken reassurance. The thought struck him instantly they'd laid a trap. He grimaced. So this was premeditated. I'm selfish, you know that well. Should true peril strike, I'll abandon you without hesitation. I know. Self-preservation is natural. Who among us isn't selfish these days? Shen Qi draped an arm across Lu Yao's shoulders, chuckling warmly. The capable bear greater burdens. Lend us your strength. 200 lives await your protection. Damn you. Do you truly think my temper is mild? Do you truly believe I'd hesitate to flee if danger loomed? When the eerie clown hunted us earlier, I didn't hesitate. I acted. Others' fates mean nothing to me. Brother Lu, please don't refuse. This role belongs to you alone. Exactly, Brother Lu, accept. Those of us who fought our way out of Changshu village stand wholly behind you. And Xiao Yu herself nominated you. She believes you're the sole fit candidate. Declining now would dishonor her trust. Shen Captain is admirable, but circumstances have changed. Vehicles must shrink, passengers will crowd together. Soon perhaps we'll all share one vehicle. Only you inspire enough, ought to keep order. Zhang Jun, Lu Yu, and others joined the entreaty. Qin Yuekue and the fortune-teller Lao Wang likewise pressed in, effectively compelling Lu Yao to assume command of the Dawn Convoy. Was this any different from forcing imperial robes upon a reluctant subject? Is this truly how it must be done? Lu Yao's lips twitched again as he pointed at Zhu Cheng. She excels in combat. I refuse. Zhu Cheng interjected immediately. Shen Qi and the others merely exchanged knowing smiles. See, you are the people's unanimous choice. The captainship rests solely with you. Lu Yao stared, then barked, so I have no choice. Then I resign from the Dawn Convoy. His voice dropped cold and final. I lack the capacity. I cannot govern so many. Do not rely on me. Push me too far, and I walk away. Alone I survive just fine. Seeing his resolve was absolute, not performative, they paled instantly. A ring of bodies closed around him, cutting off retreat. No, not actual governance. Let me serve as deputy captain. I'll handle administration. That satisfies everyone, yes. Shen Qi pleaded urgently. These are over 200 lives. Lu Yu and the others followed you through bloodshed. They chose this path only because no alternative remained. You serve as captain, I as deputy. You maintain deterrence and secure resources, combat remains yours. Day-to-day management falls to me, agreed. That settles it. Refuse further, and you wound their sincerity, break their hearts. His tone softened slightly. In truth, little would change, only the title would shift. He'd retain his usual autonomy. Administration rested entirely with Deputy Captain Shen Qi, and with support from the fortune-teller Lao Wang, Qin Yuekue, and in Xiao Yu. That arrangement was tolerable, as long as he bore no managerial burden. Governing crowds drained vitality. He'd never shoulder thankless toil. Fine, I accept for now. One condition: administration is your domain, Deputy Captain. Do not trouble me with such affairs. Lu Yao assumed the air of a detached sovereign, uninvolved, unburdened. Shen Qi sighed inwardly. His own attempt to delegate had backfired. He'd become de facto captain anyway. Damn it. Lu Yao truly played his cards masterfully, threatening departure to force compliance. What a cunning, infuriating brat. Agreed, absolutely agreed. Shen Qi laughed aloud. Then, everyone gather and consolidate all supplies. Henceforth the convoy shall revolve around my vehicle Lu Yao's and Zhu Cheng's. With Lu Yao's agreement, the convoy quickly regrouped. Composed mainly of 3 peculiar vehicles, a Hummer, a RV, and a sedan, Lu Yao, the new team leader, led the way in the Hummer, which had the least number of passengers, accompanied by a driver, Lu Yao. The zombie by Chun was stuffed into the back seat, and to prevent any mishaps his face was covered. The people in the vehicle were just over a dozen, including Zhang Jun and others, all of whom had once fought their way out of Changshu village with Lu Yao. The RV in the middle was managed by Xin Qi, who had the most passengers on board, along with Zhu Cheng, the fortune-teller, Old Wang, and Qin Yuequai. The last peculiar sedan was entrusted to Xiaoyu, which had slightly more people than Lu Yao's vehicle. The 3 vehicles traveled on the road with ice crystal technology inside, alleviating concerns about temperature. Lu Yao took the lead, sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes half closed. Being the captain allowed him to command others, making it easier for him, no longer having to be constantly on edge. Although he disliked letting others ride in the vehicle according to the current plan of the Dawn Squad, it was likely that only one vehicle would remain in the future. No, it should be said that it would be a war fortress. Xin Qi and the others decided to focus on the RV, aiming to find someone from the mechanic sequence to transform it, merging the 3 vehicles into one and further expanding its internal space. This would ensure that the RV could accommodate everyone while also providing more people with a place to stay. But specifics would have to be planned by Xin Qi and the others with help from someone from the mechanic sequence. If there were no one from that sequence, the convoy would have to manage as best as it could. Lu Yao's vehicle was small, but it occupied the entire cabin, appearing just right, with even his supplies tucked into the corner of the trunk. You guys are really ruthless, leaving me no chance to refuse. Lu Yao sighed from the passenger seat, saying, as someone from the zombie sequence, you forced me into the role of captain. Fortunately, I threatened old Shunei, otherwise this guy would have surely preferred to lie down and wait for death. Everyone in the vehicle laughed at his words. They all participated in making Lu Yao the captain, and while some had ulterior motives, they felt Lu Yao was more suitable than Zhu Cheng. Having traveled this far together, they were familiar with each other, so they understood certain matters without needing excessive consideration. Lu Ge, what you said makes sense, so we are thinking about the future, aren't we? Zhang Jun, sitting next to the zombie by Qin, chuckled. Everyone just wants to follow you to survive. The extraordinary people in our convoy all have their abilities, but there needs to be someone everyone respects, and Lu Ge, you are that person, or at least we all agree. Lu Yao frowned and replied, don't talk nonsense, so everyone in the convoy has their skills. We as extraordinary people are at most just lucky. By the way, Lu Ge, how did you become an extraordinary person? Zhang Jun suddenly leaned forward, grabbing the armrest of the passenger seat with a naive smile. We are just curious. We don't know if there is a chance to become extraordinary. Not just him. Even Lu Yu, the driver, and the others sitting in the back were craning their necks, waiting for Lu Yao to elaborate. Hearing their curiosity about this matter, Lu Yao sighed and said solemnly, the risk of awakening to become a sequence extraordinary person is too high. Oh, it can even be said that it was just luck that allowed me to become one. At this, everyone in the vehicle became even more curious. Lu Yao leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, and pondered, the path of my sequence is called the zombie sequence. You should understand what that means, right? Zhang Jun and the others all nodded in acknowledgement. After all, there was a bona fide zombie in the vehicle, and this zombie had previously been an extraordinary person. I was bitten to death by a zombie. Among you there should be those who followed Xin Qi from the beginning, right? Do you remember when I first killed someone? Lu Yao explained calmly. I was originally with Li Chong and the others, but encountered a zombie attack in that town. They abandoned me to escape. I had found the gasoline for that vehicle. I even grabbed onto the car door, begging them to take me along. There was clearly enough room for me, but Li Chong preferred to take 3 women instead of letting me on the vehicle. Those 3 women even pushed me down. One of them kicked my face, forcibly knocking me off the car. With this, everyone in the vehicle fell silent. After all, Lu Yu had always followed Xin Qi and had witnessed Lu Yao kill decisively. At that moment, Lu Yao had killed Li Chong and a woman. They were unclear about what was happening, only filled with fear towards Lu Yao. But now it seemed Lu Yao had done nothing wrong. If it were anyone else facing such a situation, seeking revenge would be justified. After they abandoned me, several zombies pounced on me, and I was bitten by a zombie. I could clearly feel the flesh being torn from my body. Lu Yao continued explaining, it hurt a lot. At that moment, I was resigned. After all, this world was tormenting me, and dying would be a form of relief. But unexpectedly, when I opened my eyes again, the zombies no longer attacked. The surrounding zombies ignored me, treating me as one of their own. Even when I moved around freely, they acted as if I didn't exist. At that moment, I knew I had become a sequence extraordinary person, and one who could coexist with the bizarre. Immediately, I killed those zombies, venting my frustration. Until you all entered the town, I blended in among you, and when I saw Li Chong again, I took action and killed him, and that one. Being bitten by a zombie and becoming a sequence extraordinary person, doesn't that mean they also have a chance? Zhang Jun instinctively glanced at the zombie Bai Chun beside him. Wasn't this an opportunity knocking at their door? Should they give it a try? Not just Zhang Jun and the others in the vehicle also looked towards the zombie, Bai Chun seemingly wanting to try it out. But at that moment Lu Yao suddenly spoke up. I advise you not to consider going down my path. Not everyone who gets bitten can. Among those of us who were bitten, only I awakened. The others all turned into zombies, and I had to chop off their heads one by one. Even Shin-Chi said I was lucky. Although the zombie sequence is special, it relies heavily on luck. If you really want to awaken and become a sequence extraordinary person, the safest way is to find awakening potions or wait for natural awakening slowly. You'd better not try my path. Truly becoming a zombie would be a loss that outweighs the gain. 3 peculiar vehicles journeyed northward. The temperature in the sandy region seemingly stuck at 70 degrees, neither rising nor showing any sign of descending. However, for the Dawn Convoy, escaping the 4th level Eerie ambush was undoubtedly the best news. Having run this distance, the Eerie clown had not pursued them. In terms of luck, they were doing quite well. At a village along the way, the Dawn Convoy decided to rest. Shin-Chi quickly got out of the vehicle and crouched down to sense the surroundings, letting out a long breath after confirming there were no Eerie auras. He did not wish to experience the Eerie clown incident again. The emergence of a 4th level Eerie being in the wild was undoubtedly the most deadly news. While they were fortunate to have made it here alive, it would likely be difficult for subsequent convoys to follow, especially with the New World convoy not far behind them. They feared. The situation was dire. The convoy members unloaded their supplies, rummaged through the village for pots and pans, and placed ice crystals around to disperse the heat waves. They also started cooking a large pot of rice. The current convoy was united. Even if someone had ulterior motives, they dared not show it. There was no other way. Lu Yao was indeed capable of killing. The current convoy leader was Lu Yao, not the negotiable Shin-Chi. In the past, if someone caused trouble, Shin-Chi could still talk it over. But now the leader Lu Yao was different. In a well-ventilated room, the ice crystals were placed on the table, and Lu Yao along with several extraordinary individuals gathered together. The Dawn Convoy now possessed the capital to survive. Lu Yao, Shin-Chi, Zhu Qingqin, Yuequai, and Xiaoyu, and Old Wang. A convoy of 6 extraordinary individuals, each with their own strengths, and even complementing each other in certain aspects, showcasing the convoy's advantages. Lu Yao slowly munched on a compressed biscuit and curiously asked Xiaoyu, what exactly is your background? Care to enlighten us? We are all in the same boat now, aren't we? Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi and the others turned their gazes to Xiaoyu. It seemed she had anticipated such a question. After all, when Shin-Chi was captain previously, he had not delved deeper into her background, choosing to trust her due to her formidable strength. But now it was different. Lu Yao was not Shin-Chi, he was someone who would consider others. Such a person was the best to lead, yet also the most wary of any unexpected events within the convoy. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu spoke, what are your thoughts on this apocalypse? She did not speak directly, but instead inquired about the views of others. The others exchanged glances, and Qin Yuequai, leaning against the table, chuckled. An apocalypse is just an apocalypse, what else can it be? We've seen enough apocalypse movies. Zhu Cheng at the door nodded lightly, while holding a knife and bamboo staff. Clearly she agreed with Qin Yuequai's perspective. An apocalypse is just an apocalypse. Oh, does their opinion really matter? Does looking at it from another angle change the fact that an apocalypse is occurring? In the corner, Old Wang sipped on a cold bottle of water and chuckled. This apocalypse has nothing to do with viruses, it's clearly man-made, right? I've calculated a divination, and the hexagram shows heaven above heaven, man above man, Eerie within Eerie. Initially, I wasn't sure what this hexagram meant, as deciphering it cost my lifespan, which I can't afford to waste. But since encountering you, Ms. I have guessed its meaning. You must be from the same world as these Eerie beings, right? Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi smiled slightly, while Zhu Cheng and Qin Yuequai raised their brows, looking somewhat astonished. Lu Yao continued to eat, quietly remaining silent. This speculation had been mentioned by Shin-Chi before, but it was just a passing comment. At that time, everyone did not think much of it, due to Xiaoyu's strength. Now Old Wang was putting it on the table. You can trust me, I've chosen to accompany you, which means I'm one of you. And Xiaoyu explained, if I didn't want to, there would have been no need for me to act when the Eerie clown appeared. Old Wang's guess is correct, but more importantly, you are still too weak. Knowing too much would only bring... When will you disclose it? Lu Yao frowned and asked. Sequence 5. And Xiaoyu stared at Lu Yao and said, when you reach Sequence 5, I will tell you everything. By then you will need to follow me, and I will guide you. After all, Sequence 5 is a crucial threshold. Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi and the others fell silent. Shin-Chi only knew about Sequences 9 and 8. He had not advanced, so he was unaware of subsequent news. At present, they were in the dark. If they had known more, they wouldn't have been chased by the Eerie clown. Old Shin, don't you know? Lu Yao turned to look at Shin-Chi. Come on, do you think I'm an encyclopedia? Shin-Chi shrugged, appearing to be just as clueless. You may not recognize the Eerie clown, but you seem to know about that Eerie tree. Lu Yao pressed on. Zhu Cheng also recalled that Eerie tree. After all, the scene had been quite shocking. A single eerie fruit can awaken a person. I recognized the eerie fruit, which led me to speculate that the eerie tree was a 5th-level eerie being. Do you really think I know it? Shin-Chi explained helplessly. My knowledge is limited. Unless I advance, I'm unable to do much to progress. I've been working hard enough lately, right? Every half hour, I have to crouch down to listen. You are well aware of the ground's heat. If it weren't for the ice crystals you provided, I wouldn't have gotten out of the vehicle. Indeed, Shin-Chi had been under considerable strain during this period. Every half hour, he had to listen closely, fearing an eerie attack. Without the ice crystals, he would have been roasted alive. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu suddenly turned to Lu Yao, her voice serious. Have you encountered eerie fruits? Where? In a city where over 100,000 people died, the eerie fruits were just ripening at that time. The meal for the convoy has been prepared, a large pot of rice for over 200 people, and the portions are generous. After all, with Lu Yao the big eater present, it was necessary to cook a bit more. Just as the members of the Dawn Convoy were having their meal, a roar of engines approached rapidly from afar, sounding quite loud. Lu Yao quickly came to the roadside with his rice bowl and took a look. Shin-Chi and the others followed suit. From a distance, several vehicles rushed over from the rear, and they seemed quite noisy with many people inside. Standing at the front, Lu Yao squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's the vehicles from the New World Convoy led by that Yuan-E, but there are clearly fewer vehicles." No, it should be said that there are nearly half as many. They probably encountered that strange clown. And Xiaoyu stepped closer to Lu Yao and whispered, "Should we pack up and leave? What if they bring the strange clown here?" Upon hearing this, everyone else felt a tightness in their chests, as they had all witnessed the terror of that strange clown. Immunized against attacks, the large wave drum in their hands seemed to possess some special effect akin to a peculiar item. But that was not the most lethal aspect. The other party could hunt down humans, even running wild in the wilderness. They were unlucky to have encountered it, losing over 70 lives before escaping, and even sacrificed the peculiar vehicle in the process. If it happens again, the only choice they would have is to flee. Their convoy originally had over 500 people, but now it is likely that even 200 are not enough. Shin-Chi said in a low voice, "If over 300 have died, that strange clown will probably need to feed for a while and won't pursue them in the short term. We are relatively safe here." Lu Yao and the others nodded. The reasoning was sound, but who could guarantee that the strange clown wouldn't come after them? After a moment's thought, Lu Yao immediately spoke up, "Everyone eat faster. Tonight we will travel overnight, and everyone will take turns driving. The temperature has stabilized at 70 degrees. For us, this is a glimmer of hope. Perhaps we can escape soon. To those driving, thank you for your hard work. Everyone stay alert tonight. Resting during the day is not too late." Lu Yao did not want to gamble. In case the gamble failed, they would have to face that strange clown once more. He had confronted it before, and Zombie Bai Chun had nearly been killed. For them to confront it would surely mean certain death. So rather than gamble, it was better to prepare to escape. The people from the New World Convoy hurried over at first sight of Lu Yao and the others parking their vehicles on the road. From the lead vehicle, Yuan-E tumbled out, covered in blood, her beautiful face appearing somewhat grim and furious. The others need not be mentioned. To have survived to this point was already a sign of their good fortune. After falling, Yuan-E leaned against the vehicle, glanced at the Dawn Convoy, and frowned. "You still have so many people here. It seems you also encountered that strange clown." Lu Yao looked at them calmly and frowned. "Did you suffer such heavy losses?" "Captain Yi, did you engage that fellow?" The New World Convoy had indeed clashed with the strange clown. Moreover, the extraordinary members of their convoy had engaged. Even Captain Yuan-E had charged forward with a blade. But the outcome was a complete defeat. Roughly 300 members of the convoy had all turned into puppets, merely standing by the roadside, clapping and grinning menacingly. Each person stood there like a bun, waiting to be bitten down by the strange clown one by one. That scene deeply pained Yuan-E. Among the extraordinary members of their convoy, only 2 survived, Yuan-E and Red Hair. Red Hair had not stepped forward to die, so by a stroke of luck, but the other extraordinary members had fought desperately to give the 200-plus people a chance to survive, allowing Yuan-E to escape with the others. This time it could be said to be truly disastrous. Yuan-E laughed bitterly, saying, "That strange clown cannot be killed, nor can it be killed by you, and it can even clone itself. Our convoy's extraordinary members are only me and Red Hair left." Red Hair felt some fear towards Lu Yao, and when he saw Lu Yao looking over, he shrank his neck in fright. "Help us out." Yuan-E breathed heavily, saying, "Take us along to escape. We have over 200 people, and we also have." "I refuse." Lu Yao directly shook his head and rejected her. Upon hearing this, Yuan-E was taken aback and then looked at Shin-Chi with some dissatisfaction. Shin-Chi understood her meaning and awkwardly explained, "I am the vice captain of the convoy. Lu Yao is the captain of our Dawn Convoy. What he says goes. Asking me is futile." The others remained silent, but stood behind Lu Yao, their positions indicating everything. Yuan-E chuckled and looked at Lu Yao, who was holding a rice bowl, frowning. "I can help you. I am also an extraordinary." "So what?" Lu Yao said as he ate with a smile. Or do you think our Dawn Convoy has the ability to support over 200 extra mouths? If they took the people from the New World Convoy, it would be tantamount to revealing their location to the strange clown. Why had they reduced their vehicles? Wasn't it to exchange the greatest chance of survival for the smallest cost? The smaller the target, the greater the chance of survival. This was what Xiaoyu had told them, and the key to their success in reaching this point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned so many vehicles and supplies halfway, even crowding into one vehicle to survive. Seeing Lu Yao and the others reject her, Yiwan-Yi's body trembled slightly, and then she unwillingly said, "I still have peculiar materials, take us along." Stop. Lu Yao waved his hand. "Peculiar materials are indeed precious, but we can also obtain them. You just fend for yourselves." After saying this, he glanced towards the back of the road to confirm that the strange clown was not chasing them before turning and walking towards the village. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Shenqi sighed and looked at Yiwan-Yi, saying, "Captain Yi, that strange clown is a level 4 anomaly. If you don't want to get into trouble, you'd better escape quickly. With so many of us together, we will only attract the strange clown to pursue us." Level 4 anomaly. No wonder it was so terrifying, as she never expected it to be a level 4 anomaly. Yiwan-Yi seemed to have heard something despairing, leaning against the vehicle in silence, while looking at Shenqi and the others. Over 300 members of their convoy had died, but it seemed that the Dawn Convoy had suffered comparatively fewer losses. "Is everyone done eating?" After filling his stomach, Lu Yao put down his dishes and said, "Once you've eaten your fill, quickly wash the dishes and tidy up. There's no need to scavenge for supplies in the village, we'll set off directly." Now the two convoys had gathered together with over 400 people in total. This was undoubtedly a deadly temptation for the strange clown. Once the strange clown finishes off the people behind, what awaits them will be a new wave of pursuit. Therefore they must prepare to set off as soon as possible. As for the New World Convoy, they could do whatever they wanted. It had nothing to do with their own convoy, so there was no need to concern themselves with it. The members of the convoy spent 10 minutes tidying everything up and then began to board the vehicles in an orderly fashion, all lined up neatly. Lu Yao was quite satisfied with the current situation. As long as the convoy remained united and obedient, the hope of survival was still quite great. Once enough people had gathered, Lu Yao drove the Bull Demon Hummer ahead to take the lead. Following behind were RVs and sedans. The three vehicles left the village at the first opportunity and sped towards the highway, racing off into the distance. Yiwan-Yi and the others were resting by the roadside. Noticing Lu Yao's vehicles driving away, they were momentarily stunned. 3 vehicles. Did they abandon the convoy? Hong Mao sent someone into the village to take a look and confirmed that no one was behind. The New World Convoy members were even more puzzled. They had kept an eye on the Dawn Convoy situation at the village entrance. Over 200 people. How could only 3 vehicles have emerged? Yiwan-Yi gazed at the 3 vehicles that were departing, seemingly struck by a thought. She stood up, opened the car door, and said, "Uncle Chun, do they have that strange vehicle you mentioned?" They had seen the vehicles on the road when they came over, but at that time, they were too focused on escaping to pay much attention. Now it seemed that those vehicles were likely abandoned by the Dawn Convoy. And someone in the Dawn Convoy was indeed driving a strange vehicle, one capable of carrying many people. That must be it. The elderly driver sighed and said, "I didn't expect there really to be strange vehicles. I thought it was just a rumor, but that piece of news is true." Chen Jianjun took a deep breath, looking at Yiwan-Yi, who was in shock, and smiled. "Get in the car, let's follow them, we can't stay here any longer." Hearing this, Yiwan-Yi hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Everyone get in the car, let's set off." The members of the convoy were somewhat reluctant upon hearing this. After all, they had been fleeing all this way and were both exhausted and thirsty. Moreover, it was getting dark. If they continued on, wouldn't they be worn out? "Captain Yi, we don't want to leave, we're too tired. Can't we rest for a bit?" "Exactly, that strange clown hasn't caught up to us. Everyone is so tired, and it's almost dark, we should rest here for a while." "That's right, the Dawn Convoy's people have all rested, so it must be safe in the village. Taking a breather here wouldn't hurt. Even if that strange clown were to catch up, wouldn't we have time to escape? Don't rush us." The members of the convoy all had a look of reluctance to leave. The fact that the strange clown had not pursued them meant that for them there was no danger. If that's the case, then why escape at all? Besides, the extraordinary members of the convoy were almost all dead. Yiwan-Yi was merely an extraordinary individual of the prophet sequence, far inferior to Hong Mao the fire mage. Hong Mao also chuckled and chimed in, "Captain Yi, why not just listen to everyone? You see, everyone has been fleeing for a while and is quite exhausted. It's best to take a break. Rest my foot. That's a level 4 anomaly. If it catches up, we'll all be dead." Yiwan-Yi's eyes widened in anger as she shouted, "Everyone get in the car. Immediately pursue the Dawn Convoy. Only by following them can we survive." However, despite Yiwan-Yi's furious reprimand, no one moved an inch. In fact, everyone wore a cold expression, staring at Yiwan-Yi, as if they had already made up their minds not to leave. At that moment, Yiwan-Yi also understood what these people meant. The losses among the convoy's extraordinary members were severe. Now her words as the captain had completely lost their effect. Hong Mao also wanted to stay and rest for the night. and it was clear that the members of the convoy had chosen to side with him. In other words, they were looking to replace the captain of the New World Convoy. Hong Mao chuckled and said, Yuani, you can clearly see the current situation. The strange clown hasn't chased after us, so don't scare everyone. If you want to pursue the Dawn Convoy, go ahead. Oh, we have no intention of being their dogs. Yuani was extremely angry, glaring at Hong Mao as she said in a deep voice, you will cause them all to die. Hey, isn't following you just as likely to lead to death? Hong Mao sneered, everyone just wants to rest a bit. If you want to go, then go. Oh, at worst the New World Convoy will just change captains. He could see what the current situation was. Yuani was clearly intent on pursuing the Dawn Convoy, claiming it was for the sake of the convoy, but in reality, she wanted to curry favor with the Dawn Convoy. After all, the Dawn Convoy had many extraordinary members, but Hong Mao had no desire to go. The way Lu Yao looked at him was like he was looking at a dead man, which made him quite uncomfortable, especially since he had previously clashed with Lu Yao. If he approached them willingly, wouldn't everyone just take advantage of him? All right, Xiao Yi. From the driver's seat, Chen Jianjun sighed and said, I'll drive and take you away. Don't make it hard for them. Let them die if they want. Bringing so many people on the road could very well make them the target of the strange clown. If Hong Mao wanted to stay, then let them stay and wait for death. Hearing Chen Jianjun speak, Yuani unwillingly glared at Hong Mao and gritted her teeth, saying, the New World Convoy is in your hands now. Oh, I hope you can help everyone survive. She wanted to curse, but thinking of Hong Mao's strength, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and give up. There was no way, as she had already used up most of the strange items in her possession to deal with the strange clown. Now only the Book of Answers could still be used, but that was all. If they wanted to survive, the best choice would be to follow the Dawn Convoy. It was just uncertain whether they would be willing to take them in. If it came to that, they would have to hand over the Book of Answers. They would exchange the strange item for a place to shelter the two of them. Chen Jianjun seemed to have seen through Yuani's thoughts and sighed, saying, get in the car, Xiao Yi. Oh, let's hurry to catch up. If it really comes to it, this old body of mine can still move a bit. At worst, I'll just talk. That book of yours is very important. It must be delivered to the human gathering place in the north. I hope my old brothers truly have a way to withstand the anomalies. Right now, what we need most is to reach the northern gathering place, and the Dawn Convoy is the best choice. Don't forget they have strange vehicles. The speed of the Shuguang team's vehicles was not particularly fast. After all, fuel consumption was a concern. No one knew just how vast this sandy region was. Although the temperature hadn't continued to rise, they still had to be cautious. Not long after, the voice of Shin Chi came through the vehicle's broadcast. Captain Lu, there's a car following us from behind. It's Yi Weiner's car. Hearing this, Lu Yao glanced at the rearview mirror and immediately spotted Yi Weiner's car, tailing their three peculiar vehicles. Moreover, it seemed that only Yi Weiner was in this car, the New World team. What does this mean? Zhang Jun leaned out to take a look and frowned, saying, Brother Lu, their team hasn't followed. It looks like Captain Yi has come alone. Is there something wrong with this? Lu Yu, who was driving, frowned and asked, what if they have a lot of people in their car trying to trick us into getting out and ambush us? Zhang Jun spat and grinned, saying, what are you afraid of? Can they have more people than us? We've dealt with oddities before. Can we really be scared of just their car full of people? A group of people in the car began to chatter among themselves. Lu Yao glanced at them and smiled, saying, we'll know for sure when we stop. Lu Yu, pull over and see what they want. The powerful Hummer stopped by the roadside, followed by the RVs and sedans, all coming to a halt. The car following them also stopped. Soon after, Yi Weiner got out of the car, first raised her hand and shouted, don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. After Lu Yao stepped out holding a knife, a group of fierce-looking men jumped down from the vehicle, acting just like gangsters, all trailing behind Lu Yao. The imposing aura and commotion startled Yi Weiner. Shortly after, people began to disembark from the RVs and sedans, all heading this way. This scene was completely unexpected for Yi Weiner. She had thought their team was similar to her New World team, but to her surprise, the Shuguang team was so unified. Is it really the case that a team member is here for something? Captain Yi, why did you come all this way? Lu Yao stepped forward and asked, our Shuguang team has already left that village. Are you specifically following us to force us to take you along? Hearing this, Yi Weiner immediately became anxious and waved her hand, saying, don't misunderstand, we're not here to cause trouble. Little Yi. Before Yi Weiner could finish her words, Chen Jianjun, who was driving, got out of the car. Upon seeing the old man get out, Lu Yao distinctly sensed the unique aura about him. Not only he, but even Shin Chi noticed it. That was an aura only cultivated by leaders among the higher-ups, something not just anyone could possess. This old man. His identity must be significant. Captain Lu, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Jianjun, a member of the military. Chen Jianjun slowly spoke. We plan to go to the northern human settlement and hope you can take us along. It's just me and little Yu. I have a few old buddies over there, and it would be more convenient for everyone to go together. Indeed. Lu Yao and Shin Chi exchanged glances, both understanding that this old man's identity was not ordinary. However, to be honest, in this apocalypse, they were indeed filled with anticipation for the human settlement. However, with the information provided by Xiaoyu, it was clear that the settlement was not such a good place. Traveling with a team might be the better choice. Especially if the team could be transformed into a mobile fortress, that might be the way to survive in the apocalypse. As for the settlement, what would happen to the team if they went there? What about them, the sequence extraordinary beings? Should they just obey the arrangements of the settlement? No one was clear about the situation inside the settlement, who knew if it was a survival of the fittest, or if some higher-ups had control over the narrative. Everything was uncertain. Thus Lu Yao pondered whether they should still go to the settlement. Not just him, Xin-Chi was thinking the same. In the past they had thought everything was too simple, but with oddities like the level 4 oddity appearing in the wilderness, and even starting to hunt them, how terrifying would the oddities be in a settlement with so many people? In such circumstances, who could guarantee the safety of the settlement? Sorry, we no longer plan to go to the northern settlement. Lu Yao's words immediately caused Chun Jianjun and Yi Weiner to widen their eyes, and even the members of the Shuguang team looked at Lu Yao in surprise and confusion. You? Old Chen, I know what you want to say, but have you thought about one thing? Seeing Chun Jianjun about to speak, Lu Yao directly interrupted him, saying, even level 4 oddities have appeared in the wilderness, and they have begun to hunt us. How terrifying do you think the oddities that would be attracted to a settlement filled with so many people would be? Level 5. Level 6. I'm not looking down on you, but given the current situation, you should be clearer than us. Even if the settlement has firearms, do you think they would be useful? What would happen when encountering powerful spiritual oddities? Would everyone in the settlement just wait to die? Or does the northern settlement already have stronger sequence extraordinary beings? If we consider 2 months' time, do you think how high of a sequence is considered a high sequence? After this series of questions, not only Chun Jianjun, but even the members of the Shuguang team fell silent. Indeed, just because there are so many people in the settlement doesn't guarantee safety. They felt that traveling with the team was the safer choice. At least they were truly surviving. If they really went to the settlement, not to mention the safety there, could they still be like they are now? This was already a world of survival of the fittest. Encountering the Shuguang team was their good fortune, but it did not mean their luck would continue. If they really went to the human settlement, what if? What if they were not even regarded as human? Chun Jianjun instantly fell silent. He knew very well what the outcome could be, yet he still held hope for the settlement. Since they could establish a settlement, it indicated that there were powerful, extraordinary beings backing it. But how long could such a settlement sustain itself? Chun Jianjun sighed, looking at Lu Yao before him, and said softly, all right, you've convinced me. Let me and little Yi join your team. It doesn't matter if we go to the northern settlement or not, as long as we can survive and have food. Yi Weiner wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chun Jianjun waving his hand. I am also an extraordinary being, specifically one from the mechanic sequence. I think you might need me. Your peculiar vehicles could use an old bone like mine. A transcendent being of the mechanic sequence. This is exactly the person the Dawn team needs to find right now. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow at Chun Jianjun's words, and even Xin-Chi and the others stared at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. What surprised them was not Chun Jianjun's identity as a transcendent being, but how he knew about the mechanic sequence's assistance for extraordinary vehicles. After all, it was through Xiaoyu that they learned about this matter. But where did Chen Zhangwo get his information? Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before pressing, Old Chun, how do you know that extraordinary vehicles need your help? Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun slowly turned and walked over to Yi Weiner's vehicle, retrieving a satellite phone from the driver's side. There are some old friends of mine at the Northern 011 gathering place. They contacted me earlier. Chun Jianjun did not hide his intentions, explaining, as you guessed, the situation at the gathering place is quite special, and they also need my mechanic sequence. Out of curiosity, I asked a few more questions, and that's how I learned about the extraordinary vehicles and a special plan over there. I can't share too much detail as this is a secret of the 011 gathering place, but the emergence of extraordinary vehicles is indeed crucial to this plan. Since your team has extraordinary vehicles, I believe you need someone like me. After finishing his words, he smiled and tucked the satellite phone away, gazing at Lu Yao with a grin. Clearly he had said everything he needed to, and whether he and Yi Weiner could join now depended on how Lu Yao the captain decided. After all, he had already demonstrated his value. In fact, he was filled with anticipation about the gathering place, but recalling Lu Yao's previous words, he naturally felt a tinge of worry. Lu Yao and the others immediately turned to Xiaoyu. Even Chun Jianjun's eyes flashed with surprise, as the woman was indeed correct, so for safety, Sake, it would be wise to observe for the time being. A super large mobile fortress. At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Lu Yao and the others immediately turned to Xiaoyu. Even Chun Jianjun's eyes flashed with surprise, as the woman was indeed correct. The information he received was about the fortress plan. And the main focus of the fortress plan is to build a super large mobile fortress. Who would have thought that someone in the Dawn team already knew about it? What super large mobile fortress? Xin-Chi asked first, and Xiaoyu, can you elaborate? Do you have people at the 011 gathering place? There should be, but they are not on the same side as me. And Xiaoyu calmly explained, this is a terrifying plan, specifically a difficult one, to seek extraordinary vehicles and gather them together to create a super large mobile fortress. In fact, someone over on our side has already done this, even successfully creating a mobile fortress and starting a path of resistance. However, the eerie strength far exceeds what a single mobile fortress can withstand. Ultimately, it still requires transcendent beings to combat it. The super-large mobile fortress is merely a chance for survival, artificially constructing a protective zone that can accommodate millions of people. You'll see the specifics later, or rather you'll soon witness it. After saying this, and Xiaoyu fell silent again, maintaining a mysterious demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Yao and the others were already accustomed to it. In contrast, Chen Jianjun looked at Xiaoyu with some surprise, seemingly guessing her identity, and nodded with a hint of a smile. One must admit the foundation of the Dawn team seems even more terrifying than he had imagined. If there is truly a possibility, perhaps the Dawn team is the dawn of that new world. Shenxi quietly remarked from the side. Old Lu, we can keep him. This old man's sequence is very important to us. Keeping him would be beneficial. All right, then arrange for them to be on your vehicle. Lu Yao nodded and said, Old Shen Yuan are welcome to join our Dawn team. Please gather your things and board Old Shen's vehicle. It can still fit a bit more. Old Shen and Yuan glanced at their own vehicle, then sighed, and began to pack their belongings for the RV. Once aboard, the spacious interior of the RV surprised the two, but to be honest, it was indeed a bit cramped. No, not a bit, but truly cramped. As more people boarded, the spacious interior was no longer spacious, leaving only the driver's seat and passenger seat somewhat roomy. Shenxi squeezed onto the sofa, awkwardly explained, there are a few too many people. We are trying to find a solution. Please forgive us. If it weren't for the fact that the vehicle was still relatively cool inside, Old Shen would have felt like he was suffocating in there. After waiting for half an hour, the convoy slowly came to a stop. Shenxi squeezed out from the crowd and began to listen to the surrounding situation, as usual. Old Shen could no longer tolerate it and squeezed out, panting, Little Shen, if it's not dangerous, let's first resolve the vehicle issue. My old bones really can't take it anymore. After listening to the surrounding situation, Shenxi smiled awkwardly. Old Shen could no longer tolerate it and squeezed out, panting, Little Shen, if it's not dangerous, let's first resolve the vehicle issue. My old bones really can't take it. Sure. Lu Yao opened the car door and looked at Xiaoyu, who had already gotten off the vehicle. Clearly, Xiaoyu knew what they intended to do. 3 extraordinary vehicles combined with the mechanic sequence that was delivered to their doorstep had already provided the foundation for a mobile fortress. Though it was a bit smaller after merging, the internal space could still be expanded. A few transcendent beings gathered together to discuss, and then began to let the people inside the vehicle disembark and wait. Lu Yao, as the captain, immediately made a decision. Let's choose the RV. Thank you for your help, Old Shen. No need to be polite. My old bones are also a part of. To be honest, if they were just traveling, the Hummer would be the best choice. However, since they were heading towards developing a mobile fortress, the RV was the primary choice, as it needed to have a large internal space. Lu Yao, as the captain, immediately made a decision. Let's choose the RV. Thank you for your help, Old Shen. No need to be polite. My old bones are also a part of the team, and it's good to be able to help. Old Shen nodded with a smile, then a layer of dark luster began to cover his hands, giving them the appearance of steel. The next moment, his hands gently rested on the exterior shell of the RV. The moment Chen Jianjun's hand touched the RV, the vehicle before him began disassembling itself, visibly fluidly, as if responding to his touch. Upon closer inspection, a perfectly square spatial field materialized around Chen Jianjun's body, enveloping both him and the disintegrating RV within its boundaries. The RV rapidly decomposed into countless components, every bolt, panel, and mechanism suspended in precise, intricate array before Chen Jianjun. The spectacle left Lu Yao and the others utterly speechless. A machinist, someone murmured. Good heavens, he's like Magneto himself. What a pity. Shenxi sighed unexpectedly. Lu Yao turned and asked, pity? What do you mean? It is impressive, but this ability only applies to mechanical objects. If it could target anomalies instead, he might dismantle one in an instant. Shenxi stroked his chin with a wry smile. At Sequence 9, the master artificer of the machinist path, one can effortlessly assemble or disassemble any vehicle or mechanical artifact. This very talent grants them the rare capacity to fuse 2 anomalous vehicles into one, a skill that makes them highly sought after. After all, most people rely on vehicles. When there's breakdown and they lack repair skills, only a machinist can help. And with mobile fortresses becoming indispensable, this path will grow ever more vital. Lu Yao clicked his tongue. How envious, how regretful. Truly, such a power is a shame to limit to machinery. Yet strength lies in purpose. Chen Jianjun's arrival kindled fresh hope for the convoy. They could now deploy the mobile fortress ahead of schedule, providing shelter, safety, and sanctuary for every member. It was undeniably welcome news, especially for Lu Yao, who had grown increasingly uncomfortable crammed inside a single vehicle with so many others. Once the RV's dismantling concluded, Chun Jianjun strode toward the Guangyo Hummer and placed his other hand upon its chassis. Instantly, the Guangyo Hummer too began passively fragmenting, its parts guided by Chun Jianjun's will converging into the same spatial field. Each component drifted with uncanny precision toward its designated position. Even the tires glided smoothly into alignment. Before their eyes, the two vehicles reassembled, coalescing seamlessly into a new unified form. Lu Yao, gazing at the emerging silhouette of the mobile fortress, asked hesitantly, "Won't this compromise the artifact's fundamental nature?" "No," Shin-Chi replied, eyes crinkling with amusement. An artifact's essence resides in an incomprehensible anomalous energy, one far beyond the reach of a Sequence 9 practitioner. "Ah, I see. So fusing two anomalous vehicles yields not mere modification, but an entirely new artifact vehicle." Yet no one knew what form this newly forged artifact would ultimately take. Just as curiosity rippled through the group, Chun Jianjun abruptly pivoted and lowered the half-fused vehicle model over the compact car. Like nested dolls, the new outer shell settled onto the small car, whose structure instantly unraveled under the machinist's force, merging outward into the encasing. Triple fusion. Sweat beaded heavily across Chun Jianjun's brow. Fusing three anomalous vehicles taxed even his limits. Still, the process advanced steadily, measured, deliberate, unbroken by time's passage. Pushing past exhaustion's final threshold, Chun Jianjun completed the mobile fortress, collapsing only after its last gear locked into place. Lu Yao rushed forward to support him, voice thick with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Chun." "No need for thanks. We all fight to survive." Chun Jianjun, trembling with disbelief and elation, whispered, "Had you not given me this chance, I'd never have taken this step. I've ascended to Sequence 8. "What? He ascended just now? So anyone can advance, except those on the precog path, apparently." Shin-Chi and Yi Wani exchanged a glance, then sighed in unison, their shared resignation speaking volumes. Before them stood a colossal RV, occupying nearly half the ground, its obsidian black front hood emblazoned with a fearsome sculpted ox skull. Its body remained white, yet towered significantly higher than before, augmented by an additional full story, as if vertically expanded. 8 primary wheels anchored its base, but at the center rotated a smaller auxiliary ring of wheels deployable on command to enable rapid lateral maneuvering. "Mission accomplished. Please inspect it." Chun Jianjun gestured weakly. Supported by Lu Yao, he ascended the ramp, followed closely by the others. Stepping inside, Lu Yao felt less like entering a vehicle cabin, and more like stepping into a vast sunlit reception hall easily accommodating 200 souls. Rows of seats stood in perfect formation, spaced precisely to recline fully into compact foldable sleeping berths. Adjacent compartments housed restrooms and showers, with sufficient water supply. Hygiene posed no concern. A spacious kitchen occupied one corner, stocked with most of their provisions. At the fore stood a familiar conference desk, designed expressly for Lu Yao's strategic meetings. The second floor, they surmised, mirrored this layout. This transformed RV could genuinely house nearly 500 people. Lu Yao ran his palm along the wall, and instantly data shimmered into view before him. Item: Guangyo Fortress Mark I. Quality: Anomalous Artifact Mobile Fortress. Registry No. 117. Properties: 1. Fortress reinforced hull capable of withstanding multiple impacts from level 2 anomalies and deflecting most ballistic projectiles. 2. Guangyo charge upon exceeding 150 miles per hour triggers a single frontal ramming assault, shattering everything directly ahead. 3. Auto purification continuously refreshes interior air and sanitizes surfaces, ensuring pristine air quality and optimal circulation. 4. Counteroffensive inactive requires integration of thermal weaponry to activate. 5. Form refinement inactive requires rare materials harvested from level 3 anomalous entities to initiate further fusion and enhancement. Description: an anomalous artifact originally forged by a transcendent practitioner of an unknown sequence, later reconfigured by a machinist into this unparalleled mobile fortress. As Lu Yao absorbed the specifications, his pulse surged. Others watched in hushed awe. This fortress eclipsed ordinary anomalous vehicles in sheer magnitude and capability. With adequate armaments, it would become nothing less than a true self-sustaining mobile bastion. Shin-Chi leaned over to the driver's side to observe the situation of this mobile fortress, marveling, "Wow, this is the true vehicle for survival." No wonder Xiaoyu holds the mobile fortress in such high regard. Only those who have truly witnessed it can understand its significance. This is not something an ordinary strange vehicle can compare with. Moreover, the most important point is that this mobile fortress is also a strange object, and its number has reached 117. This means there are only 116 other strange objects more powerful than this crazy bull fortress Type 1. Just this number alone determines everything. Furthermore, the mobile fortress can continue to be upgraded, which means it can integrate other strange vehicles as well. However, the next fusion will require strange materials dropped by level 3 anomalous creatures. Compared to strange vehicles, strange materials are currently the primary resources they need. They are not lacking in strange vehicles. After all, with Qin Yuequi around, they can easily create more strange vehicles. Coupled with Old Chun, an extraordinary being from the mechanic sequence, their mobile fortress can continuously be enhanced. Lu Yao took a deep breath, turned, and said with a smile, "Old Zhang, keep driving. Lu Yu and Zhang Jun will take turns with you. You three must ensure to..." The three exchanged glances and nodded silently, eager to try out this mobile fortress that was even larger than a semi-trailer. Old Xinyu, Old Wang, and Zhu Chengguo arrange the positions of the others and tally up the available spots inside the vehicle. If there are not enough people, let in Xiaoyu and Yi Weiner help out. Old Xinyu, sit here and rest for a while. Immediately, everyone began to arrange the positions of the team members, ensuring that everyone had a place to settle. As for the next arrangements, Lu Yao was considering the weaponry aspect. It would be best if they could find an armory, then have General Qin Yuequi elevate all the weapons into strange weapons. At that point, this mobile fortress would truly become a fortress. Old Qin, you're from the military. Do you know if there's a training base near Hang City, preferably with an armory? Lu Yao did not hide his intentions. Now that everyone was aboard this mobile fortress, they were all in it together. Thus, Lu Yao hoped that Chun Jianjun could indeed know something about the armories. Chun Jianjun naturally understood Lu Yao's meaning. He had a clear grasp of the situation of this mobile fortress, and firepower was a necessity at present. There is one near the Hang City military district, but I am not sure about the situation there. Chun Jianjun sighed and said the person in charge may have left with their men and munitions, or they might still be holding the fort. After all, military bases like this are generally easy to defend but hard to attack, and they have a substantial amount of stored supplies. He also hoped that this strange mobile fortress crafted by his own hands could achieve further upgrades. However, acquiring weapons has always been difficult. In this apocalypse, although they cannot attack those spiritual entities, conventional weapons can still suppress tangible anomalies, as long as they avoid large thermal weapons like missiles, which are already considered obsolete. We came from the Hang City side, but the current environment makes it hard to tell. The Hang City military district is probably no longer in its original position. Lu Yao frowned and said, "Do you think the firearms in the villages can be used? Handguns and shotguns should still be around. If not, we'll have to find a way to enter the city and search. If we really go into the city, then it will have to be me and the zombie Bai Chun going in personally. I can be considered a kindred spirit to some anomalies, and Bai Chun is an anomaly in itself, so that would be the best choice. And Xiaoyu is a strong woman, but she must stay here to guard the team, lest unnecessary troubles arise. To put it bluntly, their Dawn team is still too weak. Once they acquire weapons and allow Qin Yuequi to elevate them into strange weapons, they can charge directly into the city. It is possible, but we can only confirm specifics once we bring them out." Chun Jianjun nodded and said, "Although they can't compare to rifles and submachine guns, they can still serve as a deterrent. When we go into the city later, we should prioritize looking for places like the SWAT team. I think there might be unexpected gains." He provided Lu Yao with some strategic advice, clearly outlining the subsequent plans they had. They indeed needed strange materials dropped by level 3 anomaly. At the same time, conventional weapons are also necessary. Chun Jianjun is an expert in this area. Since he has arranged it this way, they should proceed as he suggested. Lu Yao sat in his chair, glanced at the situation inside the vehicle, and confirmed that there was no one outside before speaking. "Old Zhang, continue driving, and look for places like villages. We should prioritize going to the police station to find weapons." "All right," Old Zhang responded, and started the mobile fortress, which then roared to life as they embarked on a new journey. The others, seeing the mobile fortress start up, also quickened their arrangements. Lu Yao called over the zombie Bai Chun and assessed the injuries on him. His arm was broken, his leg was limping, and several ribs were fractured. It must be said that the strange clown had been merciless. The zombie Bai Chun had indeed suffered greatly following Lu Yao. Chun Jianjun curiously examined the zombie before smiling and saying, "Are you trying to create a zombie army?" "I have that idea." Lu Yao nodded and said, "I originally had my eye on that red-haired kid in your team. His flammability is quite good, but after thinking about it, his strength is still too weak. Are you worried about the areas ahead? Perhaps there will be snowy regions." Chun Jianjun's smile faded into a frown. If there really are snowy regions, then the red-haired kid's abilities would be immensely useful. But Lu Yao explained without concern, there will definitely be snowy regions. We have already experienced the heavy rain zone, and considering the current yellow sand zone, encountering other special environments in the future is not unexpected. Moreover, Bai Chin's ability is to create frost, so a snowy region might actually work better for him. The mobile fortress currently lacks a constant temperature system. It will likely need further upgrades, and I believe it will improve later on. I also need to accelerate the plan for the zombie army. It would be best if the zombie army could accompany us on our journey, providing deterrence while also protecting us. Hearing Lu Yao's subsequent plans and arrangements, Chun Jianjun found no issues with them. In fact, he felt that Lu Yao as the captain had arranged everything quite well. The enhancement of the mobile fortress, the search for supplies, the concept of a zombie army, and the speculation about the team's future route. A captain like this might really be able to lead more people to survive. As the sky began to brighten, the mobile fortress of the Dawnlight caravan slowed its pace. The occupants inside the vehicle were mostly asleep, but some remained awake, their eyes fixed on the projection screen in front where a movie was playing. However, due to the number of people asleep, the sound of the movie was nearly inaudible. Both the first and second floors were similar, with even Zhu Cheng and a few others having gone to rest. Currently the driver was Zhang Jun, and beside him in the passenger seat sat Shin Qi, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Both he and Yi Weiner were on the profit path, so they took turns replacing each other. Lu Yao leaned on the table for a moment, and only after feeling the vehicle come to a stop did he raise his head to glance outside. I'm going to listen in. Do you need to use the restroom? Shin Qi, seeing Lu Yao raise his head, smiled and asked. Lu Yao chuckled, stood up, stretched, and said, perfect timing, I'll go to the restroom, and then take a quick nap, and then. The two of them got out of the car together. However, Lu Yao's words came to a halt at that moment as he and Shin Qi stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. The temperature around them remained unchanged, but in front of the two was a town enveloped in gray mist, appearing to shimmer in and out of existence from a distance. Is this a living town? Shin Qi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Am I seeing things? It shouldn't be. Lu Yao felt a surge of clarity at that moment, his eyes fixed intently ahead. At that moment, the seemingly swaying town within the gray mist had appeared right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! Get in the car. Lu Yao grabbed Shin Qi by the collar and pulled him into the vehicle, then stood at the door staring at the town that had suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the town stood a stone archway with the words Baiyang Town. Shin Qi trembled as he sat on the ground, whispering, Lu Yao, did you see that? The town just came over. Lu Yao took a deep breath and said, I should have seen it, and I saw it very clearly. As his words fell, the town before their eyes vanished in an instant. No, it didn't disappear, rather. They had been swallowed by the town. Zhang Jun in the driver's seat was staring intently at the road ahead, but in the blink of an eye the road had transformed into a row of houses with rolling shutters pulled down and shop signs hanging above. Team leader Lu, team leader Shin, something's wrong. Zhang Jun rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Oh no, the road has really disappeared, the houses are blocking the way. Team leader Lu, team leader Shin, something's wrong. Zhang Jun rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Oh no, the road has really disappeared, the houses are blocking the way. It had directly appeared inside. Baiyang Town was truly moving. Damn it, I'm going to shout for help. Shin Qi cursed and hurried to the second floor to call for Zhu Cheng and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Yao stood at the car door without taking any action, quietly observing the Baiyang Town outside. A thin layer of gray mist enveloped Baiyang Town, and everything around was silent. Not a single shadow could be seen, as if the entire town existed in a state of deathly stillness. Zhu Cheng and the others soon arrived. Shin Qi was responsible for calming the ordinary people in the caravan, though they were a bit late. Looking at the situation outside, Yi Weiner furrowed her brow and asked, should we go down to listen in? Let's go down, but not too many. Zhu Cheng and Yi Weiner will go down, that's enough. Lu Yao glanced at Shin Qi and said solemnly, if this Baiyang Town moves again or leaves us three behind, you all find a way to leave first. All right. Shin Qi understood what Lu Yao meant. The more unknown the situation, the more cautious they needed to be. He had just gotten out of the car and hadn't even had time to crouch down when he saw Baiyang Town had already appeared before them. Thus he hadn't heard any useful intelligence. Now, it was time for Yi Weiner to take the stage. Yi Weiner followed Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng out of the car, and Zhu Cheng gently tapped the asphalt ground with his bamboo staff, shattering the silence of the entire town. But with her tapping, the surrounding environment also appeared in her mind. There's no one else, it's just an empty street. Zhu Cheng spoke first, then with one hand holding the bamboo staff, and the other gripping the bone-piercing knife, he stood beside Lu Yao. Yi Weiner immediately crouched down and closed her eyes to listen. Under her sensing, any bizarre presence would be discovered by her. Yet the peculiarity was that there were no bizarre presences around. Yi Weiner stood up with a grim expression, shaking her head. There are no bizarre sensations, the entire town doesn't have any strange occurrences at all. Are you sure? Lu Yao furrowed his brow and pressed. Sure, I wouldn't joke about this. It concerns our lives. Yi Weiner explained seriously, then subconsciously rubbed her arms. Lu Yao noticed her actions and immediately said, the temperature has changed. It's foggy, a temperature change is quite normal. Wait, are you saying the temperature in this town has changed? Independent from the yellow sand region? Yi Weiner's expression turned grave. If that were the case, then where did they currently stand? Within the yellow sand region or in Baiyang Town's independent space? No other changes, it seems our guess was correct. Lu Yao turned to look at the people at the car door, explaining, no bizarre occurrences, this is just an empty town, but the town can move on its own, which means this town is alive. A living town. What kind of joke is this? Is it bizarre or a sentient being? Lu Yao, holding the spirit-eating knife, surveyed the surroundings and smiled with narrowed eyes. Just in time, we're running low on supplies. Everyone get out of the car and look for supplies, prioritizing food, water, and gasoline, then toiletries. We need to pay attention to hygiene in the car from now on. Zhu Cheng, you stay to watch the car. Old Wang, don't rush to calculate. Only act if we truly can't find an exit. Old Qin Yu and Old Shin stay in the car. And Xiao Yu, you're responsible for the surrounding situation to prevent any unexpected changes. Lu Yu, find 10 people to come with me to look for the police station in Baiyang Town. We'll try to bring back some weapons. After Lu Yao had arranged everything, everyone immediately began to take action. Chen Jianjun glanced at Lu Yao with admiration, then chuckled, and joined Yu Weiner to search for supplies, showing no intention of opposing the caravan. This caravan was truly becoming increasingly organized. Lu Yao led Lu Yu and the 11 others through the gray mist, beginning to traverse the main street of the town. Baiyang Town seemed to have undergone a great escape. Remnants of a hasty departure were evident on the streets, yet there were no traces of blood. This means that there have been no strange occurrences or appearances in this place. Yi Weiner's hearing confirmed this. She had no reason to lie about such matters. So this implies that some change occurred in Baiyang Town at the onset of the apocalypse, prompting the townspeople to flee. Judging by these traces, it seemed that no one had entered for more than a month. Lu Yu quickly walked up to Lu Yao, who was leading the group, and said softly, "Brother Lu, I asked Zhang Jun. He said he had never seen this town by the roadside." His eyes were filled with concern and confusion. If no one had seen it, how could the town have suddenly appeared? This isn't how ghost walls work. Lu Yao chuckled lightly, saying it has nothing to do with Zhang Jun, but it's the town itself that's the problem. The group fell silent, following closely behind Lu Yao, their tension palpable. They preferred to face any strange attacks rather than move in an environment filled only with their own breathing and footsteps. The utter silence was torturous. Lu Yao looked at the end of the road, raised an eyebrow, and glanced back toward the direction they had come. "Brother Lu, is there no way forward?" Lu Yu looked at the houses ahead, swallowing hard, and asking, "What should we do next? Are we really trapped here?" "Don't scare yourself. Without any strange occurrences, there's not much danger. Don't worry." Seeing that the 11 of them were becoming anxious from their own fears, Lu Yao smiled and said, "Even if this town is alive, we must find a way out. There are over 200 people in our convoy. We can't just wait to die, can we?" With Lu Yao's reassurance, everyone felt a bit calmer. Though still uncomfortable, they were no longer as terrified as at the beginning. Since they could no longer proceed down this road and hadn't located the police station, they had no choice but to change locations. Returning to the bus, the tension among the group eased. Upon seeing the bus parked across the road, many began to find ways to open the surrounding shops, hoping to discover some useful supplies inside. Zhu Cheng, hearing footsteps approaching, turned to see Lu Yao and the others returning and asked, "Did you come back empty-handed? What could we do if we didn't find anything? Baiyang Town is so vast, we can only search slowly." Lu Yao shrugged, saying, "Fortunately, the temperature here isn't high. If it were that 70 degrees outside, I wouldn't be wandering around this town." Zhu Cheng did not respond to him, but asked, "What do you think of this place? Just look with your eyes." This was Lu Yao's inner thought. However, considering that Zhu Cheng was blind, it felt somewhat rude to say so. Thus he awkwardly explained, "We can only search slowly. If there's truly no option left, we can ask Old Wang to help calculate the way out. We can't just be trapped here, can we? No strange occurrences would be the best news. At least we don't have to worry about the safety of the convoy." Just then, Xiao Yu walked over from a distance, tossing something to Lu Yao. Lu Yao caught the small item and was surprised to find it was a bright red apple, tempting him to take a hearty bite. It had been nearly 2 months since he had seen any fruit. Wait, is this really fruit? Why hasn't it rotted and instead looks so intact and crisp? It's edible. And Xiao Yu, munching on an apple, said, "I found it in a supermarket up ahead. There are many supplies inside, all usable, and none are expired. The fruits seem as if they were delivered today, and there are many vegetables that are the same." A problem had arisen. Lu Yao squinted at the apple in his hand, hesitating for a moment before taking a hard bite. The flavor of the fruit exploded in his mouth, along with the rich, juicy sensation that made Lu Yao feel a sense of nostalgia and longing. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have glanced at such an apple. He didn't like eating apples. But now it was different. An apple like this could likely trade for a car outside. No. It should be said that it could trade for a bag of rice instead. "Captain Lu, there's a problem here." Suddenly, someone shouted from a store, "We found green vegetables here along with plenty of fresh potatoes." "I found some too. They're in bags, apparently grown by this family themselves. I discovered a fruit stand here with seasonal fruits, watermelons, longans, nectarines. Many fruits are displayed here. Everyone is finding things. I thought I was the only one who found vegetables. Captain Lu, is there something wrong with these vegetables?" It was clear that no one had been in this town for over a month, and vegetables and fruits couldn't possibly remain unspoiled for that long, could they? The convoy's members were clever enough to know how to survive. While the allure of fruits and vegetables was strong, they did not dare to try them. Lu Yao was an extraordinary person. He might survive after eating, but they were ordinary people. What if one bite caused them to die on Old Shin? Keep a close watch on me and in Xiaoyu's condition. Take a deep breath, Lu Yao instructed. We've both eaten apples. If there's a problem, document it. The convoy should refrain from touching these fruits and vegetables for now and focus on finding rice flour and oil. Lu Yu continue searching for the police station's location and just bring back the guns inside. And Xiaoyu and I will stay here by the roadside for now. If there is indeed a problem, Old Wang calculate the direction to leave by Yang Town, and then we will all leave together. After giving instructions, he sat by the roadside waiting. The others began to scour the small area around them for supplies. Lu Yu and the others searching for the police station didn't take long to return. 11 people, neither more nor less, but they had not brought back any guns. Brother Lu, something has happened. Lu Yu rushed behind Lu Yao whispering, we found the location of the police station, but it seems there are people inside. People. This is interesting. In such an almost silent town, could there really be others living here? And they were hiding inside the police station. Do you know how many? Lu Yao asked in a low voice. About 10 or so. I didn't dare get too close. What if one of them is extraordinary and discovers me? We didn't dare go deeper after hearing the noise and returned directly to tell you. They definitely haven't found us yet. What do you suggest we do now? 10 or so people. It was obvious that no one had appeared in Biang Town for some time, and now suddenly about 10 people had shown up. Lu Yao sat by the roadside in silence for a long while, then rose and said, Old Shin'll go and take a look with them. You continue searching for some. Shin-Shi also knew this matter needed to be verified. They were utterly in the dark about Biang Town and had no clear sense of the current situation. But people had suddenly appeared right at the police station of all places, and no matter what, they had to find out what was going on. At once Lu Yao took the Shiling Dao soul-devouring blade, and leading Lu Yu and the others, 11 in all, rushed straight for the police station. The police station was some distance from their mobile fortress. Lu Yao and his group approached at once and hid outside the station, quietly listening for any sign of movement within. Just as Lu Yu had said, there were indeed people inside the station, quite a few in fact. The voices sounded like about 10 people. From the sounds, they seemed to be eating, drinking, and chatting with no intention of coming out to investigate. Lu Yao and the others waited outside for over 10 minutes, but the cheerful chatter within continued. Enough waiting. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Yu and the others and said in a low voice, all of you come in with me. Don't spread out too far. If first get into the courtyard. The next moment Lu Yao led the charge into the courtyard with the others close behind. But the instant they entered, the whole police station fell into a deathly silence. The voices that had been heard moments before cut off abruptly, as if everyone inside had heard the commotion outside and stopped speaking. A complete hush descended upon them all. A nameless unease stirred in Lu Yao's chest. Although he did not understand what had happened, he glanced at the Shiling Dao and steeled himself, then stepped in. The Shiling Dao bore a protective ward for its wielder, a lifeline for Lu Yao. It was as if he possessed 2 lives, and that made him brazenly fearless. But when he reached the room from which the voices had earlier come, it was utterly silent. Not a sound came from within. There was no speaking, not even the sound of breathing. With a creak, Lu Yao turned the doorknob. The abrasive screech of the security door shattered the station's silence. The others flinched and stood rooted behind him, afraid to advance. Lu Yao peered inside. After opening the door, his expression changed in an instant, and he clenched his fist instinctively. No one. The room was utterly empty. Not a soul, not even a hint of a figure. What on earth was going on? They had clearly heard voices earlier. Why was there nothing there when they came over? Lu Yu stepped up from behind holding a flashlight. He switched it on and shone it into the room. Terror made his hand tremble involuntarily. The beam quivered with his shaking hand. Don't panic. Lu Yao took the flashlight from him, surveyed the surroundings, and said thoughtfully, let's check this place first. The rolling shutter at the front is locked. If anyone were here, they certainly couldn't have left. Having said that, he began to inspect the room. Seeing Lu Yao's resolve, the others mustered their courage and stepped in to help search. They searched every corner, overturned every place someone could hide, even scoured the floor. No one, not even a trace remained. A man standing by the door stammered, Lu. Brother Lu, could this place be haunted? If there truly are ghosts, it's us who should be hiding. Lu Yao glared at the man, then shone the flashlight on the floor. After a long look, he clenched his fist. A layer of dust covered the floor. Not a single footprint marked it. In other words, there was no one here at all. Let's go to the next room. Lu Yao led the group to inspect the adjoining room, but there was no one. Not even a shadow. So, there was absolutely no one inside the station. Then what had produced the voices earlier? Even Lu Yao felt his nerves fraying now. His heart pounded ever faster. This inexplicable circumstance was maddening. He would almost prefer some obvious apparition to pop out and scare them. At least that would be understandable. Find guns. Lu Yao took the keys from the wall and said in a low voice, the station should have issued firearms. Find the guns first, we can discuss the situation later. Lu Yu and the others immediately began to search the station with Lu Yao. To their surprise, they actually found 2 handguns. They had been stored in the armory with matching ammunition, but dust had settled on them. clearly and used for a long time. Lu Yao gathered the 2 handguns and their bullets. Even the 5 batons tucked in a corner were taken by them. Back in the courtyard, Lu Yao counted heads just in case, but once he was certain none were missing, he led Lu Yu and the others away from the station. But just as they stepped out the main gate, laughter and the sound of conversation rose from within the station. In that dead silence, those voices felt like hands from an abyss dragging them straight into it. There are voices. Lu Yao's face went pale as he took a fearful step back, staring at the police station. Lu Yao flinched as well, forcing down his unease, and said in a low voice, "Let's go back for now. I fear Bayong Town truly has a problem." The group did not dare linger, and immediately turned and ran toward the mobile fortress. Shin-Chi and the others waiting there saw them return. Seeing each with ashen faces, they instantly knew trouble had been encountered. What happened? Shin-Chi hurried forward to ask. Did you meet with the people there? Did you clarify the situation? Lu Yu and the others slumped to the ground, still trembling with fear. Even Lu Yao stood sullen and silent. This sight left Shin-Chi and the others bewildered. What could have occurred to reduce even Lu Yao, this extraordinary man, to such a state? No one. Lu Yao ground out through clenched teeth. We heard voices, but once we entered there was nothing. We checked every room. Not a person, not a single trace. We found 2 handguns and left, but as soon as we stepped out the voices started again. I'm certain there was no one in there. I don't know what made those voices. We saw nothing supernatural. That place, it was like something out of a haunting. Haunted. If these words were spoken by someone else, Shin-Chi and the others wouldn't believe a single word. But since Lu Yao said it, there must be something wrong. To scare Lu Yao like this, one can imagine how serious the issue is. Could it really be haunted? And Xiao Yu quietly asked, is it a supernatural occurrence? No. Lu Yao pondered, if it were truly supernatural, it would have already come out to kill us. How could something supernatural just hide away? That makes sense. But if it's not supernatural, then what exactly is going on? Let's not dwell on that. Have the team members return quickly and gather the surrounding vegetables and fruits to check the quality of these supplies. Lu Yao took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anxious heart. If both Xiao Yu and I are fine, then we should move the vegetables and fruits. This place feels somewhat eerie. We can't stay here any longer. Upon hearing this, Shin-Chi immediately went to arrange things. Since Lu Yao had said so, they had to prepare as early as possible. Moreover, the fortune teller old Wang had already prepared the copper coins and was ready to divine their fate at any moment. Everyone gathered together and under Shin-Chi's arrangement orderly moved the supplies onto the mobile fortress. Lu Yao glanced at the direction of the police station, took a deep breath, and boarded the vehicle with the members of the convoy. All entered the mobile fortress without leaving anyone behind. Of course, no one extra had joined either. Lu Yao sat silently at the doorway, and after a long while he still didn't see any issues arise in Bayong Town, so he turned to look at the fortune teller old Wang. I will divine right away, old Wang said as he picked up the copper coins and closed his eyes to prepare. But in the next moment, the environment before them suddenly changed. The town, which had just been shrouded in gray mist, vanished in an instant. What came into view was a stretch of yellow sand accompanied by the morning sun and the familiar heat. Have we come out? Shin-Chi grabbed old Wang, pondering. No need to divine anymore. We have already come out. Indeed, everyone had made it out, all of them. Bayong Town was no longer in this area, as if it truly had a life of its own, completely separated from their location. No one could understand what was happening or make sense of the situation. But everyone was alive, and they had managed to leave that haunted place. Lu Yao let out a long sigh, the tension in his heart finally easing. For the first time, he appreciated the overwhelming heat, feeling like he could jump into the yellow sand and roll around. Have we left? Great. Everyone has survived and left. Bayong Town has disappeared. What on earth is going on? Was Bayong Town just for us to gather some supplies? Not sure, but surviving is a good thing, and there are so many supplies. For the convoy members, supplies are the most important. They had managed to retrieve a substantial amount of usable supplies from Bayong Town. Lu Yao and Xiao Yu had both eaten the fruits, and neither had any issues so far. Does that mean these vegetables and fruits are safe to consume? It seems these supplies should be fine. Lu Yao narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, I will have the zombie Bai Chun bring out a refrigerator, and we can temporarily store these items in there. Although they can't be kept for long, it should be fine for replenishing some vitamins. This is also Shin-Chi's plan. After all, there are so many people in the convoy, and these supplies were all gathered by everyone, and they aren't easy to preserve. Regardless of what happened in Bayong Town, this trip was not a loss. At the very least, the supplies they obtained allowed them to enjoy the benefits of fruits and vegetables. Leave the potatoes behind, and see if we can find a chance to plant them later for the other vegetables and fruits. If possible, let's try planting them all. Shin-Chi said to a few people, we are not short of rice flour and oil right now, but we still need to figure out how to grow some vegetables ourselves, as much as possible. These matters were the responsibility of the deputy captain. Lu Yao glanced at the sky outside. Fatigue washed over him, and he simply found a place to lie down and rest. Regarding the situation in Bayong Town, they could only slowly find ways to understand it later. For now it was better for the convoy to leave this area. If Baiyang Town reappeared, they would be in trouble if they got trapped again. The members of the convoy rested when they needed to, and those who were busy took care of their tasks, while the mobile fortress kept moving forward, showing no signs of stopping. On the second floor, Yuan-Yi sat next to Chun Jianjun and whispered, "Uncle Chun, that Baiyang Town. Are you asking about the Book of Answers?" Chun Jianjun noticed Yuan-Yi's intent and said with a serious expression, "There are too many existences in this world that we don't understand, and Baiyang Town is one of them. If you want to know the answer, go ahead and ask, but if you get an answer, don't keep it to yourself. We are now part of the convoy, and this is already our home. I know you want to find your parents, but I'm not clear about the situation at the 011 gathering point, and I don't know if you can make it there. You can lower your guard and treat this place as your home. Captain Lu and Captain Shen are both good and trustworthy." Hearing this, Yuan-Yi sat silently on. She understood what Chun Jianjun meant and realized that he had developed a sense of belonging to this Dawn Convoy, as it indeed provided a sense of security. However, her parents were still alive, and she longed to see them one more time. No matter the outcome, she desperately hoped to reunite with her parents. The Book of Answers was her trump card. She hadn't told anyone in the convoy about it, just so one day she could negotiate with Lu Yao. But this time the situation in Baiyang Town was too strange. Even she was somewhat frightened by Lu Yao's reaction, so she wanted to know what exactly was going on with Baiyang Town. As for the outcome, she would directly inform Lu Yao. It was simply a matter of putting the Book of Answers out in the open. "All right, I will tell Captain Lu and the others. Just prepare yourself, their convoy isn't that bad. At least I see hope." Chun Jianjun chuckled as he lay back down cheerfully, saying, "You need to believe in them, trust the convoy, and have faith in everyone. The future might be bright, and surviving is the only way to hope for a future." Lu Yao had slept soundly until 4 in the afternoon, and upon waking he saw the fortune teller Old Wang approaching with a cheerful smile. Old Wang was carrying a large basin filled to the brim with sour soup noodles generously sprinkled with chopped green onions, the aroma wafting invitingly. Lu team, you're just in time. I was about to call you." Lu Yao rubbed his neck, stretched lazily, and said, "Sour soup noodles. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. Oh, finally some fresh vegetables." He immediately took the basin, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and began to eat heartily, while asking, "By the way, where are we now?" "We just passed a place called Baiyuan County. We're currently resting on the road. Captain Shun said there's no need to go in and search, so we drove away from there." Old Wang briefly explained the current situation. After understanding, Lu Yao smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good. Have you eaten?" "I haven't eaten yet. I'll grab a bite downstairs. You take your time, Captain Lu, there's plenty left." With that, Old Wang cheerfully went downstairs while Lu Yao leisurely enjoyed his meal, relishing the rare scent of green onions and vegetables since the apocalypse began. To be honest, this made Lu Yao feel as if he were in a world before the apocalypse. Just as Lu Yao was about to finish the large basin of sour soup noodles, Yi Weiner came up from the first floor holding a black-covered book, appearing somewhat anxious as she approached him. "Yi Weiner, have you eaten?" Lu Yao greeted her with a smile, asking, "Is there any more noodles downstairs? I feel like I need another half basin. The side effects of my sequence are truly overwhelming." "There's still more. Knowing that Captain Yi eats a lot, we made extra." "That's great. I'll go eat some more later." Yi Weiner, feeling somewhat awkward and nervous, said, "Captain Lu, I need to talk to you about something." Seeing her like this, Lu Yao smiled and said, "Sit down and talk. We're all part of the same team. Just tell me what's on your mind. If I can't solve it, I'll ask Shin-Chi. He should be able to help you." Hearing this, Yi Weiner glanced at the black-covered book in her arms, fell silent for a moment, and then began to explain, "This is a peculiar object, and it's one with a very low." Yi Weiner handed over the black-covered book while explaining its uniqueness. However, Lu Yao merely glanced at it before returning to his meal. "A peculiar object, and then what? How high can the number be? Have you seen the mobile fortress? Such peculiar objects are all under their control. There's no need for any more," and Lu Yao felt it was completely unnecessary. Seeing that Lu Yao was unfazed, Yi Weiner gritted her teeth and said, "This is a peculiar object numbered 7, the Book of Answers." At this, Lu Yao could no longer maintain his composure. His eating came to a halt, and he stared wide-eyed at Yi Weiner. "What is this? A peculiar object with a single-digit number. Is it really in your possession?" Yi Weiner took a deep breath, nervously saying, "Captain Lu, do you remember Baiyang Town? I inquired with the Book of Answers and learned about the situation there." Baiyang Town. Lu Yao suddenly sat up straight, as he had yet to figure out what was going on with that town. In his mind, Baiyang Town was undoubtedly a ghost town. Not linked to strange creatures, but a true ghost town that could not be explained by science. "Let's not talk about your peculiar object for now. Rest assured it's yours. I won't touch it. Just keep it safe and don't lose it." Lu Yao frowned, his expression serious, as he asked, "What's the situation with Baiyang Town? What answers did your peculiar object give you?" Though surprised that Yi Weiner possessed such a powerful peculiar object, he had no intention of seizing it. The reason was simple: they were part of the same team, and there was no need to engage in divisive actions that could lead to danger. Secondly, Lu Yao was not interested in the Book of Answers. The lower the number of a peculiar object, the better its effects, and it was more likely to assist the user. But he preferred combat types. He still liked his current soul-devouring blade. Yuaner looked intently at Lu Yao and realized he was not joking. He genuinely did not care about the peculiar object in her hands, which stirred up a storm in her heart. After a long silence, Yuaner finally spoke about the news regarding Baiyang Town. Baiyang Town was once an ordinary village originally belonging to the northwest. However, due to the apocalyptic disasters, Baiyang Town appeared here. Yuaner took a deep breath and said Baiyang Town was affected by the Gray Mist disaster. However, its specific geographic location caused a mutation when combined with the Gray Mist disaster. The result of the mutation is that Baiyang Town came to life, starting to roam around the world as if it possessed its own life. At the same time, Baiyang Town also developed a unique characteristic similar to that of a peculiar object, reset. Any non-living entity within Baiyang Town undergoes a 24-hour reset, meaning the supplies inside are perpetually fresh and never lacking. As for the voices you've heard, that's due to the Gray Mist disaster. I don't know the specific details. The Book of Answers didn't explain it in detail. In short, Baiyang Town is indeed alive, and it's a treasure town that can move and reset its supplies. Hiss, is it really like this? Resetting means there are endless supplies there. This is truly a treasure town. Had they known it would be like this, they would have gathered more supplies back, then especially vegetables and fruits. These are scarce items that could be directly exchanged for materials for peculiar objects. Lu Yao sighed, inwardly regretting missing out on such a good place. Baiyang Town had indeed come to life, and was now roaming around the world. Their encounter was merely a coincidence. Perhaps this was the only opportunity in this lifetime. Fortunately, they had managed to bring back some supplies, especially potatoes, which could be cultivated in suitable soil. As for vegetables and fruits, being able to eat them once during the apocalypse is already good enough. No need to be extravagant. It seems we really have encountered a treasure. Lu Yao picked up the large basin and continued eating, saying with a smile, I thought I was seeing ghosts. As long as I know the situation, I won't have nightmares while resting. Just as he finished speaking, a man rushed up from downstairs looking hurried. As he said, Captain Lu, it's bad. Captain Shun said strange creatures are approaching us. He asked you to come down. Strange creatures? They really came at the right time. He hadn't finished his meal yet, and they were providing him with an extra course. Lu Yao descended from the second floor carrying a large iron basin, and immediately saw Shen-Chi and the others huddled together discussing something. The door of the mobile fortress opened, and the city lord holding a sword stepped out, gently tapping the ground with a bamboo staff, his expression grave. Seeing Lu Yao come down, Shen-Chi quickly stood up and said, we have trouble. There's an ominous aura ahead. Lu Yao asked with a serious expression, is it coming toward us? Shen-Chi shook his head and replied, no, it hasn't moved from right in front. If we go over, we will definitely encounter it. If it hasn't come over, then it has its own territory. As long as it's not a type of ominous creature like a bizarre clown that can chase us everywhere, if it has its own area, we should be fine rushing over. Lu Yao shouted toward the entrance, Zhu Cheng, get in the vehicle. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhu Cheng silently turned and returned to the vehicle, locking the door behind her. At the same time, Zhang Jing hurried over to assist Zhu Cheng. Sitting in the driver's seat was old Zhang, who was just waiting for commands from Lu Yao, the team leader. Just rush straight through. Lu Yao said solemnly, the area ahead is likely restless. Old Zhang increased the speed to 120. If there are a group of ominous creatures, then drive at 150, we can just charge straight through. He was quite familiar with the mobile fortress capabilities, which inherited the power of the crazy bullhummer. Once the speed reached 150, it would be equivalent to a collision with a second-level ominous creature. If they rushed like this, first-level ominous creatures wouldn't stand a chance of survival. Upon hearing this, old Zhang didn't hesitate, stepping on the gas, and the mobile fortress roared as it charged straight ahead. As the speed increased, a village appeared before them. Many vehicles were parked outside the village, suggesting it was a convoy. Outside the village, a crowd had gathered, all craning their necks to look inside, clearly aware that someone had already gone in to scavenge supplies. The approach of the mobile fortress naturally attracted the attention of those at the village entrance. Many people even cast curious glances, as it was their first time seeing such a large and unique vehicle. It's them. Shen-Chi recognized the group and frowned, saying, people from the New World Convoy. He then looked at Chen Jianjun and Yu Weiner. The two of them also recognized the familiar faces and merely sighed, saying nothing more. For them, they were now part of the Dawn Convoy. The New World Convoy was a thing of the past. Judging by the situation, Shen-Chi sensed that the ominous aura was emanating from this village. As for the New World Convoy, it's highly likely that they had chased after them in Baiyang Town, as they had all been inside the town and were unaware of the situation outside. The people from the New World Convoy probably exceeded their speed back then. The mobile fortress was not slow, and it occupied most of the road, roaring straight ahead. Those still standing next to their vehicles saw this scene and quickly dodged to the sides. Although old Zhang intended to avoid them, he still brushed against the vehicles by the roadside. The mobile fortress had no issues, but those vehicles were scratched. Even so, the people from the New World convoy did not dare to say much, as those who owned such a massive vehicle were not ones they could provoke. The convoy charged straight past the village. It seemed that the ominous creatures within the village were attracted by the New World convoy and did not come out. Once they had completely left the village, piercing screams echoed from within as one after another people rushed out and fled. The first to run out was the red-haired guy, who paid no attention to others and immediately dashed to his vehicle to speed away. Seeing their leader had fled, the others dared not linger, each one starting to escape. Lu Yao and the others were fast, and once they had completely exited the village, the speed slowed down a bit. But just then, on both sides of the road, they saw rows of withered yellow trees, and hanging from these trees were corpses. Don't slow down. Lu Yao looked at the corpses that had raised their heads and realized this was ominous. The ominous aura that Xin Qi sensed earlier likely wasn't just from that village. The real danger was here. Old Zhang pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the speed increased to 150. In the next moment, a phantom resembling a bull-headed demon appeared at the front of the mobile fortress, roaring and directly charging at them. The corpses seemed to come to life, leaping down from the withered trees one after another, pouncing toward them. The corpses all went mad, trying to block the mobile fortress. But the mobile fortress was currently in a state of charging, and it crashed into these obstructing corpses without hesitation. Corpses were sent flying, and those inside could hear the commotion outside. They even heard the sounds of bones breaking, sending chills down their spines. Some corpses that didn't latch onto the mobile fortress were crushed by it upon hitting the ground. The mobile fortress began to jolt, and everyone knew what was happening, not daring to get close to the windows. Now some ominous corpses had rushed over, pressing against the windows and repeatedly banging on them, seemingly trying to smash the windows and get inside. The mobile fortress was not slow, charging through at high speed and swiftly passed through this area. Lu Yao looked grimly at the situation outside and frowned, saying, "Keep driving, let's get out of this area first. There are likely many trees along this path." Old Zhang continued to press down on the gas, and the speed of the mobile fortress kept increasing, showing no signs of stopping. The number of ominous corpses on both sides of the road increased continuously, leaping onto the mobile fortress, frantically pounding and smashing against its hard shell. These are second-level ominous corpse trees. The ominous corpses they produce are all first level. Xin Qi looked at the situation outside and frowned, saying, "There are too many corpse trees here. We cannot stop now and can only force our way through. Let's leave here first." Lu Yao turned to Zhu Cheng and said, "Zhu Cheng, get ready. I estimate that the two of us will need to go out to clear these ominous corpses." "Okay." Zhu Cheng nodded in response. The mobile fortress crashed through everything in its path, forcefully tearing a path through the road filled with corpses. Abandoned vehicles along the way were also pushed aside by the mobile fortress. At this moment, the power displayed by the mobile fortress brought immense reassurance. The corpse trees on both sides of the road began to dwindle, and after about 10 minutes, they had completely vanished. However, the mobile fortress above them was crawling with those eerie corpses. Some of the corpses were incessantly banging on the windows, desperately wanting to rush in and kill everyone inside. Yet Lu Yao tightened his grip on the devouring spirit blade and said in a deep voice, "Old Zhang, slow down a bit. Prepare to stop the vehicle." "Understood." Old Zhang gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle and then pulled over to the side of the road. Once the vehicle came to a stop, the zombies outside began to pound even harder, eager to rush in and tear Lu Yao and the others to shreds right there. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng stood at the car door and immediately leapt out after opening it. Upon spotting the two of them, the eerie corpses howled and charged towards Lu Yao, no longer caring about the people inside the car. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, wielding their blades, commenced a one-sided massacre. Indeed, it was a one-sided slaughter. Both of them were at sequence 8, facing these first-level aberrations with ease. Not to mention, both of them possessed powerful offensive artifacts. One by one, the corpses had their heads severed, and the blood energy surged into Lu Yao's. This blood energy only had a minor effect on Lu Yao. It wasn't long before all the eerie corpses had been cleared away. Through the window, Xin Qi glanced at the situation outside and let out a long breath, saying, "It's fine now. I told you it was right to leave such matters to Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng." Upon opening the door, they were met with a pungent stench. It was the stench specific to corpses, a foul odor that lingered even after becoming aberrations. This overwhelmed Xin Qi and the others, who each covered their mouths and noses. "Are you two all right? Not injured, right?" Xin Qi looked over with a concerned gaze. Lu Yao waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, everything's fine. Close the car door, we don't want it to smell too bad." And though the car had an air purification function, the smell seeping in through the door made them feel nauseous, as if they might vomit up the food they had just eaten. Just as Xin Qi and the others closed the door, 3 vehicles burst forth from the rear, with the lead vehicle's sunroof open. The red-haired guy crazily began tossing fireballs, clearing away the corpses. Seeing the stopped vehicle ahead, the red-haired guy's eyes flashed with greed and jealousy. Their vehicle's windows had been smashed, and the car was riddled with dents, yet the front vehicle appeared completely unscathed. If he could acquire such a vehicle, his safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng outside the car, eyeing the headless corpses on the ground, and suppressed that thought. When the vehicle stopped behind them, the red-haired guy laughed loudly and shouted, "So it's Captain Lu. Why are you still behind us?" Lu Yao ignored him and instead patted Zhu Cheng on the shoulder, signaling her to get in the car first. Seeing them prepare to leave, the red-haired guy hurriedly jumped out of his car and chased after them, saying, "Captain Lu, don't be so distant. I'm the captain of a convoy now, as well we can trade supplies. We found quite a lot of things in that village behind us." Hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Found supplies. A convoy that had lost all but 3 vehicles. There were only 11 people left, and that could hardly be called a convoy. Inside the car, Yuani clenched her fist and cursed, "This bastard, the New World convoy has been ruined because of him." Indeed, it had been ruined. When she left, there were still hundreds of people, and now there were only 11 left. Yet the red-haired guy seemed completely unconcerned, shamelessly approaching Lu Yao to strike up a conversation. Such a person truly deserved to die. "Enough, Xiao, you don't get so angry. He won't live long." Chun Jianjun, feeling somewhat angry, said solemnly, "Captain Lu is not someone with a good temper, and this red-haired guy's abilities are quite impressive." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at the zombie Bai Chun squatting in the corner. He had long suspected that Lu Yao wanted to create a zombie army, and this Bai Chun was clearly a transformed extraordinary. The red-haired guy was an extraordinary being of the Fire Mage sequence path. His abilities were so good that Lu Yao would definitely not let him go. Yuani also reacted, snorting coldly. Such a person is not worth mourning. Outside the vehicle, seeing Lu Yao's indifferent demeanor, the red-haired guy felt irritated, but still pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and cheerfully offered one. "Come on, Captain Lu, have a smoke." The red-haired guy smiled and said, "Your convoy is so large, and we are just this few people. Why don't you take us in?" He knew that being aggressive wouldn't work, so he had to think of a way to win over this vehicle. Only by joining the Dawn Convoy could he hope to claim this vehicle for himself. However, Lu Yao merely glanced at him and chuckled to himself, saying, "You have quite a thick skin. Captain Lu, I know I have offended you, but now we are all just trying to survive. As the captain, I must ensure their safety." The red-haired guy raised his voice intentionally, seemingly wanting those 10 people to know he was pleading with Lu Yao for their survival. Even Lu Yao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to be so clever. However, in Lu Yao's eyes, this red-haired guy was already a dead man. "Want to get on the vehicle? Fine. Then become my zombie minion." Lu Yao secretly condensed a drop of zombie virus and smiled as he looked at the red-haired guy, raising his hand to slap the virus into his. The red-haired guy was startled and quickly stepped back a few paces, his face grimacing as he exclaimed, "Damn, Lu Yao, what the hell are you doing?" "Nothing, just letting you board smoothly," Lu Yao said with a smile. "I don't like you, but you insist on getting on my vehicle, so we can only think of a solution." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired guy suddenly shuddered, collapsing to the ground in pain as he began tearing at his clothes. "Damn it, what did you do to me? You're seeking death." The red-haired guy fell to the ground and began to howl, his skin rapidly shriveling as his pupils began to glaze over. He wanted to continue cursing, but found he could no longer speak, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. Was this death? People inside and outside the car stared at the red-haired zombie, each one startled. Even though they had heard about it before, seeing it with their own eyes still filled them with dread. A living person turned into a zombie just like that, to say they weren't afraid would be a lie. Shin-Chi clicked his tongue and shook his head, saying, "This guy really plans to create a zombie army. I'm starting to worry about those reckless, extraordinary beings behind." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present darkened. In this apocalypse, the most common thing is people who are blind to danger. Once these people provoke Lu Yao, it would be equivalent to signing up with the zombie army. Just look at the fates of Bai Chun and the red-haired zombie, who wouldn't be frightened by the formidable strength of these two extraordinary. Although Bai Chun had been incapacitated by the strange clown, the red-haired zombie could now cover for that flaw. "They'll go gather the remaining 10 people. They're all scared stiff by Lu Yao," Shin-Chi said in disgust. "If they come on board smelling like urine, I probably won't be able to eat." After saying this, he covered his mouth and got out of the car. After all, the strong smell of corpse stench was still outside. He got out of the car, nodded at Lu Yao, and then went to collect the last 10 members of the New World team, which was now completely left without anyone. Lu Yao didn't mind at all. Instead, he cheerfully called for Zhu Cheng to get in the car, and even let the zombie red-haired guy join them. The zombie red-haired guy was positioned next to the zombie Bai Chun. The two of them crouched together, occasionally letting out growls. However, the members of the Dawn team knew they posed no real danger since Lu Yao had given the order. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, not bothering to look over. Lu Yao was quite satisfied this time. He had only eaten a third of his fill from the sour noodle soup earlier, but now, having taken care of so many strange corpses, the blood energy truly satisfied him. Although he didn't know when the next upgrade would come, he was in no hurry. Upgrading could take its time. He wasn't someone like in Xiaoyu. It had been almost 2 months since the apocalypse began. Being at Sequence 8 wasn't too slow, especially since the number of extraordinary beings in Sequence was still very scarce. Shin-Chi gathered the people, and after bringing them into the car, handed them over to the fortune teller Old Wang to arrange their seating. Alright, let's get moving again. After confirming everything was fine, Lu Yao instructed Old Zhang to drive on. Inside the car, people either continued eating or returned to their seats to rest. Their lives were going exceptionally well now, especially for the 10 newcomers who had already had sour noodle soup and learned about the situation of the Dawn team from others. From the moment they got on the car, they were shocked. After all, this bizarre large vehicle looked somewhat unusual from the outside. But once inside, the spacious interior made them all gasp. Adding to that, the people inside were eating sour noodle soup with plenty of green onions floating in the bowls and even side dishes of diced potatoes and stir-fried peppers. Taking a bite felt incredibly blissful. They learned that the members of the Dawn team only needed to cook, clean up a bit, and wash some clothes. They didn't have to worry about anything else. The 10 newcomers began to feel envious. Reflecting on their lives in the New World team compared to the Dawn team, the disparity was simply enormous. Fortunately, they were now part of the Dawn team and also had their own resting spots. The extraordinary beings in the team would protect them and wouldn't exploit them. The strong men were instructed to go along and scavenge for supplies, while the women, elderly, and children remained to help with minor tasks. The atmosphere within the team was nothing short of excellent. Here, as long as you obeyed, you could live on as something that almost no other team outside could guarantee. Meanwhile, Lu Yao and the other extraordinary beings gathered around the conference table to discuss their next steps. Based on the current situation, the temperature has started to drop. It has now fallen to 65 degrees. We should be nearing the end of this sandy area soon. Shin-Chi placed the thermometer on the table and said, "We are uncertain about what kind of natural disasters we will encounter next, but we can make some educated guesses. Feel free to share your thoughts." Hearing this, the group exchanged glances and began discussing. Qin Yuequi scratched his head and smiled, saying, "They'll go first. I think an ice and snow disaster is likely right. What do you all think? We have experienced 2 types of natural disasters, heavy rain and sandstorms, so an ice and snow disaster is certainly possible." Shan Jianju nodded slightly and said, "But we also need to consider some special circumstances. After all, we don't know what will happen later. What if there are still heavy rains and sandstorms?" That was true. They indeed needed to take those 2 into account. And Xiaoyu listened to them, and after they finished speaking, shook her head and explained, "Natural disasters are categorized, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Heavy rain and sandstorms will not occur again." After saying this, she stood up under the gaze of everyone and pulled out a previously unused map from the table. Then she took a pen and began to draw on the map. She simply drew horizontal lines, marking out long strip areas on the map. This is roughly the situation. Each area has fixed natural disasters, so you don't need to worry at all. And Xiaoyu pointed at the map and explained, "Heavy rain and sandstorm disasters are behind us. Next up will be ice and snow, acid rain, fog, hail, and so on. Of course, there's another rather special disaster, the cold and heat disaster. This is a peculiar type of disaster where the temperature difference between day and night is significant, and the cold and hot conditions are mixed. It can be cold during the day and hot at night, or hot during the day and cold at night. If we encounter such disasters, we need to prepare some medicines or have healing-type extraordinary beings intervene." After finishing, she put down the pen, then returned to her seat and fell silent. The others exchanged glances and immediately felt the benefits of having experience. This had saved them quite a bit of effort. Being able to know about some natural disasters in advance allowed them to prepare, preventing them from being caught off guard like they were during the recent sandstorm. Lu Yao looked at the areas she had drawn on the map and frowned, asking, "This sandy area counts as a sandstorm disaster, right? But we only encountered 1 sandstorm. Instead, the high temperature had the greatest impact on us." And Xiaoyu understood what he meant and immediately explained, "There are high-temperature disasters, and the temperatures are significantly higher than here. Wildfires are just minor disturbances under high-temperature disaster." The Dawn squad continued on their journey, and the outside temperature began to drop from a scorching 70 degrees to just over 50. According to Shin-Chi's estimation, once the temperature fell to around 30 or 40 degrees, they would be able to completely leave the sandy area. The specifics of the subsequent natural disasters remained unclear. However, it would be wise to prepare some supplies in advance. If it were a high-temperature disaster, they could rely on the zombie Bai Chun to create ice crystals for cooling. If it were an extreme cold disaster, they would need to find some warm clothing ahead of time. In the case of a fog disaster, preparing more dust masks and the like should be sufficient. In any case, being prepared is better than being caught off guard. The wind is picking up. At this moment, the driver Old Zhang felt the conditions outside and frowned as he said, "It seems we are in for another sandstorm. Should we find a place to take shelter?" Everyone looked towards Lu Yao and Shin-Chi as they were the leaders of the team. Lu Yao shrugged and said, "I'm responsible for combat. Shin-Chi, you decide what to do about this. I'll take a rest for a while." "You're just being lazy." Shin-Chi rolled her eyes at him, then frowned as she opened the window to feel the wind outside. Indeed, the wind has picked up. There aren't any villages nearby, so our mobile fortress should hold up against it. After saying that, she signaled for old Zhang to continue driving. The mobile fortress had been traveling for about half an hour, and the wind outside was growing stronger, with a vast cloud of yellow sand visible in the distance. Compared to the previous sandstorm they encountered, this one seemed even more outrageous. The sandstorm rolled in like a roaring beast, blocking out the sun. The closer they got, the louder the sound of the yellow sand battering against the exterior of the mobile fortress became. Inside the mobile fortress, everyone could hear the crackling noises from outside, and the sandstorm seemed to be charging directly at them. The moment they entered the sandstorm, the vehicle's speed noticeably slowed down. At the same time, strange sand creatures began to appear, fiercely pounding on the mobile fortress. Through the window, they could see dark shadows pressing against the outside, distorted faces glaring at the people inside, as if they wished to burst in at any moment. However, the sturdiness of the mobile fortress should not be underestimated. It was a unique vehicle, not some ordinary sedan. The relentless banging of the strange sand creatures against the windows, but everyone knew that as long as they kept the windows and doors closed, it would be difficult for these creatures to get inside the mobile fortress. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng stood together, their eyes scanning the windows. While they didn't need to worry too much, they still had to be cautious. So these are the strange sand creatures. The fortune teller old Wang leaned over to the window and took a look, chuckling. They don't seem too impressive. How could they kill so many people back in Hang City? Back then the people in the vehicle were unaware, so it was normal for something to go wrong. Shin Chi explained from the side. As long as we don't let them in, they can't do anything to us. Let them keep banging on the windows. Now that they understood the strange situation, there was no need for everyone to be overly concerned. Compared to this first-level eerie attack, the ongoing sandstorm was the real problem they had to face. The mobile fortress had been in the sandstorm for 10 minutes, but there was still no sign of an end, as if this sandstorm had no boundaries. At the same time, a thick layer of yellow sand had accumulated on the car window. Upon closer inspection, the grains of sand were significantly larger. And Xiaoyu approached the driver's side and stared intently at the sand grains for quite some time, her expression suddenly turning grave. The yellow sand in the storm was usually made up of fine particles, but now there were larger grains appearing. They had traveled this far, and Xiaoyu had been observing the environmental changes around them. The appearance of larger grains of sand indicated that the environment was about to change, and the area adjoining this yellow sand region was likely to be a true desert. If that were the case, Captain Lu, have your zombies prepare more ice crystals, and Xiao Ye's statement immediately caught everyone's attention in the vehicle. Lu Yao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Are you saying a high-temperature disaster is coming?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the vehicle turned heavy, as the most troublesome aspect of a high-temperature disaster was the deadly heat. At the same time, they would also need to prepare more water sources. Besides necessary cooling measures, water would become their most needed resource. And Xiaoyu nodded silently, pointing at the sand grains on the window, and said, "The grains are larger now. This is no longer fine sand, but rather the kind of grit found in a Gobi desert. We are likely about to enter desert territory." Desert territory? If that's the case, we really need to get ready. Once we enter, not to mention the routes within the desert, just the temperature difference between day and night will require early preparation. While it may not be extreme temperature differences, it could still be deadly if they weren't careful. Are you sure it's not a cold or hot disaster? Lu Yao frowned and asked. And Xiaoyu replied, "Cold and hot disasters occur under special circumstances, and they are likely to happen at the junction of high temperature and extreme cold zones." This essentially informed them that entering the desert meant they were stepping into an area prone to high temperature disasters. The conclusion of such areas often led to regions where cold and hot disasters frequently, then an extreme cold disaster awaited them. These environments were filled with numerous bizarre creatures waiting for their arrival. So the situation they faced could be considered quite unique. I understand now. Lu Yao immediately gave orders to the zombie Bai Chun to start creating ice crystals in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The yellow sand outside had completely obscured the light, and the entire world seemed to have entered a sepiating realm. Everyone understood that after passing through this area, they would face the true heat. The real high temperature was about to arrive. Shin Chi quickly gathered the water sources of the convoy. Until they found enough water to support them, the convoy's water had to be concentrated in one place. Water from melted ice crystals also had to be collected for use. He had thought they could take a breather after passing through the sandy area, but it was becoming clear that was impossible. Bizarre creatures might give them a moment's respite, but natural disasters would not afford them such opportunities. Moreover, according to the information they had previously discussed, in a high-temperature disaster, even wildfires could be considered minor disturbances, highlighting just how terrifying a true high-temperature disaster could be. At one point, Shin Chi even worried whether the mobile fortress could withstand the extreme heat. Captain Louis might be in trouble. At that moment, the fortune teller Old Wang suddenly looked up at Lu Yao with 6 copper coins scattered on the table. Old Wang's expression had turned grim, tinged with a hint of indescribable fear. What has happened? Everyone's gaze fell upon the fortune-teller old Wang, as his divinations were known to be quite accurate. Now in his current state, he just needed to inform everyone that trouble was brewing. What's going on? Lu Yao asked, did you just do a divination? What was the result? They were all focused on the external situation and what Xiaoyu was saying, not realizing that old Wang had sneakily conducted a divination. It seemed that old Wang's divination revealed something troublesome, or he wouldn't be acting this way. I wanted to check if there were any dangers in this area, but the divination indicated that we are plagued by evil spirits with no escape. This means we are being targeted by some strange entity and the other side is still pursuing us. Targeted by something strange. With the sandstorm raging outside, even if there was a strange entity, it would only be a level 1 sand creature. As long as the doors and windows are closed, there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, what kind of strange entity would be so relentless in chasing them? Wait, if there is indeed a strange entity pursuing them, it seems there really is one. A level 4 strange creature, the strange clown. Are you saying that strange clown is still hunting us? Lu Yao quickly walked towards the back, his expression serious, shouting, Old Xinyu and Yi Weiner's group, listen closely, try it out in the car, we have no other choice. As he spoke, he hurried over to the back window looking outside. Beyond the mobile fortress was a world of swirling yellow sand, making it impossible to see anything useful. But as Lu Yao thought about being hunted by the strange clown, anxiety gripped his heart, as this was no ordinary foe. Even Xiaoyu, who was at sequence 6, could only limit the opponent's movements. Shen Qi scolded with a serious face, we can only lie on the ground and listen. How can we hear anything from the car? That's simply impossible. Yi Weiner nodded in agreement. Both of them were at the same sequence, and now they had no way to confirm the situation. Lu Yao remained silent, staring intently at the sandstorm behind them, hoping their assumptions were incorrect. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts in the car. Everyone had witnessed the tenacity of the strange clown. It was indeed a creature that would hunt down people chasing them with a maraca relentlessly. If the one chasing them is truly the strange clown, then the trouble they face is indeed significant. Xiaoyi. Shun Jianjun approached, Yi Weiner whispering. Ask the Book of Answers, we have no choice right now. Okay. Yi Weiner hesitated, no longer sat back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on the Book of Answers, while Shin Qi and the others watched her intently. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuequi asked softly, what is Sister Yi doing? That is a rare artifact ranked quite high. Shin Jianjun explained seriously, don't disturb her. We will soon know what the situation is. Upon hearing this, everyone's curiosity about the artifact in Yi Weiner's hands piqued. After internally inquiring about the question, she slowly opened her eyes, reaching out to flip the Book of Answers. Then she pressed her palm against the page. After a slight furrow of her brow, lines of blood-red text emerged from the Book of Answers. The strange clown considers you to be rare prey. It has already marked you relentless and unyielding. No one can escape. Seeing this answer, Yi Weiner withdrew her hand and lightly sucked on her fingers as if to stop the bleeding. It seemed that this artifact required her blood to reveal the outcome. Yi Weiner turned the Book of Answers towards them, stating solemnly, it truly is the strange clown, we have long been targeted. Shin Qi and the others peered at the line of blood-red text, feeling as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy blow. No way, that's incredibly adhesive. I knew I wasn't wrong. This is indeed a big trouble, plagued by evil spirits with no escape. The strange clown is really difficult to deal with. And sister, can't you control it along with the other level 4 strange creatures? Impossible. The strange clown is harder to handle than typical level 4 strange entities. My control can only halt its actions, but is limited in duration. Several people began discussing on the spot. Lu Yao returned from the back, glancing at the result in the Book of Answers, silent. In the sandstorm area, the most dangerous threat is not the natural disaster, but this damned level 4 strange entity. A being that can act freely and disregards territory, even chasing them from afar, is the greatest danger. Shin Qi rubbed his temples, sitting across from them, contemplating. Let me think, give me some time. The others fell silent. After all, being targeted by a level 4 strange entity is not good news. Old Zhang increased speed. Lu Yao spoke up. It is toying with us, enjoying the hunt. We need to escape, quickly leave the sandstorm area, and head directly into the high-temperature disaster desert. Old Zhang didn't reply, but the pressed accelerator and increased speed indicated that he had already taken action. Everyone sat together, beginning to devise a strategy. They certainly needed to escape. However, the pursuit by the strange clown would not cease. They were essentially marked with no choice but to flee. The desert area, we must go to the desert area. There must be other escape teams there. Shin Qi suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing determination. Lu Yao understood his intention, but did not voice it, maintaining silence at the front. Shun Jianjun also guessed his meaning, instinctively clenching his fist, speaking harshly. You want to use other teams to buy us time? Are you trying to get more people killed? Once this was said, everyone understood what Shin Qi's plan was. Sacrifice the friend, not the Taoist. Besides asking and Xiaoyu for help in delaying them, they had no other option but to rely on other teams. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and escape. They needed to find someone among them who could fight the strange clown Hedon. Do we have any other options? Shin Shi felt it was only natural. Slowly speaking, old Qin, you understand the current world better than I do, and you know our situation. Everyone is selfish. We need to think of the 283 people in the team. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianjun fell silent immediately. Indeed, they needed to think about the team members and themselves. Everyone wanted to survive. They couldn't just sit back and wait for the level 4 strange entity to catch them. The strange clown has not caught up yet. This is indeed good news. As long as they seize this brief moment, finding supplies and solutions is not impossible. If during this time either Lu Yao or Zhu Cheng were to advance even to a level where they could resolve the situation, then the trouble posed by the strange clown would no longer be a concern. Qin Jianjun being in official hopes for more humans to survive. However, they must also think of themselves. At present, they are simply too weak to confront a level 4 anomaly. Even if they were to act as saviors, it would merely serve to provide the strange clown with a feast. After they die, the strange clown will still hunt down others. At this stage, even human gathering places cannot prevent the slaughter by the strange clown. From a certain perspective, Shin Shi's method is the best approach. The atmosphere inside the mobile fortress is heavy and oppressive. Everyone remains silent. Lu Yao glanced at the people present, then took out a cigarette and lit it, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone, we have no choice. As Lu Yao exhaled smoke, he explained, time is of the essence for us. We need ample time to improve ourselves. The strange clown has not caught up yet, so we can rest well. However, once we enter the desert of high-temperature disasters, we will face fierce battles ahead. And Xiaoyu, prioritize assisting me, and Zhu Cheng as much as possible. We need to strengthen our abilities first. Old Xinyu and Yi Weiner must also accelerate your progress. The convoy needs. In the area where the strange corpse tree resides, the bells on the rattle constantly chime, as the strange clown grins sinisterly, holding a large rattle in one hand and grasping a strange corpse in the other. He stood there, allowing the corpses to lunge at him. Then he opened his gaping blood-red mouth and bit down on the strange corpse he held. With just a single bite, the head of the strange corpse was severed. After discarding the corpse, the strange clown grabbed another one and continued his feast with delight. He seemed in no hurry to pursue the prey that had already fled. In this moment, he appeared to be enjoying the act of hunting like a true predator. The prey marked by him was destined to be unable to escape. He was not anxious, even relishing in the joy of playing cat and mouse. As he consumed more and more corpses, his aura began to change, and the comical clothing he wore started to reveal a faint black-purple hue. These strange corpses were more like snacks for him, and he had no qualms about consuming them. The surrounding corpse trees were not spared either. The strange clown chuckled as he walked towards a corpse tree, then opened his bloody mouth and bit down hard on the trunk. The sound of the rattle echoed, mingled with the crunching of flesh. A corpse tree was forcibly bitten in half, quickly turning to ash and dissipating before the naked eye. The strange clown laughed gleefully, savoring the deliciousness without any interruptions. Once he had consumed all the strange corpse trees in the area, his gaze suddenly shifted towards a certain direction within the yellow sand region. He shook his rattle and quickly dashed towards that direction. In a village within the yellow sand region, a dozen vehicles were parked here. This was also a convoy consisting of about 60 people. They had scavenged the village, and facing the scorching heat, they began to find a place to rest. Unlike other convoys fleeing on the highway, they opted for more provincial roads or rural paths, seemingly finding these routes safer in their eyes. This temperature is deadly. I don't even want to get out anymore. We're running low on water. The wells in this village are all dry. If only we hadn't come here. Be grateful, though, at least we found some flour. Once we find water, we can have a good meal. Even if we don't eat it ourselves, we can trade it with other convoys. The convoys on the highway are fools. There are so many dangers along the way, and many villages and towns have already been scavenged. They can't compare to these small villages. Our captain is wise. Taking the longer route allows us to find more supplies. A group of people began to chat in the shade. The convoy members gathered together, but none of them were extraordinary beings. They were just ordinary people hoping to survive based on their own abilities. Originally, they were part of various convoys, but they couldn't stay, and each secretly left their original groups. Now they have all come together, planning to rely on their own skills to survive in this apocalypse. However, they are destined to face even more crises. These villages are not devoid of strange beings. Once they encounter them, they can only rely on luck. If fortunate, they may survive, but if unlucky, they can only await their demise. Ding ding dang dang. Just as they were chatting happily, a crisp bell sound reached their ears. In an instant, everyone tensed up. The sudden bell sound clearly indicated the presence of the strange. There was no one among them who would play with bells out of boredom. There's a strange being. Run. The leader was the first to dash toward his vehicle. Seeing this, the others abandoned their rest and hurriedly ran towards their vehicles, fearing that if they were slow, they might be targeted by the strange. The convoy's principle was that life and death were all left to fate. Just as they got into their vehicles at the entrance of the village, a comically dressed strange clown stopped grinning widely as he laughed. The strange clown gently shook the rattle in his hand, and the strange bell sounds followed suit. In the vehicle closest to the strange clown, 7 or 8 people were crammed inside, anxiously urging the driver to escape. However, the driver sat motionless in the driver's seat. Clap, clap, clap. The next moment, the driver's head suddenly turned around, wearing a chilling and numb smile, clapping his hands as he looked at the people in the vehicle. Damn it, get out and find a place to hide. The man in the passenger seat reacted first, hastily jumping out to escape into a nearby house. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, the strange clown shook the rattle, leisurely walking beside the car, not chasing after those who fled, but simply standing by the window watching the driver. He then smashed his head through the window, leaned in, and opened his bloody mouth, biting towards the driver's head. A hunting game belonging to him was about to unfold in the village. As the convoy passed through the sandstorm, they were immediately greeted by blinding sunlight. The strange sand beings outside the mobile fortress also dissipated, vanishing along with the storm. They had made it out. Having distanced themselves from the sandstorm, the members of the convoy began to enjoy the sunlight streaming through the windows. Lu Yao let out a long breath and smiled. It seems we are about to leave this yellow sand area. But suddenly Xiaoyu stood up, her expression grave as she looked at the endless desert outside the vehicle. Our troubles have only just begun. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look outside. Yellow sand. Endless yellow sand. This was not the yellow sand area they had just passed through, but a real desert where even the mountains had long since vanished, leaving nothing but yellow sand as far as the eye could see. It was as if the entire world had merged into this desert. At the same time, Shin-Chi walked over briskly and said in a serious tone, "The temperature is starting to rise." He held a thermometer which had recorded a drop to 40 degrees, but now it had soared to 60 degrees. This was brought in from outside the vehicle. This meant the temperature outside had already exceeded 60 degrees. Keep in mind that the inside of the vehicle was cooled by ice crystals created by the zombie by Chun, so while it was now 60 degrees, it had been brought down from even higher. Outside, the temperature was only rising. Lu Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The real test is about to begin. We must speed up. The mobile fortress might hold out for a while, but we still need to find a place to rest." Indeed, in the desert, high temperatures are the most deadly natural disaster. Besides thinking of some coping strategies, there seemed to be nothing else they could do. A road stretched across the desert, as if entering an uninhabited zone. The sun in the sky seemed to be chasing everyone, urging them to flee. Fortunately, the supplies inside the vehicle were sufficient for a while. Because of the ice crystals, the temperature inside could be kept at a comfortable level. However, the melting speed of the ice crystals was faster in the area affected by the sandstorm. As they continued to drive, by the time dusk arrived, the temperature outside visibly dropped. It fell from over 60 degrees to around 30 degrees, and it kept decreasing. It was estimated that by nightfall the temperature would drop to around a dozen degrees. This is where the terrifying temperature difference between day and night in the desert lies. This was just the beginning. Once they entered the area of extreme temperature fluctuations, the temperature could plummet to freezing levels. The convoy stopped to rest. Old Zhang, having driven for a long time, was tired, so Lu Yu took over the driving. Lu Yao got out to survey the surroundings, and the temperature was tolerable. However, the more they continued, the worse the road became. And Xiaoyu and Shin-Chi also got out of the vehicle and joined Lu Yao. And Xiaoyu spoke, "This temperature difference isn't too troublesome. It probably won't drop below a dozen degrees. The real issue is the journey during the day. We may have to follow the route we took in the sandstorm area again. Resting during the day and traveling at night. They could manage that, but they had to find a place to rest during the day as well. Not to mention, they had a level 4 anomaly chasing them from behind. They were facing significant trouble now." Noticing the silence around them, Shin-Chi decided to lie down and listen carefully. In an instant, he sprang up like an agitated cat and shouted, "There's an anomaly. Get in the car, there's an anomaly here." As his words fell, the yellow sand beside the road began to stir. Immediately after, a massive flesh-colored worm sprang out of the desert, resembling a train charging towards the moving fortress on the road. Most deadly was that the worm's body was adorned with human faces, as if those faces were embedded in its flesh. There were men, women, and children, each bearing a variety of expressions. Joy, confusion, resentment, anger. It was as if these faces had lives of their own, loudly screaming in tandem with the worm's onslaught. "I'm hungry, I'm so hungry. Please save me, I really don't want to die here, I beg you to save me. Why must I die? You all must die here too, everyone must die with me. Wait for Grandma to bring you food, you must wait for Grandma." The cacophony of voices shattered the silence of the desert. Lu Yao and the others immediately jumped into the vehicle, and Lu Yu slammed the accelerator, speeding down the road ahead. The strange sandworm did not crash into the mobile fortress, but instead darted into the yellow sand on the other side of the road. With its body writhing, the strange sandworm quickly disappeared beneath the surface. But the yellow sand kept writhing, sweeping towards the mobile fortress. Lu Yao, seeing the writhing anomaly, drew the spirit-devouring blade and shouted at the door, "Open the door, I'm getting on the roof with Zhu Cheng." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately opened the car door. Lu Yao swiftly climbed out, grasping onto a stable part of the mobile fortress exterior, quickly pulling him. He then reached down a hand, grabbing Zhu Cheng by the raised hand and pulling him up. "The anomaly is chasing from behind at 3 o'clock. Lu Yao shouted. "You need to use your sword energy to lure it out. We can't let it crash into the vehicle, otherwise this truck will definitely flip over." Zhu Cheng nodded, and after stabilizing himself on the roof, he swung his sword in the direction Lu Yao had indicated, releasing a wave of sword energy. The strange sandworm paused momentarily after being struck by the sword energy, then suddenly sprang out from beneath the yellow sand, opening its enveloping head. Its head resembled a blooming flower, but instead of enticing petals, it revealed rows of sharp teeth. The strange sandworm seemed to sense the presence of people on the roof and opened its gaping maw, lunging directly at the mobile fortress. However, Lu Yao, who was driving, suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping the mobile fortress in its tracks. The sudden stop nearly threw Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng off the roof, but they managed to evade the strange sandworm's attack, causing it to leap off the roof and crash heavily onto the road ahead. For a moment, the ground shook slightly, a clear indication of its weight. The faces on the strange sandworm seemed to be crushed, emitting anguished cries. Each voice was filled with resentment and misery. The strange sandworm twisted its body, quickly adjusting its form before turning around, opening its terrifying maw and charging at the mobile fortress at an astonishing speed. It seemed determined to swallow the mobile fortress whole. Lu Yao grabbed Zhu Cheng, and the two quickly jumped off the vehicle, tumbling into the yellow sand beside the road. The bizarre sandworm moved with incredible speed, swallowing the mobile fortress almost instantaneously. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, who had fallen onto the yellow sand, got up and took a look. Zhu Cheng immediately struck the ground with her bamboo staff, sensing the surrounding situation. With the soul-devouring blade in hand, the coldness in Lu Yao's eyes was barely containable. In the next moment, he charged forward, the soul-devouring blade instantly slashing down onto the body of the bizarre sandworm. The faces on the bizarre sandworm's body were exposed, blood splattered everywhere, and the screams echoed with more and more faces gazing at Lu Yao with vengeful eyes. Yet Lu Yao did not stop. Instead, he continuously swung his blade, destroying the faces on the bizarre sandworm. Meanwhile, Zhu Cheng approached from the side, wielding the bone-piercing blade to attack as well. Compared to Lu Yao's reckless slashing, each of her strikes was rhythmic and directed. The two of them worked together to create a breach in the body of the bizarre sandworm. But before they could catch their breath, the bizarre sandworm began to thrash wildly, attempting to burrow into the yellow sand beside them. "What's going on?" Zhu Cheng quickly stopped and retreated to the side, her voice serious. "Is this bizarre creature trying to escape?" "It seems so." Lu Yao laughed as he watched a bulge inside the bizarre sandworm's body surge backward at great speed. "It must be the mobile fortress." Inside the bizarre sandworm's belly, the mobile fortress let out a terrifying roar and charged in a specific direction, its speed increasing rapidly. When it reached 150 miles per hour, the shadow of the bull demon burst forth from the undulating body of the bizarre sandworm. Large chunks of flesh flew out, many of them still bearing horrifying. Seeing that the mobile fortress had emerged, Lu Yao grabbed Zhu Cheng's wrist and quickly chased after it with his blade raised. The injured bizarre sandworm twisted its body and burrowed into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye, clearly hiding again beneath the sand. Upon seeing Lu Yao and the others chasing after them, Shen Qi ordered Lu Yao to stop the vehicle immediately, then opened the door and glared at Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng. The mobile fortress was now covered in a viscous liquid. It was everywhere, coating the entire surface of the vehicle. "Get in the car," Shen Qi shouted from the doorway. Just as Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng were arriving, the yellow sand on one side of the mobile fortress began to ripple, and the bizarre sandworm burrowed out of the desert once again. This time, the bizarre sandworm seemed enraged, its open maw emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Just as it was about to crash into the mobile fortress, the bizarre sandworm suddenly halted, then crashed heavily to the ground. And Xiao Yu stood by the window inside the vehicle, her blue eyes shimmering clearly, having activated her abilities. "Hurry up and kill it," and Xiao Yu shouted without turning around. Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng abandoned the idea of getting in the car and immediately rushed towards the bizarre sandworm that had fallen onto the yellow sand. Without a moment of hesitation, their blades struck down towards the bizarre sandworm's plump, greasy body. At the same time, the zombie Bai Chun and the zombie red-haired also got out of the vehicle. The two zombies let out a howl and charged at the bizarre sandworm like madmen. Ice blades and fireballs rained down, and then the two zombies began to gnaw at the body of the bizarre sandworm as if they were. In the blink of an eye, the two zombies had bitten off large chunks of flesh. There were even several terrified faces still clinging to the gore. Shen Qi and Yuan Yi got out of the vehicle together immediately, lying on the ground to listen intently. The two of them worked together to monitor the surroundings, fearing that any other bizarre creatures might be hiding beneath the sand. As the bizarre sandworm fell silent, and the faces on its body also quieted down, Lu Yao and Zhu Qing stopped as well. Streams of blood-colored energy surged into Lu Yao's body, impacting him. A sense of fullness washed over him, and he closed his eyes to digest He could feel the effects of this surging blood-colored energy. If two more appeared, he would surely ascend once more, and then he would truly be at Sequence 7. At that moment, Shen-Chi got up from the ground, a hint of relief and ease on his face, even a touch of uncontainable joy. It was because he had just ascended while listening. Throughout this journey, he had listened countless times, and it was finally his turn to ascend. Seer Sequence 8 of the Seer Path, Master of Whispered Sounds. Yiwani beside him sensed Shen-Chi's change and cast an envious glance. Are you two alright? Shen-Chi hurried over to inquire. Lu Yao pulled his gaze from the two zombies, wiped the viscous liquid from his face, and said, "Not dead yet. This bizarre attack came too suddenly, catching us off guard. Be grateful, this is a level 3 bizarre creature, the bizarre sandworm. If Xiaoyu hadn't intervened, we wouldn't have been able to kill it." Shen-Chi explained with a smile, "This bizarre sandworm possesses immense vitality. Ordinary people would truly be no match for it. Being devoured alive is quite normal. Level 3 bizarre. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with." However, Lu Yao looked at Shen-Chi, smile, raising an eyebrow, and chuckling, "Have you ascended?" "Just ascended. Now I'm at Sequence 8, just like you, Master of Whispered Sounds. I understand much more about bizarre creatures now." Shen-Chi was in good spirits, squinting his eyes and smiling. "The most important point is that I can communicate with other Masters of Whispered Sounds. As long as we encounter each other within a designated range, we can transmit messages to each other about the situation. That's quite a way to have remote communication. Though our convoy doesn't heavily rely on contact with other teams, it's still necessary to gather more information in such an environment. If they could find an oasis in the desert, their supplies would be resolved." Lu Yao smiled and said, "Congratulations, you've finally ascended." "Congratulations." Zhu Qing also chimed in cheerfully. Shen-Chi looked at the two zombies feasting on the bizarre sandworm, chuckling and asking, "Aren't you going to stop this? Wouldn't they get into trouble eating this?" "No, they won't." Lu Yao shook his head, saying, "This is their instinctive method of attack. It's a pity they can't ascend, otherwise we would have more trump cards." As the zombie king, now able to control two zombies, it was good news for him. However, these two zombies couldn't ascend, remaining at level 9 of the bizarre tier. To get more powerful zombies, he would need to find even stronger individuals. At this moment, the zombies by Chun and red-haired stopped, standing in place with blood all over their faces, howling, as if to boast about having killed this powerful bizarre creature. The third-level bizarre creature, the eerie sandworm, did not leave behind any unusual materials, which left Lu Yao and the others feeling somewhat helpless. With such a large body, to have no unusual materials at all was simply a waste of effort. There was no choice but for the convoy to continue its journey. As they drove on through the night, the members of the convoy began to rest. Lu Yao lay on a chair on the first floor to rest. Aside from those on guard, nearly everyone else had started to settle down for the night. The high-temperature disaster was just beginning, and the heat would only increase. Conserving energy and preparing for what lay ahead was essential. It wasn't until dawn that Lu Yao woke up, rubbed his eyes, got up to drink a bottle of water, and then made his way to the driver's seat. Lu Yu had been driving all night, his eyes bloodshot, while Zhang Jun waited nearby for the shift change. "Lu good?" Lu Yao nodded and asked, "Nothing else happened during the night, right?" "No, everything is safe. However, on the way here we haven't encountered any place to stop. It seems this area is nothing but desert. Cities no longer exist, or perhaps they haven't been discovered in this region. After driving all night without seeing even a village, one can only imagine how harsh the environment is here." While Lu Yao was talking with Lu Yu, Shen-Chi and the others gradually woke up and came over to inquire about the situation. Lu Yao looked at the environment outside and sighed. "I don't know how long this journey will take. We need to find some supplies quickly." Although it was cool inside the vehicle, the consumption of supplies was alarming. If they didn't find supplies soon, the road ahead would only become more difficult. Just then Shen-Chi suddenly spoke with a serious expression. "I have news, someone contacted me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao and the others turned their attention to Shen-Chi. Now Shen-Chi was a Sequence 8 Master of Secret Sound, capable of communicating with other Masters of Secret Sound, but only within a certain range. This meant that there was a convoy of an extraordinary being with Sequence 8 along their route. "What did they say?" Lu Yao asked, furrowing his brows. Shen-Chi frowned and said, "They claim to be the disaster convoy, currently occupying an oasis in the desert, and have established a small base around the oasis, welcoming other convoys to join them." An oasis, a small base, say. A convoy with such ambition must not be simple. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. As the leader of the convoy, he was the first to speak. Others waited for him to take the lead. "How many people do they have? How many extraordinary beings?" The disaster base has over 20,000 people, but only 11 extraordinary beings, all of whom are from other passing convoys that chose to join them. Shin-Chi explained, their oasis has sufficient water sources and is willing to provide assistance to passing convoys. However, the enthusiasm they showed felt a bit excessive, and I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Enthusiastic. Perhaps it's because Shin-Chi is Sequence 8, or maybe they're seeing us as a tempting target. But for the convoy we indeed need to replenish our supplies. The temperature would only continue to rise, and the journey ahead would likely become even more arduous. Thus for the Dawn Convoy, a visit to the disaster base was essential. Having 11 extraordinary beings is not a significant threat, especially with Xiaoyu, who is Sequence 6 on their side, giving the convoy an advantage. The only real concern was the mobile fortress. If the other party caught sight of their mobile fortress, they would surely entertain some dubious thoughts, leading to inevitable conflict. What do you all think? Lu Yao looked at Chun Jianjun and the others, pondering, should we make contact with this disaster base? If not, let's take a vote. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Qin Yuequi was the first to speak, smiling, I'm indifferent. After all, with Meizi around, if there's danger, we can make contact. And Xiaoyu followed up, saying, we need the supplies from them, especially the water source, which is crucial for us. Zhu Cheng also nodded in agreement, believing they should make contact. As for the fortune teller Lao Wang, Yiwan Yi, and Chun Jianjun, they remained silent. Lao Wang intended to read a fortune, but Shin-Chi stopped him. It's just a free expression of opinions, there's no need to waste a chance like that. You can only read one fortune a day, save it for a critical moment. Seeing this, Lao Wang gave up on his fortune-telling idea, instead smiling and remaining silent. Yiwan Yi, hearing Chun Jianjun's words, shared the same attitude as Qin Yuequi, indifferent to whether they went or not. Chun Jianjun hesitated for a moment and said, we can go, but we should inform them about the bizarre clown situation. His main concern was still the survival of humanity. After all, they were still being hunted. If the bizarre clown caught up with them, it would undoubtedly lead to another fierce battle. Even if the disaster base was powerful, it couldn't possibly eliminate the bizarre clown, could it? So, Chun Jianjun's meaning was simple: to clarify the situation, allowing the people at the disaster base to prepare in advance to avoid being wiped out by the bizarre clown. We can give them a heads up. Lu Yao nodded and said, then it's decided, well, go meet them directly. A meeting between convoys was inevitable. Since the other party had taken the initiative to contact them, there was no need to hide anything. Their strength was not weak either. Even if their mobile fortress was exposed, they had the capability to confront the other party directly. Moreover, the ice crystal in his hand could serve as a bargaining chip to negotiate for some supplies in return. This was crucial for the convoy's future journey and livelihood. As for firearms, if the other party had weapons, they could trade for a batch, ensuring that the mobile fortress had at least one method of counterattack. As for other matters, they would discuss them when they reached the disaster base. While they were anxiously worried here, perhaps the disaster base was also concerned about their situation. In these times, the dangers within humanity have never been lacking. Shin-Chi saw through Lu Yao's intentions and smiled as she approached, saying, once we get there, as the leader, you will need to step forward. I suspect the head of this disaster base won't think much of me if I take the lead. I understand. Lu Yao nodded and smiled, saying, our visit to their side is merely a temporary stop. Once we've completed our trade for supplies, we must continue on our journey, as the disaster base is not absolutely safe. The disaster base. A facility constructed entirely from various automobiles, surrounded by a desolate wasteland, yet at its center lies an oasis. The oasis spans a vast area, complete with a large water source and surrounding greenery, making it the only safe zone in this world of yellow sands. Above the disaster base, a luminous dome seemingly like an inverted bowl hovers in and out of visibility. This dome not only envelopes the entire base, but also blocks sunlight and mitigates intense heat. The source of this dome is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. The reason the disaster team dared to establish a base here lies in the uniqueness of this artifact. At the very center of the oasis, beneath a large tree, sits a chair where a middle-aged man with his sleeves rolled up is engaged in fishing. He is Lu Yao, the captain of the disaster team. Beside him stand several individuals, both men and women, all wearing expressions of disdain and helplessness as they gaze at Lu Yao. Holding his fishing rod, Lu Yao chuckled, you see, fishing is about the feeling. I used to be a fishing enthusiast, and I intend to continue indulging in my hobby. Captain, the Master of Secret Sounds, has contacted us, and they will be arriving shortly. An elderly man stooped and sighing remarked, this team possesses a Master of Secret Sounds of Sequence 8. I fear their strength may not be weak. Are we really going to accept them? Everyone turned to look at him, each with a hint of persuasion in their expressions. Captain Lu Yao laughed cheerfully. What are you talking about? We are all humans. Oh, what's wrong with accepting a few more? Do you lack confidence in our base? To be honest, the current scale of the disaster base is entirely due to Lu Yao's efforts. However, while his contributions are indeed significant, Lu Yao has a penchant for accepting passing teams. Initially, they only intended to take in a few thousand people and establish a small base, which would have been satisfactory. But now, the number has long exceeded 10,000, and they still need to accept more. What is going on? They lack resources and must venture out daily to scavenge all while clearing out the bizarre creatures that approach. The entire base is under immense pressure. Lu Yao understood their concerns and continued, not every team will choose to stay. What if they are ambitious and do not wish to remain? Being kind to others is being kind to ourselves. We are not saints. Having an extra friend opens up another path, doesn't it? Although he said this, the teams they had previously accepted were all ordinary. Even if there were extraordinary beings, they were all of Sequence 9. This time the opposing team possesses an extraordinary being of Sequence 8, and notably this extraordinary individual is not the team leader, indicating a stronger presence within their ranks. For the disaster base, this is not good news. The old man sighed softly and shook his head, saying, "Captain, I believe we need to reconsider this matter." The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. However, Lu Yao shrugged indifferently and said, "All right, I understand your worries. If they truly do not behave, I will take action. As a Sequence 7, I should still be able to handle them, right?" Upon hearing this, although everyone was still concerned, their expressions softened a bit. After all, considering sheer strength, Lu Yao as a Sequence 7 is exceptionally formidable. Recently, a level 3 anomaly appeared near the base, and it was Lu Yao who single-handedly eliminated it, dominating the encounter entirely. In this apocalyptic world, Lu Yao as a Sequence 7 is undoubtedly a top-tier existence. 2 months have passed since the apocalypse began, and extraordinary beings of Sequence 8 are exceedingly rare, with 90% of individuals still being Sequence 9. Sequence 8 individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, not to mention Sequence 7. The reason their team dares to occupy this oasis and establish a base here is precisely because of Lu Yao's presence. Lu Yao as a Sequence 7 is extraordinarily powerful. This is because he excels in combat more than any other sequence, and the more battles he engages in, the quicker his advancement. The path of the warrior leads to Sequence 7, the crossing soldier. A soldier crossing the river, reckless and fearless. Lu Yao can be seen as the backbone of the disaster team. Any combat-related matters he addresses single-handedly. Thus, the members of the disaster team are very obedient to Lu Yao. The strength of a team requires a master like him to hold the fort. By the way, how is the situation at the base lately? Lu Yao suddenly turned his head with a hearty smile and asked, "I heard someone has been causing trouble again. They have started to seize resources internally, quite bold indeed." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to the stooped old man. This elderly individual is responsible for the base's trivial matters and is also an extraordinary being of Sequence 8. However, he is not skilled in combat. He is the master of secret sounds at the disaster base. Upon being questioned by Lu Yao, the old man snorted coldly and said, "It's that team that just joined recently. They are dissatisfied with our resource distribution and have started causing unrest. Whoever causes trouble should be driven away. If they don't want to leave, we will throw them out or eliminate them." Lu Yao said cheerfully, "We are not saviors. Just because we show kindness doesn't mean we should be looked down." Understood. The old man nodded after a moment of surprise. At that moment, a small-framed man rushed over his steps quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind them, clearly another extraordinary being. They're here, they're here." The man exclaimed urgently. "The team called the Dawn team has arrived, but what?" The old man suddenly raised his head, his expression sharpening, exuding an aura of a leader. "But they only have one vehicle, and that vehicle is quite special." The man quickly explained, "In any case, you should see for yourselves. Many have already gone to have a look. Their vehicle is large, resembling a massive RV, but it feels rather strange, as if it has been modified." "What's so noteworthy about a modified vehicle? Our team has individuals with the mechanic sequence. Modifying a vehicle is quite easy, isn't it? If it weren't for their lack of extraordinary vehicles, they would have." "Wait, a team with only one vehicle, and it's a modified large RV. Could this vehicle possibly be an extraordinary artifact?" Instantly, everyone became subconsciously excited, all glancing towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao also put away his fishing rod, cracked his neck, and smiled. "Let's go take a look. I'm quite curious about a team with only one vehicle. I hope they won't disappoint us." The mobile fortress came to a stop on the highway. Not far from the roadside was a large area enveloped by a light shield, appearing from the outside to be a base surrounded by numerous vehicles. Some cars were even stacked atop one another, accompanied by makeshift wooden ladders nearby. However, with the arrival of the mobile fortress, the people from the disaster base also came to join the excitement. People stood inside the light shield, gazing at the massive modified vehicle that appeared like a fierce beast on the road. Indeed, in their eyes, this was simply a modified vehicle. Where did this car come from? How can it dare to roam around freely? I don't know, but this modification is truly impressive. It looks just like a small fortress. I wonder how many people are inside. How many people can fit in a single vehicle? There are probably only a dozen people in there, right? Look, the door has opened. They are quite bold with the temperature at 80 degrees. Don't they fear getting sunburned? The mobile fortress door opened. Lu Yao stepped out with an ice crystal in hand. Although the high temperature was somewhat uncomfortable, it was not an issue for Lu Yao, who possessed ice crystals. Meanwhile, Shenqi and the others also got out, each holding an ice crystal and standing behind Lu Yao. It was scorching outside, and everyone was dressed lightly. Especially Yi Weiner, whose sexy bikini attracted the attention of many from the disaster team. The other men were bare-chested, exuding confidence in the heat. After getting out of the vehicle, Lu Yao frowned as he looked at the disaster base before him, saying, "They are truly fearless. How can the base be built so openly here? This isn't even a proper base." Chun Jianjun sighed, somewhat disappointed, and said, "This is merely a gathering of people. A real base would not look like this." After all, he was an official and naturally had more information. His evaluation of the disaster base was quite objective. This was merely a gathering of people. With a pair of squinting eyes, Shenqi scanned the area, and then cheerfully remarked, "Their presence here is probably related to the light shield above. It must be a remarkable object, and its rank is likely not low." As they discussed, the people from the disaster base began to emerge. Lu Yao, bare-chested and wearing only beach shorts, walked out barefoot. His robust physique radiated power, particularly the scar that ran across his entire body. He walked at the front, followed by an elderly man. The other extraordinary individuals did not come out. Clearly, they would not reveal their trump cards directly. Lu Yao seemed completely unbothered by the high temperature, approaching with a hearty smile. "Are you the Dawn team?" Lu Yao assessed the people who emerged, briefly lingering his gaze on the ice crystals in their hands before settling on Lu Yao. Those standing at the front were evidently the leaders of their team. A captain who was so young and appeared somewhat boyish. Could he really be a captain? "Hello, I am Lu Yao, the captain of the Dawn team." Lu Yao greeted with a smile and extended his hand. Lu Yao also extended his hand and shook Lu Yao, saying, "I am Lu Yao, the person in charge of the disaster base. Welcome to the disaster base. It's too hot outside. Shall we go in and chat?" "Sure." Lu Yao nodded and then looked at the others behind him. Shenqi quickly reacted and hurried back into the vehicle, asking Zhang Jun to drive them into the disaster base. The mobile fortress followed behind them. The ground seemed to be soft yellow sand, but the vehicle showed no signs of sinking. It smoothly drove into the disaster base. As the vehicle came to a halt, everyone inside curiously got out to check the situation. The people from the disaster base noticed the number of individuals disembarking from the vehicle. Aside from Lu Yao and his group, nearly 50 people had already stepped out. Moreover, more people continued to come down, indicating that the number was likely much larger. Goodness, how many people were packed inside that vehicle? Lu Yao noticed this and was momentarily taken aback, smiling as he said, "Captain Lu, has your Dawn team found a remarkable vehicle? It's just luck, really." Lu Yao grinned and nodded, saying, "It can't compare to Lu Da's base. The outside temperature exceeds 80 degrees, yet the inside remains around 50 degrees. Truly impressive. It's just the effect of the remarkable object. Without it, we wouldn't dare to stay here." Lu Yao scratched his head and laughed. "How many people are currently in your team? Where did you come from? Did you encounter any troubles along the way?" He was filled with curiosity about the Dawn team and eager to learn more specific details. Lu Yao chose to let the team members disembark, taking advantage of the lower temperature to allow everyone to breathe fresh air. Staying in the vehicle for too long was not ideal. Ventilation was necessary. The mobile fortress was not a prison. They couldn't keep everyone inside indefinitely. "Our team has fewer than 300 people, and we came from the South Sea, having traveled quite a distance." Lu Yao laughed and said, "As for the troubles encountered, let's not discuss it. Just making it here alive is already our good fortune." Lu Yao led Lu Yao and the others to the oasis area. It was even cooler here, with a temperature of around 40 degrees. In such a high-temperature disaster, 40 degrees felt like a dream come true. Lu Yao and his group stared at the oasis before them, momentarily taken aback, feeling as if they were dreaming. There was water supplies and greenery. In the desert, this oasis was truly a lifesaver. "Please sit down." Lu Yao, being straightforward, urged Lu Yao and the others to sit down, smiling. "I don't have much to offer you, but the lake water is very clean, you guys." Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of a woman sitting by. The woman was very beautiful, but her feet were splashing in the lake water. Upon seeing this, Lu Yao's mouth twitched. Just moments ago, he had thought of using the lake water to brew tea for Lu Yao and the others, but here was someone washing their feet in the lake. Damn, it was the water he had been drinking for days, foot-washing water. Needless to say, Lu Yao and the others from the disaster base turned dark-faced, standing silently behind. "So embarrassing. Lu, are you out of your mind?" Lu Yao recognized the woman and shouted loudly, "This is the water we drink. Who the hell told you to wash your feet here? Do you believe I'll knock you out?" The woman by the lake, startled by the words, quickly withdrew her foot and hurriedly ran over from the other side. Her demeanor was completely that of a furious tigress. Lu Yao was intimidated by her aura and hurriedly whispered, "Uncle Izhou, please tell Arya that I'm here entertaining guests." The old man with a stern face turned and walked towards Lu Arya. After all, he had also drunk the lake water in the past few days. Lu Yao scratched his head awkwardly and smiled at Lu Yao, saying, "Sorry, this was an accident. My sister doesn't usually come here to wash her feet." I come here every day to wash my feet. Why can't I today? Lu Yao's voice immediately came back. At this moment Lu Yao and the others inhaled sharply, their faces turning extremely grim. If it weren't for Lu Yao's special status, they probably would have wanted to resort to violence. Lu Yao smiled and waved his hand saying, it's fine, it's fine. We're not thirsty, so we won't need the water. We just came here to trade with you, and then we'll be on our way. This disaster base is toxic. They actually use foot-washing water to entertain guests. Absurd. Even the good-tempered Shun Qi didn't dare to drink the water, lowering his head into silence. This disaster base seems a bit unreliable. We should finish trading as soon as possible and leave. Just forget about the water, let's exchange some supplies and leave directly. Trade. Trading sounds good. We have quite a few supplies we can trade with you. Lu Yao hurriedly said, Captain Lu, do you trade for extraordinary vehicles? I can exchange the disaster base for you. No way. No way. As soon as Lu Yao said this, two different voices came out. And they came from both sides. The old man who had brought back Lu Yao had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, are you crazy? How can the disaster base be used for trading? We want trade either. Shun Qi followed up saying, what a joke. In comparison, the disaster base is not even worth a single hair from their mobile fortress. This would be a losing deal. Unless the Dawn team is foolish, they wouldn't choose to trade with the other side. Lu Yao also nodded with a smile, saying, we want trade our mobile fortress. So suddenly a slightly overweight man from the back came up. He looked rather ordinary, but his hair resembled that of a dog that had chewed it. Clearly the person who cut his hair was not very professional. You said that's a mobile fortress. The man's expression was excited as he directly grabbed Lu Yao's wrist, eagerly asking, is that really a mobile Can I go up and take a look? You're sure it's a mobile fortress, right? Seeing the other person so excited, Lu Yao felt a bit at a loss. On the other hand, Xin Jianjun, standing behind, realized why the man had such a big reaction. He should also be on the mechanic pathway like himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Thinking of this, he straightened his back. After all, this mobile fortress was crafted by him personally, and it was made from 3 extraordinary vehicles, allowing him to advance to the 8th sequence. This was his achievement. Young man, you're a mechanic too. Xin Jianjun smiled and nodded, saying, knowing about mobile fortresses and being so excited, I can't think of any other pathway. Yes, I'm a transcendent of the mechanic pathway. My name is Li Fei. The man rubbed his hands together, smiling as he said, I actually also want to create a mobile fortress, but I just don't know how to do it. After all, we have extraordinary materials, but we just can't find extraordinary vehicles. His explanation also validated why he was so excited. After all, when Shun Jianjun heard about extraordinary vehicles, he also eagerly brought Yi Wan-yi to join the Dawn team. For those on the mechanic pathway, mobile fortresses represent something they understand best. It can even be said that this is like their own child. Li Fei, don't get too excited, don't scare our guests. The old man, surnamed Zhou, brought Li Fei back, and then stood behind Lu Yao again. Lu Yao looked a bit awkwardly at Lu Yao and the others, saying with a smile, please forgive us, our people at the base are not very knowledgeable. So what supplies do you want to trade? Boss Lu, how about the ice crystals we have? Lu Yao smiled and handed over the ice crystals, saying these are produced by us. We want to trade for your supplies, and of course, if you have extraordinary materials, that would be even better, especially extraordinary materials dropped from level 3 anomalies. In fact, Lu Yao had long been eyeing the ice crystals in their hands. This was a valuable item, especially in such high-temperature disasters. This thing was simply a lifesaver. Having traveled with Lu Yao, they understood how refreshing it felt to be beside these ice crystals. With this item, they could cool down a bit too. Good stuff, truly good stuff. Lu Yao hurriedly took it and said with a smile, wow, it's cool to the touch and doesn't melt quickly. How long can this last? If it's in an outdoor environment, it should last about 5 days. Lu Yao explained, under your protective dome, it should last even longer. As long as our convoy doesn't perish, these ice crystals can be preserved indefinitely. Hearing this, the expressions of Lu Yao and the others brightened even more. Good stuff. This is the real treasure. They must trade for these ice crystals no matter what. Brother, I want this. Lu Yao rushed over, speaking urgently, I can't sleep at night because of the heat. With this, I'll be able to sleep well. You need to trade more of these for me. Don't speak out of turn. Oh, we haven't settled the foot washing matter with you yet. Lu Yao scolded darkly, saying that was water everyone shared. How could you wash your feet? I don't mind. Besides, I'm a person from the lucky pathway. What if you guys get lucky from drinking my foot washing water? Lu Yao said with a completely unconcerned attitude. As soon as she said this, the surroundings fell silent. The transcendent beings from the disaster base became tense, each glaring at Lu Yao, somewhat annoyed that she would say such a thing. The people from the Dawn team wore expressions of surprise and shock, beginning to examine Lu Yao from top to bottom. The reason was simple. Previously, Shun Qi had mentioned matters regarding the mysterious pathway, and Lucky is part of the mysterious pathway. This is a special talent akin to Qin Yu Kuei. While Qin Yu Kuei's ascendance effect is more direct, Lu Yao's lucky is somewhat more intriguing. It can't be that it truly makes people lucky, right? If that's the case, then this pathway would indeed be rather terrifying. Lu Yao noticed the change in Lu Yao and the others' expressions, and his own face suddenly turned serious. Clearly his sister Lu Aria's luck sequence was the greatest secret of their disaster base to the extent that they were unwilling to leak it. So now that Lu Aria brought it up herself, and it was overheard, certain thoughts stirred in his mind. The members of the Dawn team also noticed the change in Lu Yong's expression. Shen Qi hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, we have no interest in the extraordinary sequences of your base's mysterious faction." Hehe. Lu Yong twisted his neck and sneered, "Sorry gentlemen, but this is the biggest secret of our disaster base. Now that you know, you cannot leave." He was well aware of how terrifying his sister's luck was. Even staying close to her could help avoid most bizarre attacks. Under such temptation, he couldn't believe anyone could resist. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Are you planning to make a move?" He realized that the disaster base wanted to completely hide this news. Although it was Lu Aria who spoke up for the Dawn team, it was akin to digging a pit for them to jump into. "Unfortunately, that is my intention." Lu Yong stepped forward and smiled. "Don't misunderstand, joining our base isn't a bad idea. After all, I am a Sequence 7 extraordinary being." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao, Shen Qi, and Zhu Cheng were all stunned. A Sequence 7 extraordinary being. It's only been 2 months, I thought a Sequence 8 was fast enough, yet unexpectedly a Sequence 7 extraordinary being has emerged. No wonder the disaster team could establish a base here. They must have sufficient confidence. Lu Yao frowned slowly, turned his back to Lu Yong, and said, "And Xiaoyu, I need your help." "All right." And Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, then walked up from behind and stood beside Lu Yao. Seeing that they allowed a woman to come forward, Lu Yong's expression immediately turned sour. "You know I don't hit women," Lu Yong said coldly. "You are quite insidious. You have already investigated my background. If you have the ability, come up and confront me directly instead of hiding behind." In his view, sending a woman was a sign of fear. Moreover, the Dawn team must have investigated him beforehand and knew that he didn't hit women. "Not hitting women. You are quite reasonable," Lu Yao laughed lightly and said, "but our team's in Xiaoyu is not an ordinary woman. She is also an extraordinary being of Sequence 6. As soon as this was said, Lu Yong and the extraordinary beings standing behind him were all shocked. What a joke. Sequence 6. In this day and age, Sequence 7 is already considered top tier. How could there possibly be a Sequence 6 extraordinary being appearing? And Xiaoyu nodded with a smile and explained, "I am indeed a Sequence 6 extraordinary being, so I advise you not to choose to act, otherwise your base will truly be unable to protect itself." "Nonsense. It's only been 2 months. Where could a Sequence 6 come from?" Lu Yong was somewhat rational and immediately considered the timing. His Sequence 7 was achieved through fierce battles. No one in this world should be able to advance faster than him. Immediately he assumed a stance as if he was going to make a move. "Although I don't hit women, for me as long as they are enemies, they all have to fall." "Now your opponent is Sequence 7 of the warrior path, Lu Yong, the river crossing pawn. You can prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yong threw a heavy punch toward Xiaoyu. But just as he was about to hit Xiaoyu, his body suddenly stiffened in place, and then began to uncontrollably turn around, dancing in front of everyone. At that moment his body was like a marionette, twisting erratically. And Xiaoyu's blue eyes glowed, indicating she had already controlled Lu Yong. What did you do to our captain?" Uncle Zhou's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly said, "We are all humans, there's no need to take things too far. How about considering today's events as a misunderstanding?" "No, how about not?" Lu Yao shook his head and said, "You attacked first, and if you want to blame someone, blame that woman who spoke without thinking." He was referring to Lu Aria. Upon hearing this, Lu Aria wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uncle Zhou beside her. Now that Lu Yong was controlled, this woman had proven her Sequence 6 strength. In this situation, they had already fallen into a disadvantage. A Sequence 6 was enough to destroy their entire base, let alone the fact that there were several Sequence 8 extraordinary beings on the other side. After a moment of silence, Uncle Zhou sighed softly and said, "It was our fault, we are willing to compensate. Let him go." Hearing this, Lu Yao and Shen Qi exchanged glances, both feeling they had gotten the supplies, and it was time to retreat. After all, they were still being pursued by the bizarre clown. "Supplies. We can compensate you with a batch of supplies, 100 pounds of rice plus 3 boxes of instant noodles water. I doubt you will want that either." Uncle Zhou frowned and said, "As long as you let him go, I will hand over the goods to you right now, but let's not interfere with one another in the future." "Not enough." Lu Yao raised a finger, shook it gently, and smiled. "In addition to the supplies, we also want a piece of bizarre material, a level 3 bizarre drop material. I believe your disaster base should be able to provide that, right? I must say this condition is indeed somewhat difficult for others, but at the disaster base it is not a problem at all. They actually had bizarre material." Uncle Zhou glanced at Lu Yong, who was controlled and dancing, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, I will give you a level 3 bizarre drop material. Now let him go." "Agreed, once we get the goods we will release the person." Lu Yao smiled at Uncle Zhou and said, We have no interest in your secrets. If the deal falls through, let's each go our separate ways, and no one should make things difficult for the other. After saying that, he led his people to leave. The extraordinary beings from the disaster base wanted to stop them, but were directly silenced by Uncle Zhou. Let them go, Uncle Zhou said coldly. If they truly do not keep their promise, then we will perish together. I believe they are not foolish. Lu Yao led his people away. The other members of the Dawn team saw that Lu Yao and the others had come out, and they all followed towards the mobile fortress. However, they also noticed Lu Yao dancing behind them along with other extraordinary beings from the disaster base. It seemed that there had been some unpleasantness between the two sides. At the very least, the expressions of the extraordinary beings from the disaster base were getting uglier. Once the others boarded the vehicle, Lu Yao and the others took the supplies and got into the vehicle. Only then did Lu Yao return to normal. What happened? Where are their people? Weren't they over there by the oasis? Why are they all out now? Uncle Zhou and his group stared at Lu Yao in disbelief, their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. This was a complete manipulation of Lu Yao. If the other party was truly determined to kill, they wouldn't have made Lu Yao dance, but would have let him unleash a massacre right then and there. Uncle Zhou sighed and shook his head, saying, Captain, this time we have hit a brick wall. A brick wall. Lu Yao still had no idea what was going on. Then everyone spoke up, explaining the situation. They had sacrificed resources to rescue him, and even lost materials that dropped from the third-level anomaly. One could say that this time they had truly bled profusely at the disaster base. Finding resources under the high-temperature disaster was already difficult, not to mention they had compensated with 100 pounds of rice and 3 boxes of instant noodles. These were all high-value resources in the apocalypse. Lu Yao felt a wave of fear upon hearing this. Because the Dawn Convoy was no joke, they really had a 6th-level extraordinary being, and he had nearly destroyed the entire convoy. I apologize everyone, at this time it was my mistake, I was too reckless. Lu Yao took a deep breath and apologized to everyone, saying, I also apologize on behalf of my sister. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Alright, what's done is done, saying more is useless. Uncle Zhou waved his hand and sighed. Right now, there is a major matter we need to discuss. What matter? Lu Yao, still unaware after being manipulated, was completely clueless about what the major issue could be. Others also looked toward Uncle Zhou. Clearly, they were also uncertain about what the matter was. The Dawn Convoy isn't on the road, they are fleeing. Uncle Zhou's expression turned extremely serious as he said in a deep voice, they are being hunted by a 4th-level anomaly, and it is relentless. This was informed to me by the mechanic in their convoy. He could see that Chun Jianjun was no ordinary person and could roughly guess that he had held a high position in the past. Therefore, his words were not a mere reminder, but a kind warning. This was to inform them that they needed to flee as well. A 4th-level anomaly was not something they could handle. Even Lu Yao might suffer. Upon hearing this, everyone's face darkened, and they fell silent. Lu Yao stood at the forefront clenching his fists, and said, I wondered why they were in such a hurry to trade and leave. It turns out they ran into... This isn't just their big trouble, it's ours too. Uncle Zhou stared at Lu Yao and said, this base must be abandoned. Oh, we need to leave quickly. The fact that even the 6th-level extraordinary being is fleeing shows how powerful this 4th-level anomaly is. A 4th-level anomaly that can move freely represents the capability to kill all of us. In this situation, staying here will only make us targets for that 4th-level anomaly. You all know how much attraction a gathering of over 10,000 people has for a 4th-level anomaly. If we stay, we could all die, including the second girl. So let's prepare to depart quickly, or our time is running out. They had no choice. The Dawn Convoy was strong, right? A moving fortress and a 6th-level extraordinary being. Weren't they also running for their lives? Their disaster base seemed fine, but to the people of the convoy, facing a 4th-level anomaly was just walking into a trap. If over 10,000 people were killed, that 4th-level anomaly could easily become a 5th-level one. If it really came to that. It was too frightening to think about. The extraordinary beings at the disaster base didn't dare to contemplate such consequences. Thus, they had only one choice left: to escape this place as quickly as possible. Alright then, notify everyone. Everyone pack up and set off immediately. Lu Yao, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately arranged. Uncle Zhou, you take care of the arrangements for everyone. They'll pack up, let's aim to depart within an hour. Meanwhile, at the Dawn Convoy, Lu Yao and the others sat at the conference table, their expressions markedly relaxed and comfortable. 100 pounds of rice and 3 boxes of instant noodles were free resources. Most importantly, the strange materials dropped by the 3rd-level anomaly. With these, they could continue upgrading the moving fortress. While crafting strange objects was also a good choice right now, they were fleeing for their lives, so upgrading the moving fortress was the priority. Lu Yao stretched and smiled, looking at Chun Jianjun, asking, Old Chun, did you inform them of the news? He noticed that Chun Jianjun had taken the initiative to walk at the back when they left and interacted with Uncle Zhou, guessing that Chun Jianjun had mentioned the 4th level. Hearing this, Chun Jianjun was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, I'm sorry, I just hope they can all survive. After all, we are all human. It's alright, I'm not blaming you. Lu Yao waved his hand and said after all we took their resources, there's nothing wrong with sharing this news. The vice captain Shin Chi smilingly nodded, and said I really hope they leave. If over 10,000 people were killed, that anomaly clown might become a 5th level one, and then our troubles would be even greater. He wanted to say the same thing at that time, but noticing Chun Jianjun's actions he pretended not to see. He hoped that the people at the disaster base could be wiser and not endanger their lives. If it came to that, a 5th level anomaly clown would definitely be a huge problem for the convoy. Thank you. Chun Jianjun gratefully glanced at Lu Yao. He was worried about being blamed as things had indeed been a bit tense at that moment. If it weren't for Xiaoyu being with them, he feared they all would have fallen prey to that Lu Yao. He truly didn't expect that there would be a 7th level extraordinary being so soon in this world. He had thought that their convoy's extraordinary beings were among the fastest to advance, but he realized they were just frogs in a well, seeing only the sky. That guy's advancement is indeed rapid. 7th level, I thought I would advance first, but I didn't expect someone had already done so. Lu Yao, stretching lazily, said the warrior sequence pathway. Isn't that a very special sequence? How can one advance so quickly? Shin Chi explained with a smile the warrior sequence pathway is the strongest combat sequence. As long as one keeps fighting, advancement is simply a breeze. It seemed that Lu Yong had fought a lot against anomalies, otherwise he wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Goodness, it really means the more you fight, the stronger you become. Don't be ungrateful. Speaking solely of advancement speed, your zombie sequence pathway is the fastest. Shin Chi explained with a smile, considering your advancement speed, reaching 7th level won't take long. After all, you just need to be well fed to advance, unlike us. Except for Zhu Cheng, she only needs to kill criminals of the same sequence to advance. So embarrassing. Lu Yao, are you out of your mind? Lu Yong recognized the woman and shouted loudly, this is the water we drink. Who the hell told you to wash your feet here? Do you believe I'll knock you out? I elevated into a wondrous vehicle. Then Elder Chun would step in to fuse the wondrous vehicle into the fortress. This upgrade would once again enhance the mobile fortress, providing the convoy with a glimmer of hope for survival. Captain Lu, Captain Shin, look ahead. Zhang Jun, who was driving, shouted urgently, there's a stretch of abandoned buildings up ahead. It looks like they were ravaged by a great fire. Everyone turned to look out the window. They saw a cluster of derelict buildings ahead where many vehicles were still parked. However, due to the high temperatures, the tires of the vehicles had begun to melt. Some cars were even burned beyond recognition. In the furthest corner, there stood a charred building that resembled a gas station. This should be a service area. Shin Chi observed the surroundings, frowning. Let's go in and take a look. If there are any issues, we'll retreat immediately. Zhang Jun drove directly into the service area. The entire area seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time, but everyone knew this was due to the extreme heat. The greenery along the way had long since withered, some trees had burned to charcoal, and as far as the eye could see, only a small section of buildings remained somewhat intact, but they probably wouldn't last long. Under such scorching temperatures, these structures were likely on the verge of collapse. Yuezhou service area? Shin Chi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the iron plaque hanging by the entrance of the buildings. This terrain is truly deadly. We're still in Hang City, and now we're already in Yuezhou. Now everyone was accustomed to this chaotic terrain, although they did not know how to explain it. They were certain that the map was no longer useful. Zhu Cheng, who had been sitting silently, suddenly stood up upon hearing Yuezhou service area. Lu Yao noticed her movement and curiously asked, Zhu Cheng, what's wrong? Did you hear something? My home is in Yuezhou. In that moment, the usually aloof Zhu Cheng's face showed a flicker of emotion as she said solemnly, I went out for school, and I haven't been able to contact my family since the apocalypse began. Upon hearing this, the others in the vehicle fell silent. Family for them, that was somewhat of a luxury. The reason was simple. The extraordinary individuals among them understood the situation during the apocalypse best. Those who had fled with their families from the convoy envied each other for having family to accompany them. But for them, examples of families being safe during the apocalypse were too few. At least they dared not to hope for it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In fact, in Lu Yao's heart, he had already assumed his family had encountered misfortune. Do you want to go to Yuezhou? Lu Yao took a deep breath and asked, generally, if the service area has appeared, then the nearest city can't be far. Perhaps Yuezhou is also within this desert region. Everyone turned to Lu Yao, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. They too wished to reunite with their families. Especially old Wang, the fortune teller, who had 2 daughters. He worked outside just to support his family. If possible, he would have rushed to find them immediately. Is that possible? Zhu Cheng turned her head. Although she couldn't see, it didn't mean she couldn't locate Lu Yao's position. Of course it is. Lu Yao took a deep breath and smiled. Not just you, but the others in the convoy too. If we can encounter cities near your families as we go, we will look for them. The Dawn Convoy is not just bringing hope to ordinary people in the convoy. Everyone is the same. It's just a bit more adventurous anyway. We've already been hunted by level 4 anomalies. What worse news could there be? If you want to go, then go. I, as the captain, have no objections. What do you say, old Shun? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Shun Chi, the vice captain. Shin-Chi shrugged and smiled. Of course I agree, although my home is in Hang City which we have already passed, it doesn't mean I will obstruct everyone. Upon hearing that his home was in Hang City, the people in the vehicle fell silent once more. After all, they were all too clear about the situation in Hang City, especially in Xiaoyu who understood it the most. There were no living people left in Hang City. If she hadn't encountered the Dawn Convoy, she would probably have been trapped to death in Hang City. If Shin-Chi's family had not fled immediately, the highest probability was that they had already perished in Hang City. Hence Shin-Chi had never mentioned this matter. Alright, let's continue our journey. If Yuezhou is within the desert, we will check the situation near Yuezhou. Lu Yao directly gave the order. Old Shin cooperate with Yi Weiner to ensure the location of the anomalous presence. The others should also be prepared to assist. Old Wang Yu. I will calculate a divination. Old Wang forced a smile and took out some coins, saying, I will find out if there are any people in Yuezhou or directly calculate the situation of Zhu Cheng's family. Right? We can perform a divination directly. Although Old Wang can only do one divination a day, his readings are quite accurate. If they knew the situation of Zhu Cheng's family in advance, they wouldn't have to go to Yuezhou, they could continue their journey instead. Also, Yi Weiner's answer book could be used to locate people. Earlier, they were so focused on fleeing that they forgot the importance of assistance. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Zhu Cheng excitedly tightened her grip on her bamboo staff, her heart filled with anticipation for her family's whereabouts. Not just him. Yi Weiner, Chun Jianjun, Lu Yu, Old Zhang, and the others were all filled with expectation. What do you want to calculate? Old Wang asked with a smile. Are my family members in Yuezhou? Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and asked. As long as they are not there, we don't need to go to Yuezhou, and everyone shouldn't waste time going there. This was indeed a good idea. As long as they ensured that the people were not in the city, they could leave directly. Of course, the simplest would be to check if they were still alive. This information was perhaps what Zhu Cheng was most concerned about. The fortune teller Old Wang closed his eyes, shook the coins in his hand, chanted a few words, and then directly tossed the coins onto the table. Looking at the coins on the table, Old Wang furrowed his brows and shook his head, saying, Dead city empty of people, great misfortune. This clearly meant that Yuezhou was already deserted. They no longer needed to go to Yuezhou. Upon hearing this, Zhu Cheng nodded and returned to her seat, silent, her hands still tightly gripping the bamboo staff. At that moment, Yi Weiner across from her suddenly opened the answer book and smiled, saying, Zhu Cheng, don't worry. Your family is still alive. The answer book says your parents are in the fake convoy. Upon hearing that his parents were still alive, Zhu Cheng's heart finally settled down. The others in the convoy immediately turned their gazes towards Yi Weiner, who possessed the book of answers, as everyone was eager to know about their families. Shin-Chi had no thoughts on the matter. After all, with Hang City in such a state, he believed that knowing would not be a good thing. Similarly, Lu Yao did not inquire about his family's situation. His thoughts were similar to Shin-Chi's. If they truly learned the specifics, it would not bode well. As for the whereabouts of Zhu Cheng's parents, they were unaware of the fake convoy situation and did not know if they would encounter them, hence, they could not offer much help. If they were to meet the fake convoy later, perhaps there would still be hope for Zhu Cheng to reunite with his parents. But clearly that was impossible at the moment. Lu Yao sat by the window, lit a cigarette, and frowned as he looked at the scorching environment outside. How much longer do you think it will take for us to leave this place? Hard to say. Shin-Chi shook his head. According to our calculations, it should take a few more days, but who can be certain? Once they pass through the high-temperature environment, they will be greeted by the cold and hot zones. That's when the true temperature difference will hit. Right now they have ice crystals to rely on, but what about later? In the face of extreme temperature differences, ice crystals will be useless. What they will need then are items to keep warm. They are coming. Shin-Chi watched the convoy speeding past on the road, resembling a great dragon rushing forth, with each vehicle filled with people, all appearing to be in flight for their life. The disaster convoy. They had abandoned the disaster base and chosen to flee. After all, a level 4 anomaly was beyond their means to handle. It seemed they had no other choice but to escape. Lu Yao finished his cigarette in a few puffs, discarded the butt, and said, let's drive. We should set off too. This service area was too close to the disaster base, and whatever resources were inside had likely been scavenged long ago. Staying here was just a waste of time. They could leave directly. While the anomaly clown had yet to pursue them, they had plenty of time to deal with it. The mobile fortress whizzed past, bursting out of the Yuezhou service area and directly onto the sand-covered road. The disaster convoy sped ahead, while the mobile fortress swiftly followed, quickly catching up. The mobile fortress was not slow. Before long, it surpassed most vehicles of the disaster convoy and charged directly towards the front few cars. Seeing the familiar mobile fortress approach, the people of the disaster convoy showed no inclination to greet it. Instead, they focused on driving. Clearly, they were not foolish. They understood the convoy's current situation. The priority was to keep moving. Currently, there was only this one road in the desert. Driving in the high temperature was not good news for the convoy, especially with the tire pressure being the greatest concern. If they were not careful, they might not escape before their vehicles started to break down one after another. Fortunately, the convoy had the light shield artifact, which could block the current high temperature, maintaining it around 40 degrees. However, there were too many people in their convoy, and they were moving in a long line, making it impossible to ensure that every vehicle could be protected. Thus, the pressure on the disaster convoy was immense. Watching the mobile fortress overtake them and accelerate ahead, the members of the disaster convoy cast envious glances. The artifact vehicle was truly impressive. If they could also have one, perhaps they would not feel so frantic on the road. The mobile fortress moved quickly, enduring the external heat as it traveled through the sea of sand. Even upon seeing the Yuezhou city covered in yellow sand, they had no intention of stopping. Instead, they passed directly through its outskirts. Given the high temperature, it was also inconvenient for Shenqi and Yi Weiner to get out and listen for any sounds. The mobile fortress had to keep moving. Fortunately, it was the mobile fortress. If it were any other ordinary vehicle, it likely wouldn't be able to sustain such a hurried journey. The temperature has already exceeded 90 degrees. Shenqi walked over and sighed. If we keep going like this, the outside will become uninhabitable for humans. Maintaining a surface temperature of 90 degrees, if it weren't in the desert, people would probably die. Lu Yao nodded and directed, let old Zhang and the others take turns driving. We need to travel through the night, as this high temperature is truly unsuitable for us to linger. He would rather confront the cold and hot disasters than stay in such a high temperature environment any longer. It was tormenting. Too tormenting. After delegating matters to Shenqi, he went to rest. The convoy's supplies were sufficient to sustain them for a while, so there was no need to take risks in search of resources. Next, they needed to leave this high-temperature area as quickly as possible. The convoy continued on its journey. Besides encountering Yuezhou City, they also discovered several villages along the way, but compared to Yuezhou City, the fate of those villages was grim. Some villages were still burning with flames, the heat bearing down on them. The convoy continued to move forward, showing no signs of stopping. Even as night fell, they changed drivers and continued to drive. This desert region had become a nightmare for everyone. Lu Yao and the others, besides resting, kept observing the outside environment. In such high temperatures, even anomalies did not wish to appear. They encountered no further oddities during their 3-day journey. On the 4th day, something that resembled a curtain appeared before them. Upon seeing that curtain-like entity, Shenqi's eyes filled with delight. We made it out. Finally escaped from this damned high-temperature zone. To be honest, Shenqi could barely hold on any longer. Such high temperatures were unsuitable for them to get out of the vehicle. They could only passively stay inside and watch the yellow sand outside, as if they were the only people left in the world. This torment had finally come to an end. The mobile fortress surged forward at high speed, instantly passing through the curtain. In an instant, the yellow sand vanished from sight, replaced by a normal environment with mountains and such appearing before them. We finally made it out. Shenqi let out a long breath, looking at the outside environment with a smile. It seems we have survived. What is the temperature now? Lu Yao asked as he approached from the back. It has dropped to 70 degrees. Shenqi checked the temperature gauge outside and said with a smile, the temperature dropped almost instantly. It seems to be maintaining around 70 degrees. In the cold and hot disaster zone, the days were hot and the nights presented extreme cold. Lu Yao looked at the sky and frowned. We need to find a place to settle down quickly and find some clothing to prepare in advance, lest we be caught off guard at night. Okay. After Shenqi spoke to Lu Yu, who was driving, she settled into the passenger seat, looking out at the environment together. The others also stood by the window, watching the outside scenery. As long as it wasn't hot, they could accept anything. The mobile fortress quickly came to a halt on the road, flanked by numerous houses on either side. Although these houses were in a high-temperature environment, they were not burned down like those in areas afflicted by extreme heat disasters. Traces of having been rummaged through remained in the houses, indicating that the passing convoy had visited this place. After getting out of the vehicle, Lu Yao and the others felt the environment outside. With ice crystals in hand, it wasn't too hot. Shenqi and Yi Weiner take a moment to feel it out. After getting out of the vehicle, Lu Yao glanced at the surroundings and instructed Shenqi and Yi Weiner to disembark. Upon entering the room, Shenqi surveyed the situation inside. Although the items were in disarray, it did not hinder their ability to listen and feel. Upon entering the room, Shenqi surveyed the situation inside. Although the items were in disarray, it did not hinder their ability to listen and feel. Lying on the ground, they sensed an eerie aura within their perception range. There's something strange. It's just to our right, about a kilometer away. After exchanging glances, the two stood up and walked outside. Seeing Zhu Cheng had also gotten out and was standing next to Lu Yao, Shenqi quickly approached, saying, there's an eerie aura a kilometer away. Let's search here and see if we can attract that anomaly over. Okay. Lu Yao nodded, saying, you arrange for people to search, while Zhu Cheng and I keep watch around. And Xiao Yu will assist us. As long as it's not a level 5 anomaly, we should be able to escape. If a level 4 anomaly appears within Xiao Yu's help, we might have some chance, as long as it's not something as twisted as a level 4 anomaly clown. After arranging the convoy, they began to disembark and search for supplies, prioritizing various clothing. Next, keeping warm would be the primary concern. As for other matters, Shen Shi found Chen Jianjun and expressed her thoughts. Old Chen, do you think we can create a framework for cultivating crops? Cultivation. Are you planning to plant yourself? Chen Jianjun became interested, walked to the roadside, picked up some soil, and smiled. This soil is fine. We can directly use it to plant the potatoes we collected. The potatoes that were collected have been stored in the freezer. Having escaped the high temperature zone, it's time to prepare. Before entering the extreme cold disaster area, they had ample time to prepare everything. They could even upgrade the mobile fortress ahead of time. The second floor area still had some space perfect for planting. This is my plan. Let me know what materials you need and I'll arrange for people to find them. We need to speed things up. After all, they were still being hunted. They had to flee. Chen Jianjun immediately listed the materials he needed, then turned his gaze to Qin Yukuei. Now that they were all in this together, they clearly understood the situation of the extraordinary individuals in the convoy. Qin Yukuei, an extraordinary individual from the mysterious series, would surely be. If they could elevate the plant cultivation shed he created into a wondrous item, then they would truly see hope. Shen Shi noticed his gaze and understood his implication, smiling. Don't worry, old Chen. Brother Qin will definitely help. His abilities are too important for us. Haha, as long as there's a place where I can be of use, I'm happy. Qin Yukuei chuckled and scratched his head. During this time he hadn't had anything to craft into wondrous items, so he had been idly passing the time. Each day he either chatted with his 3 wives or played chess with them to pass the time. He was nearly going stir-crazy. Since there was a need for him in the convoy, he was naturally eager to participate. Then let's hurry. I'll take people to find supplies and move them to the second floor to prepare for crafting. Chen Jianjun knew the importance of this matter, so he stopped the idle chatter and took a few people to search the surrounding houses for usable items. At that moment, Yi Weiner quickly ran towards Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng, whispering, "It's coming. That eerie creature is approaching us." "Okay, just leave the rest to us." Lu Yao nodded, drew his soul-devouring blade, and became eager. He was very close to reaching Sequence 7. If not for the fact that he hadn't encountered those eerie sandworms lately, he would have likely already advanced. Now he just hoped to encounter 2 level 3 anomalies for a thrill. Advancing to Sequence 7 was within reach. Before long, a pitch-black, eerie creature floated over, resembling a piece of black rag, drifting in from afar, and then directly charging at Lu Yao. This is a level 2 eerie shadow which usually appears in groups. Yi Weiner reminded from behind. As soon as her voice fell, a large mass of black clouds emerged from behind, rolling towards their position. Wow, is there really that many? Lu Yao's mouth twitched as he immediately charged forward with his blade, simultaneously issuing commands to the zombies Bai Chun and Hong Mao to charge out together. Zhu Cheng remained behind, holding her bone-piercing blade, silently tapping her bamboo staff against the ground. In an instant, the situation of the ghost shadow swarm appeared in her mind. Immediately, she began to swing the knife in her hands swiftly, sending out waves of blade energy. Lu Yao led the charge. To the ghost shadows, this human presence was the eerie aura, causing them to completely ignore Lu Yao's existence. This allowed Lu Yao to be even more ruthless. With swift blade strokes, one ghost shadow after another fell, accompanied by screams and unwilling thoughts. Lu Yao and the 2 zombies coordinated well, plus Zhu Cheng's support from behind. They managed to halt the ghost shadow swarm. Even the few that slipped through were manipulated by Xiao Yu to turn back, actively running under the blade energy and Lu Yao's blade. In less than 10 minutes, not a single eerie ghost shadow could be seen in the sky. The ground was filled with the corpses of ghost shadows. Once the ghost shadow corpses dissipated, several pieces of black leather were left behind. This was the material for wondrous items. Shen Shi immediately arranged for people to collect those black leathers, as they were excellent for crafting wondrous items and for trade. The convoy now had truly formed a scale of a survival gathering place. Everyone had their roles: hunters hunted, protectors protected, searchers searched. Both Lu Yao and Shen Shi hoped to see such a scene. After all, unity among the people provided more opportunities for survival. After absorbing the blood energy, Lu Yao exhaled lightly, saying, "It's a pity, it's still not as much as the blood energy brought by a level 3 anomaly. You should be content. A level 3 anomalies aren't encountered so easily." Shen Shi laughed from behind, saying that we encountered this ghost shadow swarm is already good luck for us. It don't put too much pressure on yourself. The eerie clown hasn't caught up, yet has it? Hearing Shen Shi's words, Lu Yao gently nodded. Indeed, the strange clown had not yet chased after them, and he still had time. During this period, it seemed he had put too much pressure on himself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yao shook off the blood stains from the devouring spirit blade. It must be said that this peculiar weapon was incredibly useful, and up until now Lu Yao had not even utilized the protective effect of the blade. If given the choice, Lu Yao naturally hoped to never use it throughout his life. After all, using the protective effect would be tantamount to having died once already. Let's check and see if there are any more anomalies around. Yi Wani nodded, and then entered a room, lying on the ground with her eyes closed as she began to listen intently. She then stood up and smiled, saying, "There are no more strange auras. Everyone can search with peace of mind, but it's best not to go too deep." Upon hearing this, the people in the convoy felt relieved and quickened their search. When safety was assured, they could be a bit bolder. Although this area had already been scavenged, some items in certain rooms were still usable. Moreover, in such a large town, there should definitely be clothing stores, supermarkets, and shops. They could certainly search for more here. Chen Jianjun led a team to retrieve several iron frames, then arranged for others to dig up a lot of soil from outside and transport it to the second floor of the mobile fortress. Choosing an excellent position where sunlight could shine, he began to modify those iron frames using his abilities. All the iron frames were neatly arranged, then actively disassembled and reformed into a square enclosure. The base of this small area was also made of iron sheets, and the surrounding fence stood about 50 centimeters tall. The transported soil began to be poured in layer by layer. Water resources are currently quite precious, so they couldn't be casually discarded. Chen Jianjun suggested waiting a bit longer to see if they could discover some water sources for direct use. Old Chen, I've brought back something good. Take a look at this. Qin Yukue hurriedly ran over with a large cloth bag, grinning as he said, I found this at a hardware store up ahead. There are quite a few iron tools inside. He then tossed the bag onto the ground. Seeing the writing on the bag, Chen Jianjun's eyes widened. Fertilizer. It's actually fertilizer. That's fantastic. This is exactly what they need right now. If there's fertilizer, could there be other types of chemical fertilizers as well? How much more is there? Where is that hardware store? Chen Jianjun eagerly inquired. This is crucial. With chemical fertilizers, our plans for planting crops can be expedited. It's not far ahead. There are 2 more bags, but they're not fertilizers. One of them has been used. Qin Yukue chuckled and said, I knew you'd need it. I've already sent someone to carry it. The store still has some farming tools. Do you want it? Before he could finish, Chen Jianjun hurriedly got out of the vehicle and ran towards the hardware store. The hardware store in the village didn't just sell hardware, it also carried other items. Farming tools were among the most basic. Chen Jianjun wanted to personally search for materials they would need for the convoy later. Qin Yukue initially wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shin Qi. Captain Shin, I'm going to help old Chen. Oh, why are you stopping me? You have other tasks to do. A Dongfeng semi-truck was found nearby, and I have a special material in my hand to take it to enhance that truck. Shin Qi pointed in a direction and said, our mobile fortress needs to be upgraded as well. Oh, let's discuss other matters after the upgrade. Upon hearing about the Dongfeng semi-truck, Qin Yukue immediately became interested. He just loved such large vehicles. The previous bus was the best example. Alright, I'll go now. Qin Yukue laughed heartily, saying, I'll drive the truck over, and then let old Chen merge it directly. I wonder what our mobile fortress will turn into. Shin Qi patted his shoulder and said, the space will probably increase. It all depends on you afterward. He then took out a special material from his collection and handed it directly to Qin Yukue. Seeing this, Qin Yukue didn't hesitate and immediately placed the special material on the front of the Dongfeng semi-truck, simultaneously enveloping the entire vehicle with a rich white light. Before long, the semi-truck was enhanced into a special vehicle. Qin Yukue patted the vehicle's body and immediately ran to the driver's seat to take a look, but unfortunately there was no key, otherwise he could have driven it away. Previously he thought there would be a key in the vehicle, but now it seemed he had overthought it. No choice but to have someone bring the mobile fortress over. Chen Jianjun had people haul a lot of items back from the hardware store to the vehicle, and soon the planting area was filled with various items. He was worried that there was a bit too little space. Shin Qi returned to inform him to prepare for the upgrade of the mobile fortress. With level 3 special materials and a brand new special vehicle, it was enough to elevate the mobile fortress to a new. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jianjun immediately ordered everyone to disembark and began to feel excited himself. Nearly 300 people gathered in the nearby area watching as Chen Jianjun began. The level 3 special materials directly merged into the mobile fortress, while the special vehicle, the semi-truck, was instantly dismantled, transforming into countless parts that integrated into the mobile fortress. Unlike the exaggerated scenes before this time, it was a completely one-sided fusion. The special vehicle, the semi-truck, was forcibly merged into the mobile fortress. From the outside, the mobile fortress hadn't changed in appearance, but its length had clearly increased, at least seeming to have extended by about 5 meters. The internal space had become even larger. After Lu Yao and the others boarded, they discovered that the original seating capacity of 200 had now increased to 500. The second floor, in addition to the planting area, now had an extra 300 seats. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the current characteristics of the mobile fortress. Item: Rampaging Bull Fortress. Type: 3 Quality Special Item Mobile Fortress ID 105. Characteristics: 1. Fortress. The vehicle shell is reinforced, capable of withstanding multiple impacts from level 2 anomalies and can resist most bullet attacks. 2. Rampaging Bull Charge. When the vehicle speed exceeds 150 miles per hour, it can initiate a Rampaging Bull Charge, colliding with all objects directly ahead. 3. Automatic Freshening. Automatically maintains the cleanliness and air quality inside the vehicle, ensuring that the interior remains fresh and air circulation is smooth. 4. Counterattack. Not activated. Requires the configuration of firearms to activate. 5. Absolute constant temperature. The internal space of the vehicle will adjust according to the external environment, always maintaining a comfortable temperature for humans. 6. Regulation upgrade not activated requires special materials generated by level 4 anomalous creatures for further fusion and enhancement. Description: a special item created by a certain sequence of extraordinary beings transformed into a mobile fortress by a certain mechanic, a rare existence in the world. It has been upgraded. Not just the ID has improved, but also the characteristics they desired have appeared. Absolute constant temperature. This is simply the best feature they could have right now. The members of the convoy entered the brand new mobile fortress and immediately felt its wonders. Now they could feel a pleasantly cool sensation without the need for ice crystals. Just the space alone was enough to accommodate all of them. There were even around 200 empty lounge chairs. While there weren't any other significant changes for Lu Yao and the others, the absolute constant temperature was the best feature. The clothes they collected could be stored away, once they reached the extreme cold disaster zone, that would not pose any problem. After calling everyone to board the vehicle, Lu Yao directly held a meeting with Xin Shi and the others to discuss the next route. The planting area on the second floor needed to continue. There was no rush for the water source. First they needed to turn the greenhouse into something extraordinary, and the planting matters could be postponed. As for searching this small town, that could also be put on hold. Xin Shi, responsible for this aspect, proactively spoke up. Next, we should continue on our way. With the absolute constant temperature, we need not worry about the internal temperature of our vehicle. We should strive to leave here as soon as possible. The current temperature difference between cold and hot is no longer a hassle, but we mustn't be too complacent. Ultimately, we are still facing a major trouble. Let's not forget the eerie clown that has been stalking us. What I mean is to keep moving and prioritize dealing with any strange creatures we encounter along the way, allowing Lu Yao to advance first. Additionally, regarding weapons, the armaments of our mobile fortress remain a concern, so we should prioritize collecting weapons moving forward. He already had a plan in mind, thus arranging everything in an orderly fashion. Lu Yao shared this thought. The mobile fortress required necessary firepower, and Qin Yuequi could elevate conventional weapons into extraordinary ones. This would undeniably be a significant enhancement for the convoy. In this manner, their convoy would at least have some means of defense when facing certain dangers. Moreover, the emergence of the mobile fortress evidently indicated a new direction for human survival. Although they were still migrating, the mobile fortress clearly provided humanity with greater security. The convoy set off to continue their journey. They had already checked the local police station. Everything inside had been thoroughly scavenged. There were no firearms left, not even baton-like objects. As they traveled, the sky gradually darkened. The outside temperature plummeted from the initial high to an extreme low, dropping directly to -20 degrees. Moreover, this temperature continued to drop. Xin Shi, having checked the thermometer, felt a sense of foreboding. Such a sudden drop in temperature posed a significant crisis for humans. As they pressed on, snowflakes began to fall outside. In such low temperatures, staying outside would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death, not to mention the potential encounter with eerie entities. Thus, moving forward was the only viable option. However, the noise of the mobile fortress traveling at night disrupted the silence of the night. No strange creatures appeared. Instead, more vehicles began to appear in pairs along the road. Captain Xin Weave encountered another convoy. Old Zhang, who was driving, hurriedly shouted back. Many people in the convoy were resting, but having grown accustomed to the current situation, they merely turned over and continued sleeping. Encountering another convoy was nothing. They were still being pursued by the eerie clown. As Lu Yao and Xin Shi approached, they saw the mobile fortress slowly come to a stop, with many vehicles ahead blocking the entire roadway. On either side of the mobile fortress, numerous vehicles were parked, suggesting that this convoy had quite a number of people. A conservative estimate would be over 1,000. Their arrival naturally disrupted the rest of this convoy. However, it was too cold outside, and people in the vehicles were merely peering out of the windows, without anyone stepping out to join the commotion. What kind of vehicle is this? It certainly looks quite large. It must have been modified, or just look at the front and body of that vehicle. It seems capable of a heating collision with a semi-trailer. Could there be extraordinary individuals on that vehicle? I wonder how much supplies they have. If they have enough, perhaps we could ask them for some. Don't speak. Our convoy's leader is coming. They will probably discuss with them. Soon, in the illumination of the headlights, several figures dressed in down jackets walked towards them from the direction of the front vehicles. Leading them was a woman wielding a broadsword, followed by 5 others with unfriendly expressions, clearly intent on causing trouble. As a member of the zombie sequence, Lu Yao seemed largely unaffected by the cold. 20 degrees wasn't enough to discomfort him. So he brought the zombies by Chun and Hong Maozi with him as he got out of the vehicle. Upon seeing 2 zombies descend from the vehicle, the members of this convoy immediately panicked, with some even locking their doors in fear that the 2 zombies might charge at them. The leading woman also noticed the zombies and immediately stopped, standing a distance away with a frown. This road is occupied by our fake convoy. Those wanting to pass should take a detour from the other side. With a somewhat domineering tone, the woman coldly shouted, "The front has been blocked. All passing convoys must take a detour." She was clearly asserting her dominance over the road. Lu Yao scrutinized the woman and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you the fake convoy?" He remembered that Zhu Cheng's parents were part of the fake convoy. In this world, many convoys had the same names, so it was possible to encounter a convoy with a similar name. However, since they had come across the fake convoy, it was essential to confirm it. After all, Zhu Cheng had helped immensely along the way. "Indeed, we are the fake convoy. What do you want?" The woman spoke in a domineering manner. "We are all humans. We don't interfere with each other's affairs. We block the road only to avoid being disturbed. Oh, let's not make things difficult for one another." "That's good to know you're the fake convoy." Lu Yao smiled as he approached, but the other party was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. "What do you want?" The leading woman suddenly raised her broadsword, showcasing considerable strength, surprising even Lu Yao. Her stance was quite intimidating. "I wish to find a few people from your convoy." Lu Yao calmly stated, "My friend's family should be in your convoy. Once I find them, we'll leave. How about we keep our business separate?" To be honest, the leading woman felt a bit anxious because this man could control 2 zombies, indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, at this moment, only he had stepped out of the vehicle, who knew if there were others still inside. Thus, in this apocalypse, caution was certainly warranted. Having one less enemy was naturally the best news. "That's fine, but our convoy has many members, and you can only search for them yourself. Make sure your zombies don't come too close." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the 5 extraordinary beings behind her started to fidget. "Captain, are you out of your mind? Who knows what his intentions are? What if this guy is just spouting nonsense? We can't really take his words at face value, can we? The supplies of the convoy are scattered. If he searches for them one vehicle at a time, isn't that equivalent to revealing our supply locations to him? Captain, I think this action is not wise. You should reconsider." The 5 immediately began to persuade her. However, the woman frowned, ignoring their words. The reason was simple. She sensed a hint of danger emanating from Lu Yao. All the extraordinary beings in their convoy were at Sequence 9, and none had advanced to Sequence 8. Moreover, she was the strongest among them, which is why she held the captain's position. But the fact that she felt danger indicated that this handsome man before her might very well be a Sequence 8 extraordinary being. Such a person could easily annihilate their convoy. Thus, not taking action and allowing the other party to search was the best option. If the other party was truly just using the pretense of searching for someone, they would have no means to respond, as Sequence 8 was beyond their capability. Lu Yao did not expect the woman to agree so readily. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your supplies. I simply want to find someone." After saying this, he stationed 2 zombies at the entrance. Then he walked towards the nearest vehicle and knocked on the window. The people inside the car were terrified. They had naturally heard the conversation outside. If someone who even their captain dared not provoke was knocking on their window, they had even less reason to speak. Slowly lowering the window, the man in the driver's seat forced a grim smile and said, "Big brother, who are you looking for? Is there anyone named Zhu in your convoy?" "Zhu, he the Zhu?" Lu Yao asked directly. The man was taken aback, then turned to look at the others in the car. The others instinctively shook their heads. But the woman in the passenger seat suddenly spoke up. "I know a man named Zhu, right? He should be in his 40s, driving a BMW, and he was escaping with his wife." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon this woman. Regardless of whether what she said was true or not, he felt it was necessary to confirm. "Where are they?" Lu Yao frowned and asked. "They should be behind us. The couple doesn't have much in terms of supplies, so they can only follow the convoy from the back." The woman explained softly. "Our convoy needs to search for supplies together. If they can't find any, they'll have to be abandoned." But they didn't want to wait to die, so they just followed from behind. Hearing this, Lu Yao nodded, and then turned to walk towards the back. A BMW was not that difficult to find. Lu Yao searched from one vehicle to another, and soon arrived at a BMW. Inside the car were a group of men, with no women present. It seemed they were not the people he was looking for. The captain of the fake convoy looked at Lu Yao, realizing he was indeed searching for someone, and he let out a long sigh of relief, whispering, "Don't meddle, we can't afford to provoke this person." "Can't afford to provoke." The 5 extraordinary beings exchanged glances, clearly not taking his words to heart. If the 5 of them joined forces, could they truly not contend with him? Watching Lu Yao continue to walk towards the back, one of the men with a buzz cut began to feel anxious, snorting coldly. "Captain, those people behind aren't part of our convoy. You should be aware of their situation. If that pretty boy is looking for someone back there, it could be troublesome." Hearing this, the captain's heart couldn't help but race. Yes, their fake convoy had not been kind to some of the people following them. In fact, in their eyes, the people following behind were not considered part of their convoy. When necessary, they could be treated as burdens or even as reserved food. If the person the other party was looking for was indeed in the car behind. Now you realize the trouble. The woman spoke coldly. "I already said not to make things absolute. You didn't listen to me, and now you're only willing to discuss these issues after troubles arise." The 5 extraordinary beings immediately fell silent. They were now a bit anxious, praying that Lu Yao would not find the person he was looking for. But the more they wished against it, the more likely it was to happen. Lu Yao stopped beside the last vehicle, knocked on the door, and continued to inquire. The driver was a somewhat frail man, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition, likely having not eaten enough for some time. You? Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The frail man was unsure of the situation, just watching Lu Yao search vehicle after vehicle. Is your surname Zhu? Lu Yao asked with a smile. The man instinctively nodded, then nervously said, I am a Zhu, but I shouldn't know you right. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. If there are any grudges. Do you have a daughter named Zhu Cheng? Lu Yao directly interrupted him. Upon hearing this, the man froze in place, while the middle-aged woman in the passenger seat grew anxious. Do you know Cheng? Did you see her? Is she okay? The middle-aged woman hurriedly spoke. I am Cheng's mother, please can you tell us where she is? We miss her so much. She was even on the verge of tears as she spoke. It was as if she couldn't wait to see her daughter again. Lu Yao stood by the car smiling, and said, My name is Lu Yao, the captain of the Dawn Convoy. Your daughter Zhu Cheng is a member of my convoy. She is currently a sequence extraordinary being, and is in our vehicle. As soon as this was said, the middle-aged woman immediately grew anxious, disregarding her frail state, and hurriedly opened the car door to get out. The man driving also hurriedly followed her out to support the woman. They approached Lu Yao nervously and awkwardly, asking, Mr. Lu, is our daughter okay? She is fine, as she's waiting for you in the car. Let me take you to her. Lu Yao smiled at the others in the car and said, Do the people in your vehicle need to come with us? Of course, if you don't want to, you can completely ignore them. After this, the people in the car immediately looked at Zhu Cheng's parents with hopeful eyes. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, They saved us on the road and shared the supplies they gathered with us. If possible, please take them with us. When Lu Yao mentioned Zhu Cheng's name, the couple had already begun to believe him. After all, apart from their daughter, no one else would come looking for them. 8 people were crammed into the BMW. Besides Zhu Cheng's parents, there were 6 others, all around 40 years old. Hearing Zhu Cheng's mother's words, the 6 looked on with eager anticipation. Lu Yao nodded, signaling them to get out of the car and follow him. There was still plenty of space in the vehicle, so bringing back 6 more people was not a problem. He was the captain, and his word was final. Moreover, these 6 had helped Zhu Cheng's parents. There were not many who would assist each other in the apocalypse. Lu Yao led the 8 directly to the entrance of the mobile fortress. 2 zombies roared at them, nearly causing them to stumble on the road. Seeing the tense expressions of the captain and his group, Lu Yao couldn't help but smirk. This kind of matter was best left for Zhu Cheng to handle. Perhaps he could add a few more zombie puppets to his collection. The formation of his zombie army was not far off. The door of the mobile fortress opened, and a warm airflow rushed out, enveloping Zhu Cheng's parents and the others in warmth. Then Zhu Cheng's parents saw Zhu Cheng leaning against the door wearing sunglasses. At that moment, Zhu Cheng couldn't see them, but upon hearing the sound of the car door opening, instinctively said, What? Are you going to make a move? Chengzi, Zhu Cheng's mother exclaimed, looking at her daughter with excitement. She supported herself against the car door to get in, and quickly rushed over to hug Zhu Cheng. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Cheng's body trembled slightly. Mom, it's me, I'm your mother. Chengzi, I'm so glad you're okay. Your father and I are sorry for you. Zhu Cheng's mother began to cry, while hugging Zhu Cheng, repeatedly apologizing. We were going to find you, but we encountered a strange attack. We were too afraid to come. It's all our fault. You've suffered. Zhu Cheng's father also got into the car, trembling as he hugged his daughter and wife. At this moment, family reunion was more important than anything else. The others also got into the car. Looking at the spacious interior, they were shocked and stood there unsure of what to do. They had never seen such a vehicle. Oh, it must have had at least 200 people inside, right? So many people actually lived together. Moreover, judging by their appearances, they did not seem to have been mistreated. The Dawn Convoy was simply much better than the Fate Convoy. Uncle and Aunt, please take a seat. Shin-Chi walked over with a smile, saying, I'll have someone bring you some hot water and prepare some food so we can chat while we eat. As he spoke, he sent a few unoccupied individuals in the vehicle to prepare food. Right now, instant noodles were the only option. Cooking a meal at this hour seemed a bit unrealistic, and considering there were only 8 people, it was entirely, let's just have some instant noodles first. At the moment, Zhu Cheng couldn't see her parents, but Shin-Chi and the others were observing everything clearly. The elderly couple probably had been hanging by a thread due to hunger, and the other 6 looked similarly haggard. Clearly, the Fate Convoy did not treat people as humans. A group of people sat at the conference table, and the convoy members brought over the cooked instant noodles, which were quite generous in portion and even included eggs. After all, Zhu Cheng's parents were here. Zhu Cheng had also saved the lives of everyone in the convoy, so they had to treat them well at this moment. Looking at the fragrant instant noodles in front of them, Zhu Cheng's parents were too nervous to pick up their chopsticks. After all, in the Fate Convoy, a single package of instant noodles could spark a scramble among people. Even fighting to the point of bloodshed was not unheard of. Go ahead and eat. We're all on the same side, no need to be polite. Shin-Chi, the deputy captain, stood nearby and smiled, saying, Zhu Cheng has saved us many times. Now that you've been found, relax and eat without worrying about supplies. Our Dawn Convoy is not lacking in these resources. Hearing this, the 6 people all looked at Zhu Cheng's parents, clearly waiting for them to take the first bite. Zhu Cheng's mother did not rush to eat, but noticed Zhu Cheng's appearance with the sunglasses, and immediately, "Chengzi, are you unable to see?" She spoke with a trembling voice. Zhu Cheng's father, sitting nearby, also trembled, anxiously looking at his daughter. Zhu Cheng smiled and nodded, saying, "I have become a sequence extraordinary. The price is that I can no longer see, but you don't need to worry, I now have the ability to..." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Cheng's mother could no longer hold back and immediately started crying. Zhu Cheng's father sighed. He knew the price of becoming a sequence extraordinary was high, but he never expected that his daughter, "Mom and Dad, please eat first. We'll talk after you're done." Zhu Cheng rarely smiled, saying, "The people in the convoy have taken good care of me, so you don't need to worry. From now on, consider this place our new home." Seeing their daughter say this, the two finally nodded gratefully at Lu Yao and the others before picking up their chopsticks to eat the instant noodles, which felt like treasures to them. Shinchi observed their weak condition and sighed, "No rush, if it's not enough, I'll have someone cook more. Take your time eating. Little brother, you don't know, this instant noodle is a lifesaver for us." Zhu Cheng's father wiped his tears as he ate, saying, "We don't have the ability, and the convoy doesn't care about us. They let us fend for ourselves, and once we starve to death, we'll become reserve food for the convoy. You've saved our lives." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The term reserve food was indeed a heavy one. Lu Yao instinctively clenched his fists, and Shinchi and the others' expressions also turned grim. Eating people. They had not thought about such things before, but now, with only 2 months into the apocalypse, even with scarce resources, it should not have come to this. But the fake convoy had done just that. Those who starved to death became reserve food. How many people in this convoy had eaten such reserve food? Dad, you and Mom. Zhu Cheng nervously grasped her parents' arms, fearing the worst possible news would reach her ears. "Don't worry, we haven't eaten. Your uncles and aunts here haven't either. The convoy doesn't treat us as humans, but we still know we are human." Zhu Cheng's father spoke earnestly. "Those of us left behind are seen as reserve food. This convoy is rotten from top to bottom and cannot be compared to your Dawn Convoy. You all are true good people." Hearing this, Zhu Cheng's smile faded slightly, and she slowly stood up. "Dad, you and Mom eat first. I'm going down for some air." As she spoke, she grabbed the bone-piercing blade and bamboo staff beside her, turning around and leaving the vehicle without looking back. Zhu Cheng's parents wanted to say something, but they were directly interrupted by Lu Yao. "Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. Zhu Cheng is just going to vent her anger. As children, it's excessive to act as if they don't know when seeing their parents suffer." But Zhu Cheng's father still wanted to say something. But Lu Yao followed up with a smile, saying, "Zhu Cheng is a Sequence 8 extraordinary. Those people from the fake convoy are no match for her. So just relax and eat." After finishing a cigarette, Lu Yao just tossed the butt away when Zhu Cheng approached from the doorway of the mobile fortress. As if sensing Lu Yao's presence, she wiped the blood from her face and said, "All 5 of them are still alive. You handle it yourself." As a member of the convoy, she was well aware of Lu Yao's intentions and objectives. If the zombie army were to take shape, it would serve as an additional means of protection for their Dawn Convoy. Lu Yao smiled and said, "I'll be back soon, and don't go to the 2nd floor for now. I'll arrange for my zombies to rest." With that, he cheerfully got out of the vehicle. Once he got down, he saw 6 people moaning on the ground, not far away. Among them was the leader of the fake convoy, and all 6 extraordinary beings were covered in knife wounds, bleeding profusely, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. Seeing Lu Yao approach, the leader of the fake convoy lifted her head. She wanted to struggle to get up, but her injuries prevented her. You madman." The leader's eyes were filled with resentment as she said, "We are all humans. Does your convoy want to kill the ordinary members of the fake convoy?" At this moment, the woman still thought to use the moral high ground of being human to restrain Lu Yao. But Lu Yao crouched down with a grin and raised his hand. A droplet-like substance coalesced between his fingers, hovering at his fingertips and emitting a terrifying glow. "How dare you say such things? You dare to stockpile food, yet you have the audacity to speak of ordinary people." Lu Yao said with a grin, "To be honest, I have no desire to involve myself in the matters of your fake convoy, but unfortunately you all deserve to die. Do you know what makes one eat others? The strange." He continued, "Since you all want to be strange, I'll lend you a hand. I am an extraordinary being of the zombie sequence, and this drop of virus can turn you directly into zombies, listening only to my commands thereafter. Don't thank me, there aren't many good people like me in this world." Hearing Lu Yao's words and looking at the virus at his fingertip, the extraordinary beings of the fake convoy began to panic. They recalled the 2 zombies Lu Yao had brought down from the vehicle. Those were no ordinary zombies. They were transformed. "No, please, we don't want to become zombies." At that moment, the leader of the fake convoy was completely terrified, pleading with a trembling voice, "I can pledge my loyalty to you. Let me be your woman, or just don't let me become a zombie, please." Lu Yao ignored her pleas and directly injected the zombie virus into her body. Then he began to gather the virus again, injecting droplets into the wounds of the other 5, pleading, "Go to hell." Lu Yao could hardly care for their cries for mercy. The transformation into eerie screams and wails was far more pleasing. Shortly after, the 6 zombies crawled up from the ground, roaring at each other. "Shut up." With a single command from Lu Yao, the 6 zombies immediately fell silent. Now he had 6 more henchmen, who, although he didn't know what sequence of extraordinary beings they were, it mattered little to him. For he saw more than just the 6 extraordinary beings turned zombies. Rather, the fake convoy. Surely there were others in the convoy who had also consumed the reserve food. Since they no longer wished to be human, they might as well completely turn into zombies and follow the convoy to protect it. Lu Yao walked to the side of a vehicle, stopping and smiling as he knocked on the window. The people inside were already trembling in fear, their hands shaking as they struggled to bring the window down. They had witnessed a girl injuring the extraordinary beings of their convoy, including the leader with a knife, and then this pretty boy had gotten out of the vehicle to turn them into zombies. Now the extraordinary beings of their convoy had become zombies, trailing behind this guy. "Be big, brother. Don't be afraid." Lu Yao smiled as he pulled out a cigarette and offered it, saying, "Have one. Don't be nervous. I need to ask you some questions." Thank you, big brother. What do you want to ask?" The man trembled as he accepted the cigarette and asked softly, "Your convoy has reserved food, right?" Lu Yao stared at him with a smile, asking, "You must know who in your convoy has eaten that reserved food. Don't lie to me, it's a different matter if I ask someone else." Hearing this, the man swallowed hard, instinctively glancing back at the rear seats. Though just for an instant, Lu Yao still noticed. "Don't be afraid, just tell me. I'm easy to talk to." Lu Yao brought out a lighter and handed it to the man, personally lighting the cigarette for him. "Our Dawn Convoy is good people, only targeting a portion of the beasts. I believe there are still some decent folks in your convoy." The man nodded and brought the cigarette to the flame of the lighter. Taking a puff, he felt considerably calmer. "My wife and I have never eaten the reserved food, but those 2 in the back have." The man sighed softly and continued, "Aside from those 2, many others in the front vehicles have eaten it, and at least some in the rear vehicles have too." As soon as he said this, the 2 men in the back, who had been keeping their heads down, suddenly looked up with resentful glares at the driver. "You're talking nonsense. You just saw us sleep with your wife. This is deliberate." The long-haired man in the back cursed loudly. "I didn't eat it, or I really didn't eat it. He's just getting back at me. Ooh, I didn't consume a single bite of the reserved food." Immediately the man beside him nodded vigorously to support him. But Lu Yao shook his head and said, "Asking him means letting him answer. What you say doesn't count." With that, he pointed at the driver, explaining with a smile, "If he hides something or says something wrong, I will personally turn him into a zombie." Upon hearing this, the driver trembled all over his hand, holding the cigarette, tensing. He indeed hadn't eaten any, but his wife had. They were merely trying to survive. If faced with the temptation of the reserved food, they couldn't resist. It had only been 2 months. Who could have imagined that resources would become so scarce? The villages and towns were all eerie. Entering them meant death, and it was even worse in the cities. They didn't dare get close at all. In such circumstances, no one wished to starve to death. After finishing his cigarette, the man extinguished the butt with his fingers and said, "My wife also ate it. I know you will kill her, but she is my wife after all. I've already let her down. Ooh, I can't let her suffer anymore. If you want to kill her, then kill me too." Lu Yao needed to find someone in the fake caravan who had consumed the reserved food. This immediately caused the hundreds of people in the caravan to become tense, with some secretly sneaking off the vehicle and fleeing into the darkness upon receiving the news. They had all witnessed Lu Yao turning people into zombies, which naturally made them fearful. If they could escape, the farther the better. Lu Yao did not chase after the fleeing individuals. Instead, he forced everyone who had eaten the reserved food out of the vehicle. Then he compelled them to swallow the zombie virus. "Don't want to be human? Fine. Then all of you shall become my zombie minions." Those unwilling to ingest the virus knelt down and begged for mercy, but Lu Yao paid them no mind. If they did not take initiative, they could only submit. He personally began to feed these individuals the zombie virus. "You devil, you should go to hell. If it weren't for our lack of supplies, who would willingly eat that reserved food? Please spare us. We truly do not wish to become zombies. Have mercy and let us go. Damn it, even if I become a zombie, I will not spare you. Sooner or later, I will eat you." Faced with their threats, which bore no weight, Lu Yao completely ignored them. One by one, they began to be forcibly transformed into zombies, and to prevent more from escaping, Lu Yao ordered the zombies to surround the area. Let 1 or 2 escape, that was acceptable. But if too many fled, wouldn't he, the zombie king, look ridiculous? Just as Lu Yao was forcing these individuals to swallow the zombie virus, glaring lights shone in from behind. A convoy approached like a dragon, stopping behind the mobile fortress. For those being coerced, the newly arrived convoy was clearly their lifeline. The disaster caravan had arrived. After Lu Yao got off the lead vehicle, he saw the surrounding zombies and immediately, as if triggered by something, rushed towards the nearest zombie and smashed his fist into its head. Bang! The zombie's head was shattered by the punch. Assessing the threat level, Lu Yao turned back to Lu Yao and asked, "What does your Dawn caravan mean by this?" Aren't you in a hurry to get on the road? Help! He's a devil. He wants to turn us into zombies. He wants us all dead. He's a traitor to humanity, having long since allied with the anomalies. We don't want to die. Ooh, please save us. Kill this demon. He's a humanoid anomaly. Kill him. We are all human. Quickly kill him. At that moment, those who had consumed the reserved food went wild. Seeing Lu Yong's strength, they began to frantically shout, hoping he would kill Lu Yao. Lu Yong understood what they meant. Lu Yao actually had the ability to turn people into zombies. Did that mean that the surrounding zombies were actually his doing? Thinking of this, Lu Yong's expression changed dramatically as he said gravely, Captain Lu, shouldn't you explain? We are all human. How can you be so intolerant of others' good fortunes? All humans. Lu Yao chuckled lightly and shook his head saying, Captain Lu, you truly overestimate them. They treat humans as food. They no longer wish to be human. Helping them become anomalous zombies is in fact a favor. Once these words were spoken, Lu Yong's expression suddenly changed. No matter how difficult things were for the disaster caravan, the first principle of the convoy was that they could not cross the line, especially the line that defined humanity. No wonder Lu Yao was so ruthless. This group of people was not human at all, treating humans as food. What difference was there from anomalies? Oomph. Lu Yong glared fiercely at the group, coldly stating, You should be grateful to meet Captain Lu. If it were me, your heads would have been crushed long ago. After saying that, he turned around and boarded the vehicle without uttering another word, explaining the situation outside to Uncle Zhou and the others. Hearing that the people outside had begun to treat humans as food, everyone inside the vehicle fell silent. Uncle Zhou sighed softly, saying, Sigh. They brought this upon themselves. Don't stop, Captain Lu. These days, everyone is suffering. But it shouldn't have come to this, right? In the past, people could survive by eating tree bark and roots. Now it's like the bottom line can be crossed at will. Uncle Zhou was somewhat angry, but since this matter was being handled by Lu Yao, the disaster caravan could not continue to voice their concerns. All this time, they had been pursuing the Dawn caravan. Just as they managed to catch up, they unexpectedly encountered such a situation. Looking outside, some people were being isolated on the side, and each of them looked emaciated, with some even too weak to stand. Uncle Zhou guessed that they were the ones who had maintained the bottom line, sighing softly, Captain, give some supplies to those people below. At least they have kept to the bottom line. All right. Lu Yong had already noticed these people, and compared to their disaster caravan, they were truly suffering excessively. After some inquiries, he learned that they were the reserve food referred to by others. If they starved to death, then they would truly become reserve food. This infuriated Lu Yong, who then ran up and killed one person right in front of Lu Yao. He was simply venting his anger. The person he struck had their bones shattered entirely, and in the end he crushed their head with a single squeeze. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Lu Yong frowned as he looked at Lu Yao, saying, These beasts make me truly furious. How can there be such scum? Vent your anger. If you're done, hurry back to your vehicle, and don't interfere with my creation of the zombie army. Lu Yao disdainfully replied, If you don't leave, I'll have our Sequence 6 control you back. Hearing this, Lu Yong's face turned red with anger, and after grunting for a while, he finally turned and walked back to the vehicle. There was nothing he could do against the Dawn caravan. After all, their convoy had a Sequence 6 extraordinary individual. It was purely a matter of necessity. Once all these individuals had been turned into zombies, Lu Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from the one or two who had fled, there were over 600 people in the Fate caravan who had consumed the reserve food. Even Lu Yao felt completely drained, as the zombie virus within his body could barely keep up with the output. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Suddenly, there were over 600 zombies. Although they did not compare to those transformed by extraordinary individuals, they were still formidable enough to intimidate others following behind the mobile fortress. Shut up. Lu Yao looked at the surrounding shouting zombies and ordered, From now on, all of you will follow this mobile fortress. No one is allowed to go anywhere else without my command. As for the small group of individuals, Lu Yao left them to the disaster caravan. Since they had provided food and water, let the disaster caravan sustain them. It was just right to leave some supplies for the Dawn caravan. As long as they had this zombie army of over 600, the zombie horde finally had some scale. Inside the mobile fortress, the parents of Zhu Cheng and the 8 newcomers stared at Lu Yao as he boarded the vehicle, their expressions turning to one of terror. The Fate convoy was completely doomed. This seemingly delicate individual could be said to have single-handedly wiped out the entire Fate convoy. However, judging by the gazes of those around, it seemed everyone had long been accustomed to this. Has your zombie army taken shape? Shen Qi chuckled as he looked at Lu Yao boarding the vehicle and remarked, You must have at least 500 or 600 zombies now. Are you planning to arrange them in the vehicle? The second floor probably can't accommodate them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Cheng and his parents couldn't help but shudder. Allowing so many zombies on board. Are you crazy? If one of them bites a person, it would be a disaster. No need, just arrange those few extraordinary zombies on the second floor. Lu Yao directed the extraordinary zombies, including the zombie by Chun, to stay in the corner of the second floor. The others will follow us later. When driving, don't go too fast. If we fall behind, it will be a loss. Old Zhang and the other drivers responded affirmatively, and then asked, should we continue on the road now? Given the current situation of the mobile fortress, they could easily break through the obstacles posed by the... Lu Yao smiled and turned back to say, Old Shin, please arrange for the uncles and aunts to rest and inform them about our current troubles. Lu Yao smiled and turned back to say, Old Shin, please arrange for the uncles and aunts to rest and inform them about our current troubles. He had originally thought about trading for some water from the disaster convoy, as they clearly had no shortage of it. However, remembering that their water had been used to wash feet, he felt a bit repulsed. He ultimately decided to abandon that thought. Under the night sky, the mobile fortress roared, and then set off with a thunderous sound, crashing through the vehicles blocking the way. Faced with this behemoth, the cars obstructing the road were clearly useless. Over 600 zombies began to howl and madly waved as the mobile fortress moved. These zombies showed no sign of fatigue and obediently followed Lu Yao's commands. Meanwhile, Lu Yao and the others found places to lie down and rest. Now the Dawn Convoy had achieved a certain scale. As long as they weren't facing powerful, anomalous creatures, they could rely on the zombie army to charge through. As dawn broke, the temperature began to rise. The falling snow abruptly stopped, replaced by increasingly high temperatures. In this area beset by cold and heat disasters, everyone knew that this road wouldn't be too long. After all, for the disasters behind it was merely a transition. The mobile fortress did not stop even when encountering some villages. It continued its advance. Stopping midway was merely to refill the fuel tank with the gasoline from the vehicle. There were still quite a few ordinary people in the convoy, and Shin Qi made a simple division of labor among the convoy members. Chen Jianjun was responsible for maintenance and planting, selecting a group of people specifically for the planting area on the second floor to ensure their crops wouldn't face any issues. The planting greenhouse had been transformed by Qin Yuekwai into a wondrous item possessing the characteristic of accelerating crop growth. This was undoubtedly good news for the convoy. They could grow their own crops, alleviating their worries about vegetables. Yuani was in charge of meals and sanitation within the vehicle and had also gathered a group of helpers. Additionally, Shin Qi had Zhang Jun find the group of people who had followed Lu Yao out of Changshu village to form the convoy security team. Once the mobile fortress was equipped with firearms, everything would be easier. The combat aspect was entrusted entirely to Lu Yao and Zhu Cheng with assistance from Xiaoyu. Their convoy could be said to have attained the scale of a mobile base. Following the Dawn Convoy was the disaster convoy. The disaster convoy was currently in a bit of a jam, attempting to overtake, but being blocked by the zombie army ahead, making it impossible for them to pass. Taking a detour felt like it would lead to a longer route. They were completely stuck in a position where they couldn't go up or down. Shin Qi seemed to have noticed this as well. After all, the disaster convoy had attempted to overtake multiple times, but had been pushed back by the zombie army. With no other choice, Shin Qi approached Lu Yao, asking him to direct the zombies to move aside. As they willingly made way, the disaster convoy began to accelerate past. One car after another whizzed by, quickly driving toward the distance, clearly not wanting to engage further with the Dawn Convoy. Once the disaster convoy had fled, Lu Yao and the others resumed their steady pace. The mobile fortress soon entered a mountainous region. This road seemed to indicate that they could only pass through this mountain range. Upon entering, the previously high temperatures vanished instantly, as if high temperatures did not exist in this area. Upon noticing this, Shin Qi immediately informed Lu Yao and the others, convening a meeting to discuss the situation. Just as they sat down, the driver Lu Yu suddenly spoke up. There's someone ahead. Someone. This remark caught the attention of everyone in the convoy. Lu Yao and the others hurriedly turned to look, spotting a figure standing motionless by the roadside. As the mobile fortress drew closer, the person's condition gradually became clearer. It was an old man covered in dust, as if he had crawled out from the dirt. His pair of grayish-white eyes bore no emotion, simply staring at the approaching mobile fortress. This is an anomalous creature. Everyone be careful. Lu Yao was just about to utter these 3 words when he saw the old man slowly raise his hand. His demeanor was as if a roadside elderly man was hailing a taxi. What's happening? Can the anomalous creatures also hail taxis? Just as everyone was puzzled, and Xiaoyu's expression suddenly darkened, and she said in a low voice, It's a rule anomaly. This is a rule anomaly. We've run into trouble. Rule anomaly. What is that? The gazes of Lu Yao and the others fell upon Xiaoyu the outsider. Suppressing her trembling body due to fear, Xiaoyu explained softly, Rule anomalies have their own exclusive methods of killing. Once triggered, it's a certain death. I've seen a convoy wiped out by a single rule anomaly, so I won't mistake it. Then what should we do now? The rule anomaly has its exclusive killing method, but we have no idea what that method is. If triggered, we might truly die here. He's hailing a taxi. He probably wants to get on the vehicle. And Xiaoyu clenched her fists and said, Let him on, or if we just drive past, it could lead to a major incident. Letting a strange, old man into the car. This is hardly a good suggestion. What if he gets in and starts killing? Everyone fell silent, unsure of what to do, as this was their first encounter with such a bizarre situation. After a long silence, Lu Yao finally spoke. Let him in. They were also encountering such peculiar rules for the first time, and only in Xiaoyu had previously faced something similar. They couldn't guarantee the outcome of this strange rule. If they did not let the old man in, what might they face? They had no choice now. Allowing this old man to enter the car was their only option. If the deadly rule was triggered, they would have to accept their fate. The door of the mobile fortress slowly opened. The old man chuckled and leisurely walked from the roadside to the car entrance. He glanced around the interior of the car and selected a seat for himself. The dust on him seemed impossible to disperse, falling in clouds as he approached. Even sitting down, the dust continued to drift down. Drive? Lu Yao gritted his teeth and instructed Lu Yu, keep driving, don't worry about anything else. Understood. Lu Yu drove the mobile fortress forward. The others, who were supposed to have a meeting, fell silent at that moment. The car was filled with a dead silence, and Lu Yao and the others' gazes were fixed on the old man like facing a formidable enemy. Lu Yao felt that the old man was just an ordinary anomaly, even less threatening than his own zombie. Yet this anomaly gave him an oppressive feeling. It seemed that as long as he made a move, something terrifying would occur. This feeling was shared not only by Lu Yao, but also by Shen Qi and the others. Lu Gu. Suddenly Lu Yu called out. Lu Yao quickly turned to look, fearing another encounter with something as strange as the old man. But at the moment he turned, Lu Yao tightened his grip on the spirit-eating blade. In front of them, several cars were parked along the roadside with countless dust particles swirling inside, as if a truckload of dust had been dumped. Lu Yao and the others looked at these cars with grave expressions. These were the vehicles of the disaster brigade, and at least a dozen of them appeared to be filled with dust. None of them knew what was happening inside the cars, but it was clear that these vehicles were beyond saving. As for the other vehicles of the disaster brigade, they had long since disappeared from this area, seemingly having fled. Dust. Shen Qi stepped forward and whispered, it seems they didn't stop triggering the killing rule of this old man. Lu Yao nodded, casting a fearful glance at the old man sitting in the back. This anomaly was just sitting there watching the scenery outside. It was as if everything inside the car and the vehicles outside had nothing to do with him. He sat quietly like an outsider. Lu Yao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Lu Yong and the others have help from someone with the luck sequence. They probably won't face too many problems. The losses from these vehicles aren't too severe for them. Now Lu Yao felt somewhat relieved that they had stopped to let the old man in. Otherwise they would likely have met a similar fate. This rule-based anomaly was utterly unreasonable. Now Lu Yao felt somewhat relieved that they had stopped to let the old man in. Otherwise they would likely have met a similar fate. This rule-based anomaly was utterly unreasonable. Triggering the rule meant certain death. The Dawn Brigade had no one from the luck sequence, so they could only rely on themselves. The vehicle continued to move forward, and the old man sat quietly, unmoving, watching the outside. As they passed through the mountain range, the old man suddenly stood up and slowly walked toward the door. Just as the mobile fortress was about to completely leave the mountain range, the old man turned back to look at Lu Yao and the others, his gray-white eyes sending chills down their spines. Stop the car. Lu Yao immediately shouted. Lu Yu pressed down on the accelerator, and the mobile fortress came to a steady halt. Open the door. Lu Yao instructed Lu Yu to open the door. They then saw the old man leisurely exit the car, walking away toward the mountains without looking back. At that moment, everyone in the car, whether ordinary people or extraordinary beings, appeared visibly relieved. He's gone. This rule-based anomaly has finally left. Though it was a nerve-wracking experience for Lu Yao and the others, it felt like they had just wandered around the gates of hell. Surviving was more important than anything else. Damn, that really gave me a cold sweat. Qin Yuequi slumped in his seat, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I was genuinely afraid that old man would suddenly start killing. I even hid behind in Mei. It seems the old man's rule is quite simple. When he hails a ride, you just have to let him in for a ride. And Xiaoyu gently exhaled and also sat down. You felt it too, right? Lu Yao looked at everyone and said that terrifying sense of oppression. It was clearly less than a level 1 anomaly, yet the pressure was more frightening than that of the clown anomaly. Everyone nodded silently. They had all felt their hearts racing. Thankfully, the old man's rule wasn't as difficult, and they had allowed him to enter. And Xiaoyu, is this kind of anomaly only found in your area? Lu Yao asked curiously. Generally, it's rare to encounter. And Xiaoyu's expression grew serious as he spoke. The appearance of rule-based anomalies indicates that the two worlds have completely merged. Those powerful anomalies are rushing over here. He looked around at everyone in the car, his gaze filled with helplessness and tension. Once powerful anomalies appear in their world, the entire world would likely be in grave danger. I originally thought that after reaching Sequence 5 your world would be somewhat safer, but it seems that is not the case. And Xiaoyu sighed, shaking his head as he explained the emergence of rule-based anomalies signifies that our world has completely fallen. Once the passage between the two worlds is fully opened, they will merge into one. Merge. This was the first time Lu Yao had heard such a notion. He furrowed his brows and asked what happens after the merge. Will there be any dangers? Demonic materials will appear, and advancing to higher sequences will become even more brutal, while more powerful anomalies will begin to emerge. Even those like the clown anomaly would be considered small fry. And Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on Lu Yao, pondering. The most terrifying aspect is the gods. Those who have ascended to divinity will also appear. Once you encounter a deity, you'll realize that anomalies aren't as frightening as they seem. One cannot help but say that in Xiaoyu's words struck like a heavy hammer, landing unexpectedly upon the hearts of the crowd. After all, their understanding of this apocalypse remained rather limited. Now, within Xiaoyu's introduction, they had gained more insight. Yet they also recognized the existence of even more formidable foes. While fears certainly lingered, they had survived for 2 months. Even if they encountered stronger deities, they still held a glimmer of hope for survival. The stronger the enemy, the greater their desire to survive. Lu Yao lit a cigarette, smiled, and said, "All right, everyone, enough chit-chat. We need to continue on our journey." Indeed, despite the dangers, they had to press on. Ultimately, only by growing stronger could they cultivate more hope, wouldn't you agree? With the topic concluded, the members of the convoy began to attend to their own affairs, as they were still in the midst of being hunted. Though unaware of the whereabouts of the eerie clown, its pursuit would not cease easily, not unless they were all dead. Thus their journey could not halt here. They had to keep moving forward. The mobile fortress was merely their first step. In the future, more dangers awaited their challenge, so it was still too early to rest. The convoy pressed on. Although they did not encounter the disaster convoy, they were all on the same road, and they could roughly guess the situation of the disaster convoy. The elderly man who hailed a cab surely caused losses for the disaster convoy, but for them it was of little consequence. On the contrary, the Dawn Convoy had not lost any personnel. This could be considered the best news. United together, perhaps, that was the best choice to combat the apocalypse. The mobile fortress pursued by the zombie horde quickly reached the end of the road. "The celestial canopy, brother Lu, it's the celestial canopy." Lu Yao, driving the vehicle, shouted excitedly as he spotted the familiar sight in the distance. "The celestial canopy has appeared. We can soon leave this area." The cold and hot disaster zone was not particularly wide. It was merely a transitional area, and the journey would take less than 2 days. However, Lu Yao and the others understood that from now on they had to prepare to face the extreme cold disaster. Fortunately, the mobile fortress had upgraded. Otherwise, facing the extreme cold disaster, they would indeed feel somewhat constrained, for the crisis posed by the extreme cold disaster was no small matter. "Let's drive forward," Lu Yao said with a smile. "We will soon be completely far away from here. Once we reach the territory of the extreme cold disaster, we can start cultivating crops." The extreme cold disaster should be an environment of ice and snow. In such an environment, their demand for water resources would not be too high. The hot disaster had led to a scarcity of their water resources. Making it this far had already been no small feat. Once they reached the territory of the extreme cold disaster, water resources would no longer be an issue. However, as the convoy drew closer, the celestial canopy that was so near seemed to have a surreal quality, as if it was right before them, yet they could never get closer. They were moving, yet the celestial canopy seemed to be moving as well. Noticing this, Xin furrowed her brow, glanced at her wristwatch, and then silently stood by. Time passed minute by minute. The mobile fortress had been driving for nearly an hour, and the sky began to darken. The temperature outside dropped rapidly, signaling the arrival of the cold wave to the convoy members. Yet, the celestial canopy remained in the same position they had first seen it. "Something's not right." Xin face turned pale as she said in a deep voice, "We've been driving for an hour. Logically, we should be right in front of the celestial canopy by now, but what about now?" Indeed, at such a close distance they had been traveling for so long, yet had not entered behind the celestial canopy. This meant that as they moved, the celestial canopy was also perpetually moving. At this moment, Lu Yao and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. If the celestial canopy was moving, did that mean they could never get closer? "Keep driving." After issuing the order, Lu Yao turned to Xiaoyu and asked Xiaoyu, "Do you know what's going on in this situation?" "I don't know. This is my first time encountering this." And Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression a mix of confusion, and said, "Let's keep driving closer and see what this segmented area's celestial canopy is all about." It seemed there was no other way. The celestial canopy was right before them, visible to all. But what was the outcome? Despite their pursuit, they maintained a certain distance from the celestial canopy. It was as if the celestial canopy was also moving. Could this be possible? If the celestial canopy began to move, did that imply that the area of the cold and hot disasters was continuously expanding? Yet it shouldn't be like that. If that were so, where would the expanding area come from? The territory of the extreme cold disaster should be the ice and snow they had envisioned. After traveling for so long, they had yet to see such ice and snow. "Is it a ghost wall?" Fortune teller Old Wang asked, holding 6 copper coins. "How about I take a reading to see if there's something wrong with our route?" "Go ahead." Lu Yao frowned as he looked at the celestial canopy outside, and said, "If it really is a ghost wall, then there must be a powerful and strange presence nearby." The fortune teller Old Wang held the copper coins, muttering incantations, and then directly tossed the coins into the air. As they landed on the table, Old Wang leaned in to take a first glance. Huh, Old Wang said with an odd expression, reversing black and white. The yin and yang intersect. Our route is correct, but the meaning of this divination is somewhat elusive. Reversing black and white, yin and yang intersect. What does this mean? According to Old Wang, there should be no issue with their route. To reach the extreme cold disaster area, they had to take this path. However, the divination gave an indescribably strange feeling. Wait a moment, let me interpret the reading. Old Wang began to grow anxious, hurriedly biting his finger to draw blood, then smearing it on each copper coin. His eyes began to shimmer with a golden hue. The surrounding people closed their mouths, all staring at Old Wang. In less than 10 seconds, Old Wang suddenly spat out a large mouthful of crimson blood. The blood splattered onto the table, staining all the copper coins. Are you alright? Shen Shi hurriedly supported the fainting Old Wang worriedly, saying, don't scare us. If you really can't interpret the reading, then it's fine. We can just continue on our way. Turn around. Old Wang's face turned pale as he trembled and said, there's something wrong with this area. To escape, we have to turn around and drive back. Is this what reversing black and white means? So moving forward will lead to nowhere. They can only drive backward to reach that curtain. Lu Yao, turn around and drive back. Lu Yao handed Old Wang a cup of water and said, listen to Old Wang. He is the expert in this matter. After the mobile fortress came to a stop, it slowly turned around and began to reverse, moving backward. At this moment, the original sky also showed signs of change, gradually moving closer to them, or rather they had approached the sky. It's done. Seeing this scene, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Shen Shi laughed heartily and said, not bad, Old Wang, you really helped a lot. If it weren't for you, we would have been trapped here for good. Hearing this, Old Wang smiled and nodded, sitting back in his chair to catch his breath. The mobile fortress continued to move closer, reversing at a steady pace with no obstacles on the road, quickly arriving in front of the sky. As the mobile fortress charged in, the obstructing curtain rippled slightly. Then the vehicle passed directly through the curtain. The moment they exited, a blinding wave of snow swept in, with heavy snowflakes falling all around. The cold wind lifting the white snow into the air, making the entire world seem a bit desolate. As far as the eye could see, a thick layer of snow covered the mountains and fields, with quite a bit piled up on the road as well. Fortunately, the mobile fortress maintained a constant temperature, ensuring that the people inside would not freeze to death. Inside the vehicle, it felt like a greenhouse, allowing everyone to feel no chill at all. The outside temperature had drastically dropped, clearly below -20 degrees, but this was just the beginning. The temperature would only continue to drop, but no one knew just how low it would get. Lu Yao lit a cigarette sitting in his seat and said, Old One, you should rest first. Yi Weiner asked the Book of Answers how far that strange clown is from us now. He had a feeling that the icy region wouldn't be peaceful, at least not as smooth as their previous journey. The crisis under the extreme cold would undoubtedly be greater. Old Wang responded with an and got up to find a spot at the back to lie down and rest. Meanwhile, Yi Weiner began to use the Book of Answers to inquire about the location of the strange clown. For them, the strange clown was ultimately the most dangerous threat. There are still 130 kilometers. Yi Weiner suddenly raised her head and said, It seems that the strange clown marked us but did not immediately come after us. We should be safe for now. Hearing this, Lu Yao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. 130 kilometers was enough for them to catch their breath. Beside them, Chun Jianjun scratched his head and said with a smile, It might still be slower than that. We've been on the run all this time. Not to mention other car teams that aren't on the same route, but the sky on the cold and warm disaster side is tough to handle. If it weren't for Old Wang and Yi Weiner, we probably would have been trapped over there. I think the disaster car team is also likely stuck. Of course, there are also other car teams. Not everyone has the hope of making it here successfully. His words were not without reason. After all, they had personally experienced the torment of that sky. And there was also that earlier strange figure, the taxi elder. None of these were easy opponents. Those later car teams, even if they don't take the main road, are very likely to be trapped in the back regions. However, Shin Chi stood up and smiled. Not necessarily. The disaster car team has that woman from the luck sequence. They could easily come from behind. That was indeed a possibility. But even if the disaster car team could get through, what about the others? After all, those back car teams and people would inevitably attract the strange clown. We don't know how many people are behind us, but it's highly likely they won't survive. Shin Chi's smile faded and his expression turned serious as he said, Moreover, their deaths could very well lead to the strange clown's upgrade. What we might face next isn't a level 4 strange, but a true level 5 strange. Upon hearing the words level 5 strange, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. Everyone furrowed their brows. After all, they had no solutions against a level 4 strange, let alone a level 5. That would undoubtedly be true despair. And Xiaoyu closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to mention the power of a level 5 strange, especially since this level 5 strange could very well be the strange clown for which she had no countermeasures. This was not good news. If they didn't quickly enhance their strength, what awaited them would be a deadly crisis. Alright, we still have time. Lu Yao spoke up at this moment saying, "There's no need to rush. For now, let's focus on our own matters and continue onward." The mobile fortress moved forward slowly with no other traces visible in the snow, surrounded by an eerie silence. However, inside the mobile fortress, everyone was laughing and joking, completely oblivious to the apocalypse outside. After the meal was prepared, everyone gathered together to eat. Zhang Jing and Zhang Xinya respectively showcased their singing talents, especially Zhang Xinya, the Golden Melody Queen, whose skills were truly extraordinary. Even without much accompaniment, she performed exceptionally well using only a loudspeaker. It seemed that after entering the icy world, everyone's mood had relaxed considerably. Even Lu Yao joined in to sing a few lines. There was no helping it, as Chun Lao and Xin Shi had both joined in, and it was clear that everyone was celebrating their survival thus far. For those who had made it this far, every extra second of life was a blessing. The mobile fortress soon stopped outside a village. At this time, many people followed Lu Yao down to start shoveling the snow. Bucket after bucket of snow was lifted, and under the fireballs of the zombie red-haired boy, it turned into buckets of clean water. Chun Lao arranged for people to pour the water into the second-floor planting greenhouse. Now their planting greenhouse could truly be used, as fertilizers had long been spread, and this greenhouse was genuinely fertile land. Lu Yao stood outside the vehicle looking at the village ahead, then ordered the zombie army that followed behind to charge in first. Over 600 zombies rushed into the village, beginning their scavenging. Lu Yao commanded them to gather supplies in the village. The zombie army obediently picked things up and carried them out, acting as free labor. Having the zombie army meant that some dangerous tasks didn't require human hands. The zombies could handle them on their own, though it was a pity that zombies still lacked intelligence. They brought out all sorts of items, even dragging door panels along with them. Xin Shi, wearing a down jacket, approached with a smile and said, "Your zombie army seems a bit dim-witted. Having free labor is already great. What more do you want?" Lu Yao glared at him and scoffed. Even if there are strange occurrences in the village, the zombie army can handle them. They can only watch helplessly. In the village, the undead army swept through with an unstoppable force, leaving nothing in their wake. Were it not for the limitations of dismantling houses, they would have surely taken every structure away. The strange happenings in the village were awakened by the commotion. In the snowy ground, snowballs began to roll out, gathering together to form little snowmen. These little snowmen bounced around the village. Upon seeing the undead army, they charged forward as if their territory had been invaded. Even the eerie beings had a sense of territory apart from the chaotic special anomalies known as the Strange Clowns. As soon as the snowman army appeared, they began to frantically attack the undead army. The undead army was instantly targeted, letting out a series of roars. Outside, Lu Yao heard the noise and hurried to the village entrance. He immediately saw hundreds of little snowmen charging out, wielding ice spikes and ruthlessly attacking the undead army. Xin Shi also came over to check the situation. Upon seeing the group of snowmen, he couldn't help but frown. Level 1 strange snowmen, though easy to deal with, their advantage lies in their numbers, usually appearing in swarms. Xin Shi whispered, "Can your undead army hold them off?" Lu Yao was somewhat worried, as they were just ordinary undead lacking any intelligence. Faced with the siege of several elementary school students, some undead were pierced through by ice spikes, even having their heads impaled. In just a short time, the undead army lost a dozen of its members. Lu Yao turned and ran to the vehicle, immediately bringing down the extraordinary undead by Chun and the others. "Kill those little snowmen," Lu Yao ordered by Chun and the others. In the icy world, Bai Chen's combat prowess was no joke. He had completely entered his comfort zone. Moreover, there was also the fire mage zombie Hong Mao Zai, who countered ice and snow. With the addition of Bai Chun and the others, the situation began to tilt in their favor. One by one, the little snowmen were easily dealt with, while several undead blocked the strange snowmen from behind, ensuring that other undead could carry out more resources. Seeing the loss of a dozen undead, Lu Yao felt a pang of heartache. These were all his combat power. Losing one meant losing one. Xin Shi smiled as he looked at the things being brought out, saying, "There are quite a few items. Aside from some garbage, there are also useful ones." He saw some rice and flour being brought out, even a large piece of pork. In normal circumstances, acquiring such a large quantity of supplies would definitely require manpower. But now with the undead army, they didn't even need to lift a finger. Can't those little snowmen be killed? Lu Yao watched as the little snowmen climbed back up from the snow, clearly having been defeated, yet they continued to emerge endlessly. Only the few little snowmen killed by the zombie Hong Mao Zai did not resurrect. However, the little snowmen killed by Bai Chun and the others, even if their bodies were crushed into snow, would rise again shortly to continue their assault. This is their territory. They rely on the snow, and as long as there is snow, they won't truly die. Xin Shi sighed, saying, "Their difficulty lies here. They can't be killed, nor can we shake them off. Unless we leave voluntarily, those little snowmen will not stop." Hearing this, Lu Yao frowned, and then sighed helplessly. There was no choice but to tidy up and leave. A quick search could still yield some useful items. Now that their convoy was large, food consumption was high every day, and it was necessary to find more. Once the potatoes on the second layer were grown, everyone could take a breather regarding supplies. We can retreat now. Lu Yao commanded the undead army. Immediately, nearly 600 undead marched out of the village, returning around the mobile fortress. Bai Chun and the others took the opportunity to shake off the little snowmen and retreated from the village. However, they all stood in front of Lu Yao, not returning directly to the vehicle. The little snowmen hopped to the village entrance, their faces twisted, displaying a frenzied, yet helpless demeanor. They did not leave the village, but merely stood at the entrance, jumping around. Before long, they all transformed into snow and spread out at the village entrance. Lu Yao and Shen Qi sent people over to sort the items brought out, taking all food to the vehicle, leaving behind anything useful and discarding what was not. This was just the beginning of the extreme cold disaster in the icy world. There were still many powerful anomalies inside. Lu Yao looked down on these level 1 anomalies. This was just the beginning of the extreme cold disaster in the icy world. There were still many powerful anomalies inside. Lu Yao looked down on these level 1, not to mention those level 1 anomalies. He could even turn around and kill his own undead army to enhance his power, but doing so would yield minimal improvement and would cause his undead army to lose effectiveness. Lu Yao would certainly not easily resort to such a self-destructive method. It seems that the little snowmen from this village won't come out. We can relax now. Shen Qi smiled as he arranged for people to move the items, standing beside and rubbing his hands together, saying, "Let's go, we should head back to the vehicle. It's really cold outside. As a southerner, I find it quite unbearable." To be honest, this was only the second time Shen Qi had seen snow in his life. Most of the people in the convoy were from the southern sea region, and it was their first time experiencing snow. Some people couldn't help but taste the snow while getting out of the vehicle. One could say that this icy world fulfilled their fantasies about snow, at least allowing them to experience it for the first time. Lu Yao was from the north and had long since gotten used to it. He found the humid heat unbearable. Thankfully, there was no humid and hot disaster, otherwise his clothes would remain damp. Back in the vehicle, Lu Yao inquired about the greenhouse situation from Old Chun. Old Chun smiled and explained, "Very well, given the temperature inside the vehicle, we could plant within 2 days. Unfortunately, the sunlight is insufficient. We'll have to rely on the vehicle's light." "That's good, we should plant more. Our supplies are limited, and am worried they will dwindle further down the line." Lu Yao took a deep breath and explained, "Finding supplies in the icy world is not easy, but it's best if we can solve the supply issue ourselves. If not, we'll have to search for supplies again." After this encounter with the strange little snowmen, he realized the flaws in the undead army were still too great. If they were all extraordinary undead, their effectiveness would surely be top-notch. But that was a very difficult task, for now they could only rely on these ordinary undead to find supplies. At the conference table, Lu Yao and Shen Qi sat together, discussing the upcoming itinerary and arrangements for the convoy. They must continue their departure as it is their necessary choice, but they cannot merely keep running away. According to Lu Yao, the upgrade of the mobile fortress needs to be arranged further. Moreover, the gasoline required for the mobile fortress is of utmost importance. If they can resolve the need for gasoline or find alternatives, a significant issue for the mobile fortress can be addressed. Lu Yao looked at the majority of people in the vehicle who were excited by the sight of snow, furrowing his brow and saying, "Perhaps we cannot focus solely on escaping. The others in the convoy also need some changes. Spiritual sustenance." Shen Qi clearly had already thought of this, smiling at Lu Yao. To be honest, he had considered this idea when he was the captain before. But, how should I put it? It's unrealistic. At that time, everyone was struggling to get enough to eat, let alone satisfy their spiritual needs. Therefore, some things are truly unavoidable. Why are there some restless individuals in the convoy? It's because they have nothing to do, or their extremity has arisen due to the apocalypse. This situation is not unique to their convoy. Other convoys undoubtedly have similar issues, and perhaps even worse. However, now their convoy has the capability to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. Just based on this point, it shows that their convoy has become quite strong. The current convoy can be said to be united as one, with everyone working together to survive, also understanding that the convoy is for everyone's benefit. As a result, the higher-ups of the convoy will choose to provide more assistance to the members, whether it is allowing stars to sing or taking everyone off the vehicle to see the snow. For the members of the convoy, this is definitely a form of satisfaction, a genuine sense of spiritual fulfillment. Staying inside the vehicle without coming out is not a wise choice. After all, over time it feels like being imprisoned. A collective cage. This is the flaw of the mobile fortress. It seems you already thought about it. Do you have any plans? Lu Yao nodded, leaning back in his chair, and said with a smile, "Let's brainstorm together. It can definitely be resolved, and our convoy will need to recruit more talents in the future." Looking at Lu Yao, who was seriously considering this matter, Shen Qi unexpectedly saw the figure of a competent captain. He hadn't had the ability to manage such matters when he was captain. But now it's different. Lu Yao has become the captain. He has the ability to manage well and the strength to do things beautifully. From the cold, indifferent zombie to now being a qualified captain who can think for hundreds of people. One must say that Lu Yao's transformation surprised Shen Qi a bit. It's quite simple. Besides the basic necessities inside the vehicle, we need to provide everyone with more activities or opportunities to unwind. Shin-Chi also smiled as he took the box of cigarettes, pulled one out, lit it, and said, in this regard we are novices, we still need to let professionals take charge. Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing. Lu Yao thought of those two big stars. Shin-Chi nodded with a smile. Exactly, let professionals handle professional matters. Whether it's acting or singing, everyone ultimately needs to relax, and there's no need to burden them with pressure. They are just— Lu Yao began to think seriously. Previously, when they were searching in Hangzhou, they found a computer and other items, and it seemed there was a projector inside. Perhaps they could start by showing movies to everyone regardless of what film it is. They could play it first and see. The development of the convoy cannot rely solely on oppression and restraint. There must also be relaxation, so that the members realize that besides the Dawn Convoy, other convoys cannot provide them with more security and comfort. In this way, the convoy's reputation can also be established, and they will be able to accommodate more people in the future. The more people there are, the more opportunities the mobile fortress will have for development. After all, there is still too much room for operation inside the mobile fortress. Then let's leave it to Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing to form an entertainment group and have them brainstorm. Perhaps they will encounter more stars in the future, and their advantages will be— Lu Yao smiled after thinking for a moment and said, it's a pity we don't have any movies to show. We now have a projector, but we can't play movies. Not necessarily. Shin-Chi grinned and said, don't tell me you really want to do everything by yourself. Seeing his demeanor, it seemed he really had a way to solve this issue. Have you forgotten Brother Qin's abilities? Shin-Chi smiled and said, just tell him the conditions and let him enhance the projector based on our needs. Oh, wouldn't that be another extraordinary item? Hey, to be honest, this method is indeed feasible. Qin Yukui's abilities are not limited to extraordinary items. He is capable of mass-producing extraordinary items, and creating something useful for this purpose is more than enough. Although the mysterious series cannot be promoted, it also indicates their strength. In this way, things will become much easier. Shin-Chi directly called Qin Yuekui over, smiling as he conveyed the ideas of him and Lu Yao. Upon hearing that they could watch movies to pass the time, Qin Yuekui was the first to agree. Oh my, finally something to pass the time. I've been going crazy these past few days, either accompanying my wife or switching between wives, or I feel like I'm about to rust. Qin Yuekui laughed heartily. My 3 wives are just too clingy, and since helping old Shun, I haven't had anything to do. I feel like I'm getting bored day by day. Look at that. Even the extraordinary Qin Yuekui has turned out like this. One can only imagine how much worse it is for ordinary people. After all, aside from helping with cooking, they just lie around resting and sleeping with nothing else to do. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. Lu Yao snapped his fingers and said, from today on, you are the external consultant for the entertainment group. The entertainment group will be managed by Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing, and you will coordinate with them for any issues in the future. Entertainment group. Qin Yukui's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, can my 3 wives join? They are so bothersome every day, as if they worry you'll be seduced by other women when we are all together, constantly entangling me in different ways. As soon as he said this, Lu Yao fell silent, and Shin-Chi's face darkened. Is this guy showing off? Damn it, is having 3 wives that impressive? It looks like I need to find a female companion too. Shin-Chi's gaze fell on Yuani. To be honest, he thought this Captain Yi was quite to his taste. But Yuani is also an extraordinary person. While needing a male companion, she naturally has her own requirements. After all, women tend to have a preference for strong individuals. It's likely that everyone in the vehicle thinks that Yuani has a bit more affection for Lu Yao, right? Lu Yao, I also want to, but I'm not useful right now. I'm still considered a zombie. The production of the peculiar projector was swift, a fact that Qin Yuekui confidently assured, as he was renowned for his speed. Item: super projector. Quality: peculiar item. ID 6668. Features: capable of playing all films and dramas that have appeared in the current world. Description: a peculiar item created by a certain class of extraordinary beings, a great way to pass time and lighten one's mood. To be honest, accustomed to the 3-digit codes of mobile fortresses, he found it hard to accept this 4-digit code. Over 6,000 after all. At that time it seemed to be just over 5,000. During this period it appeared that quite a few peculiar items had surfaced. Subsequently, Lu Yao called Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing over to directly explain the situation of the entertainment group. For now it will be called the entertainment group, and it may be renamed the entertainment department later. You two will be fully responsible for it, whether it's singing or playing movies. Lu Yao turned to the nearly 300 people in the convoy and smiled. The number of people in the convoy will only grow, and there will be more internal renovations. The entertainment group is just the beginning. Our mobile fortress aims to become a mobile city, a safe haven where everyone can feel secure. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing were visibly excited. Since the emergence of the mobile fortress, they had been somewhat at a loss for what to do, almost as if they had returned to their previous days, except now there were no threats looming over them. Previously they could help take care of Zhu Cheng, but now that Zhu Cheng's parents had arrived, they felt completely obsolete. Sometimes they worried about losing their value and becoming mere breeding tools for the convoy. That was the worst-case scenario. But now with the establishment of the entertainment group, it completely provided them with a platform to showcase themselves. This was the convoy's first designated group and could potentially become a permanent department within the convoy, offering opportunities for them to sit down and discuss matters with everyone in the future. This effectively granted them a certain degree of voice. Thank you, Captain Lu. Zhang Jingya, having navigated through the entertainment industry for many years, knew precisely when to act. The establishment of the entertainment group could herald a promising start for the convoy, but also presented an opportunity for them. If they performed well, they could take part in discussions. If not, they would merely be spectators. Don't thank me, you are the professionals in this regard. Handle it as you see fit. Oh, we won't interfere too much. If you have ideas, just coordinate directly with Lao Shen. Lu Yao smiled and added, by the way, aside from the two of you, there are also Qin's 3 wives who will be part of your team. Following this, Qin Yuequi grinned and handed over the super projector to them. Ladies, I kindly entrust my 3 wives to you. Please find them some tasks, whether it's teaching them to sing or act. In short, don't let them bother me anymore. Upon hearing this, the people around couldn't help but laugh. Yuani raised her eyebrows after hearing about the entertainment group, saying, finally the convoy remembers ordinary people's needs. I thought they would really neglect it. What? You seem to be quite tormented. Shenqi asked with a smile. Yuani sighed, don't mention it. The people in the convoy are now well-fed and free of worries. They just want to find something to do. There are always people in the restroom. You know the usual situation. Hiss, was it that serious? This indeed posed a problem. No wonder Yuani was feeling tormented. If one were to encounter the situation in the restroom, it would indeed be quite awkward. Lu Yao and Shenqi fell silent. They knew there were better ways to handle such matters. The mobile fortress still needed to be upgraded, and once they had independent space in the future, such issues might be avoided. Of course, the most important thing was to clarify this matter as soon as possible. If any unpleasant diseases broke out, it could truly become an epidemic. I will take care of this matter and form a medical team, leading it myself. Shenqi understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly spoke up. From today on, I will take on the role of head of the medical team, and I will find suitable people from the convoy to conduct health checks for everyone as soon as possible. Previously, they had only focused on escaping, but now they realized how dangerous it truly was. If someone in the convoy were to contract the plum blossom virus, and it broke out unknowingly, it would indeed become a substantial problem. There were no extraordinary beings with medical expertise in the convoy, so it had to be temporarily left to deputy leader Shenqi. Once they had medical talent, that person could take over the medical team. Now everyone is working towards the development of the convoy. If you have suggestions or issues, please bring them up. Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jingyu too, as well, since you interact with ordinary people, often share any problems you observe. Lu Yao stated, I will take charge of the combat group, tentatively consisting of me, Zhu Cheng, and in Xiaoyu. While we handle combat, we cannot cover everything, so it's crucial to identify and resolve problems early. Upon hearing this, everyone began to speak freely, immediately breaking down the various smaller groups. Chun Jianjun Old Chun was in charge of the logistics group. He had already found people to manage supplies and the crop greenhouses on the 2nd floor. The entertainment group would consist of Zhang Xinya and Zhang Ji. Currently, the medical group only had Shenqi, but he would find people to join later. Of course, the first task upon its establishment would be to conduct health checks for everyone. Additionally, there was the support group led by fortune teller Old Wang and Yuani. This group didn't require additional members and mainly interfaced with the combat group. In that case, let's first handle the assigned tasks. The entertainment group can start by showing a movie for everyone. Lu Yao said with a smile, from now on, pay more attention and try not to be late for meetings. After the instructions, Zhang Xinya and Zhang Jing returned to handle the movie screening for the day. Outside the vehicle, those moving things in the snow heard that a movie was to be played inside, and in an instant they rushed back to find seats. To be able to watch a movie in the apocalypse was truly a blessing. They wholeheartedly supported the convoy's arrangements. As always, the strict rule was to follow the convoy's arrangements. Those who disobeyed could simply leave. Oldly, come over quickly, there's a movie screening today, and I heard it's a sci-fi film. I got on the vehicle as soon as I heard the news. Oh, what's the point of watching snow? Watching a movie is far more enjoyable, and it feels like it's been ages since I've seen one. Captain Lu and the others are looking out for us, worried that we've been too repressed for too long and might have psychological issues. That's why the Dawn Convoy is commendable. Oh, everyone can see the hope they bring to help us survive this journey. The convoy's protocols were finalized, and Lu Yao and the others roughly established the most straightforward course. Subjectively, they still aimed to head north toward the gathering point. As for the detailed arrangements thereafter, that depended entirely on how their journey unfolded. After resting here for a night, the convoy members watched 2 films, their spirits lifted. One by one, they queued up to wash and then lay down to sleep. At night, Yuani and Shenqi took turns keeping watch outside, while Zhu Cheng was responsible for any emergencies. Yet the heavy snowfall showed no sign of ceasing. Instead, it intensified relentlessly. Early the next morning, the convoy members awoke and began their morning routines. After washing up, Lu Yao instructed old Zhang to drive off immediately to catch up on the journey. The snowfall persisted without pause, and the snow accumulation on the ground was even thicker than the previous day. However, given the massive scale of their mobile fortress, it still effortlessly charged into the swirling blizzard. They drove forward. The entire world seemed to have descended into an eerie silence. After an indeterminate time, vehicles began to appear on the road, parked one after another along the roadside. These vehicles were intact, clearly belonging to a convoy of considerable size. Old Zhang glanced back at Lu Yao and quietly asked, "Should we stop?" "Let's slowly drive past first." Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yao calmly observed the scene outside, a cigarette dangling from his lips. As their mobile fortress drew near, the convoy members surprisingly opened their doors and began stepping out, blocking the road one by one. A sweeping glance revealed a striking scene. Every single person was a woman. Indeed, there were no men, not even children or elders. The older women were around 40 or 50, but most were in their 20s or 30s, with some even as young as 18 or 19, resembling university students. It was an all-female convoy. This caught Lu Yao somewhat off guard. They stood before the mobile fortress, waving their hands to signal it to stop. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yao rolled down the passenger window, letting a gust of cold wind and snowflakes sweep inside. "Move aside." Lu Yao's expression was stern as he ordered them to clear the way, but the women seemed deaf to his words, persistently blocking the road. Until a short-haired woman in a down jacket approached, clutching a gun, a type of assault rifle. Lu Yao glanced at her, his eyes flashing with surprise and delight. The weapons they needed for their mobile fortress were finally in sight. "I am Wang Jing, captain of the Black Rose convoy. A word of warning. There's a level 3 uncanny creature ahead you cannot pass." The woman advanced with her gun, speaking coldly to Lu Yao. Having never seen such a peculiar vehicle, Wang Jing scrutinized it for a long moment before saying no more. Their vehicle could not accommodate many people, far fewer than the Black Rose convoy. Upon hearing the presence of a level 3 uncanny, a bright gleam burst forth in Lu Yao's eyes. He needed to slay a level 3 uncanny to advance. Absorbing its chi and blood would bring him within reach of his next breakthrough. With this in mind, Lu Yao grabbed the soul-devouring blade nearby and said, "You stay in the vehicle, and Xiaoyu come with me." And Xiaoyu understood Lu Yao's intent. Donning a down jacket, she opened the door and stood at its entrance. Lu Yao stepped down from the passenger seat, silently gripping the soul-devouring blade. Seeing them armed, Wang Jing's expression shifted slightly. She warned, "What are you trying to do? We are armed. Don't push us." With that, she raised her rifle. Simultaneously, several women emerged from the surrounding vehicles, all wielding firearms. Seeing these guns, Lu Yao's eagerness intensified. After so long, they finally encountered real weapons. "Where did you get these guns?" he asked Wang Jing sharply. "That's none of your business. I'm just warning you out of goodwill. Think carefully," Wang Jing replied sternly, her face grave as she held her weapon. "The uncanny ahead is formidable. With your numbers, you will surely perish. It's best to wait for other convoys and see if stronger sequence transcendent ones arrive." Hearing this, Lu Yao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has no convoy passed through before us?" After all, the disaster convoy had preceded them. Lu Yong, a sequence 7 transcendent from the disaster convoy, could easily handle a level 3 uncanny. Yet Wang Jing shook her head. "No. We have been trapped here for 2 days and have only encountered your convoy. The disaster convoy hadn't come. No, they must have taken a detour. They avoided the same route, likely due to being pursued by uncanny clowns, choosing to separate paths." The disaster convoy was quite savvy, aware of the danger, and deliberately splitting up. Lu Yao understood if he were in their position, he would do the same. "Where exactly is this level 3 uncanny?" Lu Yao continued to inquire. Wang Jing raised her brow, sizing up Lu Yao and then Xiaoyu before calmly explaining, "Not far ahead on the road. You'll see it once you get there." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao said no more and led in Xiaoyu to pass directly before them. The two then headed toward the location of the level 3 uncanny. Wang Jing raised her brow, sizing up Lu Yao and then Xiaoyu before calmly explaining, "Not far ahead on the road. You'll see it once you get there." No, they showed no fear. The man even seemed eager, as if longing to confront the level 3 uncanny immediately. And then there was that strange vehicle. "Captain." A woman's face turned pale with terror as she pointed behind the mobile fortress, her voice trembling. "Behind us. Hundreds of zombies are coming." At these words, Wang Jing immediately turned her head to look. With a single glance, she saw hundreds of zombies behind the mobile fortress, roaring fiercely as they charged through the snowstorm. "Defend," Wang Jing shouted. "Those without guns, return to the vehicles to arm yourselves. The rest find cover immediately. Not a single zombie can get close, or we'll all perish." As her command echoed, the armed women methodically took up positions to shoot. Yet the zombies approached and then halted, remaining quietly behind the mobile fortress, occasionally snarling at one another. They seemed unwilling to draw any closer. What was going on? Wang Jing watched anxiously. Logically, the zombies should have attacked given their numbers. Why were they all lingering behind, refusing to advance? Lu Yao walked along the road with Xiaoyu for a short while before encountering a gigantic creature blocking their path. It was a fluffy and bizarre being entirely snow-white with a substantial amount of snow piled on its body, lying on the road motionless, resembling a dead creature. However, surrounding this strange body were numerous abandoned vehicles, indicating that a passing convoy had been directly attacked. And Xiaoyu did not recognize this peculiar creature either, so she shook her head at Lu Yao, signaling her lack of knowledge. Subsequently, Lu Yao approached with the spirit-devouring blade in hand. You control it first. After taking a few steps closer, Lu Yao heard a snoring sound and frowned, saying, "It seems to be asleep. You control it directly, and it'll deliver a fatal strike. Such an opportunity is rare. This is a level 3 anomaly presenting itself so conveniently, it would be a pity not to take it down." And Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes instantly shimmering with a blue. In an instant, she effortlessly entered the mind of this anomaly, directly taking control of its consciousness. Under her manipulation, the level 3 anomaly slowly lifted its head, revealing a pair of confused eyes beneath its snow-white fur set on a rough face. In this appearance, it somewhat resembled the legendary snow monster. However, now that Xiaoyu was in control, it made things much easier for Lu Yao. Without hesitation, he thrust the spirit-devouring blade into one of the creature's eyes. Sizzle! The blade easily penetrated. The level 3 anomaly writhed in pain, its body beginning to shake uncontrollably, but unfortunately Xiaoyu was controlling it, and against the level 6 Xiaoyu, the level 3 anomaly was no match. Lu Yao withdrew the spirit-devouring blade and plunged it back in repeatedly until the level 3 anomaly completely lost its vitality and collapsed to the ground. Crimson energy emanated from its body, flooding into Lu Yao. A feeling of fullness washed over him as he was nearly 70 to 80% satiated. If he could find another one, he would surely manage to hold on. At that moment, he would directly ascend to level 7, marking the birth of the first level 7 in the convoy. Lu Yao greedily absorbed all the crimson energy and then gazed at the body of the level 3 anomaly, as if waiting for something. Before long, 2 arm-length teeth fell off, landing directly on the snow. Here it comes. Rare material from the anomaly had dropped. Although it wasn't needed for the mobile fortress, as the upcoming upgrades required materials from level 4 anomalies. But materials from level 3 anomalies were quite precious. If used properly, they could produce a powerful item. He would take it back and give it to Qin Yuequi, asking him to keep it until it was needed. Can this meat be eaten? Lu Yao looked at the massive body of the level 3 anomaly and turned to ask, "This is fresh meat delivered to us. If it can be eaten, we should have someone come to cut it up." "No way." And Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yao with a somewhat strange expression and said, "Eating the flesh of an anomaly could lead to being assimilated into one. At that point, you would truly become an anomaly and would crave human flesh even more." Hearing this, Lu Yao immediately abandoned that unrealistic thought. He was merely someone who had taken the zombie sequence path, not a true zombie. However, since he could think of eating anomaly flesh, others would surely think of it too, and some might even choose to try it themselves. These people had likely completely abandoned their human identities. Though he had not encountered them yet, as they continued down the road, he might run into them later. "Let's go." Lu Yao held the 2 teeth and led Xiaoyu towards the direction of the mobile fortress. He had to admit, having Xiaoyu with him made him less reckless. Why struggle when he could win effortlessly? Just after arriving, he saw the members of the Black Rose convoy on high alert, all armed with guns, almost every one of them holding an assault rifle. Regardless of whether they could shoot accurately or control their weapons, the sight of so many dark gun barrels was genuinely intimidating. Their guns were currently pointed at the horde of zombies behind the mobile fortress. TSK. Were they going to take action against their own zombie army? Lu Yao narrowed his eyes and quickly approached, saying, "Captain Wang, what does this mean?" "There are zombies," Wang Jing said in a low voice. "Don't go over there. Those zombies have inexplicably stopped right behind your vehicle." She seemed genuinely worried about the zombies charging forward. After all, with so many zombies, a mishap could lead to numerous casualties. Lu Yao sighed and explained, "They are my subordinates. Don't waste your bullets." After saying that, he walked towards the door of the mobile fortress. And Xiaoyu glanced at the guns in Wang Jing's hands and seemed to understand why Lu Yao was willing to treat them kindly. If these guns were used on the mobile fortress, they would undoubtedly make it even stronger. They didn't care where the Black Rose convoy's guns came from, or what they needed to think about now was how to keep those guns. Watching them board the vehicle, the members of the Black Rose convoy were also stunned. What does it mean that the zombies are his subordinates? Did this guy manage to control these zombies? What level of extraordinary being could achieve this? After all, these were zombies, so a mishap could lead to numerous casualties. Wang Jing stood in place, silent for a long time before slowly lowering her gun and saying, "Put your guns away so we don't cause any misunderstandings." Anyone who could control so many zombies surely was not an ordinary person. If a misunderstanding occurred, it would no longer be a matter of peaceful dialogue. "Captain, what should we do now?" A woman turned to look and whispered, They seem to be going after that level 3 anomaly, and I saw that man holding two tooth-like objects. That level 3 anomaly won't be killed, will it? Upon hearing this, the surrounding women turned pale, each revealing a look of shock. Wang Jing tightened her grip on her gun, and then said, "May go check it out from behind, but don't get too close." Okay. The girl named May quickly put away her gun and ran out, heading straight for the location of the level 3 anomaly. Before long, May returned, her expression hurried. "Captain, it's dead. The level 3 anomaly is dead." I went closer to check, and its eye was pierced. Brain matter was flowing out from the wound. Dead. Did the level 3 anomaly that had trapped them here for 2 days die, just like that? Wang Jing's pupils filled with shock as she looked at the mobile fortress. A hint of awe and trepidation added to her gaze. Shin-Chi had already heard the commotion outside and stood up to observe after waking. It wasn't just him, many others in the vehicle had come over to see the excitement, as this was their first encounter with an all-female. To be honest, it was out of novelty and curiosity. Many women in the Dawn Convoy also cast curious glances, genuinely wondering how this all-female convoy had managed to survive until now. Most importantly, they all had guns. Even Chun Jianjun couldn't help but feel curious, as acquiring firearms was no easy feat. Their convoy had always wanted to get their hands on some guns, but they only had 2 handguns stored. Seeing an entire convoy armed with weapons was truly surprising. Shin-Chi glanced at Chun Jianjun and asked Old Chin, "Where do you think their guns came from?" With over 100 people and over 100 guns, they must have come from some military base, likely leftovers after a retreat. Chun Jianjun sighed lightly, saying the apocalypse came too quickly. Some military bases couldn't collect all their weapons in time, so it's understandable that some were left behind. Having over 100 guns, even a city's armory couldn't leave behind so many. They would definitely take their weapons when retreating. So it must be the remnants of a military base which allowed this group of women to take advantage. After Lu Yao and Xiaoyu returned, Shin-Chi quickly approached them, asking what's the situation with this convoy. "It's the Black Rose convoy, and the leader is that short-haired woman named Wang Jing." Lu Yao put away the third-tier extraordinary materials he brought back and continued, "There shouldn't be many extraordinary individuals in this convoy. I feel that only Wang Jing is extraordinary. Their only advantage is those guns. Guns are merely sticks for dealing with the bizarre, unless Qin Yukue could elevate them all into extraordinary items. Otherwise, they offer too little damage against high-level bizarre entities. On the contrary, for people, they are the most lethal weapons. Even Lu Yao wouldn't want to take a bullet. If he were to be hit, it would hurt terribly even if he didn't die. Without treatment pathways, being shot would likely lead to serious issues. Should we try negotiating a trade?" Shin-Chi's eyes turned as he smiled and said, "Our mobile fortress needs a batch of firepower, and with Qin Yukue's abilities, we could fully arm ourselves." To be honest, this wasn't just his thought. Lu Yao had the same idea. But this Black Rose convoy obviously relied on guns for protection. Would they trade their firearms? "You should talk to them," Lu Yao shrugged and said, "You handle this. You've been a bit lazy as the deputy leader lately. You can't expect me to do everything." Hearing this, Shin-Chi chuckled sheepishly and nodded in agreement. He had indeed been a bit lazy recently, but it was unavoidable. In the past, he felt the pressure of being the leader, but now that their situation had improved and he had become the deputy leader, it was natural to relax a bit. Since Lu Yao had directly stated it, he had to put in some effort. With so many guns, if they could all be elevated into extraordinary items, their mobile fortress would be unstoppable. With this thought, Shin-Chi quickly got out of the vehicle. When Wang Jing and the others saw someone disembark, their gazes fell on Shin-Chi, and some pointed guns at him. This startled Shin-Chi, and he quickly raised his hand, saying, "Don't misunderstand, we're all on the same side. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to see if there's a possibility for cooperation." "Cooperation?" Wang Jing raised an eyebrow and gestured for others to lower their guns. Yes, cooperation. You see, you have over 100 people, all women. Why not join our convoy?" Shin-Chi wasn't merely interested in trading guns, he wanted to pull these 100 women into their ranks. The allure of over 100 guns was simply too great. Wang Jing's expression darkened at these words as she coldly huffed, "Are you saying that cooperation means swallowing our Black Rose convoy?" "Captain Wang, that's an unpleasant way to phrase it. You can't expect so many of you to keep moving indefinitely, can you?" Shin-Chi smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Shin-Chi, the deputy leader of the Dawn Convoy. You just saw our leader. Additionally, we have around 300 people, and our supplies are sufficient. In terms of extraordinary individuals, our convoy has 8. I believe Captain Wang should be aware of our strength by now. In this apocalypse, if you Captain Wang can survive as an extraordinary individual, what about the others in your convoy? Our Dawn Convoy is a fair and loving one. Everyone lives together. Don't underestimate our small convoy. It has a spacious interior, which is a mobile fortress of a higher class than extraordinary. Plus, the horde of zombies following us is also part of our convoy. So Captain Wang, you should understand our advantages and confidence. To be honest, we need your guns. Cooperation means mutual benefit after all. We're all just trying to survive, right?" After saying this, Wang Jing fell silent. Because she knew the other party was right. The advantages of their Black Rose convoy were too small, and they were even running low on supplies, having been stuck here for 2 days with everyone nearing starvation. Compared to the strength of the Dawn Convoy, their convoy was simply too weak. The other side could easily eliminate a third-tier bizarre entity, which already proved their powerful strength. However, Wang Jing was still somewhat reluctant. Why was the Black Rose convoy composed entirely of women? It was because other convoys didn't treat women as people, and some even viewed them merely as trading commodities. This was also Wang Jing's original intention in forming the Black Rose convoy, to provide a haven for suffering women in this apocalypse. At least she could help them survive as best as she could. Many people in the convoy had left their previous convoys because they couldn't endure the treatment. If it weren't for her, these women would have perished long ago. Does your convoy really have that many people? Wang Jing looked at the strange vehicle before her, frowning, and asked, "Can I go up and take a look? If it's your secret, you can put it away in advance." "Of course, no problem." Xinshi immediately nodded in agreement, then gestured invitingly, smiling. "The people in the convoy are all inside. Not only you can take a look, but others can go." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Jing stepped up to the vehicle door. Before she got on, she felt the warmth emanating from the entrance. Was the air conditioning running inside? Seeing a few people standing at the door, she bit her lip and went up, as some things needed to be confirmed with her own eyes, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. The people in the vehicle were all busy with their own matters, some resting and others watching a movie. There was no particular reaction to Wang Jing's arrival. Lu Yao and the other extraordinary individuals sat at the conference table, chatting amongst themselves without paying any attention to the captain of the Black Rose team. To be honest, Wang Jing was already shocked from the moment she got into the vehicle. The exterior of this special vehicle might not look impressive, but the interior space was extraordinarily large. Even with nearly 300 people inside, there were still over 100 empty seats. Lu Yao and the other extraordinary individuals sat at the conference table, chatting amongst themselves without paying any attention to the captain. Hundreds of people sat in their respective seats, watching intently, occasionally laughing. This was genuine laughter, not something put on. "Captain Wang, let me introduce you to our team." Xinshi gestured invitingly and smiled. "You should see the advantages of our team. In addition, we have a separate kitchen where all the cooking is done by women. Don't get me wrong about exploiting women in our team. Everyone is treated equally. Cooking is left to the women, while the men are responsible for sourcing and transporting supplies, so there's no issue of exploitation. Our team can currently accommodate 500 people, and according to our plans, the mobile fortress will continue to upgrade, allowing for even more people in the future. It's even possible for the entire vehicle to accommodate over 1 million people. After all, our team is on a path to survival. Additionally, the second floor has space, but it is occupied by several capable zombies. These zombies not only help deal with strange occurrences, but also serve to guard the second floor, as it contains secrets exclusive to our team, making it inconvenient for you to see. So, Captain Wang, would you consider joining us? Having over 100 of you is not a big problem for us." To be honest, Wang Jing was quite tempted at this moment, almost wishing to agree immediately. She had seen other teams, but none compared to the Dawn team. In terms of strength, the Dawn team had 8 extraordinary members, along with an army of over 100 zombies. In terms of resources, they could support at least 500 people. As for safety, this mobile fortress spoke for itself. After walking around, she felt warm all over, not even realizing when she had taken off her down jacket. The team had a kitchen and a restroom, and the basic facilities were well equipped, plus there were movies playing. Anyone who saw this would want to join in. "Do you want our guns?" Wang Jing frowned and asked. She knew the Dawn team's intentions. The advantage of their Black Rose team lay in having a group of women and over 100 guns. The fundamental purpose behind their attempts to recruit was indeed for the guns in their hands. "Yes." Xinshi was straightforward, nodding. "I not only want your guns, but I also want your people. The more people we have, the greater our chances of survival, don't you think?" Wang Jing said nothing, silently putting on her down jacket and wordlessly getting off the vehicle. This scene bewildered Xinshi, who never expected such a result. So what exactly was the situation now? Are we going to get a response? We still need to continue our journey. After getting off the vehicle, Wang Jing turned back to look at Xinshi and said, "I need to discuss it with others." "Okay." Xinshi nodded with a smile. "We'll wait for your news, but you need to be quick. Oh, after all, we are also in a hurry." "In a hurry? Are they eager to find a gathering place for humans?" Wang Jing didn't take it to heart, but rather shared everything she had seen on the vehicle with the members of the Black Rose. Hearing about the supplies, the restroom, and the ability to watch movies made them very excited. Thinking back to their previous team, not only could they not watch movies, but they also had to hide to use the restroom, and they had to sleep with those who had supplies to get resources. That was hardly living like a human. In comparison, the advantages of the Dawn team were overwhelmingly large. Demei, holding a gun, huffed and rubbed her hands, quietly asking, "Captain, what do you think?" "I definitely want to follow you." Others also expressed their willingness to follow Wang Jing, while some hesitated, as the Dawn team was indeed too good. The advantages were almost laid out on the table. In this cold weather, everyone was tired and hungry, naturally hoping for a better place to stay. Seeing the gazes of those around her, Wang Jing sighed gently and said then, "Let's join them. They'll go speak to Captain Shun. Everyone should pack up and take what they can carry." Hearing that they were going to join the Dawn team, everyone sighed in relief, clearly sharing the same idea. Wang Jing smiled and said nothing, turning around to head straight for the entrance of the mobile fortress. "Captain Shin, we've made our decision. We will join your Dawn team from now on." Wang Jing smiled and first handed over her gun, saying, "I'll set an example and hand in my gun. Everyone will do the same after finishing packing up the supply." "Great. Do you need help? I'll have someone come down to assist." Shin Chi's face blossomed with a smile. "By the way, how much gasoline do you have on your vehicle? If possible, I would like to collect it since this big guy needs to be filled up." The Black Rose team had nearly 20 vehicles, so they could gather a considerable amount of gasoline. If they weren't short of materials from the 4th level strange drops, they would have wanted to upgrade their vehicles, directly enhancing the mobile fortress. "Sure, Captain Shin, you can arrange it as you see fit. They'll go pack up my things," Wang Jing said, turning to walk towards her vehicle. Shin Chi urgently instructed Lu Yao to take people to get gasoline barrels and hoses, heading directly to the Black Rose vehicles to siphon gasoline. Extract as much as possible. This was crucial material to alleviate their urgent needs. Yuan Yu and Lao Wang should coordinate with the Black Rose team. They will be one of us from now on, so don't make it difficult for them. Shin Chi glanced at Lu Yao, smiling. "So what do you think? I've packaged this up nicely. Oh, I want both the guns and the people. Isn't that acceptable?" "Amazing." Lu Yao gave a thumbs up and smiled. Then he turned to Qin Yu Kuei and said, "Brother Qin, I'm going to need your help again. All these guns need to be enhanced, and we need to prioritize solving the bullet issue. Handle these 2 third-level strange materials as you see fit. Use them if you can, and if not, then forget it." The women of the Black Rose convoy were assigned their positions as soon as they arrived, a mere 100 or so, which posed no pressure at all for the Dawn Convoy. Now with them included, the number in the Dawn Convoy officially surpassed 400. At the same time, an urgent internal tally began. "Attention everyone, I am the deputy captain of the convoy, Shin Chi." Shin Chi stood behind the projector with a loudspeaker, pausing the movie, and called out, "Our convoy has gained an additional 123 members. Let us welcome the members of the Black Rose convoy." In the next moment, a round of applause erupted within the vehicle. Everyone was simply trying to survive and naturally welcomed anyone who was willing and kind-hearted. Wang Jing and the others felt the genuine acceptance from the convoy, and their previously anxious hearts finally settled down. Finally, they no longer had to roam like fugitives. While it couldn't compare to their homes before the apocalypse, it was already a significant improvement. Many women were so moved that they burst into tears. Women are inherently emotional and sensitive, and faced with the kindness of the convoy, they couldn't hold back any longer. Alright, moving forward, the convoy will develop in a more regulated manner. As long as everyone unites, we can definitely go further. Shin Chi raised her arm and proclaimed, "The convoy is preparing to survey everyone's situation. We will categorize people based on their pre-apocalyptic professions, and we will introduce more systems to help everyone live better. First, we need to conduct a large-scale sanitation inspection. I believe everyone is aware of the recent state of the bathrooms. There's no need to feel shy. It's quite normal for people to seek comfort in each other during the apocalypse. Don't feel embarrassed, but for everyone's safety, we still need to carry out the sanitation inspection. I am the person in charge of this inspection and the leader of the sanitation team. After we tally everyone's situations, I will give priority to those with medical professions like doctors and nurses. Alright everyone, please continue watching the movie." After saying this, he let Zhang Jing resume the film and went over to the meeting table. Meeting. This time, besides Wang Jing, Zhang Xinya, the leader of the entertainment group, also joined in. A group of people sat at the table with Lu Yao and Shin Chi taking the main seats. Lu Yao first glanced at the others, then his gaze landed on Wang Jing as he smiled and said, "Welcome to the team, Captain Wang." Wang Jing quickly expressed her gratitude. "To be honest, you are the team that has truly surprised me. It's clear that you genuinely want to lead everyone to survive." Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Yuan Yi and Chun Jianjun had the most say in this matter. After all, they were the ones who recognized the future of the Dawn Convoy and chose to join. Of course, the fortune teller old Wang was an exception. He was forced into it. But for him, being forced wasn't a bad thing. At least he was alive and living well. "So, Wang Jing, this is your first meeting after joining. If you have any thoughts, feel free to bring them up." Lu Yao continued with a smile. "This meeting was proposed by old Shun as he has plans for the future of the convoy. Let's hear what he has to say first." He directly handed over the floor to Shin Chi, as Lu Yao, the captain, was mainly there for intimidation. The larger matters of the convoy were still Shin Chi's responsibility as the deputy captain. Shin Chi nodded with a smile. "I gathered everyone here mainly because I have an idea. After hearing it, everyone can speak freely. Now that all departments of the convoy are established, the next step is development. The matters of battle will be entrusted to the captain, and Zhu Cheng and Xiao Yu and the others. The convoy still relies on us who aren't skilled in combat." Shin Chi spoke slowly. "The main issue is management. For now we can manage the supplies, and the mobile fortress will continue to upgrade in the future. My idea is to establish a points system allowing everyone to exchange points for necessary supplies, or even rare items and materials. It's similar to the normal currency before the apocalypse, but we will use points instead. I would like to assign this matter to Wang Jing. If anyone has ideas, feel free to share. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed that they had no objections. After all, resource management also needed someone to handle it. While Qin Yukue managed, he couldn't keep consuming resources without limits. With more people, resources would naturally decrease, and this had to be addressed as soon as possible. Hearing that she was to be in charge of management, Wang Jing suddenly stood up looking nervous. No, I can't do this. I won't manage these things. The person concerned directly rejected this. This was something Shin Qi hadn't anticipated. He smiled and asked, "Is there any difficulty?" "Well, I am an extraordinary being of the Beastman Bear path. After using my ability, I can transform into a bear, greatly enhancing strength and defense, especially in defense." Wang Jing addressed everyone. "I am actually more skilled in combat, so I hope to join the convoy's combat team." Huh. Upon hearing this, Shin Qi's eyes widened in surprise. To be honest, he had speculated about Wang Jing's path and thought it should be supportive, but he never expected her to be a violent fighter. Shin Qi helplessly looked at Lu Yao and smiled. "Great, this just became a family matter for you." Lu Yao nodded with a smile. "I am the leader of the combat team with the zombie path. Zhu Cheng is the blade bearer path, and in Xiaoyu is the mind master path. Both Zhu Cheng and I are extraordinary beings of path 8, while in Xiaoyu is path 6. Welcome to join our combat team." Just as Wang Jing was about to say something, her gaze suddenly fixed on Xiaoyu. Earlier, everyone had introduced themselves, so she naturally knew the names of the extraordinary beings in the vehicle. But how could Xiaoyu, who looked like a little girl, be a path 6 extraordinary being? Isn't that a bit too strong? She originally thought that the strongest in the convoy was Lu Yao, the captain, but it turned out there was someone else. "Let's cooperate more in the future. I will provide good support." And Xiaoyu smiled and nodded at Wang Jing. Okay. Wang Jing still hadn't recovered from her shock. Clearly this news was a bit too incredible for her. At this moment, Shen Qi was in a dilemma, scanning the faces around him until his gaze landed on the fortune teller Old Wang. "Old Wang, you take care of this." Shen Qi decisively made the call. "Everyone has things to do, and it seems that you, the fortune teller, and Yi Wani need to send someone. She needs to gather information, so this task can only be entrusted to you." The fortune teller Old Wang nodded after a moment of silence. "Okay, then I will take this on. The tally and points distribution will be up to me."